Well, we have spread our wings as things are soaring here in Jeju. Hello, everyone. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, continuing coverage of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. And what do I mean? Well, we have the 150K in the books. We have the 100K upon us. We awarded 6 7-figure paydays yesterday. And for those that missed it, shame on you, because it really was a spectacular final table, even by Triton standards, Randy, where you and I are accustomed to seeing so many amazing things. Today's coverage will be of day 2 of the 100K main, but before we get there, let's just take a moment to acknowledge that which took place here yesterday. João Vieira, Randy, when it was all said and done, claiming his first title and $4.6 million.
And Zhao, he really did put on a clinic at this final table. There were multiple hands where he put in pot size bets, overbet, getting top pair to fold both times where he was bluffing. He came into the final table as the significant chip lead, and he really just relished and attacked relentlessly.
Well, you know, he took his chances, put himself in a position to win when we were still 2 tables. Obviously, the double knockout of Ben Tollerine and Phil Ivey, where he held a pocket pair against a couple of ace-highs. To be fair, Ben Tollerine took the spot as well, which I think João was a little bit surprised to see. But that's what set him up very, very nicely. Now, with that said, the setup when he got down to heads up felt like it was one where we were going to play exactly one hand. What am I talking about? He got it all in, ace-jack suited against ace-queen, and somehow his was the stack that would double and then eventually win. Very disappointing, of course, for Alex Ponikov's. João Vieira, second place in Paradise. He bluffed against Foxen in the 100K main there, and just one festival removed, just a handful of weeks. Sweet vengeance in terms of the denial of the title that time, but a very bittersweet situation for Ponikov's, Randy, who still has yet to claim his first and was left $1.5 million shy of the summit.
And like you mentioned, you know, he got it in with ace-queen against ace-jack. He was supposed to win the tournament there 70% of the time. He didn't. He fought. He tried to fight back, was unable to overtake that big lead against João Vieira. But, you know, like Ponikov's, he shows up over and over again in these 100K plus buy-ins, deep scores. Sure, he doesn't have a Triton title, but he has to be one of the most winningest players on the Triton series.
Randy, that was his 17th career Triton final table. This man is just a fixture. There's no question about that. Quick glimpse into the Triton Poker Plus app, by the way, for the rest of the particulars. Wang Yi, not to be overlooked, the Chinese delegation making a strong showing, and he in particular here at his second ever festival bettered the 7th place performance he turned in this very event last year.
You know, and that's pretty cool because he was pretty card dead throughout this final table.
Agreed.
We had so many eliminations, right? After the first frame of play, we were down to, what, 4 players or so?
Four for a while, yeah.
Yeah, so basically Ponikov's busted, 3 players in back-to-back-to-back hands. You know, he got in coin flips, and Wang Yi was just sitting there like, yeah, I'm collecting pay jumps. I'm card dead, but he cashed for $2 million.
Yeah, as we've talked about, sometimes patience is profit. It's not an obligatory thing to put in a sexy body of work at a final table. Just collect the money, and plenty of money ultimately was collected, as you did see, with Fedor Holtz finishing in 8th for $595, Ding Biao 807, Foxen the first of the 7-figure payouts. Kiat Lee denied his first title yet again. 5th place finish for him a few days removed from his birthday. King Dan Smith, $1.7 million. That was a nice little haul for him, getting him up into the $60 million club in career all-time earnings. So then, with the 150K in the books, let us turn our attention to that which we have in store for you here today. This room is buzzing. I just walked through it on our way to work, and I got to tell you, everybody worked their way into this main event. And if you were watching the coverage after the 150K wrapped up yesterday, the boys were throwing these chips around, Randy. Word came down that some very freewheeling things were taking place involving the likes of Bryn Kenny. Alex Ponikov's obviously fresh off of his cash. Might have had a little celebratory, buzz going. And then Joe Chuen as well, where, the way that producer James described it was it felt like a home game. It felt like the guys just weren't really taking it all that seriously, respectfully speaking.
100K main event home game. Okay, I would
Right?
love to be a part of that. But Joe Trent, our chip leader, during that late night action where things were a little bit loose, he picked off a huge bluff against Foxen, right?
Yeah, apparently Alex Foxen went hard at Zhou Chuan and then got taught that Zhou Chuan is no pushover. The Chinese delegate is parked with 1.328 million at the top of the leaderboard. How about the name in second, though? Randy, one I've not called yet at all here in Jeju, but I've seen him lurking the halls, and now he's lurking at the top of the leaderboard. We're talking, of course, about Jungle Man Dan Cates, 1.2 and a tickle.
I believe a lot of players feel that Jungle Man is one of the very best poker players of all time. You know, like he's very proficient in Nolan Hold'em, whether it's heads up, cash games, and when he does show up for the few tournaments that he plays a year, he does seem to always show up at the top of the leaderboard. And currently in second, I think is very dangerous. And it's also one of those guys where a lot of these other tournament players don't have that much data points on him because he doesn't play that many events.
Now, talking about data, we are still awaiting the particulars, Luca and the team, with regard to the payouts, where that money bubble is going to be here today. We have designs on playing down to 16. Obviously, it's a very fluid situation, just given how many people turned out for this one. Being told it's 285 entries with registration closed, courtesy of 180 uniques. And if you'll recall, Randy, we were all breathless over the fact that we had 216 entries last year, which, as producer James reminded us, was the largest ever prize pool collected in a six-figure tournament. It was staggering, and all of a sudden we've got another 69 entries beyond that here today. Poker is alive and well.
Yes, it is. And there's a lot of players that flew out just for this main event. A buddy of mine flew out, James Chen. I'm sure you remember him.
Yeah, of course.
He's like, yeah, I'm flying out tomorrow. I'm going to play the main event. So, you know, just a lot of people who are got that little bit of FOMO, you know?
And many of them, by the way, actually showing up and late regging max for a 250K starting stack. You would think maybe if we're going to make that 100K investment, we would want to get a full day one under our belt, if not to shake the cobwebs off, you know, at least get some value from those earlier levels instead of having to play short stack poker. But as Bryn Kenny, who's already got a second and a first after a late arrival here in Jeju, told us, Randy, he feels that keeping yourself fresh, not having to grind many, many days coming into these bigger events, and also maybe not even playing that day one, is a competitive advantage. What are your thoughts on that?
I think there's a lot of merit to that, especially because we know the schedule is quite long here at Triton. There's players who have played every single event and have like one little min cash here and there. They're not going to play their best as they've got an uphill battle to climb. So, you know, coming in fresh, sure, maybe even skipping day one is a reasonable strategy because, you know, you got that little ICM factor that's in your favor. But I think it's a reasonable strategy to go with.
Let's talk a little bit about the rookies. Each and every Triton Festival, there are those who show up and capture our attention. And in terms of the stacks toward the top of the leaderboard, there are two of them to focus upon. Ryuta Nakai of Japan. That market is absolutely bubbling with enthusiasm for the game. And right behind him, we have Murli Manokaran. He's playing under the Malaysian banner, 920K. Don't really know a whole lot about either of these guys. We did briefly get opportunities to observe Nakai, though, did we not?
We did definitely get to watch Nakai. Japan is a growing market. They're very passionate about whatever they do, and when it's poker, you know they're going to put in the work. And we've seen a lot of guys from Malaysia who are unknowns, but then as they play more tournaments, you start to realize, wow, they just keep making final tables.
Yeah, and our two featured tables, we've got ourselves a guy who not only made a final table, but took down a title. Talking about Mario Masbach over at the blue table, he's got 32 bigs, but just look at Daniel Rizai, all loaded up with 88 bigs. He knows how to spin up a stack.
I was actually really impressed with Rizai from our previous tournaments. He was making the correct calls, correct bluffs every single time. So tough table expecting the 100K main.
And it's not the only one up there. As we quickly glimpse at the red table, just about 45 seconds from the beginning of play, Mata Semboles, who took the wind out of the room when his wife Greta during the mystery bounty was gold digging, as Randy likes to put
Come on.
Multiple gold envelopes and over $1 million collected, which was better than I think the winner of the tournament and even the second place
Correct.
in the tournament. So Sembola sitting there, 78 big blinds, definitely a healthy stack in front of him. Mikita Batsukowski, 788, but they are both trailing behind Thailand's Punat Punsri at that secondary feature table. Adrian Mateos, also a part of the procedures. I think we may have glossed over him over at that first blue table. Yeah, there he is, El Conquistador, 35 bigs deep to the direct left of Mosbach. And, of course, Jaffe and Haxton, no slouches whatsoever. So 15 seconds just about before we get to the beginning of coverage here. Day 2 of this $100,000 record-breaking Triton Poker Super High Roller Series main event is coming your way right now. Enjoy it. We're going to play down to 16. That's the plan, at least. And then tomorrow will be when we crown our champ. Back inside the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World, brought to you by BetACR. We walk around the room as usual. And let's see who we spy right away. Jeremy Osmus, a presence. Looks like Richard Young is in the building. Dylan Lindy as well. Brandon Wilson. Had a nice coming out party. I believe that might have been Ellis Parsonen, who has taken to the 2-card streets. There's Brian Kim. Getting himself situated. Muhlacher, your chip leader Joe Schwen. Seth Davies on the right side of him. VBV. Vyacheslav Buldigan there. We're going to park on Seth. What's he working with?
It doesn't look like mini chips.
No.
Maybe one of those late registers.
Maybe the cameraman thought we would stop, and then when he realized that we had some pretty lean stacks, he kept it moving. Orpin Kisachikoglu, he's out there.
Okay, that looks much more healthy. Or did he just splash them all around? Okay, 43 big blinds. Something you can work with.
Sure. Ready with the final table performance under his belt. Here in Jeju is Orpin. Sir Watts getting himself situated with 51 bigs. Looks like lunch is headed his way shortly. I smell champion João Vieira at this table here. Sam Mueller to his direct left. 70 bigs. Performed well on day 1. Ben Heath to Sam's left will be something to deal with. 336, north of the 250 starting stack. David Coleman also there at that table. Ramin Hajiev coming through the frame. David Yan, Nikki P, Henrik Hecklin rounding the horn here.
And these are veterans at the Triton series. 50 big blinds.
Yeah, 2 extra starting stack for Petrangelo.
Hecklin, he's won the main event before.
Yes, sir. Knows what it takes. I believe it was last year. I don't think it was the main, producer James, but truly a pot that you may never see again. When we were on the Stone Money bubble of one, and it was Punat Punsri in the 50K who decided to press ace-king against 2 kings. They were 1 and 2 in chips, and Henrik got showered with the 2 kings. No one would have seen that coming. It really was unbelievable. Punsri catapulted up the leaderboard and eventually would win that one, so that was a pot to circle. Martirosian, 915,000. Parked beside Shaman, Kyatnu Chun, also here. Espen Jorstad looking comfy. 350K will help that appearance.
WSP main event champ.
I wouldn't wear that jacket in the rain. That one looks like it's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not a rain jacket, all right?
No, that one was a little absorbent.
Sup, Ivy?
275. Absorbing a little caffeine to get his day going. Kyat Lee, fresh stack in front of him. See David Peters to the left, I believe. Webster right there in the 3 seat. Oh, Theologus. Is that Straver? Boy, this is... I'm coughing and I'm not even dealing with those guys.
Yeah, Geologist with 33 big blinds.
Just blasted right past Ben Tollerine over to Sean Winter, Officer Winter. 39 bigs.
He was the mystery bounty champ.
What's he working with there?
Don't know,
Is
there's
it
a
some
concoction.
DIY concoction? Soiza, Kulev. 310 for Michael, APT co-founder, along with Victor Chong. They've really enjoyed some success on that tour, by the way. A lot of support being shown, even by our Triton super high rollers. Oh boy,
That's healthy.
Kulev has been well supported.
You think Nielsen's the only guy grinding the tank top right now?
You know, I gotta tell you, it really wasn't sort of the thing most would have reached for en route to Jeju had they looked at the forecast. But Nielsen marches to the beat of his own drum, Randy. Waltz down his Instagram page will confirm that. As you see, the most decorated Triton super high roller of all time, Jason Kuhn, 854,000. That's not even good for a top 10 stack, by the way, even though it seems so impressive. There's Patrick Antonius, 389K.
Love watching me some Patrick Antonius.
By the way, take a picture. That's Antonius not chewing and with no food. More the exception than the rule.
Dan Smith.
Yeah, that impressive fourth place finish in the 150K yesterday for 1.7. Parlaying some of the spoils into this main, just 29 bigs. Gonna have to deal with Malacca Styles and Justin Saliba there. Thomas Boivon, third in chips overall, also at that table. Looks like Greenwood. Sam.
Yep. Sam and Mulacher look locked in with their headphones.
Yeah, Schwecht also there. Zhou Chuen, you know, locked in is generally not the assessment that I have in terms of the vibe. You know,
I've seen him fall asleep at our Triton tables before.
listen, in our commentary group chat yesterday, multiple screen grabs of Tan Xuan with his head back in his seat, completely out, were sent, and it really was. You know, I've been there. Is all I could say. I was relating to Tan. Meanwhile, Chidwick relating to 32 bigs after day one. There's Jungle, second in chips overall, as mentioned at the top of the show. To
What's
the
he
left
sharing
of
with them?
Kuznetsov.
You got good reads on this, Ali.
Chidwick? You know, I don't think he's walking him down some Instagram thirst trap, you know, account. That much I can tell you.
Maybe it was GTO ranges.
Nah, those guys don't need help with that stuff. Ibinger, he's looking for a little help today. 255,000, just north of the starting stack. Got that poker code orange hoodie going. Normally reserved, I thought, for final tables. Look at Britton Kenny, beaming in with good reason. 50 big blinds, a second and a first under his belt already. Foxen hovering. Looks like Cale Burns to his left. 839,000 for Alex.
He looks like he can bench press a lot.
He looks like he could choke the life out of your thorax.
Oh,
You know,
thanks.
don't get on the wrong side of that one. ST Wang, cash game legend out here in these Triton streets. Fedor holds. Roller Makita. How about Ding Biao? 703,000.
He's got the double phone action going on.
He's got the Badziakowski Dior hoodie, by the way, and I believe Webster has that one as well,
As
if
does
I'm not
Nacho.
mistaken. Holds, just 17 bigs. Adam Hendricks, also there, by the way. Keep an eye on Adam. 46 bigs in front of him, I'm told.
Oh, he's awake?
So good morning, Ton. 426,000. He may not have slept. It's a non-zero chance that he just rumbled cash games and then parked his bones in here. Randy, I'm just telling you. These guys don't fly out here to catch up on sleep. Devoris looking well rested, 28 bigs. Players still filling in some blanks. Wasn't Nielsen somewhere else a second ago? Is this guy just...
He's cloned himself.
Table change? There's Kale.
Oh.
521.
2 players from Australia sitting next to each other.
You know, they talk about all of the animals in Australia are trying to kill you, and I think that that philosophy applies when it comes to those two at any given table as well. They'll get after it. Lord Vogel, Lun Lun. What do we have here? Is that Yaroshevsky?
Yes, it is.
Oh, and there's the man that was second yesterday in the foreground to the right. Ponikovs. Looks like Putra also there. Clemens Reuter. The Filatov cocktail. He's been entertaining. Anatoly with the title under his belt here in Jeju already. To the left, by the way, of third place finisher in the 150K, Wang Ye. Pascal Lefrancois there. There's Ponikovs. Put in a little bit of work after that final table performance to spin it up to 52 bigs.
He's working with double starting stack already.
Fresh stack there for Igor. Different proposition. Is that his cell phone around his neck, by the way?
Is he like at a theme park?
I've never, you know, right, where you put the passes and all that type of stuff in there, or maybe it's like a wet bag,
Yeah.
so you don't, you know, mess up the electronics. Never been a huge fan of. I get the utility and the practicality of it, by the way. Kristen Foxen, 540,000.
Yeah, a purse makes more sense on where you're going to put your phone.
Randy, we're not going to have purses. Now, the Merce has become somewhat of a thing, and you'll see it oftentimes. What is that, the crossbody, you know,
yeah,
bag?
the sling bag.
Yeah, that's a sling bag. Sure. Got a glimpse there of Luke Greenwood, Santosh Suvarna. Santosh, by the way, has been a little bit under the weather recently. Had a little medical procedure done that's been making it a little bit difficult for him to put in the long hours, so obviously wishing him a speedy recovery.
Oh, Kulev just handing out waters for everyone. Is he now part of staff?
You know, Kulev would have to run real bad for him to be on the other side of this operation, given the numbers that he's posted in his career. That would be an epic downswing.
We doing
No
selfies?
slight, you know, we do take care of the staff here, but
Oh, what's up, Richard Young?
oh, his stack, that's what, 392. Nice to see Richard out there rumbling, by the way. He used to play I think, a little bit more of a robust schedule once upon a time. Now kind of hangs back.
He still shows his
chills.
support, right?
Absolutely. He loves it. Oh, there's Boss, the other half of the Triton co-foundry. 449 for him.
I don't think I can name another player who loves it more.
It really is remarkable, and thank goodness he does love it as much as he does, Randy, because it's not as though Boss needs to run this business. It does have demands upon his time, which certainly is in short supply, but his enthusiasm has ensured that many people are eating and flourishing, not just talking about the players, but the staff, so a debt of gratitude, obviously, to Paul Pua for all that he does. And by the way, a major philanthropist, always looking after, I'm told, his entire village back in Malaysia where he grew up, taking it upon himself to make sure that all the prosperity that he has enjoyed in life is not just being locked away, rather utilized in a very productive, caring, compassionate way. To Did we miss anybody? Shilko there, I believe. I was just getting situated.
Right, players, I know you're eager to play. I will only steal 1 minute of your time. Usually my speech are repetitive. I end it with the prize pool. I'm gonna start it with the prize pool. We're gonna pay 47 spots with the 47th player finisher receiving $162,000, and the winner of this event will take home $5,555,000. And first of all, happy Women's Day. A special shout out to all the incredible women and beyond, especially in our field. Today we have Sosia and Kristen. Your dedication, talent, and passion continue to shape the game in remarkable ways, so thank you. Second of all, we did it again. Scratch that. You did it again. Thanks to our partners, our sponsor, our incredible dealers, the whole Triton family production. Most importantly, you, the players, the real stars of this show. Because of your incredible and continuous support, we have officially broken another record and rewritten what is achievable in the world of poker. 285 entries in this event. The biggest 6-digit buy-in in the history of poker. This moment belongs to you. Please give yourself a big round of applause. Thank you.
Well, how about that? Tip of the hat to Luca Vivaldi, reigning GPI Tournament Director of the Year, presiding over yet again the largest ever six-figure buy-in prize pool amassed in poker history, with over $5.5 million awaiting the eventual champ. Largest field. Randy, I stand corrected. I said largest prize pool. Nevertheless, still something to be acknowledged. Punsri, 95 bigs. He's going to get acknowledged at the red table. Razai, in turn, at the blue table, presiding. He, too, maybe having early thoughts about a run toward that staggering $5.5 million.
$5.5 million for first? That's just unheard of.
Mosbach.
I can wait till it gets down to like 77 and see how many chips you have or whatever.
Pocket jacks open.
Use all my time banks to wait to see how many you have. Oh. Let's see the seat.
Razai with Queen-6 offsuit. Plenty of fight in the Austrians. I'm sure no shortage of experience playing heads up against one another in situations such as this, as Mosbach gets himself set for a flop. First of the day here, day 2, 100K main in Jeju. King 10-8 board. Razai fans and knuckles.
Mosbach with 2 jacks. Could target the 10 and 8x. Sometimes you'll see players check back this board with the middling stuff.
15K as opposed to the check back. And Mosbach will take the first pot of this featured table. Do want to take a moment early in today's coverage to acknowledge and recognize those of you who have been so dedicated to the coverage that we work hard to assemble here, whether it be on the Triton Poker Plus app on Twitch or on our Triton Poker YouTube channel. Randy and I watching the YouTube coverage through the Triton Poker Plus app. Looking at the chat, let us know, where are you streaming from? Who are you rooting for? What have you enjoyed so far here in Jeju? What are you still looking forward to, as we do have Pot Limit Omaha and Short Deck both on the docket. Still to come. A full week's worth of poker.
How fast do you think someone can learn PLO?
Can learn PLO? the level where you like lose 10% in the series.
The level where you only lose 10% in the 100K?
I suspect that Daniel Rizai is going to come along with 9-8 offsuit, blind
50,
versus
no,
blind.
100 is probably tougher. Mario, I just realized this morning we were
Good enough to
talking
lose
about
only 10%
trophies.
pretty quickly.
And then we both like got
Leonardo
knocked out
Drago.
on the next two.
Of Italy, by the way,
Oh,
unlikely to allow this
was
limp
crazy.
by Rizai.
Like 3 tournaments, 4
That's
tournaments.
true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure enough, 5x.
That's true.
It's a bit too much
Should
for
have thought
9-8
about
offsuit
this
off of this
tournament again.
stack, so quickly binned it.
That's very brilliant.
Interesting
believe
question,
in
by the way,
kind of
posed by
value.
Mario Mosbach toward Ike Haxton with regard to PLO, which we just brought up. He's saying, how
Losing
quickly
only
do you think...
10% is not a lot of people. It's like just played very tight and aggressive and
If I have a dream,
late
I
reg.
Didn't got
Someone
introduced in the coffee, by the way, Daniel.
can learn PLO to the point where they're losing 10%
Austria, Vienna.
versus our
it's not a it's not a brain power.
ordinary
It's,
Staying a
field.
lot in the States, and people don't have
you're
an
good.
American accent.
Yeah,
somehow.
well, I
I
was
spent half of the year there.
like Germanic, American, yeah, you do sound a little bit.
Yeah, used to like
Yeah, I mean,
like 4 to 5
You're talking
months,
about like
last 7
getting to
years.
the point where you're breaking even. I think that's pretty challenging, but like
yeah.
lose only 10%. Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah. But I'm not like,
Ace-5 suited for Mateos. Gonna min-raise.
I actually forgot we're at the feature table too, and I don't want to talk about it.
Ace
Uh-oh.
King suited.
That's the real ace.
It's actually a bit of a problem for Mateos, who likes to be very aggressive with these baity suited aces. I'm going to imagine he's never folding. I'm just not so sure if he's gonna 4-bet or call 3-bet. He likes to have bluffs in his range, and ace-5 suited is a good candidate to attack with. Clearly not gonna work against ace-king suited.
55,000, another 35. Slathered by Rizai.
All in.
And this is solver approved, but unfortunately, it is not Rizai approved. As he declines to find the muck, understandably, with the ace-king suited in a very bad spot here for El Conquistador, covered by Rizai. 733 in the middle. Might it be a short outing on day 2? That flop certainly leaves us thinking that 0.3%.
sorry.
Mateos draws dead on the turn. Boy, we didn't expect to see that stack departing this early today, Randy.
I had
Yeah.
ace-6.
Adios, Senor Mateos.
No, not the first nor the last time that an ace-5 suited is going to be responsible for an exit.
That happened. Didn't that happen one time? It was like
Seat open on 13.
I remember you doing it to me in like the,
GG's
was it
Adri.
50K or something, when we were playing in the King's Launch, and you like announced like literally the
King
run
six?
out. Yeah, no, you called my
Oh.
hand out the hand before, and then I'm all in, and you announced basically like whatever.
So we flip it back over to our other feature table for our first visit.
it's the game.
Michael Joseph of the U.S. Pocket eights. Raise and take there.
To be the, it's like Wayne was saying, it's like 1, 2, 4.
Yeah, so it's either 1, 2, 2 with a 4 straddle, or when we get to 500, we play 2, 4, 2. So it's either 9K of blinds around
yeah.
or 8K of blinds.
Okay, okay.
Perhaps Socio walking through a home game or something that she's a part of.
I believe so, because she is talking to tablemate Vincent Huang, who also is from the same parts of the world.
Maybe an invitation being extended.
Yeah.
Plenty of friendships and relationships have been forged.
Both from New Zealand, Vincent and Sosia Jang. Ace Jack for Vincent Huang.
25.
He's in.
$25K, he says. Trouble for
Was that
Sosia in the
20?
small.
I
25.
think there's a chance Vincent won't be invited to that home game because Sosia's going to reshove and get snapped off by Vincent, who's got the dominating jack.
I had the exact
Yep.
suit yesterday. No.
As you predicted.
Jason, going with you.
I had King Jack of Hearts on my last hand yesterday, so surely this time. Can't bust twice.
Lucky 8. 888.
888.
Sosia suggesting that she's already busted once with King Jack of Hearts. Met the quota. Surely she can't bust again. As we can see, it's very possible and, in fact, quite probable on the 8-6 tray board. However, the backdoor heart draw has been acquired, and all of a sudden, 27% equity, better than what she had on the flop. Can she hit it? She can't.
Unfriended, blocked immediately.
Well, a very short-lived stint here on day 2 of the main for Sosia Jang. Much like Adrian Mateos, not long before her. Currently 153 remain in the field, 152 after the departure of Sosia Jang. Shortest stack in the room, by the way, belongs to Thomas Muhlacher. The only one sub 10 bigs as Vincent Huang washes down and gobbles up.
Did he hit up the gift shop?
That looks like a Jeju special. You know, citrus, a big thing on the island. Now here is one of those Triton rookies that we talked about at the top of the show of Malaysia, Murli Manokaran. Sitting this one out. Mata Symbolis. Under the gun, King, Queen open.
Not much for a 10-3 offsuit. Into the muck.
Straightforward. Still just getting our feet wet here on the day. Jack 7 unlikely to interest Murli. Another King Queen, this time for Punsri.
Yeah.
Boss stack at this table.
One of Thailand's finest. King Queen offsuit. Tremendous results at Triton.
Min raise. He too getting no action. Looking at this Jeju Festival for Punsri. He's got himself 3 cashes, although in the 40K mystery bounty it was bounties only. So that one technically does not count. Coming off of the 15th place finish in the 50K turbo bounty. 43rd in the 25K 8 max before that. See that Triton Epic X watch worn with pride. Former Triton main event winner is Punsri.
Little suited one gapper under the gun. Some players are willing to play this, others are not. Punsri in the former. Too much for the 3s to come along. Straight into the muck, but ace-4 suited for Vincent Huang. This can certainly get involved. It's very similar to the ace-5 suited. Good properties to attack with pre. Even flatting is fine, and they're very deep.
And we saw the day come to an abrupt halt for Adrian Mateos, who sat far fewer chips than Vincent.
70.
Gonna take it upstairs to 70,000. You can see the slightly larger 3-bet in position, and that's mainly due to the fact that they're playing 70 big blinds deep effective.
Back around to Punsri, who was always getting frisky with this 10-8.
It's a bit expensive to want to take this to a flop out of position for 10-8 suited. You'd much rather have the more connected one like 10-9 suited, 8-9 suited. So just bows out as expected.
Yep. Now, you touched on Vincent briefly, Randy.
Okay.
The Kiwi. Looking at his Triton resume, 6 cashes, 1.15 million put together over the course of his career. A couple of those cashes coming here in Jeju at this festival.
It seems that back at the last Jeju stop, he did have 3 cashes, his biggest cash being in the mystery bounty where he won $600,000 in bounty despite only getting 16th place for 50K.
Yeah, 35th in the 20K here. This time around, 18th in the 25K 8 max.
Yeah, so he's only gone to Vietnam and Jeju, and I would assume because it's just so much easier to travel to those Triton stops rather than the European stops.
Bads passes on the King 9. Joseph.
22.
Queen Jack suited. He will not pass. He's only ever played Jeju last year's festival here. Was his first. Had just 1 cash in 9 attempts. And he started strong. Did Joseph with a 6th place finish in the 15K for $243,000. Followed that up with a 39th in the 30K 8 max, but it's been a 4-event dry spell since then, including in the 150K. So Joseph certainly looking to spin some things up as we see Monokaran entering with the ace-10. Punsri takes the prize with 5-6 and flops bottom 2. Trouble for Joseph with top pair.
Yeah, it's going to be even more trouble for Joseph if he opts to continuation bet with top pair, as Punsri is very likely to go for a check raise. Joseph is probably very tempted to see bet this flop because he's betting into 2 players. There's more reasons to look for clearance.
$25K the figure, totally understandable. Now for Murley with Punsri there behind and no real interactions other than the 10 of clubs and, of course, maybe some backdoor Broadway.
Yeah, you see him glance over at Punsri before folding, realizing, well, if I'm going to kind of get involved here, I have to worry about Punsri just waking up with the goods.
Which we can see he very much has. Unfortunately, Joseph doesn't have the same vision we do.
So Punsri should definitely be check raising here, probably around 70 to 80K. He wants to get value from Jack X clubs, straight draws. He makes it 88,000. Obviously, unblocking top pair is very important, so you most certainly always check raise bottom 2 on this texture. Now Joseph, he's got position. I like peeling one off here and seeing how Punsri reacts to certain turn cards. There's definitely like some check raises from Punsri that just check gives up turns. So you kind of want to see if that develops. Of course,
Talking about some of the gutters
yeah,
with backdoor clubs.
Exactly.
Some of the more dusty equity. Now, obviously, the 3 of spades, if that was the neighborhood that Punsri was in, some sort of straight draw, is a card that could be some concern to the Queen Jack as the pot does grow to $250,000.
Yeah, so this is an excellent card for Punsri because another flush draw shows up. It doesn't scare his opponent in case they were holding Jack X. There's 359K back in Joseph stacked, $250,000 in the middle, so you probably need to take this as a 2-street game, turn plus river, rather than just open rip. Oh, he is just going to open jam. So I suppose he's just trying to make it look like he's got some huge combo draw and get the Jack X to just pay off maximum.
The two-tone texture on the turn obviously does allow Punsri to try to represent something in that territory. Queen Jack is quite vulnerable, of course. Joseph aware of this, but maybe, just maybe, it's good.
It might be. If it is good, it's going to be up against a big combo draw, whether it be clubs or spades, with an over perhaps too, or open-ended. It's kind of an annoying spot because when your opponent overbet ships the turn, they're more likely to be polarized to those big combo draws or ace-jack.
And Punsri's got that boss stack too, Randy, where you expect that he's going to be doing a little bit of this more than the average opposition.
Calls.
So Joseph does come with the call and will be very demoralized by the revelation of 5s and 6s. That said, he could counterfeit with a 3, and he could beat Punsri with a queen or a jack as an almost million-chip pot takes shape. Joseph needs help with one to come. Can he find it? No. And note, by the way, that even if Punsri was on one of those big combo draws, that 7 of clubs on the end likely would have brought him home. So it really does feel as though for Joseph, that one was doomed, as he will exit at the hands of one of Thailand's greatest.
That was a huge pot for Punsri. And really knows how to get max value against those medium strength hands.
By the way, haven't had a chance to ask Punat where Pachara Wangwachit and Kanapang Tananatakul have been. KT. Used to see a lot more of them, it feels like.
Yeah, we'll see him here and there, but Punat Punsri is the guy who never misses event.
Yeah, Punat is absolutely dedicated. Now then, what's got Vincent Huang interested? Nothing, it would seem.
The Thai chat has erupted in our YouTube streets.
Well, listen, so has Punat Stack. So this is a predictable development.
20.
Bads. Stepping in. First occasion.
King
Queen for Murley.
Yep. Seems
Flats on the
good.
button.
Another king queen for Fuchs. I feel like Fuchs is going to reshove in this spot.
You know, it is tempting to try to squeeze here. You have a hijack open from Bads. You have a flat. Ripe for the taking might be the way that this pot feels to Tom. And sure enough, he does announce raise. All in. 155,000, Randy.
155.
The deuces quickly out. Marley now king queen offsuit. It's never fun calling here, right? You've got king high. You could be dominated by ace king, ace queen. You are flipping against pairs. You did get a little overlay because Makita was the preflop raiser, so kind of helps make up the equity that you're behind against those medium pocket pairs that you're flipping against.
Yeah, it does change the math a little bit in terms of the proposition where not too often do we expect the king-queen to be ahead. I'm really going to think it over.
Yeah, the price is all right, especially because Murley is sitting on a 653K stack, so it doesn't hurt him too much even if he was to lose this.
Obviously, 155,000 is something he could absorb, as you pointed out, Randy. And he'll be thrilled that he's up against a fellow king-queen. I wonder what Fuchs is going to think about this call, by the way.
Well, the first thing is he's very happy because he's not behind.
Sure.
And he has a flush draw.
Free roll for Murley on the all-spade board. 36% to win. Fuchs just hanging on for dear life here. Covered. Anti-sweating spades.
Safe turn for Murley.
Yeah.
You want red or black?
What do you think?
Successfully warding off the evil on the turn, but not on the river. And one king-queen turns into the demise of another as the German is showered. Boy, those ones sting.
Hey, Murley. Welcome to your first ever Triton event.
Take it easy. He was a top 10 stack coming into the day, and now working his way up even further. Unfortunately, there will be no further participation for Tom Fuchs.
He is allowed to smash that Perrier quietly in his room, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't go like hurling it across the room. This is glass. Harm could come. And likely penalties as well. I don't think it's a warning sort of situation if you do hurl the Perrier.
But you're out of the tournament. You can't get a penalty now, right?
Yeah, but, you know, maybe you get suspended from school. Pocket eights for Symbolis. And he suspends 22,000 over the betting line and releases it.
Cool, 1.4 million chip stack for Poonsri. Let's see if he wants to splash with Symbolis. It's on the button.
Suited one gapper, obviously speculative sort of holding. And he is going to hop in there.
We are allowed to speculate with the big stack.
That's right.
Little 6-5 offsuit for Huang. He also has a healthy stack of 740,000, so he pays the price of 12,000 more.
Three amigos as we head to the flop. Queen, Jack 3, pocket eights, despite looking up at a couple of overcards, are actually in the lead with no clubs to worry about. Tough to imagine that a flat caller on the button and then the big blind as well would both have missed entirely, as we can see they have.
Yeah, that's why he is checking, and also eights doesn't really gain too much by betting.
Round of knuckles. Turn forthcoming. It's the 10, so a gut shot straight draw for Symbolis as he looks up at yet another overcard. Poonsri has picked up the open ender.
Yeah, the little gut shot is not that relevant for Symbolis. Although the Queen Jack 10 texture, of course, favors him, given that he's like the only one that can have ace king. But he didn't bet the flop, so it's a little bit less credible if he was to start firing now.
Now for Punsri, we've got 2 rounds of checks in front of us. We're the boss stack. We do have some equity. Do we ask for this 76?
Possible if he expects 2 pair to bet the turn, just because it's so drawy. Of course, the king, some of his outs does bring a 4-liner where an ace would be good, so it's not like his draw is that great. He does pair to 7, which gives him a sliver of showdown value. That would be no good against the 2 8s.
Front door flush arrives, however.
And I'm going to imagine Huang's not going to stab here because one pair is not really looking to fold with the flop and turn check through. I'm just going to guess this goes check, 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 given the hands they've got with this board run out.
That would be the straightforward process. Two-thirds of the way home.
Who wants to show first?
Yep.
Okay.
Shrug of the shoulders from Symbolas. It really is a rare pocket 8s winner here. Smiles from Vincent.
Yeah, that was kind of a long hand, actually, given 3 players just checking down. No action post-flop.
You know what else has been long, Randy? Having skipped breakfast today, I decided that during this first frame here in the booth, I would try to sneak in lunch.
Okay.
And producer James had advised that the menu has been changed up over at the good old Shanghai Bund, where we do our dining, and that there's a delightful Sichuan king prawn dish. So, of course, I order this dish, and since the top of the show, as I didn't realize that this was full shell-on situation, I have been desperately trying to work my way to making this dish edible, and I'm still not done.
25.
Have you thought about requesting the full service where producer James can maybe de-shell it for you?
Randy, you're above the rim. I don't know that in producer James's work agreement, prawn de-shelling falls within the scope, but just in general support, I do feel like maybe I've actually sold short the always helpful producer James, who really should have been de-shelling these for me.
Max patch that'll spill chimichurri.
You said yes?
This is producer
Yeah,
James
it is.
advising that there's a price for everything. Always got a side hustle
A little
going there.
scumbag over there, huh?
Try it at Hawkins.
Here's the other thing. If I end up accidentally taking one of these Sichuan chilies
21.
down the hatch, Randy, you might be on your own out here for 2 to 3 minutes
You'll be numbed out.
while I try to clear the esophagus. Jaffe from the hijack, clearing through to the big blind after making it 21,000 with the king jack. Haxton getting his bearings, covering stack.
6 deuce of clubs. It is connected by a thin string as makes the call. Oh, that is a little piece for the 6 deuce.
Yes, it is. A better one than Jaffe has with the 2 overs and backdoor spades.
I am a little distracted from banana eating of winter.
Well, you know, this is not advisable. And I don't mean potassium and fruit, but the ingestion of these shaped items on a stream is a delicate process, to put it lightly. Meanwhile, a light 19,000 from Jaffe here.
Not going to shut out the 6 deuce. Wonder if Haxton ever check raises this hand. Standard protocol is more in the check call, which is what he opts for.
So to the turn will head. Pot growing to 95,000. Banana dwindling. Board pairing 8. Actually a nice card for Haxton. He's supposed to have more of this than Jaffe. We do see sometimes a lead from the big blind in particular when the middle card pairs. I'm not sure if this is going to be one of those occasions.
I kind of feel like it is because he has got more 8x. Plus, the deuces, they do kind of want some protection given they could be counterfeited, right? If a 10 does show up. So there's a lot more incentive for him to retake the lead and try to take it down now with this hand.
Note the sizing, by the way. The same 19,000 that Jaffe deployed on the flop into a smaller pot being employed here as a smaller percentage. Breaking with the flow of play.
It would be a pretty loose call from Jaffe was to make a king jack even with the good price. I guess he's calling to keep honest these straight draws, like queen jack, jack 9. Obviously he holds the jack, so that's not ideal. That's 3 pair for Haxton.
Yeah, he improves to 8s and 6s as the front door flush arrives.
It's a good card though for Haxton, just in case he was up against a pair lower than the 6, which is very possible. 5s, 4s, 3s, ace deuce. I kind of feel like he might go block here. That's kind of weird because it's a candidate to actually bet as a block and 3-bet all in as a bluff if he happens to get raised. It does just go for check.
Yeah, the less nuanced approach. And one that opens the door for Jaffe potentially if he wants to get himself in a little bit of trouble here, leveraging that jack of spades.
He might very well go for it.
35.
Yeah.
Oh, he does.
It's mainly because he would expect a flush to continue firing and an 8x even go for at least some kind of block bet.
Yeah.
So king jack high is king jack high anyways. Like it probably doesn't win at showdown very often, and
Sure.
he can really try to muscle out. Like even a 10x would have a lot of trouble calling.
Yeah, note the sizing.
So Haxton has a good candidate to potentially bluff with. The problem is Jaffe's only got 181k back, so he might just side call it off with, you know, some weak flushes and things like that.
Here's the other thing, though, Randy. Given not just the size of this bet in relation to the pot, but the size of the bet in relation to Jaffe's remaining stack, those two things together, as well as the peel on the turn, do leave us feeling like this certainly could be in the realm of value from Jaffe, which, if it is, always beats the 6 and deuce, and yet Haxton sniffs it out.
No way you
He's
call
Hollywood Haxton for a reason.
I thought it was Jack.
That's a
for
sick
second,
call.
like, hallucinating.
Back to reality. The pot is going towards you, Mr. Haxton.
Yeah, he didn't turn his hand up right away, mentioned that he thought it was Jack's
It's
for a
always
second,
funny
and
when
obviously...
a guy calls the river because he thinks the guy has a certain hand, and then the guy shows that hand, and then you don't table your hand.
Boy, that was top shelf stuff. Out of both camps, by the way, of course,
I haven't
Jaffe.
been right much this week.
Excuse me?
I said I haven't been right much this week. I was
Gave it all he
expecting to
had.
see Jacks. I don't know.
What do you mean, right?
I mean, when I've called the river, I've lost.
You're saying you got unlucky on all your rolls this week.
Shouldn't you stand up and make a dance when you win rivers after calling? I remember that one.
I think he's trying to say you rolled incorrectly all week or something.
No.
Or he got unlucky on his rolls. I don't know what he's saying.
Saying they had a better hand when called.
Yeah, but he said it has nothing to do with being right or wrong. It's just he was on the wrong side of fate.
Leave it to Sean Winter to not let it go, by the way.
Sense of the definition is
Yeah, I don't recall Winder having any chips in that pot.
No, no, he didn't, by the way, and I don't recall him ever feeling the need to have been involved in the preceding pot to weigh in on it, as we see Razai getting involved, courtesy of ace-9, and, of course, that 7-figure stack.
You ask too many questions where it drains you.
Just king 3 offsuit. It is against the min raise, against the cutoff open. It's a bit of a marginal spot here. And is he reaching for re-raising chips?
You know,
We've seen it.
it's become very in vogue, Randy. We have seen it on many occasions, specifically king and queen, baby, offsuit, cards that don't really play at all well post-flop, but have a lot of unblocking properties versus a big stack cutoff open like Razai's to put him more in that middling range, being played as a 3-bet with the intention of taking it down pre. Of course, as we can see, Razai getting sticky with the ace-9 off. Oh my goodness. The 3s are actually ahead now. Of course, unbeknownst to Vitalis, and with the queen and jack of spades staring us down, this is uncomfortable. See if he has a barrel in him.
Yeah, and you see Razai calling pre-flop with a non-standard hand. This is pretty much a counter adjustment to these players 3-betting king and queen offsuit, even the ace-x offsuits where ace-9 performs all right. Now the queen x offsuits would probably c-bet this board texture with pot size remaining. So I guess we throw that out the window a bit. Jack x offsuit 3-bet from big's not really a thing. So that's why Razai is stabbing with ace-9 off. He just feels like, look, this guy's got king or ace-x that has no connection. He's just going to check fold.
So Vitalis does not follow through on the pre-flop 3-bet. Razai saying, if you don't want it, I'll take it.
Yeah, the price is a little bit too good for king 3 to fold.
He agrees. And now he picks up an open ender on the turn. So does Razai, mind you. The worst version. Quick check from the Latvian.
Yeah, this is actually kind of strange, I think, for Razai. He's like, did you really just 3-bet and check call this flop? I mean, Razai has to be a little bit afraid of some kind of slow played hand, maybe like queens or jacks, perhaps. That's why he does check it back. The 3 is good. There is a lot of merit for Vitalis to actually turn his 3 into a bluff. This range, this board run out is very well in his favor, and yeah, he doesn't want to accidentally let some random hand take it if they just check it through. So nice play from Vitalis.
Yeah, Zavarotnis here at his first ever Triton Festival. Managed to work his way into a W there. And by the way, that's a play that everybody looking at that showdown, or lack thereof rather, when it eventually hits on the delay, if you're trying to get some intel on this newcomer, you're going to realize, okay, this is a guy who's studied. Because that king 3 offsuit 3-bet out of the big blind is a dead giveaway that you've been down some solver streets.
Yeah, 100% you're right about that. And the thing is, hands like that is really important, especially for the players who are kind of grinding the app to learn more about their opponents. You learn about your opponents, and you can make the right adjustments about their ranges and in a similar spot in the future, of course.
Ace-5 suited. Works 20,000 forward from Saliba. Drago paused momentarily on the Jack-10, ultimately folding it. Pocket 3s now. Zavarotnis.
Is it winning?
He'll flat the hard 6.
Is he looking for a crab? Did he hit up the Crab Tong restaurant in
Well,
the
he's
mall?
got the fish on the sweater, and I'm wondering whether or not he's trying to convince the field that he isn't as good as he likely is. You know, just subliminal messaging.
Don't think that's going to work.
Tend to agree.
He's
Mosbach joins
Ah.
and flops second pair on the King 8-9 board where Saliba has the nuts.
If Saliba can just bet small enough, he could get a little action from Mario, who's got the middle pair. Monotone textures do tend to go towards smaller bet sizing because flushes already got there. Little sprinkle.
The pocket threes giving way, and that's the kind of size that you expect Mosbach is going to be able to call with exactly this sort of hand.
One of his outs does bring a 4 flush to a spade, so that's a little bit concerned. Great laydown.
Fantastic. You know, we have seen some of this, Randy, where we hit the board, but then we stop and ask ourselves, where are we trying to go from here? A deuce of spades on the turn giving us 2 pair. We don't love it. Trip 9's really the only way forward. There's only 2 of those remaining in the deck. And so with a lack of position and prospects, Mosbach simply steps aside and really avoids a horrendous spot. Well, if you're looking for a spot, we got news for you. WPT Global is looking to secure one for you here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. You can qualify online for not just the next WPT Global Slam, but you can win passport dollars and buy into other future Triton events. It all happens on WPT Global. Download it now. Use the code Jeju. Snatch yourself a 100% deposit match up to $1,500.
Whatever. And one foot.
Drago's already into the bin. Paused on Haxton. 23 declared. King, Queen, the motivator. And it's mystery hand time, Randy. Mario Mosbach's cards are going to be blacked out for the run of this one.
So he's playing from the small blind, which definitely changes ranges and comes with a flat. So this range is a bit more condensed than if it was a big blind flat. Usually made up of hands that are solid but not good enough to 3-bet and kind of get it in. So we may throw hands like pocket pairs, some suited connectors, broadways.
Well, as the pot takes shape, obviously we're going to whittle the range down. Alongside you in the chat, keep the guesses coming. As another monotone board, this time Queen 10-8 is produced. Saliba, bottom pair, checking over to the Razor Haxton, who's got top pair with 79,000 in the middle.
So Haxton probably wants to thin out at least one of these players on the flop. Doesn't have a club in hand.
20.
Make it 20.
Just a click, effectively, into this 79K quarter pot.
This hand did start out relatively deep. See, what does Mario go with? Check call?
Indeed. You see Saliba, not unlike Mosbach in the last exchange, letting go of bottom pair. Wouldn't have found any improvement on the turn, so now we're heads up. 7 of diamonds on the river. Pot has grown to just shy of 120. What is under the hood for the Austrian Mosbach? That's what we're trying to figure out here in this mystery hand as he checks once more.
Yeah, it's still very difficult to narrow Mosbach's range at the moment. He could even have a set, it's possible, like set of 8s, maybe set of 10s if he didn't 3-bet that pre. Queen, of course, is very possible, but Haxton blocks that a little bit. Unpaired hands, probably like Ace-Jack, King-Jack come to mind.
So it goes check, check, allowing the 4 of hearts to roll off innocently enough.
Now, assuming Mario bets this river, if that's the case, then we throw out the medium strength hands like Ace 10, King 10, you know, 9s, 8x if that's a thing. But he's going to check it over, which should be open for Haxton to just value bet Queen good kicker.
Targeting things like 10x, I would imagine.
Yeah, that if it's Queen X, it's pretty much Queen Jack exclusively. Ace 10, Jack 10.
60.
And that's mainly why Haxton goes for half pot. It's kind of a weakish one pair hand he wants to get paid by.
So 60K, the barrel from Ike, the bet check bet line in position as the preflop raiser. Often is attached to something credible.
Yeah, the thing is though, the bet check bet line with a monotone texture is kind of weak. It doesn't have flushes. You know, if you bet a flush on a flop, you're going to keep betting the turn. It doesn't really have sets because it needs protection with the kind of straightiness out there.
So if we're able to remove top of range for Haxton, does that mean the door is open for Mosbach to rise up here?
Exactly. If Mario did want to bluff in this spot, he easily could turn a pair and attack, realizing that Haxton is tethered to one pair very often. But I'll say this, if Mario does check raise, which seems like it's coming in, it's usually a showdown value type hand that needs to turn itself into a bluff.
Now he's just made it 275,000. That's a good chunk of his stack back. Haxton can afford to click call if he wants for the extra 215,000. But how are we feeling about things?
Terrible, of course, because we have a capped range and our opponent knows it. And this is where the game of poker just really is. Are you trying to leverage the fact that this is the best hand I can have in this spot? Or are you trying to, you know, get max value against my Queen X's or Pocket Kings or Aces that played a little passively on the turn?
Well, we're not far removed from Haxton sniffing one out against Jaffe. And, of course, we don't know if the King-Queen is good or not.
So because there's a turn check through, Mosbach technically could check raise even without flushes for value, like 8s, pocket 8s, Queen 10 technically. Although those hands might want to just bet out themselves. If he's bluffing, I'm going to go with like Ace 10 offsuit with the Ace of Clubs. Seems the most likely candidate, something that had showdown value but decides to turn itself into a bluff once the bet came in.
So really, we don't expect any one pair in the value range for Mosbach, save for that Ace-Queen, Ace of Clubs? Is that what you were?
No, I'm saying I don't even think Ace-Queen would go for a check raise value here. It's more Ace 10 offsuit if it's turning itself into a bluff.
All right, and that's exactly what gets produced. Ace 10 with the Ace of Clubs for Mosbach.
You want to show me a bluff?
I
Guess I don't have to wait very long.
The last thing I want to do.
Ike immediately pouncing upon Mosbach, saying, it feels like you want to show me a bluff. Mario responding, that's the last thing I want to do. But involuntarily, word will come down to Ike, and when it does, he's going to realize he put a winner into the mug. So credit to Mario Masbach, who's very much on form with a title already here in Jeju and taking down one of the best to ever do it in that particular exchange. A very befitting one for the mystery hand.
Yeah, that was a really cool spot to turn itself into a bluff. It just had to be something that was paired up, just because if it was unpaired, he would need to stab the river, you know?
When I was 3.5, he won that one. When I was 2.5, he won that one. When I was 0. She started naming what the specific trophies are.
Pocket jacks now for Haxton as he goes 1 for 2 on the river calls. Not making it on that occasion. Incorrectly, and of course, finding the call against Jaffe in the previous altercation. Kicks us off at 30K. Suited ace, direct left.
It's a notch up pre-flop because the big blind is short. You want to reduce their odds to realize their equity. Hence, he goes for 2.5x rather than the more standard of like 2.2x or so.
Zavarotnis took a moment and then brings forward a 3-bet from the cutoff here. Haxton being shown a little lack of respect.
Yeah, let's put some respect on that back on that name. He's going to rip this one back in, like, of course, with 2 jacks against this 260K effective starting stack from Vitalis.
Just 190 back, and I don't think Vitalis is going to have an appetite. Sure enough. Snap fold.
It's a little far for her.
Hmm?
You might want to push it.
Yeah. I was just.
Is Sean Winter instructing Ike on the particulars? I don't think Ike needs any help, Sean.
This is Haxton's first tournament.
Far from it.
He's allowed to wait for the pot to be pushed towards him before sending in the cards. Okay, Sean?
Everyone's coming after you today, Ike.
I know.
Easiest guy to bluff.
Sean making friends.
Take it from someone who just did it. It took a lot.
Ike, by the way, $13.5 million in career Triton earnings. 3rd most cashes all time at Triton, with 46 in total. His first appearance was a 2 for 2 festival in 2017 in Macau, which rumor has it eventually will return to our circuit.
12K.
What about titles? We got titles?
No, Randy, he doesn't.
28.
Still hunting his first. 2 cashes and 8 attempts thus far here in Jeju. Going to work yet again. Queen 10 suited.
So Haxton and Ponkovs are like best friends.
You know, I don't know if they're best friends, but they're part of the no title club.
It's not a club you want to be in, though.
Well, listen, if you are going to be in it,
That's smart.
being part of the no title club where we talk about best to do it without one,
Big hand.
that's definitely where you put Ponkovs and Haxton. Kiatley in the conversation as well. So many second place finishes for Kiat.
Yes, those are the 3 names that come to mind for best without a title at Triton.
Haxton taking that one uneventfully. See him rocking that GTO Lab patch. Jaffe also part of the team, as is Orpin Kisachikoglu and a number of the other American top pros.
Nothing worse than the guy that just folded.
Real think tank.
No, we got a lot of teams out here, actually.
Yeah. I think it's nice not to be a lone wolf. You know, not just from the social standpoint, you know, it can get lonely, but
28.
when you're on one of these downswings, when you blanked out a festival, being able to talk spots with people, have them reassure you that you did everything that was appropriate and that you're just experiencing variance and not have to grapple with maybe a little bit of anxiety or insecurity that even the most assured among us are susceptible to. These are all good things. Meanwhile, ace-4 suited a good thing. Let's see how good king-queen off feels in the small for Sean Winter. Good enough to flat. It would have been interesting, given that he said, Ike, everyone's picking on you, you're the easiest guy to bluff, if he would have 3-bet this pot after that exchange. Rezai now dominated unbeknownst in the big.
Yeah, I do like the flat from the small blind from Winter because it's a bit too much to 3-bet fold or 3-bet jam. 27 big blinds he started with, so flat call will be the next best thing.
Pot laying 5-1 to Rezai, who flops himself a gut shot. Pair of 4s for Haxton, the best hand. Winter fanning and checking.
I wouldn't really expect Haxton to c-bet this flop because Winter's small blind flat does contain a decent amount of pocket pairs. Plus, the big blind coming along as well kind of hits that 8-7-4. And even if Haxton had like an overpair, he might even check back this flop. So he's got a bit of protection in that sense. Does get overtaken by Rezai's pair of 6s.
4-liner on board along with clubs after the round of checks. Haxton, of course, recognizing that as the pre-flop raiser, trying to bet that board texture. Does look a little sus.
The 6, it's got enough showdown value where it probably doesn't need to turn itself into a bluff. Although this board run out is very good for Rezai, where if he wanted to turn the 6 into a bluff, he surely can do so. If he was unpaired, I would feel that he would likely stab, especially if he had a club, because he can represent the straight very easily, as well as clubs, or maybe even some 2-pair. For now, though, it does check over to Haxton, still with bottom pair. It just wouldn't be credible for him to bet now. Even like an overpair is not really looking to bet when there's a 4-liner out there, clubs.
Sure enough, another round of checks. Oh, and now everybody's got a straight.
Chop it up, boys. Or maybe we won't. The player who can represent the bigger straight the most is Rezai. He's in the big blind. Whereas Winter, to have a 9 in the spot, needs to be like pocket 9s. Maybe 8-9 suited, although I don't believe he's flatting that from the small blind against +1.
And if he had 9-10, he would have been heard from on the turn, you think?
Oh, he's trying.
Look at him swinging, 48,000.
4-8. 4-8.
And by the way, he's able to leverage the fact that he's first to speak to make his hand look that much stronger, Randy.
Yeah, and that actually probably kicks out Rezai, who has to still worry about Winter betting to 2 opponents, which is stronger. Haxton maybe having a 9 somehow. He makes the call for half.
Wow, and now
Good read.
the overcall is really difficult for Haxton.
Yeah, I think Haxton just got muscled out this pot. Now you're calling 48K for a third of the pot.
Thank you.
Proposition must much more worse, and of course he could potentially just be losing this pot if Winter or Rezai does have the 9.
And Rezai, by the way, could have the 9 and just be flatting sometimes, trying to lure Haxton in, so Ike does end up laying it down.
Look at Winter looking at Haxton.
Fuck, man. What a hand. Look at that. Yeah, that looks...
Boy, the impishness over there is boundless. Just add Sean Winter. Meanwhile, ace king here for Dan Smith. Fourth in the 150K yesterday, which was a nice result for him. You know, I mean, he hung out and laddered on multiple occasions, as did Wang Yi. Makes it 24,000. Tsugunari Toma with an ace. Lets it go. Murli Manokaran is not going to be doing such things, though, with two kings in the small. And one could see a world in which Dan Smith's going to be spinning here.
Race 65.
Third scoop delivered, a prompt muck from Punsri. Scoop number 4 incoming, Randy.
Of course, it's ace-king. You're playing a shallow stack of 26 big blinds. You've got fold equity. It's not going to work, of course, against two kings. But it will be a 30-70 incoming shortly.
So the jam declared. Murli's going to beat him into the pot with these kings.
Oh, no, we're not going to beat him into the pot.
Okay, but I mean, come on.
We've seen kings fold pre-flop
Randy,
before.
I'm not.
I'm just saying.
Don't make this happen again.
Where are you going to jump into now?
He's the covering stack. If there's a volcano on Jeju, I'll jump right into it if this man folds the kings. There it is. I don't have to worry about any molten hot lava. But Dan Smith has to worry about hitting an ace here, as he plays for 636K. Just a couple of hands that book a date with destiny. 10-7 tray and no spade to speak of for Dan Smith.
If it does go runner spades, they could chop it up.
I love the rose-colored lenses on you, Randy. No such luck for Dan on the turn. Begins the demiking process, which will be completed absent an ace. One-legged version on the end. And Murli Manokaran, who was one of those we circled at the top of the broadcast, a Triton rookie at his first festival, top 10 stack, claims the pelt of the mighty Dan Smith.
It's also his very first event he's played this festival. It's looking good.
More ways than one, by the way. Deep levels of envy for yours truly, who has, you know, become follicularly challenged. A very thick mane on Manokaran. May have to figure out what his routine is. Could be just fantastic genetics.
Something you lack.
Thank you, Randy. I appreciate that. Father Time's undefeated, Randy. You got a nice mane though. You know, you're looking thick. I would hate to see something happen to it, Randy. Because I'll remember this moment. You know what I mean? Should I give you the reverse mohawk like one night while you're sleeping? Just come in with the clippers and just stripe down the middle, racing stripe.
Please never knock on my door.
Oh no, I wouldn't knock. I would just gangbusters. Pocket eights now for Tsugunari-san. Takes but a moment before announcing all in from the hijack. Oh, wow. Looks like Murli passed those kings over one seat to the left. Punsri just double checking for the sizing, but obviously he's going to be getting in here.
Should be playing his whole range as a flat here rather than a reshove. Want to invite action behind you.
Tin Mulder snap folding behind after the flat, and Toma lamenting the revelation. Might it be his turn to find the exits. Statistically speaking, that is the outcome that he rates to experience. And that outcome now becomes even more probable on a queen-queen deuce board. Diamonds are covered. He needs a snowman, and he needs it now, with just one to come. Can Toma keep his seat? No. 6 of clubs on the end, and it's a wrap for Tsugunari Toma. Playing under that Japanese banner. Third ever Triton Festival, third event, as he first joined us in Jeju for the main last year. Popped down to Paradise for the main there, and yet again failing to cash in a main here today.
Yet again, Thailand's finest chipping up.
That he is. Randy, let's get a quick look at the overall leaderboard. It is Jungle Man Dan Cates in the top slot with north of 1.7 million. Punsri, however, not far behind after that exchange with 1.63. Raul Lozano of the U.S., 1.5 million. He's got his bones parked in second at his second ever Triton Festival. Second event here in Jeju. First joined us in Paradise. $47 will make the money. 127 remains. So a lot of runway between now and then. Plenty of poker to be played. Nobody can afford to just coast. Now Lithuania's Mata Simbolas. Ace-Jack suited. Takes us north, and Ace-Queen for Murley, who's been hot. Shades of the situation Alex Ponikov's found himself in. Heads up against Joao Vieira at the onset of that 150K final two. Didn't work out well for the Ace-Queen that time around, but Manokaran has obviously taken his chances. Dominating Simbolas, unbeknownst, fairly small 3-bet size.
Yeah, very small. But small enough where it does shake out Toon Mulder's King 10 suited.
That it does.
Good development.
Sure.
And Matas is unlikely to 4-bet here, just because he doesn't want to get blown off of Ace-Jack suited. Plays well. They got deep stacks. Should be seeing 3. Yeah, it's very close towards min re-raise pre-flop in terms of sizing. So here we go.
Extra 14,000 invested by Simbolas, and he finds himself top pair for the lead. Manokaran with 2 overs in the Broadway gutter. Potted 110,000.
I would like to see Murley fire a continuation bet. He can fold out a lot of the pocket pairs lower than the 10. He's going to just try to hit that king ball. Does hit an ace. Problem for him is Matas has got top 2 pair. And Matas can really just go ham against ace king, ace queen, which probably is a decent part of Murley's range. The only reason he would check here is he believes that ace king would always bet the turn, and then he can build the pot more with a check raise. But if he cannot rely on that, then he should be doing the betting himself.
78,000. Simbolas leading out with top 2. And for Manokaran, this is a little bit awkward now. We 3-bet our man pre. The sizing was such that a wide array of kit would have called. It goes check, check on the flop, and now a fairly meaty 78 asked of us on the turn. Murley content to just flat, and he finds top 2 on the turn. 4-liner on board, plus the front door flush. Monocarn with a very relevant ace of diamonds. Symbolas has to hate this.
Yeah, the problem is for Symbolus is he's like rarely ever good as played. But to turn it into a bluff would be excessive, and it's not like he would ever get a king to fold, even with a flush out there. This seems like a pretty good spot to just check fold. I don't mean like block bet, really. Unless you think Murley has a lot of ace-x that's just 3-betting. I don't think he can rely on that fact, though. Seems like a good, comfortable check-fold spot for ace-jack. Murley kind of sizing up his opponent. Can he go for value with ace-queen? It seems thin.
Yeah, sure enough. Murley agrees, although that ace of diamonds could have been leveraged.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to turn his hand into a bluff given how strong it is.
Yeah,
You know?
aces and queens in particular, just a little bit too much.
My apologies.
And perhaps it would have been ambitious to think that we could muscle Symbolas off of a king as played. So this ace-queen doing a whole lot better than the one that Ponikov's took up against Vieira in the 150K yesterday. That really was the match-defining pot.
Thank you.
And of course, we don't feel too bad about a suck out in a spot like that when we had the dominant ace. Ace-queen's supposed to beat ace-jack. That's the feeling.
Yeah, that's right. It's supposed to win. I didn't realize poker was that easy. Just wait for the best hand.
You know,
Think Ponikov did that? Yeah.
I'm
you
just-
lost.
I'm just going to give you a little bit of, friendly advice. I like you, Randy. We've been working together a long time. Poker's not that easy.
Oh, you think I don't know that?
Yeah, well, I wasn't sure. You just said that you thought it was so easy. I mean, maybe it looked that way for Murley.
Is registration
ago.
still open? Let me pwn up 100K because it's so easy.
You remember-
Oh, I missed registration. How unfortunate.
Do you remember that time when you missed Madrid, right? You
No, I went to Madrid. Oh,
Were
I
you
missed
there? No.
part of it.
You missed part of it with the passport issue.
Yeah.
Were you around when Rast looked at the registrations for the main and was like, guys, I got to play this one, and bailed on us in the booth
was
and
there.
went out and hopped in there? Don't do me like that, Randy.
Producer James was like, hey, Randy, we need you in the booth. It's like, why? It's not my time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rasty's got somewhere to be.
Caught us a little off guard, I confess. He should have at least given us a free roll. Like a little 1% for the booth brethren.
Well, that's why he didn't win. We anti-sweated him, you know?
That's a great point. Now, you anti-sweated him. I was still pulling for my man. But, yeah, maybe. Mulder, 25K and take from the button.
You see this shot here, it's a promo for the Triton shop.
It really is, isn't it? Now, Punsri's quarter zip no longer available, but those two pieces to the right of the screen that we just cut away from, both part of the new drop at the Triton shop, our designer Janice, in conjunction with Boss's son Darren. Always trying to keep things so fresh and so clean. Did you see we had those wide leg flared sweatpants? A lot of the girls, I feel like, got into that.
Yeah, I did see those. I wasn't as into the
Nah,
wide
it's
leg,
not my-
personally.
It's not my jam.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Vincent Huang very much into these two queens. Opens to 30. Patrick direct left, ace 10. He's going to jam, Randy. Just 151,000 in total. No hesitation. Vincent verifies the queens, and Antonius has just run into it. 326K pot. Patrick on the hunt for an ace. Doesn't find one. Does find a Broadway gutter, however. Vincent interfering with it. Oh, and then the ace just showing up here. Wong still with a path as Antonius takes his turn interfering. No 10, no problem. And Patrick never flinched, Randy. He's been down these roads before on both sides of those ones.
Yeah, he's seen it all. You know, he's seen situations where Sammy Farhan Legend has kind of, you know, gave it to him, you know?
You know, I used to rumble with Patrick a lot online back in the days. He was one of the toughest opponents that I had, and it's crazy to think, but that was 20 some odd years ago that we were on opposite sides of the world behind computer screens.
You know, back in the day, I took my role against Patrick heads up.
Did you really? No limit?
I didn't know who it was, but I found out.
Was he playing under Try Harder Fish?
No, it was some other name.
Okay.
On one of those random skins.
Okay. How'd that go, Randy? I mean, not to bring up old, you know,
do you remember how I told you I had to kind of work at the Del Taco at some point in my life? Yeah.
Patrick made you a taco maker?
Taco maker.
I gotta tell you, at least I didn't end up at the Del Taco after I played against him. Oh, I feel like we're gonna get some fan art where someone's gonna Photoshop you into like a Del Taco stock photo. Meanwhile, Tune Mulder picking a poor time to get after a Murley open here. King Jack offsuit was always a little bit liberal, but of course Murley has spun it up to a very healthy over 100 big blind stack. So creative liberties are afforded him, and apparently Mulder as well, given that he is fairly deep. 82 bigs coming in.
Yeah, Mulder trying to attack the Triton newcomer. Does take it down.
King Jack conceding as we flip it back over to the other feature. Still yet to observe Leonardo Drago involved in one. Pocket tens as Mosbach will be involved. .24 carat. As Mosbach's tens have real issues on the horizon. Saliba with a couple of jacks. Direct left.
Yeah, he's going to find out that 24 karat pocket tens was a counterfeit.
Yeah.
He's got two jacks right behind.
It's going to feel like 10 carat, if that. Fool's gold.
Fool's gold.
Iron pyrite.
Lots of just 4-bet jamming of 2 tens in this spot. Saliba plays 38 bigs, and it's a slightly larger size up pre-flop, so he's more incentivized to just play fast pre.
Sure enough, Mosbach did jam. Is pocket tens kind of the bottom of the paired 4-bet all-in range?
I could also see nines.
Nines will do it?
Maybe even eights if you think your opponent's just way out of line.
Yeah, you have to assign some 3-bet folds to Saliba's range if you're going to come at it like that. And you have to assign this pot over to Saliba, one would think, on this board. Jacks full of nines, and it's a wrap on the turn. So
About to, and then you're like, don't get 10-10.
no drama
It's just like, what was that?
for Saliba. That's a fairly big dent into Mosbach's stack, over half of what he came in with being transferred to Justin.
That's the stuff you get PTSD from with that out.
I busted like that once.
Yeah, you were like, great, and then
Jack 3 9s comes like Jack 8-8 and like EPT Monte Carlo main. The guy turns his hand around and shoots it to the dealer. The dealer is like, no, it's all in his stand. It comes like Ryan 9s.
Wow.
I'm like, just happened.
Yeah, the 9-9 is live too.
Officially just 374
Oh yeah.
remaining for Mario Mosbach. 31
had
bigs,
the
though.
money out. He was like, count me. I was like, wait a minute.
He's gonna know
we
what
can
to
see
do.
a turn before we count the
quick,
stack.
but yeah.
Saliba.
9-9
Didn't want to
shop,
test.
and there's the
Didn't want to test fate in any way.
there's that very
Toward
unlikely
the
jacks.
deeper
Need
stack
a
side
deck change
of the
after.
spectrum.
Yeah,
as
deck change
bad
is
beat
always,
stories
you
are
know,
exchanged by the
found
boys. By the way,
myself rooting
Saliba
for
having
the
a
same card to come out before.
fairly solid Jeju
never
festival.
seen it.
This is
No, I haven't either.
his
But,
7th event
I
played.
mean, I've seen it.
He
A lot
has
of things you never see. till
3
you see it.
caches coming in,
I haven't
including
seen it
4th
played
in the
enough.
25K WPT Global Slam.
I've
For
played a hand versus a guy that had a
675,000,
blue card
Randy.
and a red card.
Sounds like a
Something
pretty
the only
good
time I
stop
played
so
was
far
online
for
Europe.
Saliba. Looking to
The
add
guy
more
went-
in this 100K main event.
He
Well,
tried
from
to
2
blow it
10s to
off
110 plus an ace,
and I
Mosbach
was,
goes
like,
back
getting
to
a
work.
massage, and I was talking to him here next to me, and then I
Take it.
pulled, the guy pushes his card
Easy money.
to the middle, and I'm like,
I gotta grind again.
wait, one's red, one's blue. And he was under the gun, and they just table his hand. He has king 6 off. Where he just like went.
There's a lot
He
going
knew
on
he
there.
was like free. He thought he was free rolling.
Oh, you think so?
100%. He wasn't playing like that.
Yeah. That's a very
And
aggressive.
they gave me the money back.
That's so aggressive of him to do that. Like,
I can't remember what happened to him, but
it's like in the world where you have to complain and try to get your chips back, you're always showing that you opened king 6-0 under the gun. It's a very aggressive angle.
yeah, he knew.
Ace 7 offsuit for Saliba. Takes us north. It's got Jaffe deliberating. Oh, 2 red queens. Just 180 back.
Yeah, so he's wondering if he can 3-bet small to induce. Does he have 3-bet folds off of this stack? Realizes, like, probably not so much with that few big blinds, so just goes the standard route, 3-bet all in.
Now, this would be substandard for Saliba to hang in with A7, would it not?
Yes, I agree. It seems a bit much for A7 offsuit. Plenty of better aces that are reshoving on you. It's hijack versus cutoff, so it's not like Jaffe's reshoving all broadways. Definitely see more merit for him to call if it was button versus small blind.
So Jaffe takes that one without any further incident.
What do you think? If we talk GTO, it's always
I think it's
sharp,
yeah,
sharp
yeah,
or 4-bet call.
And we're going to get a glimpse at the 2 feature tables that are headed our way after the break. Looks like Alex Foxon has put a dent into lunch. And perhaps some of the stacks at his table as well. We'll get the particulars once they arrive. How about Jason Kuhn, Espen Jorstad, Stevie Chidwick? Is that DeVoris in the foreground? Not positive. I don't think so.
That's Jungle Man.
Was that Jungle?
Yeah, that's going to be a good feature table. And he had
Yes,
position
sir.
on Joe Tran, and there's Jason Kuhn, Chidwick. Like, that's the one to watch.
Raise.
Well, Ace King. And Saliba's been the one to watch here. V-pipping over this orbit. Pocket 5s for Sean Winter. Will he grab his miner's hat? The answer is yes. Ace Jack suited for Leonardo Drago. He hasn't played a lot of hands, Randy. 133 in total.
Yeah, this is a very bad spot for Drago. He's sitting on 11 big blinds, and he just perceives to have fold equity with ace-jack suited. Performs okay even when called. Given you're short, you could easily see like an ace-10 get curious or some medium pocket pairs.
So in comes the rip. It could feel a little bit like some squeezability. Regardless, Saliba's ace-king makes mincemeat of the hard 10. And rates to make mincemeat of Leonardo Drago's ace-jack of diamonds. 327,000 chip pot as suddenly several all-ins coming toward the
Just because I thought I was good for
latter throws of this frame. Ace, Queen, 9 with a diamond out there. Saliba still leads. Nothing sweaty on the turn. Drago wrapping the table unless Jacob says hello, which he doesn't. The board pairing 9.
If it's poker stars,
Bringing this main event run for Leonardo to a close and sending yet another
champion, maybe?
dose of chips
No, there's no
to
dead bottoms
Saliba.
on poker stars. So.
We're flipping.
I would take that.
Not much for Drago to do with a short
I played
stack.
on poker stars.
Played it just fine.
You know what, huh?
Oh yeah, favorite, I guess.
Well, the conversation at the table for
I just meant
a
Jason
time,
always coming.
driven somewhat by Razai, talking about an EPT main
I
event,
did- I
where
did-
apparently he
I
took a
was- I
nasty
was on
runner
Shakedown
quads
break. I just-
beat. Was
It's worth it.
surrounding bad beats. What's the worst
the
beat
worst
that
thing
you
that
can
can
remember taking, Randy?
I'm big stoller.
Extended commentary time with you.
Thank you.
Worst beat. Oh man, I can't think of a specific hand, but I can remember a specific session where I played against Timofey Kuznetsov.
What's wrong with you, by the way, Randy? First you got sent to the taco shop by Patrick, and then you decided Timofey was the guy that you wanted to square off with?
Yeah, heads up, you
True
know.
teller?
Heads up, and
One of the few people, by the way, who looks at the Triton Super High Roller Series and thinks, when are they going to kick it up? You know? I mean, that's the guy you decided to play heads up.
I helped them retire from the game, you know what I mean?
Nicely done,
Yeah,
Randy.
I was very below EV. You know, not 5 figures, you know, 6 figures in a session.
6 is broad. I mean, anywhere between $100,000 and $999,000.
Okay, it wasn't towards the 7-figure mark. Let's just say I was a little sad. And I thought there was a bear running around while he was playing. That's the craziest part.
Wait, what?
Because you know how he's from Russia?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, he wanted to pause in the match. He wanted to kind of stop the match. And I was like, no, let's continue. He goes, how can I have a bear running around my house? I'm like, you mean a dog? He's like, no, a real bear. And I was just shocked and stunned.
Hang on a sec. Timofey, because he has a pet bear? Or he's in like a log cabin and left the door open?
No, I don't know. He just said he had a bear running around. He can't continue the match. And I was fuming, of course, because I was down and wanted to continue.
There have been some legendary excuses for trying to pull up, you know, and book a W when playing heads up with people. There's a bear in the living room. With non-zero chance the guy was telling the truth, but, you know.
I believed him. And then he told me he was joking. And we continued to play, and I lost more money.
I thought maybe he was like one of those Emiratis that own the big cats, and he, you know, he's just balling so hard that he bought a bear or caught one. I don't know. Meanwhile, Jaffe and Zavarotnis intertwined, both with small suited aces. This was a Jaffe open to 25,000, big blind defense from Vitalis. His check, bringing forward an 18K C-bet. Backdoor clubs, bad side of the gut shot versus just backdoor hearts. Vitalis thinking it over.
Excellent pickup for Jaffe. Just that bottom end of the straight draw, not enough to chase.
Wow, you surprised at the fold there?
Not so much because he's so short. If he was a deeper, then I would be surprised. But like if he check calls 18K there of his 86K remaining stack, like it hurts his future game if he just absolutely bricks it.
Pocket queens for Jaffe.
Stampede.
Fresh off the small pickup.
They're back.
Yeah, they are. He 3-bet Saliba and took it down uncontested last time they paid him a visit.
That's right, 3-bet shoved, and he's going to get a visit from just a single lady.
280.
Yeah. But that lady has brought an ace to the party,
More. 395.
which could present a problem for Jaffe. Let's see how Ike approaches things.
He should be 3-betting the spot. Trying to attack the Jaffe open, willing to call it off if necessary.
What kind of sizing are we talking?
Probably around 65K or so. Seems reasonable. You see, I'm also looking at the short stack to his left,
I got it wrong twice.
which might change his course of action.
400. All in.
He's just going to make it all in.
Yep. Keeping it simple with the jam.
Hope
And
my
this will be
fuzzy
very
math
simple for
works.
Jaffe as well. Flicks in the call. 584 in the middle. Haxton covering.
Talked him into it.
They're going after Haxton, aren't they?
Oh, they're having a laugh. Those two know each other well. And they know the numbers well enough to know that King 6 Trey is not the one that rates to put Haxton into the
I'm
win
going to go
column.
for the highest of the 3 numbers. I don't know what it was, but
Should be 276.
Even though he did pick up the Broadway draw on the turn.
Yes, from what I
Things stay
understood,
tidy
that's
for
like the
Jaffe, and he finds a double.
See how good my eyes are.
Pretty sure it was going
And not
in
too long ago,
one way or
Jaffe was
another.
on a 14 to 15 big blind stack. It's going to move him up to
277.
584,000 in chips.
Randy, you think there's a chance that Timothy, maybe he has a bearskin rug. I could see a bearskin
found a way
rug in front of the
successfully to, like,
fireplace.
just lie about my stack.
There's a
But like an
screenshot out there on
actual-
Google. You can see it was the conversation. Someone had recorded it between me and Timothy.
Really?
Yeah, you might
Money
enjoy
stays
that
in the
one.
family.
Are you kidding? I would absolutely enjoy it.
I'll find it for you later.
There's a bear in my living room.
Best lab.
But he
And
came
I'm the
back and he
gullible
played.
one to fall for it, you know? Like,
You should have been like picks or it didn't happen.
in my opinion.
well, I pressed him on it, and he kept
He folded.
he followed through for a bit. I had to press like 2 or 3 times before he decided to reveal the truth.
Would you agree?
Of all
I
the
haven't been part of
things,
many
I mean,
labs, so my opinion's
just say you
locally
need to go to the bathroom. Like I have a bear in the living room.
He says I live in Russia. I have a
the meth
bear, you
labs
know?
I've heard about.
Like, I was like,
Wuhan lab.
well, I don't really,
Yeah,
I'm not
fuck
that
that
cultured.
lab.
Maybe you can have pet bears over there. I was unaware.
You know, there's some Instagram accounts. There's a guy who like sits and eats blueberries out of a bowl with a bear. Like spoon feeds it. Huge bear. You know what I mean? Like treats it like a puppy.
So I could have been right.
Most of your reps.
Here's the thing, Randy. I watched this documentary called Grizzly Man once upon a time. And the exit strategy when you're
27.
befriending bears generally involves being eaten by them. So, you know, we've not heard from Timothy for a while. Unclear. Maybe
Maybe he's just done.
Timothy got eaten by a bear. I don't know. I certainly hope not.
You know how the Winnie the Pooh's got that horror movie version? He got that one instead of the cute yellow one.
There's a Winnie the Pooh horror movie?
Yeah, he ends up killing everyone, you know?
Randy, the odds that you were going to tell me about a movie here in the booth, really, just, you were a dog for that. Meanwhile, 10-8 a dog against Ace-8. Saliba in the big blind, defending for the 27K open. As Ike now sitting roughly $500,000 coming into this one. After Jaffe's queens doubled through his ace-queen, King Jack 10 board. Saliba outperforming
Oh, yeah.
with bottom pair, club dangler.
Knock down.
Haxton,
Knock
action
down,
checked
knock
over to him, has nothing more than the Broadway gutty.
It is Haxton's type of texture.
65.
He was the pre-flop raiser.
Gets after it for 55.
It's a big, big bet. Might just shake out the 10-8 offsuit now. Because 10-8 offsuit doesn't have great turns and rivers.
You might have had ace 4 on 10-9-7.
Yeah, I don't really see Saliba check calling this, as he does lay down the best hand, so nicely done from Haxton.
Well served to follow through instead of seize up. So pick up there. For Haxton, it's been a very choppy sort of frame for Ike. Off the high water mark considerably, but still plenty of depth with which to fight on.
25. 25. Thank you.
Pocket nines now for Sean Winter up front.
Ike, let me get you one case.
He clicks it. 24,000, though it's not on the screen quite yet. There it is.
Thank you.
Suited queen in the big for Jaffe.
Suited is just enough to take a flop, even against the undergun open.
Jaffe agrees. $66,000 in the middle under the gun versus big blind. King Jack. Sean with a very zippy 12K follow through.
That was the quickest c-bet I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Sean Winter, what was that? Oh, he's trying to get max time on the break. Oh no, he's trying to get a hand in before the big blind hits him so he can pay the smaller big blind.
Oh, that was interesting, and Jaffe caught it right away, but not going to happen. Boy, that was slick from Sean Winter there as he takes the last pot of that frame. A look at the two feature tables, which will be giving way to a couple of new ones, and those will be very much looked forward to. Zavarotny's not performing so well, just 5 bigs, 80K. Antonius did find a double, courtesy of an ace on the turn, sitting 20 bigs still at the bottom of the leaderboard at the red table. Punsri over 100 bigs. Saliba the mayor on the other side of things. Ali and Randy back with you here at the desk. It felt like it was just kind of us wafting in the wind, and then suddenly there was a whole flurry of all-ins. The shorter stacks, which weren't necessarily like sub-10 big blind in territory, just really took their shots, and seldom did it come out or work out for them.
Yeah, it makes sense because we started today with so many entries, you know, only top 40-something payout, right? So all of the players that are in the tournament are just looking for plus EV situations to press. There's no ICM to kind of contain some of those middling and short stacks, so that's why you saw a lot of action.
Raul Lozano, currently the overall chip leader, 1.769 in front of him, and Alex Foxen, who's coming to the feature table, 1.69. He is in second overall with the blinds headed north. So we're going to head to a break. Randy's going to give up the booth, and in will come Kevin Rabbitschow. I'm going to stick with you, and in about 10 minutes, we're going to continue coverage of Day 2 of the 100K main event here in Jeju after this.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Uh-oh.
King suited.
That's the real ace.
It's actually a bit of a problem for Mateos, who likes to be very aggressive with these suited aces. I'm going to imagine he's never folding. I'm just not so sure if he's going to 4-bet or call 3-bet. He likes to have bluffs in his range, and ace-5 suited is a good candidate to attack with. Clearly not going to work against ace-king suited.
55,000. Another 35. Slathered by Rezai.
All in.
And this is solver approved, but unfortunately, it is not Rezai approved. As he declines to find the muck, understandably, with the ace-king suited in a very bad spot here for El Conquistador, covered by Rezai. 733 in the middle. Might it be a short outing on day 2? That flop certainly leaves us thinking that 0.3%. Mateos draws dead on the turn. Boy, we didn't expect to see that stack departing this early today, Randy.
Yeah. Adios, Senor Mateos.
No, not the first nor the last time that an ace-5 suited is going to be responsible for an exit.
That happened. Didn't that happen one time? It was like.
Seat open on 13.
I remember you doing it to me in like the
Zadri?
50K or something, when we were playing in the King's Launch, and you like announced like literally.
Socia walking through a home game or something that she's a part of?
I believe so, because she is talking to table mate Vincent Huang, who also is from the same parts of the world.
Maybe an invitation being extended.
Yeah.
Plenty of friendships and relationships have been forged.
Both from New Zealand, Vincent and Socia Jang. Ace-Jack for Vincent Huang. 25. He's in.
$25K, he says. Trouble for Socia in the small.
I think there's a chance Vincent won't be invited to that home game because Socia's going to reshove and get snapped off by Vincent, who's got the dominating jack.
I think that
Yep.
suit yes. No.
As you predicted.
Jason Corn with you.
I had King Jack of Hearts on my last hand yesterday, so surely this can't bust twice.
Lucky 8. 888.
888.
Socia suggesting that she's already busted once with King Jack of Hearts. Met the quota. Surely she can't bust again, as we can see It's very possible, and in fact, quite probable on the 8-6 tray board. However, the backdoor heart draw has been acquired, and all of a sudden, 27% equity, better than what she had on the flop. Can she hit it? She can't.
Unfriended, blocked immediately.
Well, a very short-lived stint here on day 2 of the main for Sosia Jang. Much like Adrian Mateos, not long before her. Currently 153 remain in the field, 152 after the departure of Sosia Jang. King Queen for Murley.
Yep. Seems
Flats on the
pretty good.
button.
Another King Queen for Fuchs. I feel like Fuchs is going to reshove in this spot.
You know, it is tempting to try to squeeze here. You have a hijack open from Bads. You have a flat ripe for the taking. Might be the way that this pot feels to Tom. And sure enough, he does announce raise. All in. 155,000, Randy.
155.
The deuces quickly out. Murley now, King Queen offsuit. It's never fun calling here, right? You've got King High. You could be dominated by Ace King, Ace Queen. You are flipping against pairs. You did get a little overlay because Makita was the pre-flop raiser, so kind of helps make up the equity that you're behind against those medium pocket pairs that you're flipping against.
Yeah, it does change the math a little bit in terms of the proposition where not too often do we expect the King Queen to be ahead. I'm really going to think it over.
Yeah, the price is all right, especially because Murley is sitting on a 653K stack, so it doesn't hurt him too much even if he was to lose this.
Obviously, 155,000 is something he could absorb, as you pointed out, Randy. And he'll be thrilled that he's up against a fellow King Queen. I wonder what Fuchs is going to think about this call, by the way.
Well, the first thing is he's very happy because he's not behind.
Sure.
And he has a flush draw.
Free roll for Murley on the all-spade board. 36% to win. Fuchs just hanging on for dear life here. Covered. Anti-sweating spades.
Safe turn from Murley.
Yeah.
You want red or black?
What do you think?
Successfully warding off the evil on the turn, but not on the river. And one King Queen turns into the demise of another as the German is showered. Boy, those ones sting.
Hey, Murley. Welcome to your first ever Triton event.
Take it easy. He was a top 10 stack coming into the day, and now working his way up even further. Unfortunately.
Whatever.
And one foot.
Drago's already into the bin. Paused on Haxton. 23 declared. King Queen, the motivator. And it's mystery hand time, Randy. Mario Mosbach's cards are going to be blacked out for the run of this one.
So he's playing from the small blind, which definitely changes ranges and comes with a flat. So this range is a bit more condensed than if it was a big blind flat. Usually made up of hands that are solid but not good enough to 3-bet and kind of get it in. So we may throw hands like pocket pairs, suited some suited connectors, broadways.
Well, as the pot takes shape, obviously we're going to whittle the range down alongside you in the chat. Keep the guesses coming. As another monotone board, this time Queen 10-8 is produced. Saliba, bottom pair, checking over to the Razor Haxton, who's got top pair with 79,000 in the middle.
Yeah, so Haxton probably wants to thin out at least one of these players on the flop. Doesn't have a club in hand.
20.
Make it 20.
Just a click, effectively, into this 79K quarter pot.
This hand did start out relatively deep. See, what does Mario go with? Check call?
Indeed. You see Saliba, not unlike Mosbach in the last exchange, letting go of bottom pair. Wouldn't have found any improvement on the turn, so now we're heads up. 7 of diamonds on the river. Pot has grown to just shy of 120. What is under the hood for the Austrian Mosbach? That's what we're trying to figure out here in this mystery hand as he checks once more.
Yeah, it's still very difficult to narrow Mosbach's range at the moment. He could even have a set, it's possible, like set of 8s, maybe set of 10s if he didn't 3-bet that pre. Queen, of course, is very possible, but Haxton blocks that a little bit. Unpaired hands, probably like Ace-Jack, King-Jack come to mind.
So it goes check, check, allowing the 4 of hearts to roll off innocently enough.
Now, assuming Mario bets this river, if that's the case, then we throw out the medium strength hands like Ace 10, King 10, you know, 9s, 8x if that's a thing. But he's going to check it over, which should be open for Haxton to just value bet Queen, good kicker.
Targeting things like 10x, I would imagine.
Yeah, that if it's Queen X, it's pretty much Queen Jack exclusively. Ace 10, Jack 10.
60.
And that's mainly why Haxton goes for half pot. It's kind of a weakish one pair hand he wants to get paid by.
So 60K, the barrel from Ike, the bet check bet line in position as the pre-flop raiser. Often is attached to something credible.
Yeah, the thing is though, the bet check bet line with a monotone texture is kind of weak. It doesn't have flushes. You know, if you bet a flush on a flop, you're going to keep betting the turn. It doesn't really have sets because it needs protection.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Jeju, Day 2, 100K main event action. Kevin Rabichow now at the desk alongside yours truly, Ali Najad, and a remaining 114 players, considerably back of the crew that joined us at the top of the day. Just a couple of frames in the books. Call it one frame, rather. A couple of levels, Kevin, and we've got 2 bang-on feature tables coming up to the stage just a couple of minutes away, and I want to zoom in on the blue table because, oh my goodness, look at that.
Yeah, I mean, not only we're looking at Zhou Chuan, who's been at the top of the leaderboard for quite a while, but as you rotate to his left, Daniel Cates, Jungle Man, none other than with 90 big blinds, Stephen Chidwick, 80 big blinds, and is that 10-time Triton winner? Jason Kuhn with 90 big blinds.
The one, the only.
This is quite a lockup on that half of the table.
Samuel Drew, by the way, no slouch either. Germany's GPI leader at last check a couple of years ago, I want to say, when he first pointed it out to me. I was rather surprised, but plenty of talent in that seat as well. Asipauskas of Lithuania and Espen Jorstad, former World Series of Poker main event winner. That is going to be a delight. Now, let us turn our attention to the other of the two featured tables, Kevin, if you will, and see what, if anything, stands out to you here. I spy Alex Foxen with 113 bigs.
Yeah, and a pretty large advantage over the rest of this table. I mean, if we add up all of these stacks, they maybe just barely edge out the chip stack of Foxen there on 1.7 million. He's going to be getting after it at this stage. You know, we're starting to think about the money here on day 2. I'm also looking at one Boris Angelov there, main event final tableist from this past summer at the World Series of Poker. A bit of a rising star. I'm excited to get the chance to see him play on a big stage.
As am I, just a couple of seconds away, and here we go. Back at it. Here at Jeju Shinhwa World, Landing Casino, our hosts for one of 2 Triton Jeju festivals on the calendar this year in 2025. The first of them has rounded the bend and is on the back 9. By the way, there will be a and $25,000 buy-in event. Just a casual $1.25 that will be getting underway in about 45 minutes time local. However, everybody that you saw just now is a part of this main event, where at present 114 remain. Jason Kuhn, boss at this table. Boss when it comes to Triton titles. Joe Chuen was up at the top of the leaderboard for a time. No longer finds himself in that conversation, however. Now 12th. Blinds 10, 15, and 15. Asipauskas enjoying a walk with an 8-deuce offsuit. Espen grinding something in the app. What do you think? He's just keeping tabs on his macros for the day? Did I get enough protein?
Could be.
Have I overdone it with the carbs?
I believe he's a Whoop Band guy. Might be checking through the recovery stats.
Do the guys bet on the Whoop Band chat on, you know, like numbers and stuff?
They must.
Can you fudge it, though? Like, I mean, I could just take my band off and put it on Espen, and all of a sudden I got rock star numbers going into tomorrow.
That's true.
That I would never otherwise be capable of.
Always got to be cautious gambling online, you
know. Joe Chuen, not feeling like caution is needed. Under the gun, king, queen offsuit. Story checks out. Jorstad, 6-3 off. Steps aside. Chuen, by the way, he's ready for Casino Royale in that particular ensemble. That feels final table-ish, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, was he wearing that jacket? Yes, I think that's the main event look for Joe.
Is it?
I think he was wearing something like this yesterday, if not the same jacket.
Chuen, by the way, 55th in the 15K to start off the festival, then second in the 25K 8 max. 2 cashes and 6 attempts coming into this one. Cates, 7th in chips overall. Saw him lay down just prior to Chidwick. He's played
crazy number, huh?
I know.
4 events at this festival. 3rd in the 125K.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, I'm trying to think.
Main, not at this festival, forgive me. I'm looking at London 2023.
Never, maybe the WSOP, like the first one.
This is
Was it
his
not this
first
size? The one
event
Oh, like the one
being
drop,
played
111
here in Jeju.
That first one of those might have been like close to 45. Maybe?
Seeing Espen go for the
Sure.
small isolation raise.
Oh, yeah.
Premium holding here, trying to induce some action.
100K, I can think of. Sick.
I didn't realize you're 10-time champion. That's pretty crazy.
You denied me.
Denied you?
Yeah, remember you beat me heads up.
I'm sorry I had to win one of them somehow. Sorry to cast a little shade on your glory.
Yeah, Brewer denied me. Sometimes you got to get denied.
You denied me.
I denied you, yeah.
So you've been doing plenty of
Listed-
denials. I think you did a lot more denials.
Here, you're there.
And 100K, right?
Yeah.
Ultimate denier.
Yeah. Yeah. Those were crazy years, man.
I was impressed by Bryn's record. Then I saw a 10-time champion. Like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, Bryn plays like 3 tournaments a year and just wins all 3.
45? No. I like that style more, to be fair.
Yeah, it's much better living for sure. Just go hang out, come out and get first place in the biggest buy-in.
It's been my style
On the
lately.
topic
but
of
I heard
impressive
it
things,
spot,
Ace King of Clubs impressing Samuel Jew to the tune of 45,000.
Well, it was my style. Trying to bring it back.
Ace 8 for Jungle in the big.
Yeah. Kate's taking note of the sizing. We've got an offsuit hand against a hijack open, that worst price. Maybe just waiting a little bit, but still too good to fold.
Jungle agrees, so we book a date with the flop. 115 in the middle. Jew performing very well, and that fact remains on a 6-4 tray 2 club board. Better ace high in the nut flush. Action checked over.
Yeah, Jew has effectively a value hand here. He's unpaired, but this is a monster flop for Ace King of Clubs. Happy to put in big bets, get in the rest if we need to. No decision for Kate's.
Nah. Doesn't get into the weeds. Check folding over to Samuel.
Getting the table of the big stacks, huh?
Yep.
Looking at Jew's Triton profile. 2 million plus in career Triton earnings across 8 caches, 2 of which he's cobbled together here in 5 attempts. In Jeju, 48th in the 15K, and then 23rd in the 25K 8 max. Those caches good for $26,500 and $81,000 respectively. Forgive me if this was an oversight, Kevin, but now I'm seeing the name Raul Lozano at this table. I don't recall us mentioning it as having been here at the onset of this feature.
No, I think you're right. It looked like he just moved in. Heard Jason saying hello to somebody, and
oh my goodness,
I believe Raul is the one.
Dethroning Kuhn, by the way, as the boss stack is yet another heaping tower of chips presents itself here at this feature, where Joe Chuan's ace-9 suited kicked things off. Jack-9 and Jack-8 in the blinds, both coming along. 30K ahead. Bringing us to deuce-deuce 4 with 2 diamonds. Ace-9 still in front. 2 quick checks.
Wouldn't surprise me to see Joe continuing. Yeah, just we have to feel pretty good about the value of ace-9 high on this board. There's some threat of getting check raised by the big blind range of Stephen Chidwick.
Thank you.
Jack of diamonds not good enough on its own, he says.
So follow through of 55,000, earning Joe Chuan the pot.
Sorry, excuse me?
Lozano, by the way, I took a peek, only his 4th ever Triton event.
That's right.
Looks like he plays the big stuff. Triton Million.
Down in
100K
Paradise.
main over in Paradise last year, and
one interesting thing, Chivik, you might
just the
find-
50K
you might
here in
find this
Jeju, in
interesting,
addition
is
to
if you
this
look back
100K
in
main.
history,
Well, Well, let's pay our first visit over to the other featured table. Here's the final table list of the World Series of Poker main event. Boris Angelov, part of the Bulgarian delegation, if my memory serves.
Yep. Surrounded by some quite talented players out of Bulgaria.
So, Fakhreddin Mustafov coming to mind. Dimitar Donchev as well. Ace-5 suited. Davies, the opener. Paused upon the Queen-6 suited of Ryuta Nakai in the small. Nothing more than a pause, however, as it slips over to Alex Foxen. Now, the King Tray offsuit is a thing in terms of a 3-betting candidate. Once we're suited, though, we like to put it more into the camp of defend. Do we not?
I would agree. From a theoretical standpoint, we've seen Alex Foxen very willing to maneuver outside of those lines as he sees fit, but yeah, any suited hand.
Oh boy.
Going to be a good call, but
Foxen with the king high flush draw versus trips, and we don't assign a whole lot of 5x to the opposition in this 85K pot, even with it being a cutoff open from Davies. Let's see what Seth has in mind.
Yeah, and quite a short stack as well for Davies relative to the blinds now, less than 20. Oh, and was that a check behind?
Did check back, Kevin.
This is pretty sharp, I think, because of exactly what you were just speaking to. When there's 2 5s on the board, Foxen going to have a lot of those in his range. Davies usually going to have ace or king high on this texture, or maybe an underpair to the jack. So to protect that overall weakness, why not mix in a few checks with 3 of a kind? And if he can avoid the remaining diamonds in the deck that Foxen's hoping for, this is starting to pay off quickly. This is a large bet designed to represent a 5 or maybe a reasonable jack.
Well, this is exactly what Davies had in mind, was getting some chips into this pot when he checked back the ace-5, content to flat, and now Foxen has fanned here on the river. He could think that Davies has a little bit of ace-x that's keeping him honest on the turn, but might crumble in the face of added aggression on the river here, and obviously I don't think king high is something he expects to have any showdown value whatsoever as played.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Foxen is going to expect Davies to have all of the ace-queens of any suit, all of the ace-kings of any suit, and these are hands he might have in mind that he can force out of this pot. The 9 looks like it connects. Yeah, he does run the bluff.
And it's close to full pot. 200,000 into 215. Davies covered, makes the call, and that is a very nice outcome for Seth Davies. A full double earned. Not to suggest that the check back on the flop, had he chosen to bet, wouldn't have brought us to the same point, but nevertheless, nicely done. So Foxen doing some inventory on the back end of that one. Still very deep with 94 bigs. Gitis, Lazaninkas, King 10 offsuit. He'll start the party. Little suited connector here for Evgeny Tereshchenko, no interest. Checks out of Hyenas and Nakai. Foxen won't participate. Matthias Lipp, however, with a couple of ducks.
Facing an early position raise. We're pretty short, so the pairs would sometimes want to play aggressively, but not against this position. Lipp decides maybe against a later position open.
Well, he looks up at King, Queen, 6. 3 overs. One of which smacks Skitis for top pair.
Yeah, gotta think that Lazaninkas is going to be on the offensive when 2 Broadway cards come and he's open from under the gun. +1.
Reaching for tokens, and this rates to be all over with the 40K barrel, especially without a heart in hand for Matthias.
Yeah, no path to success here.
You know, we talk a lot about certain delegations that bring us a lot of talent. Obviously, the Austrians and the Germans well established. But that Lithuanian crew continues to impress. Asipauskas flying the banner back at the other feature. King 7-6, not what this Queen 9 of Hearts had in mind when it chose to enter from under the gun +1. See Chidwick with an ace queen. Seems as though it was played as a flat pre-flop by Stevie, hence the follow-through from Rokas.
Yeah, with almost 60 big blinds in play between these two. Stevie being cautious pre-flop, but even with no backdoor flush draw, ace-queen high, I think is going to like this price in position. I would think Stevie sticks around with ace-queen.
Sure enough, the peel. Quarter ahead, bringing us to this turn where all of a sudden Asipauskas has himself a gutter.
He does, but this card, on average, going to favor the button. Those low connected cards and those low pocket pairs, part of Stevie's range, more than the +1 open of Asipauskas.
Not to mention a good number of King X combos.
Yeah. So even though he does have the gut shot, it wouldn't shock me to see Rokas slow down. He decides to bluff this one, though. Maybe a little spin of the wheel, landed on an aggressive number. Hard to tell from this side, but I mean, it's going to be difficult for Stevie to find another call, having not improved and recognizing that it's so easy for him to have improved on this card.
105,000. And this is really going to perform well against an ace-queen, Kevin. Wow, this is a big call.
This is a big call.
And I don't think it's one that Chidwick's going to make every time. I think there's something in the air that's given him a hunch that this ace-queen is best. 10 on the river, and that fact remains. Now, will Rokas try to blast out? 360 in the middle.
Once we get here, how can we not keep firing? The 10 connects with some of our perceived bluffs. 10-9 suited, connecting to make second pair and having showdown value now.
Now, if he does go 3 barrels here, this really reads like ace-king.
Yeah.
However, Chidwick with an ace in hand interferes with those combos.
That might be part of why Stevie peeled the turn as well. He's that combination of being suspicious of this bet, but also thinking, well, I've got an ace and a queen in my hand, so a lot of what you're representing doesn't exist.
Yeah, ace-king and king-queen in particular.
It gets harder on the 10, though. Yes, Chidwick removes some value combos, but the board removes some bluffing combos.
Oh my goodness, look at this.
The chips keep coming.
I'm good, thank you. Good, thank you.
3 barrels, and that's exactly what it took for Asipauskas' story to finally ring true in the ears of Stephen Chidwick. Unfortunately for him, it was falsehood and nothing more, as the tails were quite tall from the Lithuanian.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Not easy to execute that against such a fierce opponent.
I confess, it's not a situation I want to find myself in, but if you want to find yourself back in the online poker streets, in the United States, well, head over to Club WPT Gold. As online poker is back in America, and they've opened their doors to all eligible players. Packed with non-stop action from ring games to MTTs and massive guarantees. Sign up today at Club WPT Gold. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. I've not had a tremendous number of opportunities thus far here in this festival to observe the procedures of Rokas Asipauskas, but that pot there, Kevin, is an eyebrow raiser, not simply because of what it entailed from the hand itself, but the opposition that he executed versus there is stiff competition, not for the faint of heart, a three-barrel bluff like that against Chidwick, who hung in on flop and turn.
And it's actually the second time he's done it on the feature in this tournament, because yesterday he was involved in that mystery hand against Phil Ivey where he called down a massive bluff with king-queen, which was just second pair.
So let's keep our eye on Rokas, as Samuel Ju's eyes were trained on his small blind offering, which he jammed with. Ace-8 offsuit, deemed adequate. I don't want to make too much of it. It's just a single data point, but there felt like a touch of mustard and maybe even frustration on that muck from Espen Jorstad. I don't know, maybe he underestimates his own strength there. I'm not reading too far into it, but we haven't really seen him involved. So maybe he's wishing the deck would pay him a visit. 22 bigs deep. There is Lozano, the aforementioned chip leader overall. Although the landscape continues to fluctuate as he is now third behind Santosh Suvarna and Ding Biao, the new presence up top. Lozano's limp. Gets a finger wag from Rokas. One of those candidates, paint baby card.
Yeah, any trashy hand in position facing limp, we would love to be able to just win this one without a flop, but if we do have to take one, we're live, we're in position.
And we're sitting on a pair of threes versus queen high as Lozano hung tough and checks the ace-king high board, which of course Rokas has purchased the right to rep. Flings a quarter in the machine.
And it's hard to see how we'll be allowed to show down the queen-9 out of position. So I'm not surprised to see a fold there, but looks like Raul kind of understood. Like, oh, there's a decent chance my hand is good right now, but he was outflopped this time.
So yet again, Rokas performing well here in the early goings of this frame.
You mentioned Espen, by the way. Only one cash this festival. You know, it's a long series. Not suggesting he's so tilted that he's folding aggressively, but one of many talented players in the field who hasn't had a lot of luck so far in
You can
Jeju here.
leave those sorts of suggestions to me, Kevin, the less measured of the two of us here in the booth, and truthfully, the more apt to attempt to stir the pot, if we're being honest.
I respect it. And I'm happy to absolve myself of responsibility at the same time.
Well, Daniel Cates is going to have his hand absolved of revelation, at least until showdown, as it's mystery hand time once more here at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. Such a favorite wrinkle that the production offers those of us both here in the booth and streaming out there. So the task upon you, chat, is to surmise what it is that Jungle has got tucked away as a 30K opener from under the gun +1. Espen's big blind 7-6 offsuit does defend. Turns into middle pair on a 10-6 tray board. No diamond in hand. Snappy check.
Not a board texture that Kate's expects to go after
40.
relentlessly. A lot of low cards that should connect well with the big blind. You do see an increase in size here to 40,000 from maybe the typical quarter to 33% that we'd see on other high card boards. Espen has a pretty good hand playing short in the big blind. Middle pair, no backdoor flush draw, but a couple of backdoor straight draws.
40K check called. Turn card providing the gut shot to Espen.
And it's got to be tempting on the 4 to think about, should we lead and just protect our hand and be willing to put all the money in here with 7-6?
Yeah.
Or are we a little bit spooked by the 40K bet of Kate's on the flop, representing mostly pairs that can beat a 6?
Second check in front of jungle. He deliberates.
Now Kate's eyeing up the remaining chips here for Espen. With 2 flush draws on board and a couple of straight draws, yeah, he is thinking about larger sizes. He just puts all of it in. And I'm looking at the amount in front of Espen here. Those white chips, 25K. Blue chips, 5K. Looks like this is actually for about 250,000. So bigger than the size of the pot. We had a 160, I believe, or so, thousand in the pot before this.
Yeah,
jam by Kate's.
Your stat is having 127 back, but the pictures are telling a little bit of a different story there, Kevin. So good catch. Obviously, it's not a full 1 million that is being taken into consideration, but nevertheless, this is a very healthy bet when you consider that blind versus blind, the pot was in the neighborhood of a couple of 100K, I believe, coming into that point. 165.
Yeah, so Kate's here. I mean, if bluffing, claiming to just have either diamonds or clubs in some fashion, after a +1 open, king high, ace high, mostly the types of hands that are going to be here. But there's also just a lot of incentive for marginal value hands, let's say Jack 10, maybe even as weak as pocket 9s through 7s, to just force some of Espen's weaker pairs with draws, or maybe even naked weaker pairs, to call for all of it right now while he can represent those draws. Difficult spot with the gut shot. This is effectively about 1.5 times the pot. The price is not that good for Espen. He's looking for 40% plus equity. Add in a little bit of risk premium now that we're down to 100 players left in this field, and we're starting to think about the min cash.
He does unblock diamonds, Kevin. Perhaps he assigns some of the Broadway combos that are 2 overs and a flush draw to jungle's range.
Yeah, definitely realistic. The only question is, do some of those check behind on the flop instead of starting to commit all of the chips right away?
So concession from your stat, and it isn't often I get to take a bow up here, Crab, but king, queen of diamonds.
Somewhere in between.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that say what I had?
That's the hand composition that, if the pair of 6s were good, felt like it rated to be composed of.
I'll tell you this. I don't know what the right play is.
Felt like a good one.
Jungle. Now,
like a good play.
1.2 million plus.
Seems fine. Lots of things are fine, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you can justify really a lot wider range than what people think. Like, I've seen the math. I've seen the peel back the layer of the horizon. It's way weirder and stranger than what anyone can imagine.
No decision straightforward for Jungle Man, apparently.
I feel like I'm seeing it.
Seen it.
Jungle's gone through a few wormholes, Kev,
Seeing it.
and
Seeing it and believing it.
and he's come out different on the other side.
Are you suggesting he's from a different era in time, perhaps?
Dimension, universe. Not a mere mortal or earthling, just in my experience
I
as
might get
Jungle.
credit for this comment because I slammed the table just like 5 minutes ago. But it appeared that from what I was reading and based on comparing the past to now, that one could say that I'm an idiot.
Wow, and while this conversation's happening,
One could say
Joe
that
Schwinn going for a 3-bet bluff with the absolute bottom of his range from the big blind.
In that, if someone has the wrong mindset of like constantly looking to the future for this gratification, then and not being as present as possible, then it's like the future never comes. You know, it's always relative.
Yeah.
I mean, it comes, but it also
when it comes, it's not the future anymore.
Yeah. Well, the only way for like there to be some kind of utopia is actually to make the change inside, and then the whole world slowly follows suit, both within their hearts and on the outside. And so that's actually the real way towards like a utopian ideal, is somehow to change what's within, to just not be attached. But
You know, I did a little bit of Greek philosophy in school. I don't remember Junglecles having his teachings as part of the textbooks, but here we are with a front row seat. By the way, careful trying to spout off with Chidwick. If there's holes in any of this, Stevie's gonna find them.
You can be sure he's analyzing.
Yeah, I think the one quick quip he had was that, you know, when the future arrives, it's no longer the future, it's the present, Jungle, and I think that did dampen a little bit of the enthusiasm for Jungle. Kuhn, by the way, dampening from early position with this ace-10 offsuit. Espen Jorstad deciding I've had all I can stands. I can't stands no more, in the spirit of Popeye. Can of spinach popped open to 235, but of course Jungle with 2 queens, he's not looking for the exits.
No, Jungle thinking through how to approach 1.2 million against the remaining players who also have 1.2 million, actually just player in Jason Kuhn. Thought Stevie on his left was still left to act, but Kate's the big blind.
I'm all in.
Figuring out if he needed to flat or click or just go all in.
Decided to usher Jason's holding into the muck with
but there's this thing of like
a little more enthusiasm.
There's always like something better.
Not gonna kill your sweat, buddy.
Problems.
Not gonna kill your sweat.
Then you'll never.
Oh, you didn't have 2 aces, so I'm
use
still
the
like,
problems
you
are
had one,
solved.
right?
See what I'm saying? You'll just keep saying, oh, look at all the problems that are out there.
Jungle, by the way, has resumed
But that's proven.
the role of philosopher, but I'm not sure Espen Jorstad's going to have a chance to resume the role of player. As the turn puts the case queen on board, a set for Jungle. I'm not even sure he realizes it. As casually he showers Jorstad, finishing what he started.
Like a symptom of full enlightenment, which is very difficult. It's extremely difficult, right? You still feel
Leave it to
pain
Jungle
enlightenment. You would just
to not be focused at all
if you're 100% enlightened. Like,
on the all-in pot, but much more so on the conversation he's ensnared Chidwick in
was I rude that I didn't
involuntarily. It's a lot of talent leaving the arena there.
There are some variations to this, and this is partly what a bit harder to articulate and understand, in my opinion, in the context of enlightenment. I mean that's where psychology and stuff like that comes in.
What percent of this do you think Joe Chuen is soaking up, Kev?
Creates like the individual person. What creates like.
You think he's just pretending to use the Triton Poker Plus app right now? He's just popped it open like, let's
I can't tell.
see if I can avoid any.
The most epic thing would be if Joe Chuen just turned to jungle and then pushed back with some sort of philosophical musings of his own. He's like, you know, I often find that we would just be breathless. Like, what? Meanwhile, Kate's taking the passive line, limping the ace-3. Chidwick not going to allow it. King-8 off, snap call to the flop will head with a $1.25 in the middle. Monotone 6-7-9. Chidwick with the open-ended straight flush draw here. Dynamite board for him.
Yeah, got to be one of his favorite cards to use as a bluffing candidate. Always maybe got to think through how often King High is showdownable and folding out better. If you could see what Kate's is holding right now, be thrilled to bet and take it down. Ace-3 doesn't look like something that can take heat on this texture. No path to improving.
I believe I have. Shit. All right, you win, Chidwick. Take my money. I'm happy if you take my money as long as you donate it to an orphanage. That's my. If you donate to an orphanage, I'm happy. Something along those lines. Or use it.
I can't take this off the table, unfortunately.
Huh?
I can't. I gotta leave these here.
Fine.
Stevie pointing out no immediate cash value for the tokens. It would be weird to just send some Triton tournament chips to an orphanage. I'm not sure they would go as far as their cash counterparts.
Yeah, that's what these sorts of things.
Almost felt like an important reminder to Jungle.
Joseph
Like he
Campbell
legitimately was
Carl Young
so detached from the tournament he's playing right now.
Jungle's.
They need to be brought back for a moment, like, oh, right, yeah.
Listen, he's floating above this table right now in a moment of zen.
About it from just kind of stating what the perspective is, I think. A lot. They don't always
listen to Alan Watts.
Yeah, he's in that category too,
Yeah.
a bit. I should listen to him more. Or Jeju Krishnamurti. He's also another one of these guys.
Alan Watts is terrific, by the way. I do have to
I think he will.
sign off on Chidwick's submission there. Lozano signing off on a couple of threes for 35 dimes. Asipauskas playing it as a flat with the ace-9 suited. Now a little connector in the small for Chidwick. The numbers penciling out. He'll speculate. And of course, a broad array of hands will be interested in closing the action from the big Jason Kuhn with an ace-5 suited crab. If we have raise and 2 calls in front of us, does this make the solver activation more or less attractive?
Well, when we're playing this deep, I might say less. Although here's Jason proving that there are 2 ways to play this spot.
3 scoops up to 165. Sheds the opener's pocket pair.
This flat from Asipauskas represents pretty strong hands on average. Not that surprised to see ace-9 suited cleared. He could have been as strong as ace-jack or maybe even ace-queen suited from that spot.
Well, that's how it's supposed to work out. As Kuhn melts away the opposition without further contest. Courtesy of a 3-bet with good old solver bait. Do you do any, you know, self-help guru kind of philosopher podcast? You know,
Not
mindset
not
stuff?
a frequent listener.
No.
But
You ever
I've-
been a part of a cult that you know of?
I've worked with a performance coach or 2.
Okay.
You know, I've been delivered some reading materials and some videos and such.
Right.
Use a meditation app, these kind of things.
Use a meditation app, really?
It's helpful.
You know, the last time I was in a booth talking about meditation, it didn't go so great for me.
Why's that?
Nick Shulman famously told me to STFU, which was, you know, a high point of my career, if I'm being honest. And then, if we're being fair, I did deserve it. But Kate's here, showing his philosophies with King-Queen offsuit, taking us to 30,000. Once more, Kuhn activating. This time, 2 red jacks in the small.
King-Queen offsuit, certainly defendable. This is a late position open. Kate's is going to be much lighter than this. He might dominate some of the weaker 3-bets in Jason's range.
10-6-4. King-Queen failing to find the help it sought. Nice board texture for Jason, conversely, with the overpair.
And it looks good for the overpair. There's going to be a lot of misses in Jason's range as well. I think this might be a spot where we increase our size a little bit when we do bet. Not trying to give a really cheap price
Sim size.
to the likely overcards.
Sim's written all over it. Sim full.
Kate's agrees. Sim approved size.
Fucking Sim. Got the fucking ace-5 hearts.
175 and take it for Kuhn.
Good hand.
Kate's an ambassador for GTO Wizard, by the way.
I had a big hand.
I had a battling hand.
You had a battling hand?
I had a
Kate's is an ambassador for
stubborn hand.
psilocybin.
Slightly stubborn.
Kevin,
I had
that's what
battle
he's an
raging.
ambassador for.
A hand that's been tested in battle several times.
I had a contender. I had a
It was a David versus Goliath situation?
Not quite. More like it's more like a challenger to Goliath, you could say. This is a fighter.
There is such an unadulterated boy-like
really, David.
fervor for poker that somehow, in spite of the fact that Jungle is as grizzled as they get, between online and live cash and tournaments, years under his belt, he started at the ripe old age of 15, if I'm not mistaken. There was famously a Washington Post or New York Times article that was written about him. But he just has this where would I rather be vibe about him all the time, and it is a joy to watch. As Rokas got this party started with the Jack-9 suited, a couple of 6s and a couple of 8s in turn, both flatting him. This is under the gun posture being assumed, and the yield is a queen-high flush draw, jack-high rather, in terms of his holding for Rokas. He starts with check. Cates and Chidwick both with second pair effective. Jungle speaks first.
Yeah, note that we saw Rokas going after king high board from out of position with the queen 9 suited not long ago. Here out of position against 2 players, both of whom rate to connect pretty well with this flop. So he starts with a check despite having quite a good hand. Actually an equity favorite right now against the 6s of Kate's. And I think that's part of why we saw Stevie fold the 2 8s relatively quick, is understanding that Ossipauskas can have the top of his range.
So to the turn we go as Chidwick's 8s were cleared. The flush arrives. It goes knuckle-knuckle as Cates doesn't bite, even though he did pick up an open-ender. Lack of a flush draw. The 5 pairs on the end. Value available to Rokas.
Yeah, and I'd like to see a big bet from Ossipauskas. Even a queen in Kate's position might check behind when check 2, given the run out. And he can find some bluffs from ace high that float the flop. Let's go 125, not exactly massive, but giving the impression that any bluff catcher could be good.
125.
Oh, well. I deserve it.
Into 200.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a call with the
Bro, what do you
6s.
have? Got the king jack. Got the ace. No. Got the fucking. Got the. What the fuck you got, dog?
I'll let Jungle pick apart the ranges for me.
The king 10 of spades. Jack 10 of spades. We check called. Got the king jack of clubs.
5 seconds.
Yeah. I don't. It doesn't look like a king jack of clubs guy.
Why?
You just don't look like. You don't look that crazy.
Jungle finds the
I
right
mean,
fold.
King Jack of clubs is pretty crazy.
Huh?
King Jack of clubs would be pretty crazy, no?
Yeah, exactly. See? Are you a king jack of clubs guy?
I don't know. We'll see.
Like my favorite hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. My actual favorite hand.
It is a good looking hand.
Well, we're going to take a breather from Jungle and Company as we go into the other featured table with one in progress. Ryuta Nakai's Ace King, hijack open to 30,000. Matthias Slip, a suited king on the button. He sits 340.
75.
Oh, and he wants to get involved. 3 betting, no less. Kev.
Yeah, feels a little bit outside the typical range, but a low-suited king, very reasonable category of hand to 3-bet on the button. If we suspect the opening range of Nakai could be light. Definitely incentive to be polar when we're only 20 big blinds or a touch more, 22 big blinds effective. If we face jam, we have an easy fold with these types of hands.
A flat is not going to be on Nakai's mind here, and there's the all-in. Matthias always aware how he would respond to such things when he took his chances. Nakai, by the way, a disappointing first ever mystery bounty experience here at Triton. As I was up on stage, he was one of the final 2 to come up to the box, and at that point, only 2 min cash envelopes remained. So I had to break out year 1 Japanese from in college and just let Ryuta know that this was going to be an anticlimactic experience. There's a look at the chip counts across our 2 feature tables here on day 2 of the 100K main event in Jeju. Blinds 10, 15, 15, brought to you by GTO Wizard, Alex Fox and Ryuta Nakai. The 2 big stacks at that red table. Lozano and Kuhn, both north of 100 bigs in Blueville. Overall, biggest stack at present belongs to Ding Biao. Punat Punsri in second, Suvarna in third. By the way, we were referring to Lozano briefly as an American. He has had his banner updated to Spain in the app, and that delegation just picked up a real runner here in the main. Did glimpse Yonander Vaginas here at this table. Second place run under his belt already. He too becoming part of an ever-growing community of Spanish super high rollers. Foxen growing the pot to 30,000 courtesy of the aces. Tereshchenko 8-9 off in the big.
Gotta think we continue. Would be a rare play to 3-bet with a hand like this. Not wanting to block the folds that Foxen might have, those middle cards. Standard defend.
Higher hopes for a better board than this one. King 10 deuce. Quite a tidy one for Foxen's purposes.
Couple of Broadway cards, have to think we get some sort of bet from Foxen. It's cheap, but probably not cheap enough to keep 9-8 around.
No. Evgeny with the check fold. Oxen was in that conversation for biggest stacks in the field. 11th with, at present, 94 runners is certainly not on the paltry side, but no longer in the top 10. And there is Jonander. He'll be under the gun from the Basque region of Spain originally. Had been referring to him as John Ander, ran into him and was like, is that how we should be going about it? And he explained Jonander because of the region between Spain and France that he's from. Updated the pronunciation promptly. You know, this is your first time in the booth, but you're gonna run into some real multi-syllabic minefields out here before it's all said and done, Crab. I gotta tell you, these international Tritons will really push you to your linguistic limits. Ace-9 suited. Evgeny could be pushing. Instead, plays it as a limp.
Yeah, we're 40 blinds effective. I think it was an option for Tereshchenko to open raise this hand and basically just refuse to fold if we're met with any further aggression from Davies. But right now, starting to think about money. Just over 30% of the field remaining. And maybe a small detail, but that small blind at the 10, 15, 15 level, a little bit larger. So strategy could shift more towards limping at the better price.
Interestingly, Tereshchenko decides to simply lead at this ace-10-5 board.
Yeah, I like this from Tereshchenko. It's, while Seth could have an ace, he's going to have far fewer of them after checking behind. The big blind reveals more about their range in position when they choose not to raise than Evgeny has revealed by limping. Seth claiming, though, to have one of the rare strong hands that he could have on this board, maybe 10-5 offsuit, ace-5 offsuit. Raising with the marginal backdoor.
So Davies taking us in an interesting direction here, and this is actually working out quite nicely for Tereshchenko.
Yeah, certainly Seth not expecting a hand this good to go anywhere anytime soon, but maybe a raise designed to clear out some pure bluffs on the flop, some Jack-3 offsuits and the like.
And obviously there was plenty of backdoor equity available to Davies, but this is not one of the cards that produces it. A deuce of spades on the turn. Tereshchenko called the extra 45,000 and now knuckles over.
You would expect on a blank turn for a chunk of the backdoors that didn't improve to just slow down. But Seth going to think about every detail of how to play this spot. Maybe some small percentage of trashy hands like this just want to keep blasting and represent the top of the deck.
So check back from Seth. Backdoor spade arrival. And if for Tereshchenko, we're not as worried about the spades being present, just given that had Davies been raising with something of that nature, wouldn't he be more inclined to continue to put chips forth on the turn?
He certainly could, but it's still, I think, a possibility that we want to respect from out of position. Maybe we think, okay, spades are possible sometimes, but they're less and less likely every step of the way, so let's bet small. Not worthy of a large value bet, even though our hand is expected to be good a big chunk of the time.
So the 50K lead from Evgeny draws the curtain on that blind versus blind exchange. A rare sight is Tereshchenko hauling one in, sitting with 46 bigs after that one. Davies sub 600K. And of course, stacks will be diluted by these developments. The blinds going north, 10, 20, and 20. As the small blind amount stays static. Going to the more conventional 2-to-1 ratio of big versus small. 50-minute levels in this main event, by the way. Boris continues to be card dead. Ace on the button now for Evgeny. 45 declared. Davies won't be involved in this one. Yonander with a suited king.
Yeah, and just 10 big blinds behind. Not expecting to have a lot of fold equity. But at this price, we're inclined to play quite a lot of hands from the big blind. Any suited hand should qualify.
Defense. There's an extra 25K is invested. 9-8-4. Swing and a miss in both camps. Vainas. Knuckles over.
Is that kind of a floating check that he did there? Looked like maybe didn't even touch the table, just kind of one of these.
I don't believe actual tactile contact with the felt is required for the check to be made official. I do suppose it was a floating check, as you put, Kev.
Was that? That wasn't all in announced. Wow. Just going after the low board texture. Terashenko may be thinking there that some of the better hands in Vainas range just lead out, playing short, low card texture, lots of draws.
Wouldn't necessarily expect that the 640 would be regarded as the necessary path forward.
Effective stacks there, just 175, so still an overbet. 1.5 times the pot or so. Pretty hefty.
Hefty like the amount of weight that that man there probably puts up in the gym? That kind of hefty?
I don't know that we can match that. I have to imagine.
I know that we can't, Kev. I think the two of us together...
Oh, you mean literally?
Probably couldn't lift... You know, if they did like an extended bar and then like Foxen went up there and just put up whatever his max is.
Yeah.
Me and you together probably couldn't do the same number. And this is courtesy of really not having gotten after it. Let's face it, Kev, your years in the Ultimate Frisbee streets not exactly helping. The stuff of...
Great for ankle stability, but...
Yeah, right.
Poor for bicep circumference.
Matthias Lipp, great for all-in, is ace-king, 265. Deployed. Davies chewing on pocket eights on the button here.
Yeah, I have to think Davies expects to be ahead of some lower pairs. Maybe the odd suited ace that he's 70% against. Eights feels like a lot of hand from the button, just two players behind, and he covers one of them.
And that is very relevant, obviously, just because it reduces the risk of ruin in the event that one of those blinds did wake up, if it was Vainas.
Yeah, with only 555 total, Davies might feel compelled to commit all of it and potentially force out some hands. Let's say the big blind were to wake up with ace-jack suited. Maybe we can push that hand out of the way by going all in and forcing all 28 big blinds to go in the middle. He does just call, though.
You know, interestingly, it's one of those situations where maybe he feels as though I don't need to put the added chips in there because a flat of this open jam
might be
already looks strong enough, and the incremental value in terms of hand classifications that are going to fold to my jam but maybe stick in there for the 265, too narrow to substantiate or justify. So 580 in the middle now as Davies has got himself a table for two, taking the best of it to the flop against Lipp. and finds a set on the flop. Lip immediately on his feet. Knows he could draw dead very easily on the turn. And I would say that's the card that officially leaves us as dead as possible. Quad 8s for Seth Davies. And the end of the road for Matthias Lip. Never really saw him get anything going, Kev.
Yeah, Lip was on our feature table near the end of the night yesterday, day 1 of this event.
Normally it's
managed
very
to string
hard
a
to
few
get the
pots
cash
together,
out on
but
the turn when they stand up.
Get what?
It's very
big
hard to
run
get
for
the
this
cash out on the turn when they stand up. Almost
Yeah,
always jack with
yeah,
them.
he was trying to make it happen. He tried. Not enough magic today for him.
Seat open. Seat open, table 2.
Do appreciate the dealer providing ample time for Lip to get out of earshot before declaring the seat open. I've always found it's a little bit, you know,
nice detail.
Let's not eulogize me while I'm still here. Just, you know, it'd be great if once the 8 hit the turn, the dealer just says seat open. You know, that's, I might have a little choice glance in that spot.
A good needle if the dealer knew the player well enough, perhaps, but...
Well, I've told this story before where somebody in a tournament famously in Las Vegas, this was told to me by David Levy, who's among the players with most cashes all time in their career. Longtime veteran said that a man jammed into a player who held the nuts. The player then asked, "What was that?" The player said, "I'm all in." And rather than announce call, the gentleman turned to the floor and said, "Seat open."
Oh, no.
Oh, it's so good.
Of all the ways to slow roll, that's
that's
world class.
Is it a slow roll though, Kev? If you turn to the floor and say seat open, I would argue that that's actually ripping the Band-Aid off rather quickly. Just doing it in a different way. Meanwhile, Davies doing his ace-10 in the flat callway, which opens the door for Foxen to join the party. Angelov, the opener, finds a Broadway draw on the ace-king 3 board. Top pair for Davies, bottom pair for Foxen, who checks over.
Angelov has to be thinking about, you know, these out-of-position strategies when you're the pre-flop raiser are not often straightforward. When you're in position as the pre-flop raiser, you're tempted to just take a stab almost every time, figure it's going to work out okay against the loose big blind range, but now he's contending with the cutoff flat of Davies. More complicated strategy needs to be employed.
5 on the turn after the round of checks, providing Foxen with a wheel gutter. You surprised at all that Davies would check back with top pair in this spot?
It looks like the strongest hand that should do some checking to me. I think it's a reasonable choice, sort of for the reason I mentioned. Seth knows that Angelov could check ace-jack, maybe even aces-kings. Ace-king would do a lot of checking in his spot. And now once things check through, we give a chance for bluffs to come after us and start representing those hands.
Yeah, this is obviously the upshot of the check back, is Boris can be left activating with little equity as the 75K comes forth.
And the pot can get interesting, assuming Davies just calls and doesn't raise, which I think is the standard procedure against the polarized 75K bet. Can get interesting if Foxen decides to represent the lower part of this board, knowing he can have 3-5 just as easily as 3-4. He could have deuce-4. Doesn't expect to be good here, but maybe would check raise bluff occasionally. Might not like this short stack of Angelov for that proposition.
Oh, Foxen departs. He would have had 2 pair here, and it would have been a winner. Instead, Seth's ace-10. Has a stranglehold on this 300,000. Let's see whether or not Angelov is going to try to blast out.
Yeah, Queen 10, kind of tricky hand to play on this river. We have nothing. I think that's a classy give up. Like, we have nothing, and we're so tempted to continue telling the story. But we also block a lot of the weak hands that Seth might have in this spot. King, Queen, King 10. Pocket 10s even, potentially, although it probably folds turn. I don't think Seth would have folded that ace 10 facing a jam.
Back over to Jungle and Co. Raul Lozano, the party starter in the hijack with the King 9 of diamonds. Chidwick content to flat with ace queen in the big. Doesn't connect with this board, nor does Lozano for that matter, although he does bracket that jack of diamonds.
Yeah, Lozano might be tempted here to use the King 9 as a multi-street bluff. The alternative, of course, being to check behind and try to improve on cards like this.
Yeah, and by the way, this card not only helps him, but gives Chidwick further interest because he's double-gutted with the 2 overs. Lozano, as we can see, has the gut shot straight flush draw.
Yeah, interested to see if Stevie decides to represent some of the straights or 2 pairs that are so likely for him to have in the big blind. I think he could put pressure on some low pocket pairs. 3s, 5s, 6s, probably releasing immediately against a bet.
So Stevie's going to take a swing at this one, given the check back from Lozano. Understandable choice. Bringing 90.
And 90 is pretty large. Doesn't look like it's going to be marginal. That might convince Lozano to play this just as a call, even though raising would be quite effective against Stevie's exact hand.
Yeah, the sizing really dissuading Lozano from taking that particular approach. So he does flat with all that equity, but he doesn't find it on the river. Just a pair of 9s for Raul. Chidwick making the queen high straight.
And while King-Queen is possible for Lozano, certainly one of the last concerns for Chidwick at this stage of the hand. I think getting value from 2 pair or a set is a priority. Maybe a lower straight sometimes. Pocket 7s, 8-7 suited.
100.
Now the sizing more modest as Chidwick would love to get a call out of Lozano.
It's hard for Lozano's hand to be the winning bluff catcher. There's a couple of combos I can see easily that Stevie might still be able to bluff, maybe 5-6, which doesn't always bet turn. I think that's a good fold. King of diamonds not doing him any good.
So Chidwick hauling that one in, bringing his stack to 1.1 million territory. By the way, there's a cluster of very playable stacks between Lozano and Samuel Jeju, with Lozano having the biggest stack even after that exchange, 1.8 million territory for him, and then Samuel Jeju just shy of 20 bigs, 385 in front of him, 383 let's call it.
Yeah, if Jeju is at this table leading into the eventual money bubble of this tournament, that could work in his favor. A bunch of stacks who are not really in a spot to push anybody around, and as the lone sub 20 big blind stack, he might be able to fly under the radar a little bit and allow these medium stacks to play pots against each other.
Ace-6 suited, Chidwick limps. Coon with the bigger ace.
Yeah, definitely strong enough to be raising.
But when we limp with an ace-6 suited, there's some frequency with which we do so and then bring forward a 3-bet.
I'm not sure at this stack depth that Stevie would use the ace-6 suited. It feels really strong against the bluffs in Kuhn's range, but really marginal against the hands that would raise and continue against a 3-bet. Feels like we want to keep those weaker hands in with ace-6 suited and not bloat the pot against something like ace-10 or ace-jack.
Oh boy.
It's a good thing he didn't.
The 2 remaining aces in the deck after Chidwick made the call show up here on this flop. Will Stevie be able to find a chop or an exit? As it stands, Kuhn has a chokehold on things. 40K follow through.
I'll have a double.
Now it's a board texture where players are using small check raises as a big part of their strategy. These paired boards hoping to clear out really trashy hands when we're bluffing and hoping to force calls from unpaired hands when we're value raising. Stevie might... Oh, he's going to save some money here by just flatting, and you know, hard to imagine him starting to raise this hand later when the bets start to get bigger. So avoiding that flop check raise might be key in him keeping this pot manageable.
So the board dampens a touch as a queen of diamonds could have created some Broadway draws or backdoor flush draws. If that were the sort of stuff that Kuhn was working with, as we can see, it absolutely is not. And Chidwick could find a 6 for a clean winner, queen or a tray for a chop.
Yeah, just half pot for Kuhn here. When we have ace-10, we feel really confident that we have the winner, but Jason knows it's so unlikely for Stevie to have the last remaining ace. He's incentivized to bet a bit smaller and try to get a second call out of king-10, king-jack, maybe a turned pair of queens.
Yeah, he comes with half pot into 240 here. By the way, the king and the jack also good for a chop. Stevie flats once more. He's done very well to protect his stack thus far in this exchange, and he finds a 6 of spades on the end.
Oh boy.
Dear God. This is savage.
Jason's gonna go for a third street. How could he not? Still beating any ace that didn't make a full house in this pre-flop line. And maybe even expecting to get called for 3 by something as weak as queen 10.
Stevie's third and final check here.
360.
Draws forward a 3/4 pot bet from Jason Kuhn. How concerned about ace queen does Chidwick need to be? I mean, if it is there, it is what it is. Kevin, we just accept.
Absolutely, yeah. It is what it is. I mean, ace queen, given that we're holding an ace, only 3 combinations, there's just as many ways for Jason to have pocket queens. So there's some huge cooler matchup situations that we could be on the winning or losing side of here. Stevie knows his hand is far too good to do anything but put the remaining chips in, maybe leaving a 5K chip behind.
When Chidwick announces himself here, this is going to be a spat of indigestion for Kuhn.
These players have played so much against each other.
Yeah, you see the immediate impact. Did you catch what Jason said there?
I didn't. Something about value.
Yeah.
Probably don't chop the value.
Don't chop with value.
I might.
Ace 10 has just been done so dirty. Can we get away from it?
It's going to be on Kuhn's mind, absolutely. I mean, Jason understands the value of hands in a blind versus blind confrontation. Trips, third kicker, huge hand overall for the spot, and that's why we've seen the big river bet. But Stevie still has to find the required number of bluffs. And what are the obvious hands? Like, what do we find here?
Right.
I mean, if anyone can figure that out, it's going to be Chidwick, but in this moment, from what Jason's seen, he's got to give him credit for all the better hands.
He said, my hand's too good to fold.
Big fucking spot, man.
Jason does cover by a bit. He'd be left with chips if he were to call.
Well, it would be such a savage spot to be bluffing in. Jason ultimately cannot help but call. The good news, of course, is that he'll still have some chips, but he's going to have a whole lot less.
Did I put out 8 or 9? 8?
Than he did a moment ago.
Nice.
A gut punch for Kuhn and a trip way up the leaderboard for Chidwick, who was very fortunate to find the 6 and the boat. As we flip back over to the other feature table where Boris has been quiet. Now in the cutoff with pocket 8s, noise can be made. 135 in total deployed.
Big hand for Lazaninkas on the button. Just 20 big blinds in his stack, and the blinds both cover. I think we want to clear out the chance of those players to enter this pot. Just calling would be a somewhat committing statement. But of course, there are some hands worse than ace-queen that wouldn't mind calling the 135 and having a chance to get away later.
So Gitis flatting it. Obviously some alarm bells will be going off, but nothing materializes behind. So this will be ace-queen against 2 8s. Off to the races we go. Boris, 55%. Flop will bring fates into focus. King 9-6, ace and queen free, the 8's holding on, and now ascending to 74% with 2 to come as Angelov's tournament life here in the main hangs in the balance. Board pairing king, and all of a sudden the 9 is a counterfeiter. That would be the ugly way to be done. It's happened before. Here it comes. A 3 on the end. Exhale, sir. You know, I feel like respiration was doing just fine throughout that process for Boris. He didn't appear flustered whatsoever. Never a doubt, perhaps, for the Bulgarian, who snacks on the Lithuanian. And while he collects the pot, we remind you to check out GTO Wizards ICM and PKO Solver. Whether it's a knockout format or an intense final table, GTO Wizard helps you handle ICM spots like a pro. Make smarter decisions in the critical moments that matter the most. Check them out at gtowizard.com, where they'll help you beat the best and crush the rest. Queen 10 suited here, early position for Foxen. Takes us to 45.
Foxen not one to shy away from an open, and just adding a little extra to this one with Vainas playing short in the big blind.
Yeah, Gites playing somewhat short himself in the cutoff here, and he's going to be adding with a couple of jacks. Wounded moments ago by Angelov's eights.
All in.
All in announced.
Feels like maybe a touch too many for Foxen to think about calling. Gotta think it's a pretty strong range. Doesn't like it, but he folds.
Small rebate for the blow sustained. Still not made whole as he does a little bit of inventory. Pocket jacks for Foxen now. His is a top 10 stack in the field, number 9 overall. $40K open.
And with just 6 big blinds and an ace, it's tempting. But no fold equity there for Vainas against the under the gun open. Wise fold.
Yeah, real ace lurking in the big here for Ryuta Nakai.
Sometimes we see just a flat from a hand, even as strong as this, because it's an under the gun raise and because we're playing deep. But you certainly couldn't blame thinking about going for value against the perceived wide opening range of Alex Foxen. Oh, wow.
Hello, King Jack 10. Nakai has just flopped Broadway after taking things slow pre-flop. Foxen with middle set here. Disaster, potentially, for Alex. 110 in the middle. Temperature rising.
Looking like nothing short of a cooler confrontation that could send one of these two players out of the tournament or down to just a few blinds. Case of Foxen. Both players going to think they want this pot to grow as quickly as possible. I think the question for Nakai is the best path towards accomplishing that to slow play and allow the aggressive Foxen from under the gun to represent this board? Or do I need to just start putting money in?
Foxen lighting a cigarette on an oil rig here as he fires 65,000. Has no idea the danger that lurks. Nakai content to just flat. No pair on the board for Foxen. Spade draw for dessert for Nakai, although a non-issue.
Yeah, and perhaps even more reason for Ryuta to keep slow playing, knowing that the spades are covered and there's fewer bad rivers for his hand. Have to think Foxen will bet. Such a big hand. Wouldn't even be surprised to see him try to get stacks in.
180 this time into the 240. Nakai, of course, loves to see this. And what he doesn't want is to lose his customer, who still sits very deep.
Yeah, if we think our opponent's strong here, tempting to raise, but can we really just fire 1 million into the pot without ringing the alarm bells?
A check raise here, obviously, is something that would be of concern. We have to wonder about ace, queen, queen, 9, 7, 9 with some frequency, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely Foxen, faced with a raise, would recognize how easy it is for him to be beat. Just calling.
Now, we block all of the jacks. This does feel like King X.
Yeah.
Just given the progression of bet sizes, perhaps one that has itself a straight draw as well. And look at this in terms of an escape hatch. If the board isn't going to pair, this is mercy on the end for a set of jacks. A 4-liner on board, backdoor spade arrival. You can see Nakai improving to the nut flush. 600 in the middle, and I don't think Foxen's chips are headed toward the center in the face of either aggression or obviously as a position bet, third barrel. Nakai knuckling, surely a shutdown for Alex, and it comes quickly. And he's going to be quite pleased with himself.
Yeah, he's going to be thrilled to have lost as few chips as he did in this pot. This is the risk of choosing to slow play on a board that looks like this. You can't blame him for trying to gain action in the way he did. If he had seen the pocket jacks of Foxen, of course he raises sooner.
Well, it looks like Jason Kuhn's remains have been put forth from early position. King Jack suited is what he's tethered to for 285. Rokas with the antidote on the button, Ace Jack. He's going to flat.
Oh no. Jason Kuhn.
Oh no, indeed.
Perfectly arranged. Perfectly arranged, my man.
Rokas finish what Chidwick started. That isn't a flop that rates to be merciful to Jason Kuhn, upon whom the sun has not shone here at this feature. And his shadow grows longer.
Maybe king.
After a 5 rolls off,
What do you
he
say?
needs a cowboy.
Seen it happen.
Can he mount up?
All right.
No.
GG. Good luck. Have fun.
GG's, says Jason. And you see the sporting way in which he still reaches out and shows a little love to Chidwick. He's such a competitor, such a warrior. You know how disappointing it is for Jason. There will be no title number 11 here in this one. It hurts, man. And you know, you look at a stack of his depth and you just update the app maybe 15 minutes later, and you realize he's next out, and you have to wonder what happened. And of course, in the Triton Poker Plus app, one can go back and hand for hand track exactly what lent to the demise of Jason Kuhn. Available free of charge for download on the Apple iOS Store and the Google Play Store. If you're watching us right now and you don't have that app, you are doing it wrong. Meanwhile, Jason got done wrong as Rokas claims his pelt. Asipauskas has performed well on the day. Here he is with the King Jack of Diamonds he just did in. $40K came in, raise open. Chidwick chewing on ace tray in the big. Flicks in a flat. 7-5 deuce. Wheel gutter. for Chidwick. Backdoor diamonds, couple of overs for Rokas.
Feels like the kind of hand we wouldn't mind seeing a free turn. 7-5 deuce, going to see a lot of resistance from Chidwick.
Check back from Rokas, board pairing deuce on the turn. Board texture that rates to favor Chidwick, as ace high happens to be the best hand. Rokas recognizing that to tell this story might feel a touch too implausible. Some context as well, given that he three-barreled Chidwick already earlier in one.
Yeah, and these two hands both very showdownable on either side of it. Hard to see a lot of benefit to putting chips in the pot with the king-jack of diamonds. But the attempt here, I mean, are we even thinking that we have the winner enough of the time to justify clearing equity? It feels like a strange one to me because I think Chidwick, even with king-queen, is going to consider continuing. Maybe we get ace-6 to fold. But a sticky customer on this texture understands that a high card has real value.
So the 60K effort fails to do away with the ace tray. Front door flush arrives in coordinated fashion now on the river after the extra 120 works its way into the middle. Pot up to 230,000, third and final check from Chidwick.
And now with no heart blocker in our hand, does Asapauskis want to continue to represent some overpair that checked the flop or potentially some pair of sevens, ace-5 going for thin value? The 6 of hearts can improve a lot of Stevie's hands.
80.
And with that in mind, he chooses a cheap price, which I think is quite logical if we had something like 8-7 suited.
Do we need to be worried, pardon the interruption, Kevin, at all, that a bigger ace high is associated with this? You know, we saw Bryn Kenny cobble value with ace-king, get called on the river and say nuts when he was up against ace-queen that called off. Could this be similar sort of dynamics?
I think with the ace of hearts, maybe outside chance that ace-king decides it's the winner here.
Chidwick picks this one off.
Just the kind of call that you see the showdown, ace-3, no heart, and you're like, why did I just run this bluff with a hand 2 pips off of what I got called by? But this guy stacking chips right now, understanding the value of ace-3, even in the face of 2 barrels.
And being shown that king-jack, you wonder whether or not thoughts for Chidwick immediately go back to when he chose to fold to a barrel on the river against Rokas incorrectly, mind you, in an earlier exchange where ace-10 was good. Now, a glimpse at one of our 2 forthcoming feature tables as we're not far removed from our next break. Frame number 2 winding down here on day 2 of the 100K main. Looks like Shaman O'Dwyer, Steve Song, Lun Lun, Lord Vogel, and the 150K champ, Joao Vieira, will be headed our way, along with Ben Heath. We want for nothing when it comes to these assemblies.
Blind versus blind confrontation for Chidwick and Jeju. About 18 blinds effective.
Chidwick takes us to 55,000. Jeju has just been really card dead, and he's not interested.
And kind of a lot of hand to be folding. We were dominated in that spot by the king-8 of Chidwick, but payouts going to the top 47 players in this event. We're sitting at 85. If we start folding down now, 20 blinds can become 5 in a hurry.
Jonathan Jaffe. An unwelcome sight, just due to how strong a player he is, but always an entertaining presence at the table.
There's a new wizard on the table.
Jungle immediately identifying the arrival.
Jaffe, have you brought the hottest Sims to the table?
It's actually quite illegal to do that.
Huh?
Bringing Sims to the table?
Not literally bring them.
Rokas undaunted, by the way.
Huh?
He's got charts on his clothes. I see he's playing.
He's got charts.
He's looking
Oh,
for the ace-jack
shit.
suited.
Very
Jacks
careful.
plus.
You're not going to see sixes up here.
Chidwick.
Suited.
Limping ace-jack suited, is that the new thing?
Joining
No, it's just the
jungle
bottom
and
of my range.
I mean, it might be good for limping then.
You're always finding a way to
Chastising
limp, I
Jaffe.
know.
I don't mind limping every once in a while. Getting a little jiggy with
Ace
it.
queen
How do you get in all
suited.
these
Stevie
private games
again
with your affinity for limping?
Huh?
goes passive.
How do you get in all these games with your affinity for limping?
I don't get into that many.
Still, I thought they like action.
I'm definitely action. There's no question about that.
Fair enough.
I am like
Ace 4-4, all Chidwick.
compared to most people.
Now Rokas needs to take this particular
Action than most of this table.
exchange into consideration in context. Does he not, just fresh off of being caught with his hand in the cookie jar?
Yeah, you know, it's a funny dynamic at the table, isn't it, when you've just been forced to show maybe a slightly out-of-line bluff, and you just got hero called by maybe a slightly out-of-line bluff catcher.
Well, the meta is, you know, trying to determine whether or not if you do continue to try to run a bluff, if your opponent thinks it's less likely you've got one, given what just transpired, or if it's more likely that their suspicions have been stoked, and so they're going to be curious. And he does check fold to just a 20K barrel there from the ace-queen.
I do have to say it's a scenario where I favor this idea that you could just be aggressive again with your bluffs, because what else would your opponent expect you to do if you were actually dealt a strong hand right now, given the context of that previous exchange? Our image looks a little splashy. We get dealt a real hand. Immediately you'd be inclined to represent the same sort of splashiness and come out firing.
180. Nakai has come out firing 40,000 with pocket threes, and Lazaninka says that is not a high caliber enough ammunition. If you want to step onto this battlefield, his ace-jack offsuit taking us to 180. This is over half of his stack, so the commitment is embedded.
And for all 15 blinds of Lazaninkas' stack, I think threes would be immediately out, maybe giving pause to look at this updated price we've gotten since he has chosen to leave some chips behind. Still thinking better of it.
Gotcha.
Good.
Got it.
An eventful takedown there for the ace-jack. Got Ender slides into the big blind. Is that a Monster Energy hoodie? Does have the distinct
Oh, that is
look.
the logo, isn't it?
Yeah, and then I think that's a dirt bike company on the arm, Fox. You know, like apparel for extreme sports and whatnot. If I'm not mistaken. Maybe he's like a Moto X champ and we just don't know. By the way, you know, if you are one of those extreme sports sort of guys, it's a complicated relationship with one's endoskeleton that you have where, you know, the bones don't expect to finish out life unbroken, I suppose. Nakai, ace-9 of hearts. You ever break anything, Kevin? I don't mean like a
Actually,
mouse or a computer screen.
Like
Like a bone.
No, I haven't.
Hmm.
I've come close. Dislocated a shoulder. That was unpleasant.
But did you score the touchdown?
No. Or
Was it
whatever
on the Frisbee field?
Whatever the equivalent was, no.
Oh.
You know
Would you
those
slip in the shower?
You know those stupid Sometimes it's like a team building activity that companies take a group to. You do like a warrior run or a Tough Mudder kind of. Yeah,
I'm
those things.
familiar with them, and I've actually always enjoyed them. But I suppose if I had a similar experience to your own, stupid would be the modifier that I would have. Meanwhile, modifications to ace high, as it turns into the nut flush draw and a wheel draw. After Vainas defended, really nowhere to go for the queen 8. So you dislocated your shoulder, you say? Was it a trust fall and they let you down?
It was my own individual fall from lack of strength.
Oh,
We referenced the gap in upper body capacity that I might have from Alex Foxen. I think he would not have dislocated his shoulder.
No.
Faced with the obstacle I was.
Sounds like a rather embarrassing outing there.
It wasn't great.
Kev. Did you dampen the spirits of the whole retreat?
It was like 30 minutes in to a 5-hour, 4-hour type thing.
Do you know, I can actually relate
to
this, Kevin, because Phil Gordon, an old school professional poker player from back in the days, had himself a 40th birthday party up in Eastern Washington, to which I was invited along with a host of other poker players and friends of his. And within 30 minutes of arrival, it was a summer camp sort of deal. Everybody put up like $500. You got a Ziploc with chips in it, and you could bet and gamble upon whatever you wanted for the bulk of the weekend. And at the end of the weekend, top 8 or 9 stacks would play a final table.
Okay.
And as we see Fox in here, pocket kings, making it 40 to go, I decided that I would take an ATV excursion, and for Boris's sake, one would imagine a decision here for him would be not to take the excursion with ace-queen offsuit, but he does, obviously has an overcard to the 2 kings as he makes it 270. Jacks for Davies. Let's put a pin in the story.
Yeah.
As the writer's room goes to work here at the feature.
So complicated spot from these positions. Angelov with a pretty strong range expected, +2. Even only on 13.5 blinds. Davies playing 50 big blinds effective with Foxen, who's raised from under the gun. But what Davies is trying to figure out is if I just flat here, and it gets back to Foxen, where do I put myself against a jam?
And obviously, Foxen is a character with some frequency who could put that jam in there just to make sure that he gets heads up against the all-in player, as the side is dry at present. Vainas now just 45,000 remaining, the prospects of a quadruple, but ace-6 offsuit performing quite poorly here.
Yeah, oftentimes with this much overlay and the chance to maybe get heads up at a 4, 5, 6x on a short stack, we like our chances, but given this specific pre-flop action, there's got to be an ace out here somewhere. We're likely in very bad shape equity-wise. And Vainas will get a free orbit starting from the button if he were to pass here. I think I'd like to see him able to get away, but it's so hard with 2 blinds and all that dead money out there. Nice fold.
Yeah, it's so tempting in terms of the numbers, and now Nakai is going to grapple with some temptation of his own in the big. But another 250 to cold call. And again, Foxen, the original raiser, still here behind us. Oh, he's taken the high variance route. 4-betting to 520,000, Kevin. We didn't see this coming.
No, I thought Ryuta was in here debating between a call and a fold, and he comes with a click. So much action at this point. Foxen can't even feel good about
Start with like a million, so.
pocket kings.
No, this range for Nakai is supposed to be ultra narrow and contain the aces.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so Foxen, Kevin, sits with another 1 million back, which is ballpark what Nakai still has back after the 520, as He was the covering stack coming in. So a misstep here by Alex would be catastrophic, but kings in the bin pre is a lesser seen thing. With that said, we saw them folded here at this festival on a feature table already correctly. On this occasion, however, Foxen has no such designs. He jams, the jacks wither. And for that matter, the nines very much do as well.
Yeah, once we've committed this 520,000, how do we fold for the extra 540? So much out there.
I mean, only ace-king, which obviously if we're going to see 5, we're not performing incredibly against, is what we would hope Foxen has, but it does feel like the bigger pairs.
It's just at this stage, once we're here, the likelihood of ace-king starts to go up. If Foxen had jacks, he probably folds as well. He might even fold queens. So much of this range is going to be ace-king, and if we can just fade Angelov having a pair as well, maybe Nakai thinks that the price is here.
No aces.
Does get away.
Yeah, not too often you say goodbye to $500,000. As you see immediately, Boris says no aces.
Like, he has tens or jacks, and you have, like, ace-king.
Oh, Nakai. Not willing to reveal what he had, but Boris zeroed immediately in on exactly what Davies was working with.
And a chance to play for 1.1 million right now with 28%.
By the way, there's a little north of
You can afford
1
to
million
get this.
in the side that Alex is just hauling in here. Oh. Wow. Ace 10-4. Now, the good news for Foxen, of course, is that he has taken down the side pot uncontested. So a rebate to the chips he's going to be losing to Angelov in the main the vast majority of the time. The deuce of clubs bringing Boris a step closer to effectively a quadruple and change. And on the river, Angelov makes aces up and exhales. An absolutely massive pot there right at the end of the frame. Wife Kristen on hand for it. It could have been worse for Foxen.
Whatever you say, boss.
Kevin, in terms of that side pot, it actually ended up being very meaningful because I think he profits 270 all that was required to play for the main, and then he picked up a little something from Ryuta Nakai above and beyond that.
Has like ace king.
Probably, and he might have like.
I think he has like tens or jacks.
Yeah. Fold actually crossed my mind. 500? The fuck?
500 looks scary as fuck, man.
Like, I guess I put it. I wish I did. Yeah. Is that like 1.2 million?
So the post-mortem there. Could have been worse for Foxen, and it couldn't have been a whole lot better for Boris Angelov, who comes out at the top of the chip counts at the red table, who will be giving way to a new feature as you get a glimpse at the state of affairs with the blinds going north. Stephen Chidwick did the bulk of the damages to Jason Kuhn. That's what has him atop his leaderboard. What a pot there at the end of that particular frame, Kevin. You saw Boris zeroing right in on Davies' hand, and then they're both a little bit mystified as to what Nakai was up to with that 4-bet to 5 and change.
Yeah, a little overzealous there from Nakai with the 2 nines. Maybe thinking there was an outside chance that we were up against ace-king and ace-queen, but just ended up putting in $500,000 that he perhaps didn't need to, and it just went straight to the kings of Alex Foxen, fortunately for him, since he didn't hold up against the ace-queen there.
Yeah. Now, Kevin, I embarked on a little bit of a tale about being at Phil Gordon's ranch for a 40th birthday party. Before I feel compelled, given that I'm going to be seating the booth to Henry Kilbane, who has just arrived, to round it out. The short of it is that I sent that ATV off the side of a ravine as I sent myself 40, 30 yards down a dirt gravel track, tumbling, and I was in a cape, a pair of flip-flops, and a swimsuit, as I recall, which is not really recommended attire while on an ATV, and so I, too, know what it's like to dampen the festivities. But obviously far from dampened as Boris Angelov out there, as he is going to be celebrating during this particular break, which will be about 10 minutes in length. Now, just a quick reminder for those of you out there that are watching this particular stream, we're looking for everybody's feedback, Kevin. Exclamation point survey, get the link, and do what?
Click the link, first of all, but also tell us what you think about the Triton Poker broadcast. We need your feedback to make this better every day, and, you know, just let us know what you like about it so we can keep doing more of that.
Yeah, love that. Short and sweet. So Henry Kilbane has arrived, freshly landed from far across the world, but ready to bring you through the next frame. I'm going to say goodbye. Kevin's going to hang tight, and we're going to carry on with day 2 of this 100K main after this.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Table list of the World Series of Poker main event. Boris Angelov, part of the Bulgarian delegation, if my memory serves.
Yep. Surrounded by some quite talented players out of Bulgaria.
So Fakhreddin Mustafov coming to mind. Dimitar Donchev as well. Ace-5 suited. Davies, the opener. Paused upon the Queen-6 suited of Ryuta Nakai in the small. Nothing more than a pause, however, as it slips over to Alex Foxen. Now, the King Tray offsuit is a thing in terms of a 3-betting candidate. Once we're suited, though, we like to put it more into the camp of defend. Do we not?
I would agree. From a theoretical standpoint, we've seen Alex Foxen very willing to maneuver outside of those lines as he sees fit, but yeah, any suited hand.
Oh boy.
Going to be a good call, but
Foxen with the king high flush draw versus trips. And we don't assign a whole lot of 5x to the opposition in this 85K pot, even with it being a cutoff open from Davies. Let's see what Seth has in mind.
Yeah, and quite a short stack as well for Davies relative to the blinds now, less than 20. Oh, and was that a
Davies
check behind?
Did check back, Kevin.
This is pretty sharp, I think, because of exactly what you were just speaking to. When there's 2 5s on the board, Foxon going to have a lot of those in his range. Davies usually going to have ace or king high on this texture, or maybe an underpair to the jack. So to protect that overall weakness, why not mix in a few checks with 3 of a kind? And if he can avoid the remaining diamonds in the deck that Foxon's hoping for, this is starting to pay off quickly. This is a large bet designed to represent a 5 or maybe a reasonable jack.
Well, this is exactly what Davies had in mind, was getting some chips into this pot when he checked back the ace-5, content to flat, and now Foxon has fanned here on the river. He could think that Davies has a little bit of ace-x that's keeping him honest on the turn, but might crumble in the face of added aggression on the river here, and obviously I don't think king high is something he expects to have any showdown value whatsoever as played.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Foxon is going to expect Davies to have all of the ace-queens of any suit, all of the ace-kings of any suit, and these are hands he might have in mind that he can force out of this pot. The 9 looks like it connects. Yeah, he does run the bluff.
And it's close to full pot. 200,000 into 215. Davies covered, makes the call, and that is a very nice outcome.
The ball suits, both within their hearts and on the outside, and so that's actually the real way towards like a utopian ideal, somehow to change what's within, to just not be attached. But
you know, I did a little bit of Greek philosophy in school. I don't remember Junglecles having his teachings as part of the textbooks, but here we are with a front row seat. By the way, careful trying to spout off with Chidwick. If there's holes in any of this, Stevie's gonna find him.
You can be sure he's analyzing.
Yeah, I think the one quick quip he had was that, you know, when the future arrives, it's no longer the future, it's the present, Jungle. And
well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the record-breaking 100K main event here in Jeju. Kevin Rabichow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, stepping in for the man, the myth, the legend, Ali Najad. And Kevin, I am going to come in straight off the bat and just say the FOMO, my friend, for me has been through the roof. I mean, I don't even want to guess as to how many records have been broken here over the last 8, 9, 10 days, and you've had a front row seat. Give me, if you can, off the top of your head, just top 1 or 2 moments over the last 8 days from the Hold'em segment of this series so far.
Sure, yeah. I mean, a couple things you missed, Henry. I believe every event has broken records, just all of them.
Okay.
They're all 50+% bigger than the previous year's
Yeah.
record-setting events here in Jeju. We had a really fun one with Jeremy Osmus winning his first title, 2 million here, and powered by a misclick.
Powered by a misclick,
Powered by a
okay.
misclick. You missed that exciting segment of that tournament. Bryn Kenny won another title.
5 titles.
Quietly,
Yeah.
you know. Played
After
2
getting
events, I
second,
believe.
like the day before
a
or
second and a
something?
first. So, no, you know, you didn't miss anything.
So Mosbok getting his 3rd. I mean, that guy just seems to be picking up titles for fun nowadays. Who was it? Sean Winter, first title for him as well. So great to see some of the OG players from Triton who've been knocking on the door, picking up their first title here in Jeju. But of course, our attention, I get to jump straight into this main event where I see a certain Stephen Chidwick ruling the roost, currently in pole position after a hand that I was on the rail for as you and Ali called the action. Blind v blind against the 10-time Triton champion, Jason Kuhn. Unavoidable river spot for JK.
That hand had us honestly in shock as we watched it unfold. I mean, maybe Jason can get away every now and then from trips, third kicker in a blind versus blind spot, but up against one of the best in the world, someone he respects so much, just didn't feel like he could get away this time.
Well, it is that man that he respects, Stephen Chidwick, coming back from break. 104 big blinds as we throw it down to a packed room. Live from the Landing Casino here in Jeju. 100K main sponsored by WPT Global Casino players returning to their seats. We do also have the 125K, last of the Hold'em events, on the way in the background. 84 players remain out of 285 runners. Just absolute scenes here. Play I Spy, My Little Eye, Alexander Shilko, Dimitar Danchev, Ring Kenny, Punat Punsri. What else we got? Looking around the room, Mickey P, Nacho Barbero, Michael Soiser, David Yan, all returning to their seats. See Foxen's table moved out into the background. Star-studded affair, as one would expect here, with over 5.5 million going to the eventual champion. It's insane to me that there's 47 players that are going to be paid in this. You go back 5-6 years, there were Triton events with less than 47 runners.
Yep.
And now 2025, we've got 100Ks with, I mean, this is, you know, it's like, when's this poker boom going to be over, baby? We keep thinking that we've peaked, and then we come to Jeju and this happens.
Just keeps getting bigger.
I mean, are we in a bull market? What's going on? I didn't get the memo. Everything's down.
Just a pullback, Henry. Just a short pullback.
That's what they keep telling me, mate. That's what they keep telling me. So here we go. 2 feature tables, fresh faces. Artur Martirosyan, second in chips overall. Chip leader at the blue table by a considerable margin.
Yeah, that's not a fun lineup for anyone else at that table, having to deal with Artur Martirosyan with that many chips as we start to approach that final 47 for the money bubble.
Yeah, so we're what, with 37 off the money. So some ICM going to be coming into play here in this frame. Going to be fun to kind of break that one down with you, Kevin, as we are starting to see some players perhaps put in a bit of a blender as the ICM pressure blooms. This is a disgusting table. I mean, you've got O'Dwyer, Heath, Martirosyan, Vogel, Stephen Song. Love to see him out for a full series after getting his feet wet in Paradise. Just played the 100K main there, did cash that one in his maiden Triton. It's been a bit of a rough series for him here. Only one cash in the 25K for 91,000, but still chips in this 100K main for him to spin up. As Vogel activates for, was it 6 and 7 bigs? Wow, Loon.
Oh yeah, in there with the Queen Deuce. Under normal circumstances early in the tournament, totally fine spin with the Queen Deuce here. Loon not deterred by the money bubble. Likes this chance to chip up.
Need some ducks to incinerate.
Queen Deuce off,
Vogelsang in 84th, outside the money, and there it is, the deuce of spades in the window, and you see the shake of the head from Vogel. Pure disgust as he does pick up chop outs in the form of a 10. Someone's saying that would be fair. I don't know how I feel about that.
Depends who you ask.
Yeah, that's it's gonna sting. You know, Vogel always a gentleman. Double taps the table, but we did just see the kind of shake of the head. That deuce of spades window card.
3 buttons in a row.
Feels like injustice from the poker deck in that one.
Could be 4. I've had 3 buttons in a row. If you get stacked this hand, I get 4.
Not me, please.
That's rough. Rough way for me to return to the booth. I mean,
come on,
you guys are sick.
everyone.
There's a broken table.
These guys show up,
Another break.
fire hundreds of thousands of dollars into
What's
tournaments,
the max? Like 5?
get 3
5
outed.
before they just stop because it's only 4-handed or something?
Yeah, even the best of them, as Vogelsang is, can come here and have a rough series. It's got 3 caches in Jeju, but all in the 40K and lower events. Probably would have liked to have a chance at this one.
Personally, for me, someone I'm not all too familiar with is this gentleman from Morocco. Mehdi opening up front with the 7s.
I believe I've seen Mehdi rocking one of those Smardex patches that a couple of the younger players are wearing at this series. A few from France, Italy, and the likes. Perhaps a shared love of studying poker as well. Not sure if it's just a DeFi thing.
Crypto related, or?
Yeah, patch you see on his left side there. Some kind of crypto company. I'm not familiar myself.
Listen, the only patch you're going to see me wearing, I'm going to stop myself from finishing that sentence. All right? WPT Global Triton. Bet ACR. That's it. There's a lot of patches around nowadays. It reminds me of like the pre-Black Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dude, there's just a million patches flying around. You made a final table or a feature table. It's starting to remind me a bit of those days. Ben Heath.
Patched up himself. Representing GTO Lab.
Yeah, Ben obviously fresh off his career best score in Paradise. He came second in the 500K Invitational, 8.16 million. I mean, where do you go after an $8 million score? I mean, you just buy a little restaurant, buy a little boat, you know, little beachfront plot of land, serve coconuts, just enjoy life. Is that just me?
Heath's still in there competing.
He's out here.
Wants another 5.55 to add to the account.
How have you been finding everything? I mean,
just life in general.
Life, but here as well, you know, you've ventured out here. For me personally, you know, me, Ali, Randy, 3 musketeers, we've been been ruffling around together for a few years now, but was obviously stoked when you got announced for a few reasons. One, we're friends away from the commentary booth, but also the fact that you've played in these and you can kind of just relay, you know, what these guys are experiencing, how they're feeling in some of these spots, and yeah, the impacts that, you know, being on one of the biggest stages in the world can have to the mental game and all these things. So yeah, absolute pleasure to have you here, man.
Thanks, Henry. And yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying the chance to talk about what it is that, you know, when I played here last year, it was my first Triton series. Played with a number of these players on other felts in the US and Europe, but it really does feel different here. There's a lot about this series that's uniquely challenging and uniquely competitive. And I talked about that in other venues, but, you know, to get a chance to watch them do it kind of start to finish, I don't think I would have done it if I wasn't commentating here, so glad to be in the booth.
Yeah, it's something that Brian Rast and I have discussed on stream as well. It's just like, it's like a free training video, just a very long 12-hour training video where, you know, you have to call the action on it as well, but you do get to just witness some of the best players in the world navigate these fields.
You know, I often recommend to players who are trying to get better this is if they play online. This isn't really an option if they're playing in the live arena, but to take a shot at recording their play and like talking through decisions, because I've recorded so many videos in my days, training content and the like, and I just find that I play amazing every time, or maybe I just get really lucky, you know, every time that the recording's on. But when you're there having to justify to the imaginary audience, like, oh, this is why I'm doing this thing right now. This makes sense to me because I've thought through this stuff. Can definitely be a good training exercise.
I can imagine. Just, by the way, saw a little bit of a tank there with the 10-4 that Song is never thinking of getting involved with. So I do wonder if we've reached that stage of the tournament, 34 off the money, if we are going to start seeing some kind of stalling, which, by the way, shout out to Luca Vivaldi and the team. They will be quickly nipping that in the bud with the introduction of the 10-second pre-flop time bank chips, as Steve-O looks down at the blades, blind v blind, against a very aggressive Martirosian, and at this stack depth, Kevin, I wonder if this is just going in pre.
Yeah, ace-9 suited, I mean, working in Martirosian's favor in that he probably doesn't feel the need to jam all of it, but does he think it's good enough to go for small 3-bet? No, he does just call. Keep in the bluffs of O'Dwyer, maybe feeling dominated too often by the value range.
Complete whiff, not even a spade in sight for Martirosian's ace-9. O'Dwyer with the overpair, ace of hearts in hand as well. 185k out there, 490 back. Going to be looking to set this up across 3 streets, one would assume. So he does come with third pot.
And even with no backdoor, he does get away from it wisely. But, you know, the ace high is no throwaway hand in blind versus blind confrontation. Steve very capable, of course, but covered in this spot, nearing the money as we discussed. Martirosian doesn't think he's out of line.
Capybara? Yeah. Is that Joseph's? No. No, it's your own? Yeah.
I just had to take my headset off for a moment. Thought I was going insane. It's like some arcade music in the background. I wasn't sure if it's coming from the live stream, whether someone's got, I don't know, some song being played, but it's just the casino music. It's like, there's like this arcade music just playing in the background. We're playing for 5.5 million. I love it. I love Asia, man. I mean, I've been living out here, what, 4 years now? So, yeah.
There are other games happening in this casino,
There
you
are,
know?
yeah.
Obviously, we're all focused on the 81 players remaining in this 100K
listen,
main
you
event.
put a camera on the Baccarat table, dude. I'll call the action, okay? Listen, we'll have some fun over there as well. We'll squeeze some cards.
That would be a good segment, wouldn't it?
I've seen some things, Kevin, in my time. It's you know, instead of going to breaks, we just segue to the back table. See who's over there. I'm not going to name any names. All right. There's a few people that have been falling asleep at the poker tables. A byproduct of, you know, cash game, tournaments, around the clock action. Love it. Steve relinquishes his power on the button.
Ben just 300K behind in the big blind there. 12 big blinds effective. Martirosian with that top 5 stack, maybe thinking about leveraging some money bubble pressure right now with the bottom of the deck.
Doesn't even go huge here. Able to just leverage precisely that, Kevin. With a little 2.5x. Given Heath's 12 bigs back. Heath deems 760 defendable for that size.
Yeah, Ben's sticking around here, looking somewhat light, but you know, we're 30 plus spots away from the money, and Ben can't fold his way there. He's got to pick up some chips at some point to stay in this tournament.
Both players do connect with the Queen 8-4 rainbow. Artur with the most of it so far. Bottom pair. And against this size, I wonder if he sticks around for one, tries to spike Jin on the turn in the form of a 5.
Yeah, feels like too much hand to fold with that live draw. And even picking up a 7 or a 6 is pretty nice.
Very awkward SPR going forward. Double gut shot now for Heath.
Kind of tricky one for Martirosian to play out of position. He's got some showdown value, but might have a hard time facing aggression if he checks. Got to be worried that Heath's range is all over the middle part of this board, from that 8 to the queen.
$215 out there to fight for. Substantial amount of chips for Ben Heath. Only has 230 back. It's one of those spots that feels like a bit of a disaster to get check jammed on, but if he could just fold out some random jack high, king highs, opts to just check back. Artur will win at showdown. Should it check through?
And Heath knows that there's some pretty weak hands that Artur is going to take this line with pre-flop. Maybe not 4-3 specifically what he has in mind, but he wouldn't be shocked to be shown 10 deuce or 8-5 or any number of these marginal pairs if Artur checks again. So the question in his mind is, am I going to be able to credibly represent enough hands on this river to force out a hand like an 8 or maybe a 4? Or are they just too likely to get sticky?
Let's reverse engineer this one. Artur came with the 2.5x from the small blind v blind. No, Heath's just going to wave the white flag.
Yeah, and worried perhaps that those 5, 6, 7 pick 2 combinations just too frequent, can't bluff them all.
We got over here, we've got Muller with 2.1 million. Boyka with 1.7, two of the bigger stacks in the room. Button open, 55k from Muller. 10-8-0 defend from Boyka. I guess this deep.
Does your stack ever change when you're in a small blind, Jeremy?
We don't mind it, but still feels a bit.
And a little bit of change. 6 with a couple of
bit
blues.
out there.
Yeah, playing for different stakes perhaps than just the bubble when both players involved have 70 big blinds or more. So for Boyka and Mueller, feels a little more like a cash game. Can play these wide ranges. Not surprised to see Boyka attacking this texture. All the low cards that Mueller is less likely to open from the button. He can rep a lot of marginal pairs that are going for value, all the really big hands like straights and flushes.
Yeah, both of these guys, by the way, are fans of playing big pots. They do not mind getting involved and being aggressive.
Oh, we remember, and I don't know if Henry you caught this one from the 150k.
That's the ace-5.
Mueller's been after it just a couple days ago in some really high dollar value situations. And here again, he's faced with a decision with an ace of clubs, relevant blocker. Pretty cheap bet. Boyka representing some marginal value bets like 3 of a kind, or even a hand as weak as 7-5 might decide to try to get paid by ace high.
Yeah, it's always flicking this in, right? There it is.
Nice call.
I mean, okay. Okay, Ding. Ding's just sitting there like, listen, dude, you're lucky. I had the ace deuce.
6 deuce, no? Did he say ace deuce?
I thought he said ace deuce.
Oh, I thought he said, I think he said 6 deuce.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe my bad. 6 deuce would make sense, yeah, because he would have boated up. Which would have, yeah, that makes sense. You're in form, Kevin.
He's telling Mueller, you're lucky I didn't play the natural 8. I just walked away from that one.
I'll tell you, he's not walked away from Triton series. That man right there on your screens, Nacho Barbero, Triton champion. As you can see, you can bet on him and others, as well as everyone at the Triton Poker Series over on BetACR. You guys were asking for it. I remember 2022, 2023, everyone was like, where can we bet on Triton? There's your answer. BetACR, good luck to all involved. Do let me know, by the way, over on the YouTube chat, if you are, you know,
same position last time.
having a little bit of a spin, perhaps. Some of your favorite players.
Maybe I'm
Let me know who your money's on. If I was a betting man, which I am,
King 5 is no good.
He learned from last time.
my money would be on Steven Chidwick, who is currently
Was it same? I don't think it was the same position though.
in
He's
first.
better, right? Two over.
But of course,
He's better, right?
very early days. As JA
Either way, great job. Sorry, I
looks down at the
It was a really good
blades.
job.
On
Dude, I
the button
tanked
and
like 10 more
Boyka
seconds just to laugh at it. It was
with
a
the
great job.
potential 3-bet candidate from the small.
I didn't expect
Does
that
have the
needle coming
chips
out
to
of you.
push Osmus around.
Just what?
Look at this.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, this could get Boyka in trouble.
What do you mean?
Because in the face.
Oh no, come on, dude.
All right, Boyka, unlikely to get in more trouble now that ST is woken up with ace-king.
I don't think so.
I wanted to just ease into this frame,
Didn't cross
you
my
know.
mind.
No unnecessary blood.
Is that really what you wanted?
That it kind of, yeah, I wanted to just ease my way into it, but here we have it. Button open, small blind, hand in the cookie jar, 3-bet from Boyka, ST Wang. 21.5 bigs out the big blind with Big Slick. And JA is going to be 5 cards away from doubling up to north of 40 bigs.
Hey, Sam, do you know what's going on Jeju? Like the World Series of Poker? What is this?
Osmus
not the
just
WSOP.
taking a bit of time, obviously.
not a bracelet.
There's a possibility that Boyka gets lured into an overcall, but we can see the cards. American Airlines for the American.
You called it.
Send ST Wang home. Outside the money.
I had it too when the one-time bank went in.
Who's that with the time bank reads on Osmus?
I think that's Aramoganian.
Oh, man, don't jinx me. No, I forgot about the King 5 of spades. Lowers my
Well, it
chance.
doesn't get much
King 5 of
cleaner
spades
than
looks
that.
good.
Wang drawing
I guess he was
the
hard.
runner. Couple of hearts. Some concern. Now dead to a chop on this turn. 8 and an 8-0 lead to give Wang half the pot. Doesn't find it. And Osmus up to a very playable 1.3 million
I didn't give you one.
in this record-breaking 100K. Having quite the series. Loves coming into the money bubble stage of the tournament with a playable stack as well, where he can just
Even
push
though
the
we're
shorties around.
40 from the money.
Not 40.
30.
Sorry. 29 now, thanks to you, Captain America. Give it a second.
I like the
It's
Captain
47
America
before, right?
nickname, I have to admit.
Yeah, it says 77 before his hand got dealt.
Is that his new nickname?
Apparently.
Captain America?
It's my first time hearing it.
Slow and steady always wins the race.
Sometimes.
Or getting dealt aces versus ace king with a king exposed. That might do it too. Oh, 2 people gone. Somehow you knocked out 2 people that time.
Chen says run it. Got less than 8 bigs under the gun.
Yeah, faced with that impending big blind and big blind ante next hand, can't blame Chendong for going for the steal with 8 big blinds.
190.
Ding Biao with perhaps a real decision, but +2 and a lot of players left to act who we don't have information on. It's a risky proposition to put in this 190 with King Queen. Does think it's good enough.
I love Ding.
I guess you can log on here. You
Ding
can't
with
play,
a
but you can log
stack.
on and just see, look at the schedule.
Any tournament, man.
Just
watching some
He had a fun run in the 40K mystery bounty. There was a little segment with him and Phil Ivey where we got a couple of hands. It was fun to watch.
Ding's one of my favorite players on the Triton tour.
Oh, really?
Just from an entertainment point of view.
People
Has these
post
really
their
quirky
online day one bag?
one-liners as well.
We have a real channel where we post
5 cards to come.
every final table and every
Jack
bag.
High flop.
You guys have too much time on your
Dong
hands.
safe so far.
Cheer for each other.
No, I understand.
I think it's good to have that.
Until the Queen of Spades made an appearance on the turn.
Always turn pair.
Now 3-outs once for Dong to stay alive and double up. Doesn't get there.
And most of the others have swaps.
Yeah.
The $50 weekend.
Crossing the 2 million chip mark, showering his fellow
It used to be
countrymen.
better, right? It used to be 1 million.
That's 75 players now. 28 off the money.
Everyone plays that, yeah.
Min cash in this one.
Like basically a free shot at, like,
$163,000.
At one point I started doing the flip
See
out
the
thing.
walk of shame there from
I
Chen.
think it's good to do the flip outs when it's
Call 180.
the mystery bounty. Mystery bounty?
What do you mean?
The flip outs for the mystery bounty?
I think I did that as well.
Yeah, those are profitable. You get like 10x starting stack.
I did?
I mean, if you win the flip, you get like 10x starting
yeah.
stack in the mystery bounty in day 2. It's kind of like you just won like 3 of those, and you're like coming in like top 20 in chips or top 100 in chips, right? If you win 3 flip outs, you're like top 100 in chips.
Some of them are interesting, like for example the Venom page, like
This is what we're talking about. Ding's just in here, 8-6 suited, under the gun. Look, he's got a stack, I get it. But most people would just pass up on this.
high CV to play max bullets.
Oh, here we go.
Even though unless you have
We
like
could.
whatever top
It was
5
like
or 10%
a
stack.
chance to get back.
Oh, really?
But I'm
Captain
not-
America.
Yeah, you're paying $2,500 to.
Ill-timed 3-bet earlier on, small blind v
I'm
button.
not either. I wouldn't do it.
This
so
time
it
Boyka's
sounds
got the
stupid.
goods.
You're paying $2,500 to
What
min
does
cash
he know?
and get another 25, but like maybe you
Sharing
get a bigger
cards with
stack,
Osmus.
so your stack doesn't accumulate.
There are some that do it like.
Wait, do your stack accumulate?
Sorry?
Does your stack accumulate, or is it just biggest stack?
I love
On-
how
on
Aram's
ACR, it
fishing
accumulated?
for information.
Oh, I thought it was just bigger.
I love
stack.
being a fly on the wall in these conversations.
Pretty sure.
I don't even.
Get it up.
Yeah, I don't really play. So.
Muller's giving nothing away, by the way. Mosbach and Fedor would be very proud.
The thing is, you get so profitable spots first in as a short or
All in.
all in.
There's the jam. No nonsense from Boyka, opting to just rip this one in. for 60 big blinds.
Yeah, maybe trying to force out the potential pocket pairs of Ding Biao. Not wanting to leave money behind and get it in flipping at this stage of the tournament. Just kind of hoping to clear out all remaining hands, but I mean, Osmus.
This is disgusting.
He has to know that aces doesn't do this. Maybe kings as well. Are we just click 4-betting with all the hands we're worried about? And maybe this is one where we just shrug and put the money in?
Does he ever just like edge fold this and still have 50 big blinds back, closing in on the money bubble of a massive 100K?
I don't know. I always have to think of the upside as well. If this is jacks and we call, win the flip, we've got 3 million, 25 off the money. That's a very, very profitable spot to find yourself in. We're playing for far more than the min cash right now.
That's very true. Yeah,
Right
JA is not looking for min cashes on his resume. He wants titles, makes the call. Good news for Osmus.
Ace-5
2
better
live
than
flush
10s,
draws.
right? Ace-5. Open
versus
3
Boyd
bet
as well.
Ace-5 is better than 10s. Fair.
All in brought to you by WPT Global. What we can only assume is going to
Wow,
be an
Jeremy's chilling with 2 flush draws,
anticlimactic
huh?
all-in. Be a brutal way to
Ay,
bust
yeah.
out.
Iving.
As Osmus
Going there too.
That one
has the free roll.
It's never coming.
Yeah, you were like, there's no justice.
Good game.
I'm covered in.
Oh, you're still in though, yeah.
Don't do it, dealer.
Yeah.
There we go.
Wow, I almost had aces too. I had ace jack. I had to make sure it was an ace.
Almost had aces. Ace jack. I mean,
when I looked though, I thought I had aces at first.
Few pips off.
A lot of pips off. I wish I had ace queen off. I would have put it in.
I wish I had whatever Arams had before joining this feature table. He's chirping. He's in quite the mood. I love it. Enjoy it. Why not? Oh, hang on. Song's down to just 2 bigs. Vladimir Minko opening on the button. What happened over here? I mean, Song never had
small ones. No, but
too
it's
much
okay. It's
of a
practicing.
stack.
Yeah, I had the same thought, Henry. I'm looking at a pair of jacks getting downed by the pocket 7s of Lun Loon not long ago for Steven.
8. You can lose this one. Doesn't matter for you.
As I said, 8.
Minko looking for a 10-9 or an 8 to shower Song. Finds it. GG's. And just like that, Steven Song, who did have 24 something bigs, jacks against Lun's 7s. Lun ended up turning a straight. And that's all she wrote with Steven Song in the main event. Tournament poker really is a cruel, cruel mistress. I do feel like there's been a ton of storylines like that from, I mean, I've only seen, a fraction of what you've seen this series, but so many large stacks and then, gone in just a few hands. I recall 3-handed, Mosbok, Bryn, and one other player, I do apologize, whoever came 3rd in that event, but I was re-watching the hands, and Mosbok went from 3-handed to winning the tournament in like 8 hands. And I think coming into heads up, they're around 35, 40 big blinds effective against Bryn, and all it took was just like a couple of big hands going his way, and the tournament was over with. So, not to state the obvious to the thousands of people watching who are aware of how poker works, of course, but you never know when it's your turn to be dealt out of the tournament.
Certainly seen it a number of times, especially with the combination of these structures and the tough competition that you see at Triton. So many players willing to engage in those risky confrontations that need to be taken, and blinds moving up relatively quick, stakes being so high.
There are a few names that come to mind that are more inclined to get involved in those risky confrontations. Alex Foxen comes to mind. Ponakov's another one of those who always seems to either have a large stack or be heading to the re-entry desk. Saliba, love to see him out here in Jeju. You know, my Hold'em opinion is not as, how do I want to phrase this?
Raise 50?
Not as good as like yours or Jason Koons, but for me personally, Saliba, someone I've been keeping an eye on for the last, I want to say, year and a half, 2 years, and again, each man with their own opinion, but I think he's up there for conversation of one of the best Americans at the moment.
Yeah.
Really impressive couple of years, and just seems to be dialed in on the strategy side of things, and he seems confident out there as well, you know.
Yeah, can't disagree, and he was one of those players, was a hopeful at a final table this series, was downed by a 2-outer from eventual champion Anatoly Filatov in that 25K about a week ago.
I saw that, yeah, the Queen Jack against Queen 5, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
on a 9-5 deuce Jack board.
Definitely a very capable, talented player, hardworking.
Bottom V big blind. London, who's been on quite the spin since we came back from break. Got in with the Queen Deuce against the Queen 7 of Vogelsang. Managed to find the Deuce of Spades on the flop. And 7s against Jacks. Sometimes it's just your day. Now he's playing 1.2 million. Closing in on that money bubble. Just receiving word that officially, unofficially, always at the tournament director's discretion, of course, the plan is to play down to the final 2 tables today. So final 16, which means we've got a lot of fun in store. We have the money bubble coming up, but then we're going to be working our way down through some serious pay jumps. 16 players will be bagging and tagging, locking up $336,000 for their efforts once we get down to the final 16, that is. And then, of course, coming back tomorrow, playing for 5.5 million. A long day ahead. I hope the casino has plenty of espressos. Plenty of coffee beans. Arabica, of course.
Isn't that like 100% of the coffee supply in the world these days? 99%?
Yeah, close.
Round it off to 100, perhaps.
Call it 100. Helps with accounting.
Apologize for the Robusta drinkers out there. Certainly let us know if that's your local distributor's choice, but as far as I'm aware, Arabica really took over.
You can tick that one off your bingo cards, chat, for random tangents.
It's not often I get
Kevin
the
and
reference here, so I'm
No, it was King 7.
happy to talk food and coffee every now and then.
You
think 7?
King 7, of course.
I think 6.
I had the 6 of clubs.
Well, that's not fair.
You could have bet me.
No, I didn't have the 6 of clubs.
You could have bet me.
Back over to table 1.
I had the 7 of diamonds.
Ah, okay, so you're right then.
He showed club, right?
King 7 off me.
I didn't say he was. I said he had.
Special hand, King 7.
Nice to see
That's some
Alex
magic
also
in some
becoming a regular
coming
face on the tour. He's done a lot for the game
now you have the 6 of
in
clubs.
form of content and coaching. He had there was a series, I want to say Monte Carlo. Was it Monte Carlo last year? No, it wasn't Monte Carlo. It was Monte Carlo, sorry. Monte Carlo 2024, November, so just a few months back. Had like four final tables. Won't be long until we see him lifting a trophy, that's for sure, as he's going to collide here with VZ. Too early in the day to start butchering people's names. Just going to go with Vitalis. Oh, hang on. What is going on with these all-in confrontations today?
Yeah, Boyko with a big hand here, and he's eyeing the stack of Theologus, seeing just 21 big blinds in total, including the raise. He might be thinking,
All in.
if I jam here, I can clear out some equity.
Well, unfortunate for Vitalis, it was looking like he was going to be all in against just one overcard.
No.
Finds himself flipping
the
against the big blind. Boyka's woken up with ace
Well,
queen.
I had the 9 of hearts.
Okay, that's fair.
What is going
I had
on?
the king 9 of hearts. Actually.
Oof, tight fold.
Can't
I was
kill
sad
people's
when I
outs,
looked
dude.
down
Come
at
on.
it. Oh yeah, the nuts. Oh my god.
King.
I mean,
Queen,
any
queen.
state is fair, right?
Mm-hmm.
Vitalis now knows he's drawing to 1 out.
Okay.
Now drawing to a chop.
Should have ripped the king 9 of hearts. That's what I get for playing
King
too
and a
tight.
king only. Doesn't find it. Boyka bouncing back up to 1.7. Latvian out 20 off the money.
Yeah, that's. Everyone gets a GG on the turn.
What was his out?
King.
You know you're in a good 100K when people don't know that you're drawing live, going to the river on a queen, queen, king, king board.
It looks like
I hear him sounding
hindsight, I thought it was GG too, to be honest.
preoccupied with some kind of side arrangement, or I don't know if they're... Theologus doesn't strike me as the guy to be betting red-black at the table on day 2 of 100K, you know, but that's what it sounded like, how often they were talking about the cards they folded.
I think it was because Alex had opened under the gun. Someone made the assumption that maybe Alex had an ace. I think it was Aram who, kind of started the conversation. And then to make things fair, he was like, well, I had a 9, so. I don't know, man. I don't want to harp on about it. I'm a fan of letting people sweat their outs, even if I had
no, but
one.
this time it works. It has like Jack deuce off or something.
I don't know what's going on.
I do feel like I've missed the context somewhere. There's a lot of discussion about folded hole cards, way more than you would normally get.
Alex is trying to talk himself into a walk.
No. Sneaky 4 that looks like an ace.
That's sick. He actually had Jack deuce off.
I mean, you can't fold after he says it.
Yeah, you have to just rip it at this point. It's like, fuck, he knows what I have. You know what I have, so I can't give you an edge.
I don't know. If I had Jack deuce off, I would be very scared at that point. I would think like, okay, maybe he saw it. I'm just gonna fold.
Oh,
Fuck it.
he had Jack deuce off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he has Jack deuce and I call it, I would be very scared. in his shoes.
That's why he went all in. He was scared that you knew his hand post flop. He's like, well, you can't do anything about it now if I ship.
Yeah, good point.
You might have induced him.
Got it?
I'm a fan of the banter and the chirpiness, man, you know? So many times where we just have a dead silent table.
Good luck.
Let the lads have some fun, why not? Record breaking 100K. Playing for 5.5 million. Have some fun. Let's go, Ding. You know those surveys Ali's been getting everyone to do? There needs to be a survey for who do you want to see on the feature table on every given opportunity, and it should be people like Ding Biao at the top of the list.
Remember when you met me? I was 3.5 on you guys.
Definitely getting after it with the big chip stack.
Against you when
Larger open than usual. Strava in the big blind short.
3.5 pre.
Gives Theologus a reason to go after this pot.
Well, there
I remember
you go.
thinking you were a fish.
The larger open
I remember thinking you
being
had to play
pounced on. Alex correctly recognizing
I don't remember the details, but I remember
that against
your sizings weren't.
Ding
really
specifically has more fold equity than he would against a typical +1 opening range. And let's see if Strava wants to play some 4D chess here.
It's just too much.
Yeah, he can see everything we're talking about right now.
Martin likes it.
All variables being recognized. He knows he could be ahead of a Theologus.
I mean,
Light 3-bet.
2.5 earlier in the series,
And he's getting a good price. If it clears out Ding when he calls.
I kind of wish I would have 3.5. I would have got that 9.4.
Oh, here we go, baby.
Wow.
Strava's made the call. Ding with a bit of saving face. Ponder a call as if it's a decision.
Everybody's all in.
Do you have nines? No. God damn it. How much do you have?
Well, then brought to you by WPT
We
Global.
need
So
more guys to
Strava in
start the
great
1K
shape
satellites
here.
on GG. Good luck, man.
Let's wobble.
For more than double up. Was that a nod of approval?
It
or
felt
was
like
it-
Theologus has spent the last 30 seconds evaluating this call.
Yeah.
Since he's seen the king-queen offsuit, maybe feeling a little disrespected.
Oh. And just like that, from disrespected to one card away
Any paint card.
from
Paint.
scooping in the pot,
Nah, let's.
Good luck. Okay, man.
which he does, eliminating Strava in the process.
Good fold. Save money.
Yeah, that looked like a little bit of a... really, buddy? Overcall with 8 big blinds, huh?
But you know there's mutual respect between these two as well, so I think even just some genuine curiosity from Theologus, like, oh, someone who I think is quite good, just made a play that I maybe wouldn't have. Like, let's kind of take stock of the details here so I could see what I'm missing.
Yeah, in a weird way, it then goes from disrespect to actually respect, because you're like, well, hang on. This guy knows in this spot that perhaps against a Ding open, I'm going to be a bit wider, so he's made the correct adjustment by overcalling with the king-queen. Of course, unfortunately for Strava, the poker gods not rewarding the play. It's Theologus chipping up nicely to 30 bigs. Back on over to the blue feature table. Couple of short stacks over here. Going to struggle to sneak their way into the money. Saliba on 15, Heath on 15, Minko on 20.
You can fold.
Mehdi on 6 bigs, I believe. Wow, Lundlund says spin the wheel. Mehdi obliges with the ace-10. 4.5 big blinds to get back into this fight.
I think so.
Lundland's been running hot. I would not be betting against the Queen 6 here, even though it's only got 38% equity.
Do you have him? No.
I feel like trips minimum.
That's the start.
I mean, the guy, it's your day, Kevin. We've all been on runs like that. Trips minimum? Okay. From 3 outs to 11. Doesn't find it though.
I would have won. You would? I would have won.
Sweaty turn card for Lunlun. Had to fade. Ace, king, 9. Does precisely that.
Yeah.
What a day for him. Up to 1.3. Yeah, that's the last thing you want. Camera in your face as you're getting unmiked. One of the biggest 100Ks in the history of the game. Walk of shame. We've all been there.
They've been doing like the full walk too.
Nice.
I don't know if this is standard procedure.
It's
but
not.
We get to see.
I like it.
We get to see the full pain sequence.
I want to see the pain. That's what the fans want.
Sometimes they double back and it's a little awkward, but that was a good quality walk of shame from Eddie right there. Just straight out the door.
Yeah, head down,
no pace.
Shoulders kind of, humped over. Yeah. I feel like the viewers actually felt that one. Not these super high rollers just heading straight for the cash desk into the 125K.
True.
No,
that
you
event
could
is
tell.
open.
Yeah.
That's not where he's headed right now.
No, you could tell that one meant a lot to Mehdi. Look at us, eh? Just numb to it now. What have we become? We've turned into the monsters, Kevin.
3 black chips, right?
Yeah.
Remember back in the day, you'd bust like an $8.80 turbo or something and it'd be the end of the world. Be like your last table of an online session for like a day saver. Unbelievable. Saliba. Look at this. Opening off of 15. Little cheeky open. Ace 5-0. King Jack 7.
Yeah, part of that polar opening range, we see players develop when they're short enough to open jam some of their middle strength hands. And a good number of those weaker hands are going to connect with the king or the jack. Stronger hands, of course. Pocket pairs, ace jack plus, things of that nature. So Saliba thinks this is his board, but O'Dwyer's hand is all over it.
I wonder if against this stack depth, O'Dwyer just
85.
wants to, yeah, there we go, just wants to play bigger pot right here, right now, push out some nonsense like this, but then also have equity against hands that want to get it in. Fantastic awareness on display here from Steve-O. Unfortunate timing for Saliba.
Yeah, and he would have put up a fight with a number of hands there. Maybe even a real card check just to make sure it wasn't ace of spades 5, right? It was ace 5 of spades, so he would have put up a fight with some marginal hands, but nothing to do there.
Blinds going up. Players will be going on a 45-minute dinner break at the end of this level.
If I win a pot with 2 of them in there.
Exactly 20 off the money.
Or if they color me up later on, that's fine.
So for some of the short stacks,
I don't want 1.
that dinner break,
The first time I ever played
it's going to feel like a
live poker
prison
tournament
sentence.
was when I was a student. It was at a house. 3-table tournament.
We colored up just before the final table. I had one big chip, and by the time we got to the final table, like we moved our chip, we had our chips in cups, in plastic cups. We got to the final table, I dumped my chips out, my big chip was gone. I was like, I never want just one ever again. Literally the first time I ever played in a live tournament. $5 buy-in.
I hope the social media team clip that. If they don't, someone at home clip that. Steve O'Dwyer's first ever tournament, $5 buy-in. Little 3-table home game. Sounds illegal, but who am I to judge?
We don't know if they were taking a rake, what jurisdiction they were under. Could have been fine. Don't know how you take. How much do you take off a $5 live 3-table tournament?
That's a really cool story. That is one of the things I love about Triton, is just getting up close and personal with some of these poker legends, getting to hear these stories. But it sounded like he lost a chip on his way over to the final table, and since then he's never wanted a lone big chip, so all or nothing for Steve-O. Doesn't want to colour people up. Has Artur in rough shape here. The jack not working for the Russian.
Ace-high board was an opportunity for Steve to represent some of those stronger limps he might have, but Queen-8 probably feels like showdown value. Not necessarily wanting to bloat the pot. Even picking up a club blocker on the turn, which I've seen a number of players use as a bluffing opportunity. O'Dwyer doesn't think it's necessary, at least not yet.
Well, this one's going to knuckle down to the river. See if Steve-O still perceives his hand as good enough to try and show down, which he does. Checks it on over to Artur, and now Artur surely recognizing that Jack High is no good, given that O'Dwyer's checked with flop, turn, and river.
Yeah, certainly tempting to take a stab at this pot. Try to represent a pair of 9s or a pair of 10s that played down to this situation passively. See this a lot with the 0 equity kind of trashy stuff in these smaller spots. I like this play from Artur. And I mean, look at O'Dwyer, just queen high, no pair. Giving real genuine thought to all of his options here. Maybe check call or check raise on the table. Feels like he's kind of ruled out raise though.
Yeah,
the way he's acting.
Just
looks like he's dreaming of a sick call right now. Is more what's on his mind.
Senses tingling. Gave Artur a bit of a stare down. See if he can pick this one off. Would really send a message to the table. Old wag of the finger. Doesn't find it. You can see just how suspicious he was. Artur, the well-executed bluff.
Ace-high board 3 times in a row. 3 times in a row, ace-high board. Coin versus coin.
Yep.
Artur looks pretty smug after that one. Not many people get a time bank out of Steve-O and, you know, live to tell the tale.
I don't think we played
Little
together.
Jack high.
Yeah.
Too many people.
Yeah. It's a crazy problem for Triton.
Incode 16.5 bigs up front.
Oh.
Makita, another crossbar here in Jeju. Came second in the mystery bounty. And Jeju was kind to him. This time last year, picked up his 5th title in the 100K short deck. Pretty absurd, just scrolling back through Makita's Triton track record. I mean, since 2023, May of 2023, so we're not even looking at 2 years, he's had 3 second-place finishes. And of course now, adding the 3rd here in Jeju, and he had that 1st-place finish last year in the 100K. But when it comes to, you know, legacy and Triton records, look at Jason Kuhn with 10. It really can just boil down to a couple of key hands not going one's way in a heads-up match. And, you know, listen, 5 titles, not something to sniff at, of course. But Jason, the overwhelming Triton trophy leader with 10. Saliba going to defend. 165 out there. Dire straits for the American. 2 undercards to Bads' red 10s. Terrible flop. Saliba has connected. Is it enough of a connection to want to put more money in this pot?
Yeah, I think a lot of times we would see maybe one big blind get dropped into these pots, couple of high cards on board, but pocket 10s has to feel like one of the ugliest hands to commit chips with when you're so dead against a jack or a queen. Obviously changing on this king of diamonds turn how strong the 10s can be. Great redraw if he is behind against a jack or a queen.
One of those really annoying spots for Saliba where it feels like money is going to get put in by Makita at some point.
50.
And there's just nothing Saliba can really do at the moment, just handcuffed to his stack depth, handcuffed to what the rulebook says. Hijack v big blind on this board. That's all bads.
Yeah,
Even
always
if you
tempting to put up a fight because we flopped a pair, but you can't fight just the reality of the deck. 3 overcards on board. A lot of high cards in the hijack opening range.
Okay, what?
6s can't go anywhere there, but out.
Yeah, even if you think Bads is just up to no good with, like, I don't know, like an ace 4 of spades or something. Nothing you can really do.
Yeah.
That man's been enjoying himself. Started this frame with around 300,000. It's now up to 1.3 million, 1.4 million. Do apologize. Couple of big pots going his way. He's going to be involved here. 4s under the gun. No, just going to pitch it.
Some discipline from Lunloon. Not so playable from early position. You see the big stack play it from time to time, but I guess he doesn't think of himself as the big stack right now at this table.
He's second in chips, but I do understand when you have Bantiakowski, O'Dwyer, and Martiroshin on your left.
Yeah.
You can get behind, pitching the fours. Heath, 10 bigs, ace-5 on the button. In it goes. Saliba not going to be a customer. Neither will Minko. You know much about Minko? Played with him at all?
Have seen Minko a bit in the U.S. high rollers. He started traveling out a little bit in the last year or so. Rumor though is one of the online, one of the sickest online tournament players at the moment.
Very
nice.
Don't think his name was confirmed, but do remember seeing a couple of articles suggesting he was Sir Vlamen
I'm fucking around, don't worry.
on Stars.
Didn't want to make a fool of myself.
I think he plays under his real name on
Like,
GG.
I have
Plays all the
Jack,
big
and she has
stuff.
like a straight.
Very talented tournament player from that younger generation.
Yeah, showing up for his first full series here. Got his beak wet. Paradise in the 100K main, which he cashed. Few runs, if you will, here, mainly in the forms of min cashes. See if he can spin up a stack in this 100K. People yawning already? What time is it? Got a long way to go, chaps. I don't even know what time it is anymore.
They didn't have a late night by our standards yesterday, unless by choice. Main event only played 10 levels on day one.
What about you? You've been disciplined with it, or have you been struggling to sleep?
No, sleep's been pretty
Wants to
good.
kill me almost. Sorry.
You know, I was traveling Thailand and other spots before we got here in Jeju, so been on the time zone for a while.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
cool.
But
I completely forgot you stayed at my house. Like, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
To your credit, you weren't there.
Oh man.
Nice
But
and
indeed,
That's.
I had an easier path than a lot of the Americans and Canadians traveling out this way from 14 to 17 hours.
Wow.
Behind
Is
in
that
time
much?
zone. Massive difference.
That's rough. Yeah, that's rough. Although, if I'm not mistaken, based on some Instagram stories I saw, quite a few of the chaps got out here early. A lot
Yeah.
of people were like making it kind of like a holiday / poker trip, go
Yeah.
to Seoul for a few days, beat the jet lag kind of situation. So Deng defending the big against Captain America. Both players have connected on the King-Queen 7. Osmus with the best of it. Top pair, looking to extract value.
Each person have each person.
Doubt we'll see Dang go anywhere with the 7 and the overcard. Small bet. Just a question of whether he wants to check raise. Sometimes we do see a more aggressive approach as the covered player in these high pressure moments, but good enough properties to just call.
Yeah, against cutoff, I don't mind it. I was about to say it's so difficult to improve, but there we go. Turns top and bottom. Feels like Osmus is still going to want to try and get a little bit more money in.
It feels like he can, I agree. Would say, in theory, great turn card for his range. High frequency opportunity for barreling. And King Jack's still worth something here. We don't have to go massive. We could put out 40% or something of that nature with our good and our marginal hands like this one. Goes a little larger.
Yeah, what is that? 150 into 245. Around 60% pot.
Do you ever sell? You never really sell.
And Clement's got that type of hand that might want to be all in to deny some equity.
Sell, man. Give me a chance to get
We
on
get
the
it in
stuck
clean
spot.
right now
Yeah, you're
against
not gonna
King
get stuck
Queen.
by me on GG, don't worry about it. It's gonna be even worse than him.
Is it?
Yeah.
GG
If
is not my
Osmus has
side.
King X of hearts, we want to run it now, not later.
I don't know. That site's weird.
Yeah.
It's not my site either. I'll tell you
Yeah.
that. It was my site, and then it wasn't. And I think I got better too. It was my site when I was like new to tournaments and didn't know what was going on. And then now that I know what's going on, it's not my site. I wish I didn't know anymore.
Yeah.
You should go back to
play a lot of GG. Late. In China time.
When you start 4 years.
A lot of table talk going on as Deng chews on this one. There is the jam.
Play until the final table. Means up 11 or 12 colors.
In kind of a nasty spot now for Jeremy's hand strength. Feels like he shouldn't have the ace.
Yeah,
Short
this is
stacked.
one of those spots where you're kind of surprised to get jammed on. You're like, hang on a minute, dude.
Yeah.
What's going on? Eye open from the cutoff kind of thing.
Big boss.
Oh, here we
Yeah.
go.
Expects to be good often enough, thinks it might just be, you know, Jack 9 of hearts, 10 9 of hearts type hand. How much value can you really have here? Playing 18 big blinds, cutoff versus big blind. I understand the call.
Well, out of left field, 1.2 million in the middle. And Deng gets the double. The turning 2 pair. Osmus dropping back down below 30 bigs, but still has ammunition. Would have preferred to have 2.1 million to do damage with on the bubble.
You know how you fly in? If you have to get like a transit
Yeah.
ticket, and then we were supposed to go to Bangkok, but then we canceled.
Back over to the blue feature table. I want to say 3-bet pot. Small blind, V+1. Queen, Jack 9, 2 diamonds, 1 heart.
Did look like, I think, 210 from Bads in the small blind, facing that +1 raise of Martirosian. We connect with this board so well. Being covered, 15 off the money. Do we want to play this hand just all in right now and charge for equity? Try to run it against Jack 10 suited, pocket 10s? Or do we want to extend this hand with a check or a small bet of some kind? Just all of it.
Man, you're dialed in today, Kevin. I love it. Makita up to 40 big blinds. We know what he can do with a stack. Would love to see him chip up a little bit more before dinner break. Come back, try and push people around on the $165,000 money bubble. Stephen Chidwick has regained the chip lead, 62 left. Santosh Savana currently in second. He's playing 82 bigs. I remember when Savana first kind of broke onto the scene, September 2022 in Cyprus. I mean, the rumors of the cash games this guy was in. Everyone wanted to be a fly on the wall. Picked up his first title in Cyprus a year later, and he's been a regular face on the tour ever since. Got a healthy stack here. We'll keep an eye on him. You can follow along over on the Triton Poker Plus app. If you haven't already downloaded it, do so. You can track every hand history from your favorite players left in the tournament. You can also check out event number 12, 125K. Ren Lin, chip leader in that one. 25 runners so far.
Got the last one through, and now up to 9 big blinds. Saliba takes stock of his new stack situation, maybe thinking about a min raise as an option. With the hand that seems a little bit too weak to jam, he decides to just pass. Minko also exercising some caution on that 16 big blind stack, 15 off the money.
Very interesting limp here from Bads. I mean,
yeah, is that? I missed him putting the chips out. I'm even surprised, I have to admit.
Is this a byproduct of Artur being in the big? I don't know.
Or even Putra on the button with 11 big blinds. Maybe the bigger impact because Ace-7 feeling like an awkward raise fold against that exact stack size. Because I would think the incentive against Martirosian is let's raise big and not invite this guy into the pot with my range. Interesting find for Makita. Options that I admit I probably would have been blind to in the moment.
Yeah, there are a few guys where the eyebrow kind of gets raised, even for a mere MTT pleb such as myself. But when Makita does something, you know, people get curious. Talking of curiosity, what do you think the price tag on that bad boy on the left is? First time had the opportunity to check that piece out. You can check out our official timekeeper, Jacob & Co. Of course, it is main event time, which means we have that custom Jacob & Co. X Triton collaboration timepiece that will be going to the champion in this one, just to name a few that have picked up those timepieces. Punat Punsri, Henrik Hecklund, Stephen Chidwick, Jason Kuhn.
5 seconds.
Saliba,
Play roll in.
the chance to pick up some chips here. Ace King up front. Oh, here we go. We're going to be flipping for Saliba's tournament life.
260,000.
Makita taking a look to his left. Sees he's covered by one of these players, Ben Heath in the big blind, similarly short to Saliba.
5 seconds. Call.
Just comes with call.
Fold. Fold.
That's going to get rid of everyone behind. Cards on their backs, gents. 595 out there. Saliba, 43% equity, needs to connect
No, Ace King is on.
to get back up to 20 big blinds. It's been handcuffed so far. Handcuffed, he remains on the Queen 7-3. Needs to find some paint. Doesn't find it on the turn, and now finds himself drawing to 6 outs once for his tournament life. Can he get there against the 5-time champ? No, he can't.
Good luck, guys. Good luck.
Going home just 15 off the money. Class act as always. Double tap of the table. GG's all round. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it. 2025, we're going to see Saliba pick up a Triton trophy.
All right.
I'm not going to be in this main event, unfortunately. We do get the walk of shame, though. See if he hops into that 125k, or perhaps after a long series, just calls it a day. Looks at flights to Japan or Seoul, I don't know, wherever the guys are going after this one. Maybe just gets a flight back home.
You don't think he's booked already?
For the start.
A spur of the moment type guy?
Escalated, yeah.
Well, he was like clearly bum hunting. You know, he's sitting heads up tables, and then I sit him, and then he
he's
just
probably
doesn't play.
got everything
And I'm like,
calculated.
what the hell? Why are you sitting at the heads up table if you don't want to play? You should play anyone if you're sitting.
Wait, who's getting outed as a bum hunter?
Now.
These
F4
guys.
in its name.
With the who?
F4 in its name.
Is it like
Some-
to make Chinese
Some
people not want to
online
play?
beef
No.
being aired out at this feature.
No, it's just 4 poker.
Or poker.
Listen, think, bro. 4 in this name.
Brent Kenny sent me something about another site that he's doing.
Well, it's this one.
Is
Just
it
has
this
maybe
one?
different skins depending on where you are.
Oh, so it's this one. Okay.
395 out there, 3-bet pot.
Alex is very
Osmus
careful.
is
You
in
guys should
big
all
trouble.
be careful, man. You guys are knocking on the door to the FBI to come fucking grab you guys and take you to jail.
Jesus Christ, I don't know, telling you now.
We're on the stream. I'm not saying anything.
Whatever Aram's had,
The new side
pre-break.
is not WPT Global. It's other side with 4. It's not WPT Global.
Well, the
I
way
want
they
some.
did it, they're gonna be safe from the
It's not
police.
WPT
But
Global.
when you have like Americans depositing crypto
Quarter pot.
and stuff on these other
Is
sites,
this the
and
end
there's money being
of
moved
Captain
around,
America?
It's money laundering, basically.
Okay, I get that, but I think it's not a crypto site to begin with.
So you can't like deposit and withdraw crypto?
5K is
How
not
do you
many
deposit and
people,
withdraw
maybe
520 out
Laptop
there.
Or Skrill or credit card or
15 off the money. 9s against a very aggressive Belarusian.
Does the camera have nothing to do with any of this?
It's uncomfortable to put hands like this.
I wouldn't know. I have nothing to do with this.
It does just call, you know, to put it in with hands like this against these positions, even when you know Boyka's capable, sometimes it's what we need to do, and it might still happen on this safe-looking turn card.
I call a spade a spade.
But when you're behind, you're so dead.
Very straightforward.
I'm not talking about
Yeah, Jeremy really needed like a
talking about cards, about other things.
Broadway card to roll off on the turn
I'm not talking about the cards either. I'm just saying.
to potentially save him, help him find an exit.
I sit, you don't play, you are a keyword.
But given just the last 2 hours of play,
And I don't mean Pone Diddy.
we've seen these guys both involved in multiple 3-bet spots. Seen Boyka
His nickname is P-word.
show down a couple of bluffs. Wonder if that dynamic plays into this hand here.
Yeah, if Boyka comes with, you know, a smaller bet size on the turn, something like 40%, leaving 40% behind on the river, he's the type of player where you can absolutely believe that he's got a zero equity, like a, maybe not zero, but ace-10 offsuit
Sure.
kind of hand, or a king-queen offsuit kind of hand, and
A lot of these 100 big blind guys, he's down to 60.
Yeah, he's going Geo.
it's going to allow him to get paid when he has a real hand like this. Thought he might even consider checking with aces, but he's got no clubs. Maybe some hope that Jeremy floated the flop with ace-high clubs and he can get value from this as well.
8, 9-ish.
Same. We're going to go from 29 to 22 real quick.
That's it. Also gonna be close to big blind. So like 20 big blind, just jump something, get called.
If Jeremy doesn't believe, on the other hand, that there are sufficient bluffs here, I mean, do we just try to get away right now? We're so far behind.
We can still be outdrawn.
Of the tournament, at least this tournament.
It's not an attractive bluff catcher to call 3 streets. It feels like the kind of hand that either puts it in right now because you think you're clearing out 2 overs, or you put it in the bin.
There's the jam. And there's the snap call. Osmus in rough shape with 1 card to come. Needs to find a 2-outer.
Still a 9 coming? I don't know what I had this hand from. Captain America. If anyone can do it, it's Captain America, right?
Still has a smile on his face.
Ooh.
Doesn't find one of the 2 remaining 9s to stay in this main. And just like that, a 1.8 million chip pot goes Boyka's way. He's now chip leader. Captain America, Jeremy Osmus, Triton champion from this series, out just 13 off the money. And I mean, what could have been? Saw that 2-pair turn against his flop top pair. Costly pot for him, and now 9s against aces under the gun V +1. And then on top of that, to get the 5-5-4-6 board.
Yeah.
Right in front of us. Right on the stream.
No escape from those hands.
So if I win, I'm minus, right?
Didn't you already win?
If I saw 40.
You already won a tournament.
Yes,
You
once.
did?
Yeah,
Once, okay, I'm sorry.
Don't think about winning another one, dude. Come on, save some trophies for us.
Sometimes you run good.
I'm happy to
So
see.
humble.
I'm happy to see you win it.
You have a black one? Yeah.
More money. More money for honey.
When you're so rich, you mess up the black chips. Jesus Christ.
Another first-time champion joining the table. Totally Filatov. Took down the 25K WPT Global Slam. A 25K with 1.9 million for first. How'd you like them apples?
Oh yeah.
And where do we go from here? It's all downhill from here, right? We need to try and come up with something new, like that chess box crossover that there was a bit of time where there was like chess matches followed by boxing matches. Maybe we do like a 25K WPT Global Slam, and then if you get eliminated, you get 3 3-minute rounds against the guy that eliminated you.
Oh.
I don't know.
Are you calling the DT
MMA style, of course.
Thank you.
Maybe among the eliminated players, you know, kind of like a second life situation.
Yeah.
Anybody want water?
Chance to win back into the tournament.
Yeah.
More.
As soon as they make the money, we just
I'll go get another
refresh
one, don't
10
worry.
stacks.
Yeah, we just do like a
Tank full
weigh-in
and go run off.
at the start of the series. Everyone weighs in, so that obviously there's no unfair.
Is this going to grow the
battles.
game, this idea, or is this just...
I'm just trying to get our numbers up. You know, our viewers. A lot of people watch UFC, Kevin. Give Dana a call. It's going to be our next blue table. Shilko. Puna. Bulgarian. Dimitar Danchev.
Reza there.
And is there a world in which Redraw gets away from this against Ben Heath's 10 big blinds, which we will inevitably be hearing from?
Hard to imagine. 4-10 big blinds unless one of these remaining players wakes up. The big one.
Good luck, gents.
Huge equity spot. Not to state the obvious. Just 11 off the money. All in brought to you by BetACR. Jack 9-8. O'Dwyer finds the 3 outer, but Heath does have the reverse outs as the Queen of Spades rolls off on the turn, but that now gives O'Dwyer flush outs.
No 10 of spades.
10 would chop it. Queen of Hearts
3 or 5
wins it for Heath. Staying alive. It's been short throughout the entirety of this feature table. These two likely to chop it up. This went raised to 105K. 3.5 bigs. Call from Alex. Ace 10-10. Continue from Boyka. 40K into 240.
I'm a pitbull.
Alex has made the call.
Pitbull. Pitbull. What is it?
Drawing dead, by the way.
I don't know professional. For sure, no. Like.
Yeah, Boyka,
If you would say it like.
not going to expect a lot of better aces in the calling range of Theologus, but some potential cause for concern by the 2 10s on board. A lot of medium cards that he'll take this flop with and make trips. So you see Boyka going with a small bet size, not trying to threaten the stack of Theologus, but just trying to get value from what is likely the best hand right now.
She sleeps in bed with me all day.
You have someone taking care?
Yeah, less than 20% on the flop.
Became best friends. So she, like,
25% on the turn.
more than she stays with me when
Alex going nowhere.
she'll come like 2 days a week and then the other 5 days.
480 out there.
I live in an apartment, you know? So it's like the big dog.
Chop it up, chaps.
Yeah.
As soon as I get
Yeah, of course, uninteresting pair of hands to see on this board. Strategies can be a little bit weird when the likely outcome is a chop, but Boyka still doesn't necessarily think that Theologus has an ace right now. He might be thinking about how do I get value from king high or a turned 7, something weird like this.
Not yet. Surgery in 4 months. I'm waiting. 4 months? Yeah, they put me on a 6-month wait list 2 months ago.
Starts with a check, which is a little confusing perhaps for Theologus, but maybe representing a hand like pocket queens, jacks, that goes for thin value on 2 streets and now slows down. See if he can induce the occasional bluff.
Someone hit you, right? Or
no, it's just like always it was injury.
240.
Anatoly, are you better in football or billiard?
And we might not even see a raise.
240.
Kind of a weird spot. Outside chance Theologus has 4 of a kind.
What do you mean?
What do we expect to get called by when we put it in here?
With the
I'm above
gloves and
average
everything.
in many games. Above average in many games, but not top.
Yeah. So you're better in football than in billiard?
Both above average.
I got scammed pretty hard by they like told me that I have a
Just gonna flick in the call.
Maybe I should
Chop it
try
up, chaps.
All in. I mean,
Both scared. Both scared.
At least you'll have a few time bunks left.
So they told me I had this. I waited a whole year. I didn't like work out or do anything.
I like Boyka. He's been he's got a cool presence at the table.
And then they're like, uh-oh.
Seems
You have
cool, calm, and collected.
Community surgery. And then they're like, we'll put you on the wait list. 6
tight
months.
player me, no bluff.
So like it's been.
There's
Yeah,
no way
it's
to
really
like pay a
hard to
little bit
bluff.
more and then just get it instantly.
No, I mean pre-flop.
I could probably pay like 20,000, but then I have like healthcare insurance, so, and I think if I do this, it'll mess up my healthcare insurance. I don't know if it's like legal or not. It's kind of weird. Weird thought.
Okay.
First roll, second
I tried.
I have
but-
short hands, I cannot read.
You should have this like wooden
Yeah.
grab like dealers have like.
Yeah, like, exactly, like the dealer just bring them over.
Maybe you can put it into the.
The players will be going on their very well earned 45-minute dinner break after an intense series so far. I mean, what, 11 days in now? Event number 11. A lot of No Limit Hold'em played here in Jeju for the highest stakes in the world. So they'll be taking 45, I believe. Kevin's going to be joining them. Randy's going to be jumping in with myself. And obviously with the power of technology, going to be splicing down at delay. So don't go too far. Perhaps, you know, get one of those ready-made meals, stick it in the microwave, put the kettle on. We're going to take 5 or 10. I don't know, you know. What even is time, guys?
Well,
I mean, let's be honest. How about this from Dang? Coming with the 3.3x, blind v blind, leaning on Theologus. 10 off the money, and it might work, you know?
Yeah, Jack 7. It's a dusty hand. We see a lot of aggression from the covering stack in these spots. A little surprised to see, you know, we are dominated a lot when we get called. Not just saying that because of the King 7, also Jack 8, Jack 9, Jack 10, these kind of hands. Very common for Theologus, but
Yeah, I guess. I think it just like will take.
Dang, an experienced player in tough fields.
You never know though. We can make the money with.
I mean, there's
with 49 left, 2 people can bust.
I believe this is second Triton stop, but he's been around the U.S. circuit quite a bit, playing against some of these guys. He knows these spots.
If I get dealt ace 5, I might.
But does he know this spot?
This is a fun one that Theologus is coming with.
Right.
Limp call range.
Ripping that shit in your face, man.
Very medium card heavy.
But I said, yeah, right. I'm ripping.
We've
that
now
shit
got
in
an
your
all
face.
medium card flop, you might say. Theologus just leads out, thinks he's taken the lead with his overall range.
Real fascinating hand developing here. Just diving deep into the intricacies of No Limit Hold'em tournament strategy. Get the notepads out. Stay curious. Watching some of the best navigate these murky waters.
90.
Theologus has the King of Clubs working now on this Deuce of Clubs turn. And he's keeping the sizing kind of conservative, I think, you know, as the covered stack, recognizing that even if he did have a good hand here, he wouldn't really want to commit everything, at least not without knowing how the runout's going to develop.
It feels like you're asking to get put in the bin.
Yeah.
At least to me, this sizing on a two-tone texture, it's like, okay, well, wouldn't you want to size up a little bit?
Yeah, and Clement has the type of hand that could do just that with a little over pot behind, an open-ender that blocks 2 suits. It can be scary to jam a hand like this. If Theologus calls, it's probably a Queen-Jack type holding, and you know, we're just drawing to chop outs at that point. Ooh. So not committing. But small raise from Dang, and this might be just enough against the Naked King.
Yeah.
Theologus.
Very well played, sir. It's my first time calling the action on Dang and just giving us a little glimpse as to what he is capable of. Second time venturing out to a Triton series. First joined us in Monte Carlo 2023. Only played a few events out there. Cashed his first event, 25K Turbo. Came 9th in that one. This one here in Jeju being his first full series. Showing us that he knows how to dance with the best. There we go. Conclusion of this hand. We will be going on break. I think the reason that they're asking for it to stop is just to make sure that it's fair all around, that everyone's played the exact same amount of hands. One of the many innovations that Luca and his team have come up with is that hands on all tables are tracked, just to make sure there is no imbalance.
All in.
Man, this is a sick find.
This is quite a find for Theologus. We've got a not quite chip lead, but big stack 3-bet from early position out of Ding Biao.
Under the gun against +1 as well. I mean, I tip my hat to Theologus, just not scared. 10 off the money.
Yeah, I mean, this size kind of small with the Jack-10 suited. Theologus was probably prepared to run into aces every now and then and just have very little hope, but...
It's funny because last time he did this against Ding, his hand obviously got shown down. He had the Queen Jack, and Ding was complaining how everyone's always jamming on him.
That spot an even stronger range, and he does it anyways again.
Well, ace-5 suited better than 10s.
Yeah, you might have fucked me. Were you shoving if he folds? You shove on me?
Call.
Call? I had a good hand.
He's being honest, and
That
Ding
hurt.
hates to hear that.
Yes, I mean, you don't know what call means, right?
Okay. Right, well, I wasn't sure whether we were going to get another hand, another table. It does look like we're wrapping up on the red table. Arthur Martiroshin still bossing it up. Lun Lun has been on quite the spin over on the blue table. Bats playing a healthy 36 bigs. Blinds will be going up, of course, to 20K, 40K when we do return from dinner break. But let's see what's occurring. A couple of short stacks out there. Minko on 14 bigs. Do find ourselves 8 away from the money. Have the likes of Hugh Song on 9 bigs, Andrus Nemeth on 11, Evgeny Terashenko on 11, Vladimir Minko on 14, Pavel Plusev on 15. So it's going to be a long old dinner break for those shorter stacks. I believe JNT was just brought over to the main stage. Perhaps one final hand before
Only one more
dinner.
hand, and then we can go anyway.
What's JNT? That looks like something out of Back to the Future. Filatov with the blades in the small blind, under the gun open, hijack flat against two of the larger stacks at the table.
And Ding Biao has to be feeling frustrated at this point with how much counter aggression he's been facing. Seemingly every pot he enters.
You know, there is some leveling to that as well, given that he's voiced that frustration openly to Sam Muller, very aggressively kind of folding in a couple of spots. Maybe feels like he's just getting pushed around. You can level yourself into thinking that people are just after you.
But this is no small size from Filatov. 12 big blinds on the 3-bet. Everyone playing deep enough where, yeah, you do see Ding Biao decide to call. Price makes sense, and I mean, Boyka now finds himself in a spot where he covers both players. He can close the action for 300. Feels ambitious with just 2 4s, but we'd get the chance to play in position and try to make a set for a chip lead pot. Doesn't sound like the worst idea. I knew I was too sticky. He finds a good fold.
He's gonna stay disciplined, but I do like where your head's at. I'm personally flicking in the call, and I'm flopping a full house, you know? Wow, can we get a close-up?
Of Boyka?
Yeah. I don't want to see, I don't care that Filatov and Biao are in this hand. I want to see an action replay slow-mo.
There is no stronger anti-sweat feeling in poker than when you fold a pair pre in a big spot and you're waiting for that flop to arrive. But of course now, a real dangerous spot for Ding Biao on a safe-looking board. We saw Osmus get sent to the rail with 9s versus aces on a low board. Ding Biao does not want to face the same fate.
Different spot this time round, as overcard has rolled off, whereas in Osmus's case, it's an undercard on the turn. 1.3 out there. Ding is very aware that Filatov is capable of running huge bluffs. There's some weird stuff going on here as well. You know, we're heading into dinner break. Biao's been getting pushed around, at least in his mind.
Yeah. And that's exactly the kind of dynamic that not long ago catapulted Anatoly Filatov to his first Triton title in that 25K. You see someone who's so capable of bluffing, and bluffing on stream in big spots. That's the reputation that gets you paid off when you have aces sometimes as well.
Just what the doctor ordered before dinner. 2.2 million already in the middle. 1 card to come. And perhaps now, an exit for Ding. Given the run out, would need Filatov to have an ace-5, an ace-queen type of hand. There's the jam. Relatively quick jam there, by the way, from Filatov. I don't know if you want to read too much into that.
Yeah, we saw Filatov actually kind of playing with these quick sizes in his win in the 25K that I mentioned before. Played a few big pots with pace. Can definitely mix that up.
Don't do it, Ding.
How do we read into that? I mean, the king has changed the board for some hands. If Filatov has queens here, he's never all in quick. Still finds the fold.
Well, perhaps for Ding, dinner could not come at a better time. Very clear signs of frustration there from Biao, understandably so. Just, I mean, I don't know if we saw him win a hand during that frame, just getting pressured pre-flop, people rejamming on him, now 3-bet pot, committing $1 million in chips and forced to fold the river. Filatov will be going into dinner break, second in chips, as we welcome you back to the main stage. Kevin Rabichow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. I was hoping to get eased into my stint here in Jeju, but that was a bit of a bloodbath.
Yeah, we saw stacks flying. I mean, huge names going down early. I mentioned Osmus just moments ago, but still kind of on the heels of that big pop between Jason Kuhn and Steven Chidwick that we saw, bring Chidwick up now in third at 2.45 million chips. I mean, big names are falling in this event, but I mean, perhaps because with just 55 left, everyone's a big name at this stage.
Yeah, that's true. And I am quite surprised that we are just 8 off the money. So those shorter stacks got to be heading into said dinner break a little bit nervy. But when they come back in about 10 minutes time, Randy and I will be on call as we work our way down through the money bubble here in this 100K No Limit Hold'em main event. We'll see you in about 10 minutes.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Ace-5 suited for Mateos. Gonna min raise. Ace King suited.
That's the real ace.
It's actually a bit of a problem for Mateos, who likes to be very aggressive with these baity suited aces. I'm going to imagine he's never folding. I'm just not so sure if he's going to 4-bet or call 3-bet. He likes to have bluffs in his range, and ace-5 suited is a good candidate to attack with. Clearly not going to work against ace-king suited.
55,000, another 35. Slathered by Rezai.
All in.
And this is solver approved, but unfortunately, it is not Rezai approved. As he declines to find the muck, understandably with the ace-king suited in a very bad spot here for El Conquistador, covered by Rezai. 733 in the middle. Might it be a short outing on day 2? That flop certainly leaves us thinking that 0.3%. Mateos draws dead on the turn. Boy, we didn't expect to see that stack departing this early today, Randy.
Yeah. Adios, Senor Mateos.
No, not the first nor the last time that an ace-5 suited is going to be responsible for an exit.
That happened. Didn't that happen one time? It was like.
Seat open on 13.
I remember you doing it to me in like the
GG's, Adri.
50K or something.
Fishness over there is boundless. Just add Sean Winter. Meanwhile, ace-king here for Dan Smith. 4th in the 150K yesterday, which was a nice result for him. You know, I mean, he hung out and laddered on multiple occasions, as did Wang Yi. Makes it 24,000. Tsugunari Toma with an ace. Lets it go. Murli Manokaran is not going to be doing such things, though, with 2 kings in the small. And one could see a world in which Dan Smith's going to be spinning here.
Race 65.
3rd scoop delivered, a prompt muck from Punsri. Scoop number 4 incoming, Randy.
Of course, it's ace-king. You're playing a shallow stack of 26 big blinds. You've got fold equity. It's not going to work, of course, against 2 kings. But it will be a 30-70 incoming shortly.
So the jam declared. Murli's going to beat him into the pot with these kings.
Oh, no, we're not going to beat him into the pot.
Okay, but I mean, come on.
We've seen kings fold pre-flop
Randy,
before.
I'm not.
I'm just saying.
Don't make this happen again.
Where are you going to jump into now?
He's the covering stack. If there's a volcano on Jeju, I'll jump right into it if this man folds the kings. There it is. I don't have to worry about any molten hot lava. But Dan Smith has to worry about hitting an ace here, as he plays for 636K. Just a couple of hands that book a date with destiny. 10-7 tray and no spade to speak of for Dan Smith.
If it does go runner spades, they could chop it up.
I love the rose-colored lenses on you, Randy. No such luck for Dan on the turn. Begins the demiking process, which will be completed absent an ace. One-legged version on the end. And Murli Manokaran, who was one of those we circled at the top of the broadcast, a Triton rookie at his first festival, top 10 stack, claims the pelt of the mighty Dan Smith.
It's also his very first event he's played this festival. It's looking good.
More ways than one, by the way. Deep levels of envy for yours truly, who has, you know, become follicularly challenged. A very thick mane on Manokaran.
Trent and there's Jason Kuhn, Chidwick, like, that's the one to watch.
Raise.
Well, ace-king. And Saliba's been the one to watch here. V-pipping over this orbit. Pocket fives for Sean Winter. Will he grab his miner's hat? The answer is yes. Ace-jack suited for Leonardo Drago. He hasn't played a lot of hands, Randy. 133 in total.
Yeah, this is a very bad spot for Drago. He's sitting on 11 big blinds, and he just perceives to have fold equity with ace-jack suited. Performs okay even when called. Given you're short, you could easily see like an ace-10 get curious or some medium pocket pairs.
So in comes the rip. It could feel a little bit like some squeezability. Regardless, Saliba's ace-king makes mincemeat of the hard 10 and rates to make mincemeat of Leonardo Drago's ace-jack of diamonds. 327,000 chip pot as suddenly several all-ins coming toward the latter throws of this frame. Ace, queen, 9 with a diamond out there. Saliba still leads. Nothing sweaty on the turn. Drago wrapping the table unless Jacob says hello, which he doesn't. The board pairing 9.
If it's poker stars,
bringing this main event run for Leonardo to a close and sending yet another dose of chips
there's no
to
dead bottoms
Saliba.
in poker stars. So. Or a flip. I would take that.
Not much for Drago to do with a short stack. Played it just fine.
You know what, huh?
Oh yeah, favorite, I guess.
Well, the conversation at the table for a time, driven somewhat by Razai, talking about an EPT main event, where apparently he took a nasty runner quads beat, was
it's worth it.
surrounding bad beats. What's the worst beat that you can remember taking, Randy?
Extended commentary time with you.
Thank you.
Worst beat. Oh man.
Well, let's pay our first visit over to the other featured table. Here's the final table list of the World Series of Poker main event. Boris Angelov, part of the Bulgarian delegation, if my memory serves.
Yep. Surrounded by some quite talented players out of Bulgaria.
So Fakhreddin Mustafov coming to mind. Dimitar Donchev as well. Ace-5 suited. Davies, the opener. Paused upon the Queen-6 suited of Ryuta Nakai in the small. Nothing more than a pause, however, as it slips over to Alex Foxen. Now, the King Tray offsuit is a thing in terms of a 3-betting candidate. Once we're suited, though, we like to put it more into the camp of defend. Do we not?
I would agree. From a theoretical standpoint, we've seen Alex Foxen very willing to maneuver outside of those lines as he sees fit, but yeah, any suited hand.
Oh boy.
Going to be a good call, but
Foxen with the king high flush draw versus trips, and we don't assign a whole lot of 5x to the opposition in this 85K pot, even with it being a cutoff open from Davies. Let's see what Seth has in mind.
Yeah, and quite a short stack as well for Davies relative to the blinds now, less than 20. Oh, and was that a check behind?
Did check back, Kevin.
This is pretty sharp, I think, because of exactly what you were just speaking to. When there's 2 5s on the board, Foxen going to have a lot of those in his range. Davies usually going to have ace or king high on this texture, or maybe an underpair to the jack. So to protect that overall weakness, why not mix in a few checks with 3 of a kind? And if he can avoid the remaining diamonds in the deck that Foxen's hoping for, this is starting to pay off quickly. This is a large bet designed to represent a 5 or maybe a reasonable jack.
Well, this is exactly what Davies had in mind, was getting some chips into this pot when he checked back the ace-5, content to flat, and now Foxen has fanned here on the river. He could think that Davies has a little bit of ace-x that's keeping him honest on the turn, but might crumble in the face of added aggression on the river here. And obviously, I don't think king high is something he expects to have any showdown value whatsoever as played.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Foxen is going to expect Davies to have all of the ace queens of any suit, all of the ace kings of any suit. And these are hands he might have in mind that he can force out of this pot. The 9 looks like it connects. Yeah, he does run the bluff.
And it's close to full pot. 200,000 into 215. Davies covered, makes the call, and that is a very nice outcome.
They follow suit, both within their hearts and on the outside, and so that's actually the real way towards like a utopian ideal, is somehow to change what's within, to just not be attached. But
you know, I did a little bit of Greek philosophy in school. I don't remember Junglocles having his teachings as part of the textbooks, but here we are with a front row seat. By the way, careful trying to spout off with Chidwick. If there's holes in any of this, Stevie's gonna find him.
You can be sure he's analyzing.
Yeah, I think the one quick quip he had was that, you know, when the future arrives, it's no longer the future, it's the present, Jungle, and I think that did dampen a little bit of the enthusiasm for Jungle. Kuhn, by the way, dampening from early position with this ace-10 offsuit. Espen Jorstad deciding I've had all I can stands. I can't stands no more, in the spirit of Popeye. Can of spinach popped open to 235, but of course Jungle with 2 queens, he's not looking for the exits.
No, Jungle thinking through how to approach 1.2 million against the remaining players who also have 1.2 million, actually just player in Jason Kuhn. Thought Stevie on his left was still left to act, but Kate's the big blind.
I'm all in.
Figuring out if he needed to flat or click or just go all in.
Decided to usher Jason's holding into the muck with
but there's this thing of like
a little more enthusiasm.
There's always like something better.
Not gonna kill your sweat, buddy.
Problems.
Not gonna kill your sweat.
Then you'll never.
Oh, you didn't have 2 aces, so I'm
use
still
the
alive.
problems
You had
are
one,
solved.
right?
See what I'm saying? You'll just keep saying, "Oh, look at all the problems that are out there."
Jungle, by the way, has resumed
But that's like that's proven.
the role of philosopher, but I'm not sure Espen Jorstad's going to have a chance to resume the role of player. As the turn puts the case queen on board, a set for Jungle. I'm not even sure he realizes it. As casually he showers Jorstad, finishing what he started.
Like a symptom of full alignment, which is very difficult. It's extremely difficult, right? You still feel
Leave it to
pain of
Jungle
enlightenment. You would just
to not be
you would just
focused
never
at all
react if you're 100% enlightened. Like,
on the all-in pot. But
Well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the 100K record-breaking main event here in Jeju. Randy Liu and Dylan Wiseman joining me, Kevin Rabichel stepping out. Randy, just going to come to you real quick because obviously you've been here for the last 11 days covering, you know, just the madness that this series has been in terms of just the amount of players that have been coming up out to the series. I mean, is there anyone of the new players top of your mind that you think, I want to see more of this guy?
I mean, there's just so many new players out there where it's hard for me to hand choose one of them specifically, but a lot of them are doing very well as expected. A lot of the veterans don't really have many data points on them. But then again, you know, like Weissman, he's one of the new guys out here. But he's not playing Nolan Hold'ems. He's going to play the PLO coming around the corner, I assume.
Yeah. Flying in today, jumping straight into the booth to help us with this main event, but obviously you are here for the 4 card. Now, you were back with us in Monte Carlo back end of last year. Is there anything different that you're expecting here, given geographically where we're located?
I'm actually very interested to see what the turnout is for the 4 card here in Jeju. I think that when you are in Monte Carlo, you know that all the European players are going to show up. And right now we're running a little bit of a trial to see how big the PLO can actually get given the record-breaking fields that we're having here at Triton. I believe last Jeju, the field composition was very good in terms of the ratio of professionals to amateurs. But I'm hoping, and I think a lot of the 4-card community is hoping, that we can actually get large field numbers as well.
I hope so too. I mean, you know, everything's been focusing on the Hold'em, understandably so, given the turnout. But we're all lovers of the great game. We want to see it build, and we want to see some randoms in there that no one's ever heard of, just clicking buttons, and from an entertainment point of view, putting on a bit of a show. I mean, I'll love that. You'll obviously love it from an EV point of view. You're out there battling. Best of luck to you. Obviously, you've got, what, a day and a half to kind of just like rest, or is it tomorrow? Tomorrow you start?
We start tomorrow. Yeah, hit the ground running.
All right. Well, he's jumping straight in. We're going to be jumping back into the action about 10-15 seconds time. It's Poseidon Ho, chip leader with 55 left, 8 off the money as we work our way down through this field, live from the Land and Casino here in Jeju. To you by Club WPT Gold. Now that min cash, of course, with the 47 players paid, is going to be a little 1.6x, 163,000 for making it into the money. And then we're planning on playing down to the final 16. So the players that do bag and tag for the evening will be locking up 336,000. That's obviously when we get down to the final 2 tables. Then tomorrow, coming back, playing for 5.5 million and change. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. For now, our attention focused on, for me personally, chaps, one of my favorite stages of the tournament, purely just from a lover of the game. I love seeing players really step out and just go for it. That's, you know, the Alex Foxons of, you know, Ponakovs, these kind of guys that just want to play big pots on the bubble.
I really appreciate in 2-cards specifically that players understand the bubble dynamic. We've been doing it for such a long period of time, and it's gotten to the point where we actually have more aggressive strategies showing up. It's like, we know that you have to play passively in a lot of situations, but people are aware that the players with lots of chips are trying to take advantage of that bubble dynamic that you're describing, and so you actually get re-steals and these emerging, more advanced strategies around the bubble that allow you to take aggression, and I think we've seen that a lot in the higher stakes tournaments over the last 2 years.
100%. And listen, you know, I love the great game, 4 cards, but the thing that is beautiful about Hold'em that you can never take away from it is you can leverage someone's entire stack on any given moment, any given street, doesn't, you know, as long as you've got them covered. So we're going to be seeing some of the world's best executing precisely that. Blue table, chip leader of the entire tournament, Poseidon Ho. And then we've got Greenwood bossing it up over on table 3. Cards back in the air. Not to state the obvious, but a star-studded field. We saw the likes of Phil Ivey out there, Foxon, Ike Haxton, Seth Davies, O'Dwyer, Boss, Paul Pua with a healthy stack. JNT, Mario Mosbach, Makita, all in. 8 off the money. And here we go, chaps.
That was quick.
Hand number 1. Cards on their backs. High equity spot for both players playing a similar stack. Daniel covering with the best of it. Ace-Jack, 57%. Clean 5-5 deuce. 1 heart in sight. The immediate outs for Kulev coming in the form of a king or a queen. How about a little backdoor flush equity for the Bulgarian? King, queen, heart needed. Doesn't find it. 9 of clubs, and well, dinner break followed by dessert for Daniel Rezai. Just holding with the ace-jack against number 1 on Bulgaria's all-time money list.
Now for a second, I thought
looking at Kulev's entire series, he has bricked everything. Oh, sorry, he has 1 cash, excuse me, in the 25K 8-handed. So tough series for an incredibly talented poker player.
Yeah, and I've heard from Kevin Rabichow that this walk of shame, Randy, is like a new thing that the Share Hands crew are trialing out. I'm a fan. I want to see the emotion, you know. I want to see.
We want to see if they're breaking some bottles on the way out or something
Well,
like that.
no, easy now, Randy. I know you're a bit high strung at the moment. All right, we just guys. Honestly, we need to get a behind the scenes camera. Like, forget these breaks that we're taking. It should just be like an episode of The Office, where when we're on break, the cameras just continue rolling back here. You guys will get to see a different side to Randy Lou. Okay, chat.
I will say, from the perspective of the bus.cam, y'all got me in the. I bubbled the 100K PLO last trade, and you got me on the way out. And I was just like,
yeah,
this is sad days. Like, I'm just trying to get some rest here.
That's it.
Have the camera following you up the stairs, like full 10 seconds of shame.
Yeah, we're gonna follow you to the room next time to see Max Payne.
Yeah, you get to. That's where the bottle breaking happens. I can withhold myself until the doors are closed.
6.
Tell you, I've recently started playing pickleball.
Ooh.
I've never been so close to smashing a racket in my life before that game is tilting.
That is super tilting.
But yeah, here we go. Tell you what's not tilting. Looking down at a little ace-queen.
Love here. Yeah, love here the smaller sizing from Rizai, right? Donchev has sub 15 big blinds to start the hand, and Rizai is using the small sizing with one of his best combinations. So these little nuances, I think a lot of players on a bubble scenario would just find open jam pretty quickly for this stock depth. So just good to see the mechanics of the best players and what combos they put in their small sizings and their big sizing ranges.
So for those of you just joining us, the voices alongside mine here in the booth, Dylan Weissman, Randy Lou. We are 7 off the money in a record-breaking 100K main day 2. The plan is to play down to the final 2 tables. 47 paid, mint cash of 163,000 with 5.5 million and change up top. Poker is alive and well. I'm bullish. Not sure about other markets, but the poker market, I'm bullish on.
Love seeing how big these fields have truly gotten as well. Having them be in Jeju and being able to pull from like the large Chinese demographic. We saw so many of them showing up to the earlier 2-card tournaments. It's fantastic to see the amount of work Triton's put in and how the field sizes in these massive tournaments are starting to reflect that and grow over time.
Oh, here we go. Couldn't agree more, by the way. Dylan, you know, it's nice to see the poker community as a whole kind of appreciating the efforts that Triton have put in over the years.
How do we feel about 2 7s in this spot when the likely rejam is incoming?
This is a spot at Shulko's stack depth that he will be shoving the lower pairs at a frequency. Like 5s and 6s are most likely going to be in there for 20. We are 6 off the money, correct? 47 is the bubble?
That's correct, yeah, against chip leader as well.
So those are the combinations that you will take even with the risk premium versus hijack. And so 7s probably should be getting into call, especially given his stack depth, but makes a very good fold. And I could be wrong about the call as well there. What do you think?
Say you're more likely to call if you've got the stack to play for? What if you had like the similar stack, like you also had 20 bigs? Does that change to how often you call off 7s in that spot, given how close we are to the money, or doesn't change much?
I don't understand it well enough in 2-card to comment on. I think that your range will be stronger, and so the reshoving range will also be stronger. But when you have more chips, you also can withstand the shove. I mean, sorry, you can withstand the variance of the chips.
Right.
So from a risk premium perspective, you have a lower risk premium because you're not going to bubble if you lose the hand. So my assumption would be that you should be calling at a higher frequency, but the range dynamics change, and I'm not sure which one is more, like what we should weight more towards, whether it be having more chips so you don't die, or that the ranges are wider in that context.
It makes a lot of sense.
I'm surprised we still haven't seen you out here, Randy. I think you have all the reads on all these guys.
Take a look at my resume later. You'll see a bunch of zeros.
Lately? Like you're playing?
Not lately.
That's what I'm saying. You've been technically you've been studying for the last 2 years.
I had it backwards. I should have did all this watching first and then enter. That Kilbane knows.
That honestly was a better play.
Dude, I'm never playing a Triton again. I've got my 1 cash here
in Jeju last year. I'm 1 for 1. I hold the commentator record. You can't take it away from me. That's it. I loved my experience. Now I get to sit comfortably in the booth. My little Triton cash, little Triton resume.
I hope you do well enough in the markets outside of this, so we get you in the 4-card streets, just to play. You know, just get in there a little.
Well, Henry knows how to play some 4-card.
That's what Henry is a 4-card aficionado.
No, come on, stop it, guys. You're making me blush. Okay.
We're totally just not trying to bolster the 4-card.
I know what you're up to.
Yeah.
Both of you sharks. Blind v blind. Shilko limping in. Love to see Shilko here, by the way. I mean, talk about a young, up-and-coming player who's really just made a name for himself over the last couple of years and comfortable even at these stakes. Obviously, famously took down PSPC a couple years back for, a few million. And since then, putting a lot of time and energy to improving his game to get him to this level.
Note the limp pre-flop with the covering stack with King-Jack offsuit. So another one of these balancing mechanisms the top players are using. Also finding check on this ace-high board where he will have the majority of traps relative to his opponent. I mean, Ben can check back ace-x combos at this stack depth, but this honestly just feels like a very well thought out hand by Shilko. Like understanding that there needs to be good hands in his passive ranges, understanding that King-Jack will operate well as a check, even though he has a range advantage on the ace-high board. Overall, you can see, as Henry was just alluding to, the amount of work being put into the game.
Quick dealer change. 7 off the money. You can get involved and win some of your own money and qualify your way into the 25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam, our title sponsor. We want to see you at the next stop. Montenegro coming up later this year, as well as Jeju. Use the promo code Jeju, scan that QR code to win yourselves tickets into satellites, which then turn into real buy-ins at the Triton series. Best of luck. Do get 100% deposit match up to $1,500 as well.
That's a really interesting fold. Just the quick fold with 5s as the chip leader. I probably wouldn't have passed that spot. I know we're supposed to fold the low pocket pairs from early position, but approaching the bubble, I would have liked to see a stack leveraging raise there, even with the 2 5s.
I agree. We've seen a couple of these small pocket pairs folded from up front.
Yeah, but so he also, and we also saw him fold the pocket 7s to the rejam correctly, might I add. So good fold in that context, but just something to be aware of.
And this is Poseidon Ho's first Triton stop to play a full schedule so far.
Not that there are many soft tables out there, but I guess specifically as chip leader against this lineup, one can get behind a 5s fold if there's a couple of, looser players, if you will, more creative players behind. Maybe you do start V-pipping the 5s, just RFI.
Yeah, there are 3 separate reshove stacks behind him as well. In Punat, slightly less, Punat might be able to find some null and all in 3-bets off of 16, but Dimitar and Ben both with shorter stacks as well.
Here is Punsri off of 16. We are 7-handed.
Don't tend to find a ton of shoves for 16 from UTG 7. I think that if this hand is V-pipped, it will go into min, but I could be wrong.
I think I'd be pretty shocked if he was to open jam.
Yeah.
Comes with min. Daniel going to get out of there. As will Danchev, one would assume.
Are we
Threes
for
do
hand or not?
No,
hit the
that's
mark.
because we have the red timings.
Yeah.
Just goes one
Just
off.
in case, okay. Thank you. Was they announced, that?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I thought maybe for the main event something different.
Don't think Shilko had even looked at his cards there.
Gets rid of the ace-9. Well, defendable one for the chip leader.
Quick defense as well. If we are paying attention to things like timing tells, things of that nature. Wasn't a lot of thought put into 3-bet. Just very quick call.
Oh no. Pawn 3, you're in trouble.
Okay, dealer. Where'd you find that flop? King 9 deuce, top 2 for the chip leader, but more importantly, a value hand for Punat, who's going to be more than happy to play for stacks here, especially on a 2-tone texture. Unblocking hearts.
This is a very standard B25. Punat will be taking this with the majority of his range. Poseidon should have check raises on this texture, even against UTG, like they do exist, and so such a good hand here that he decides to put it into check call. The issue with putting this combo into check call is, when there is a board texture change, you aren't going to stack the ace-king, the king-queen, the king-jack suiteds of the world. Even king-10 suited would be in Punat's UTG range, I believe.
Do we bet the turn with king-queen with no heart in hand?
In ICM, I could see a check back. This also would be a spot where Poseidon, in theory land, will probably get some leads as well, because the big blind defense range will have a lot of suited combinations versus the UTG range. So, I mean, I believe, at least, especially as a chip leader, you might even see it. The King 9 deuce is a little more disconnected, so there's not as many other draws that exist. As we see here, though, the check back does come in the ICM dynamic. And here, I would like to see, because we're going to have Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10, combos that do brick this river. And so you probably will get 2 sizings here. You'll get a block, and you'll get a bigger sizing. The check is very interesting here. I would have taken the betting lead into my own hands.
How does Punat not bet king-queen now with the action?
This would be very sharp. But I think it would also just be probably incorrect to not bet this combo. Especially having the queen in your hand, so you are blocking those missed draws. You're corralling Poseidon into having the 9x combos that should call a river bet here. So the queen specifically is a card that with the king that we want to bet, both because we outkick other kings as well as blocking those draws that I was mentioning.
He's come with half pot. Checked back on the turn, facing a check jam on the river from Ho, and has Punsri perhaps found a way to not go broke here.
Another very fast check raise here from Ho. Something that Punat's going to be incredibly aware of. Clicks
he's made the call. Wow. Bye-bye, Punat.
GG, sir.
You didn't believe.
Yeah, and that was a relatively quick call from Punat as well, perhaps a byproduct of the speed in which he faced the jam. Sometimes just throwing players off, right? When you face such a quick check jam, can really throw people off.
Y'all really doing everyone dirty. With this walk of shame, the man just busted this tournament. He's like furiously tilted on his phone.
Did you see?
Not tilted, but like typing on
his
phone.
He almost took the microphone with him too.
I mean, I can definitely see the call from Punat's perspective. I don't actually think the queen in hand is an amazing card because you are trying to get, you're trying to pick off Queen Jack, Jack 10, those combinations, Queen 10. All of those inside straight draws that maybe have 1 heart in their hand as well. And so, I mean, we are very high in our range with King Queen. I think that the call is very logical and surprising that it happened so quickly.
I agree. Yeah, the money seemed to go in really fast. And I thought the way the hand played out that perhaps Punat had found a way to not go broke there, given the line taken by Poseidon. I just feel like it's an incredibly underbluffed line. Like check call, check turn, and check jam river. I mean, really, bro?
Especially against a player that, like, if you're in that line against Ike, for example, or one of the like Sam Greenwood, there's going to be bluffs that fill that range. But for a lot of players, it's just challenging to find bluffs in these nodes of like. Just it's hard to get there. Let's put it that way. Especially not bluffing first, like not taking the initial bet, right? You have to find a bluff and check raise.
What we got going on over here? So Just 3 off the money. It looks like Pavel Plusev has effectively jammed. He's playing 450. He's opened to 250,000. See in the top right-hand corner of your screens, QR code, download the Triton Poker Plus app. You can see all of these hands, your favorite players on the outer tables, including event number 12, that 125K that is ongoing in the room. It looks like Boss with a decision.
As a player, I will give a shout out to the Triton Poker Plus app. It's phenomenal.
All in call.
Here we go. King 10 of diamonds for Plusev.
See a paint in front of Paul.
Is that an ace queen, Randy? Am I, my eyes?
Sounds about right. Let's see. Who's tapping the table? It is Pavel. He's gone.
It is the ace queen. GG's. Nice hold there for Paul. Double P.
Even he's doing this. He's like, why are you doing this?
Like, guys, get that camera out of my face. It reminds me of that scene from, wow, I'm going to butcher this, sorry, Blades of Glory.
Mm.
You seen the movie?
Long time ago.
Man, he's like, get that bird out of my face before I break its neck. I don't know, that's what it felt like. Pusev's like, guys, I just busted the 100K. Well, we got going over here. We got another elimination. Is that
stand-up?
Is that Ivy? Wow.
Looks, I saw 10s in front of him, I believe.
Against queens, it looked like.
Do a quick check on that.
So it looked like a monster pot, by the way.
Oh my God, look at that.
It was a 5-bet jam from Ivy with 10s for 35 bigs. And Arthur, couple of ladies, clicks the call button, holds on the 7-5-4 deuce 5 board, scoops a 2.8 million chip pot. Ivy's out of there, and just like that, we're on the stone bubble. 48 players left.
That quick.
Did not expect to get here this fast.
And more action happening?
Yeah, we are just waiting for all hands to play out.
Samuel Jew's in there.
And he's jamming against an under-the-gun open, Randy.
Always scream strength.
One of the larger stacks opening under the gun, so maybe slightly wider than others, but yeah, even so.
Especially given that we're on the stone bubble as well. Although he might not be aware of that yet. Nice little pickup there for the poker base founder.
What is that animal in his hand? Is that a bear? All right, Samuel.
What's funny about a bear, Randy? You never seen a bear before?
Good timing. Good timing.
You've seen some of the stuff Shaman O'Dwyer's turned up with over the years? I mean, this guy is mining in Africa to find, like, these gems to then come here and, you know, do some juju in Jeju.
Juju. Triton Juju.
My phone did autocorrect to Juju earlier when I tried to type in Jeju, so that's it's a good call.
Is there more action?
I think what we're doing is we're waiting for all of the tables to catch up. One of those innovative ideas of Luca Vivaldi and team, just to make sure that it is fair across the board, and then we will officially go hand for hand. I love this, by the way. I mean, we're just scanning around the room. 163K bubble. Foxen benched 440 this morning before coming in.
So this pot was raised by Renji Huang. He's playing a 3.3 million stack. Foxen defends the big blind. 9, 8, 6, 2 diamonds. And a c-bet of 60K from Huang.
Knowing Mr. Foxen, this is not a board texture that he will give up on easily. The early position raiser, we'll obviously have the overpair advantage. We'll have the majority of the pocket pairs, but big blind defense on a suited texture like this should be continuing at a decently wide frequency.
Chidwick getting a little stare down. Perhaps trying to pick up on something whilst not in the hand.
Stevie is a very observant player. Like, people see him as a theory monster, which is obviously true, but he also is just so present and dialed into the table dynamics, things of that nature. You can really tell that he's fully present, which is a huge advantage when playing for these stakes. You really pick up on everything.
Yeah, I agree. I have to say, I can't recall a situation where I've seen Stevie with headphones on. You know,
he's very rarely on his phone.
Exactly.
He's very, very likely to be paying attention when a hand is in action, even if it's not looking for reads. It's just like paying attention to sizings, paying attention to small nuances and details. I think Ben Tollering is another really good example of these guys who just are so good at being present, which is a just massive advantage in these contexts.
Follow through on the Queen of Hearts turn for 150. Foxen making the call, 640 in the middle. Diamonds bricking, the 7x, 10x bricking. What have we got here? Is that
10-8?
9-7?
It's good for a pair of 9s.
Yeah.
Against the 2 10s of Wenji Huang, who does scoop the spot.
Wow, okay.
Nice value bet on a turn with 2 10s despite the overcard.
Small size, use the smaller sizing as well, which is nice. Allows Alex to continue with those one pair combos that he still has the advantage against.
Wow, my guy's hitting the Yadom from Thailand. I'm going to do the same. I'm going to pass it around in the booth as well.
You know about this stuff?
I do.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know what Yadom is, feel free to Google it.
Do I really want some of this?
No, it's nice. Yeah, it's going to stop you from being cranky.
Take it back.
It's lovely.
Randy's reminded me of Theo Von on the Joe Rogan podcast when they were like smelling salts and whatnot. It's not that bad, dude. Right.
Unexpected.
$163,000 money bubble, 48 remain, 47 paid. Chip leader is Poseidon Ho with exactly 100 bigs. He's playing 4 million. Shortest stack in the field, Andres Nemeth with 6 bigs, Vladimir Minko with 8 bigs, and got Gaitis Lazaninkas with 11 bigs. So all eyes going to be on those three. Quite a lot of short stacks out there, not going to lie. Just scanning through, I mean, from 34th all the way down to 48, you're looking at sub 20 big blinds. So I think this could be a cagey kind of bubble, although at Triton's, you know, not much scared money out there.
There really is the entire gambit that can be run on bubbles here at Triton. There are bubbles that we assume are going to take forever that pop immediately. There are bubbles that seem super obvious that they should bust very quickly and everyone doubles. It's people. We just know that people are generally going to be playing pretty well in these situations, and so it's mostly just a card distribution thing and how everything plays out.
Yeah, it's funny because, you know, I mean, Randy can confirm there have been so many times where we're like, okay, this is going to be a grind, you know, final table bubble, shortest stack is like 25 bigs, and, you know, then it's over and done with in 2 or 3 hands because someone took the, you know, high variance rejam with like a queen jack or a jack 10 kind of thing. So it does happen.
Very interesting choice here to play limp with the king queen suited, especially when the big stack is in the small blind, because you're kind of inviting that chip leader to VPIP cheaply when you play limp here, letting them limp behind you. So just a interesting idea here. This is a very good combination. It can absorb aggression as well if the chip leader were to attack.
Oh, Marley's gonna come along with just ace high.
This seems like a board texture that a limping range is actually going to do pretty decent on if we're going to try to think about what a limping range looks like. You know, these pocket pairs, maybe the middling pocket pairs, maybe these queen-jack, king-queen suited combinations, possibly some jack-10 suiteds. Having the 7 of hearts in hand is probably nice for Merly. The ace isn't a card I'd want to have because it blocks maybe those suited aces if they are somehow showing up in limp. I'm not really sure how Vincent's kind of constructing this range. But with that being said, this turn is going to feel very uncomfortable now. And the sizing, my guess, would be small as well. I don't see... I mean, if I were in this spot, I would want to use a small sizing.
Just putting it out there, Vincent Huang with the greatest bucket hat I've seen so far today. It's definitely up there for top 10 that I've seen at a Triton.
I think my favorite Triton bucket hat is the Blaze, wearing his... He has like the red tomato pump bucket hat.
Oh yeah,
especially knowing him, it's just the perfect hat for him.
Very
to wear.
fitting.
Yeah, it's so good.
We've got a sticky customer here in Merly using a time bank. Check called flop. Perhaps wants to get sticky once more with an ace high, just giving Vincent credit for hands like, you know, King Jack, Jack 10, 10 9s.
All of those are valid combos. I think the other assumption is that we're on the bubble, and so maybe the idea is that the larger stack is trying to exert pressure. With that being said, I think this is a very prudent fold.
Vincent up to 1.8 mil. Exchanging words there with Hopkins, who I think, given the smirk on his face during the conversation, perhaps suspicious of Vincent in that spot, but I think they'd have the goods.
Okay.
Looks like we have an all-in and a call, just waiting for the hands on the other tables to conclude before cards on their backs. So this went effective jam from Gitas, raised to 250k off of a 420k stack. Foxen called out the small blind, came Jack 7 deuce rainbow, and it went check, jam, call. Was that ace queen? Sorry there for Foxen. My eyes are a bit.
Alex has an ace of clubs and a king of spades.
Ace king against kings?
Oh, that's an ace on a turn.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Wow.
For Gitas.
That's brutal indeed.
Takes it very well.
Yeah, it was kings versus ace king. Foxen gets there.
I mean, that's a walk of shame that I don't want to see. That's a painful one, chaps. I think everyone here, the viewers at home, felt that stone bubble of the 100k main. Kings against ace king, jack high flop, ace on the turn, and he's just going out empty-handed. Alex Foxen, on the other hand, surprise, surprise, has a very playable 2.1 million chip stack.
So that's it. We're in the money.
What did that take, Randy? 2 hands?
That
one
was
hand?
a fast one.
That was one hand.
That was one hand.
Yeah, that was the first one.
So,
Andros Nemeth, very happy to see that. Sliding in there with the cheeky 5 big blinds.
Why not?
Yeah, feels good.
Who do we got locked up, Henry? Do you know?
I'm just looking at Foxen, yeah, because, I mean, look, yes, he joined us in 2019, Montenegro and London, but then post-COVID, didn't join us until Monte Carlo 2024. And since then, he's got 2 titles and 10 million in earnings, and now he's got 50 bigs in a main event.
He's adding.
Man plays good poker. He really does. Play a lot with Alex. He's very competitive, very tenacious, has a strong theory background, and has an incredibly sharp sense for live reads, things of that nature.
This table's lively.
Nachito in a good mood, made the money.
Made the money.
Maybe his mean coin pump today, who knows? Probably not.
Jesus.
My favorite thing when I see Nacho at a table is to ask him how rich he is today. Every time I see him, it's one of my favorite bets.
What's his meme coin ticker, Nacho?
I mean, I have no idea what. No, he just owns any amount of meme coins, and the new one, whatever the new one of the day is, you'll know it very quickly if you ask him that question.
Well, I appreciate him helping provide liquidity
for the rest of us.
For the rest of us.
Nachito provide liquidity. That's real.
He just said he needs top 20 to break even. He's in for 3 bullets in this one. This is a fun table, guys. I'm looking forward to this. We've got Jan, Greenwood, Soizer. We've got Santosh, Ike, Barbero. I'm just going to mute my mic and let the boys do the talking for a bit.
You did mention David Chen. He's I actually just had dinner with him. 22-year-old, I believe. Up-and-comer. Won a couple events in the PGT studio recently. I think this is his first Triton, just coming out and firing big. So lots of heart in this player. Newer to the circuit. This is his first Triton, but plays well. This is a quick look at him right here.
22 years old, eh?
Yeah. Graduated computer science, I believe, and then was planning on getting a job and then just banked a tournament in the PGT studio and has been playing for the last year since doing that.
All right, I don't like this guy already, okay?
You don't like him.
22 years old. Listen.
Sweet person, too, just like very soft-spoken, humble, everything you don't like about somebody.
The disdain right now, the contempt over here. Unbelievable. We're going to have to start picking on him, Randy.
Well, this is David Chen's first full schedule. Did play the Paradise main event. Other than that, this is the full schedule for him here.
What is it about Jeju? It seems like the Americans don't mind the travel, even though there's a 14, 15, 16-hour time zone difference.
I think it's not that hard to get here from Las Vegas specifically, or from the West Coast. You can there's a large crew of people that came from kind of that Poker Go studio, like the Joey Weissmans of the world as well were out here. All like Clement Dang, a lot of the really strong American regs. I think they came out as a crew to this Triton stop.
Yeah, glad to see some of them finding success here.
To see Nacho calling King Jack against the 5 big blind jam of Nimith.
Ooh.
He's providing liquidity once more. This time in the form of 205K.
Ike and Nacho have maybe one of my favorite table dynamics of any two humans ever. Like, Nacho will just say something, and then Ike will meme it at a super high frequency, and it actually creates a very aggressive dynamic in their poker as well when they play hands against each other. Nacho really likes to get after Ike. This is an obvious, he finds a snap fold here, which is just good.
Wow, I almost shocked Bree. Well played, Nachito.
Oh man, I love this guy.
He's so funny.
What's not funny is Nemeth has 3 outs.
Maybe.
Queen 10-10. Couple of diamonds. Running diamonds an option for Nemeth. No longer the case on the 8 of hearts turn. Some opportunities, 5 for the win. Is he going to be the first man heading to the cash desk for 163K payout? He is.
I wanted to see the 9, not so that Andras would bust, but so now we get to hear Nachito be upset for not reshoving pre and getting the full double. We're going to hear this for the next 2 to 3 minutes.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like I wasn't beating Nachito on that board.
Ike is trying to get it going. Like that was a very thought out little bar we got there.
Now we're going to go and collect 163K.
That's the same hand I hold, David.
Work out.
If I keep saying it, it has to be true eventually.
You're not specifying when.
Probably not, but if it's not that, I would be. Is it that? I guess everything's kind of.
Yeah.
Michael Soizer, number 2 on Malaysia's all-time money list. One of the most decorated Asian players of our generation. One of the most decorated players of our generation, regardless of geographical demographic. in the money.
Great person to be at a poker table. Not from a play perspective, but great table demeanor, fun to be around, keeps a good atmosphere. Not fun for him in this context. Santoshi with the kings.
Fortunately for Soiser, he has opened under the gun, and the 3-bet is from the small blind. So if there's ever a world in which,
Oh man, David Chen, what are you gonna do with 2 jacks?
I take it all back, Chen. I didn't mean it. We want you to stay. I want to see what this young man is capable of. It isn't looking likely though. The sub 40 bigs.
Very small sizing as well from Santosh. UTG to small blind goes less than 3x. We actually don't feel that great with jacks here. I mean, obviously jacks is a very strong hand, but these are 2 very strong positions. You can see Dave, this is not like a fake tank Hollywood. I think this is a legitimate choice here.
Can we ever get away?
Doesn't look like it.
No, he's piling them in, isn't he?
Good luck, sir. Going to be in rough shape. He's going to have 2 outs. Across 5 cards. Here we go. One of the biggest pots of the tournament so far. 3.2 million chip pot. Savannah with the Cowboys. 81% equity.
In the money.
For a top 5 stack, just needs to hold. David Chen with the cold deck. Jacks against kings. Savannah's going to have 3-bet folds there as well.
Yeah.
Understandable spot from Chen.
Jacks are a very good hand for like 39 big blinds effective, right? This is a cooler on the face of it. I do think that the positions UTG to small blind, small 3-bet, it's a very polar sizing from Santosh when he goes small there. So there's going to be 3-bet folds. There's also just going to be a lot of really good hands too.
Jack needed. 10, 9 deuce. Diamonds covered by Savannah. Backdoor straight potential. Not developing on the turn. 2 outs once for Chen. Doesn't get there.
Nice run.
Unlucky.
Good run.
Cashing the largest ever Triton main, and you just see the GGs all round from his fellow table mates.
Very deflating to build a real stack in the largest tournament you've ever played. Get it in as a somewhat cool, like we'll just say a cooler, and then you're just out. It's one of the most heartbreaking things in the game of poker is that you kind of create these storylines, you have these ideas, you have these big spots, and then they can go away just so quickly. And it's why it's really a game of resiliency. It's a game of building systems to allow yourself to keep putting yourself in these spots over and over and over again. And David's an incredibly talented poker player, young, really on the come up. I think that if he keeps showing up to these tournaments, keeps putting in the work, we're going to continue to see him out on the tour and having success.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see more of him, hopefully later on this year, Montenegro. And of course, we'll be back here in Jeju in September. But for now, he is going to have to head to the cash desk, pick up 163,000 for his efforts as Savannah scoops in the chips. He's up to 3.3, moves up to 5th in chips overall. And it's been a while since we've seen the SS Savannah sail to victory. Savannah's Triton trophy coming back in Cyprus of, I want to say 2023, just scrolling back through the app.
That's right, 2023.
25K he took down there May of 2023, and he's had a couple of runs, but the closest he got was in the 125K main in Monte Carlo in 2023, which he cashed for 1.8 million. Has a stack here though, looking for his second title, and it is, you know, I don't know about you guys, what your read is on this, but the first title, amazing. Second title to kind of just prove that the first one wasn't a fluke and that you deserve to be on that, you know, LED banner as you walk in, have your name up there on the champions board. I feel like the second one is big.
It means, especially I think to a player like Santosh, we've seen such a large transition for him as a poker player since he came out on the scene 4 or 5 years ago. The amount of, like, the change in his skill level over that time, you can tell that he is really out here trying to win. I think when he first came out, people had this perception that he was this kind of splashy businessman who was out here to maybe just gamble, have fun. And as the years go on, we can see that he's a real contender, a real competitor. And for someone like Santosh who comes out here for the love of the game, for the competition, I completely agree with you. I think that first one means a lot to kind of get the monkey off your back. And then the second one really feels powerful in terms of cementing yourself as somebody who can consistently show up and execute at the highest levels.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, Santosh he just loves this game so much.
He does.
He has a WSP bracelet under his belt as well, a Triton trophy, and, you know, when he's not playing a tournament, you know where he's at. He's in the cash game streets.
He's a ton of fun to play with too. We've played a lot of the 4-card together, and his 4-card game is, I think his 2-card game has become very technical, playing with all these people. And his 4-card game, I think, has a little more of the old Santosh flavor to it, a little more of the ruckus in terms of how he approaches it. But this kind of newer flavor of Santosh that we see in these tournaments, very controlled, very methodical. Interesting choice here. I think both call and 3-bets are valid candidates on the button. Decides to take the aggressive action with the covering stack. Very small 3-bet.
Yeah, exactly. 2x.
And this is an interesting choice in the context of their stack depth. Right? They're effectively playing 45 bigs to start this hand. And so this, like, the standard 3-bet sizing here under the gun to dealer would probably be somewhere at 2.8x to 3x at these stack depths. So to see the min click here, pretty much inviting a call from Greenwood, kind of allowing, like, I think Santosh is saying that he's going to get to see a flop in position with a good hand at a high frequency. And Greenwood's very happy to take the price with 2 7s.
Let's see 3 dealer.
You don't know Nacho.
Advantage, Savannah. Queen Jack 3. Sounds like Ike is still needling Nacho in the background. I mean, I love it. I love it.
Oh. I have so many good Ike and Nacho needling stories. I don't know if they're very not stream appropriate because Ike gets so out of line in this particular dynamic.
I love it.
It's a very small c-bet from Suvarna.
Greenwood's got some spotty senses on him. He already is feeling very weird, uncomfortable. Small 3-bet sizing. Now seeing the small c-bet sizing. Like, this is just sharp, disciplined fold here. 2 7's even a candidate to, like, check raise bluff with, theoretically. Pocket pairs, but just something doesn't feel right, gets out of there.
The SS Savannah enjoying the ride in this 100K main as Poker Base founder, co-founder. Don't want to misquote the man's role. Samuel Ju jumping in. Great to see him.
What are you doing here?
So, why were they in the same flight again?
Because that's what they do. They go from Italy to Argentina. They stay one night and they come on the next day. And that's what I did. They never seen anybody in their life go to Argentina for one day. It's a 14-hour flight.
Oh, shit.
Nachito very often will just fly across the world for 1 or 2 days.
For a party.
For a party, yeah. I've heard this happen. This is not the first story of this I've heard from him. He just gets in business class, takes a nap.
The police were waiting for you when you landed.
So he just flies across the world and just go home after?
Yeah, literally. For like 1 to 2 days, we'll like party and then just go do something afterwards.
Doesn't sound GTO to me.
It's not my preferred strategy either, but I actually want to see.
Hey, that's because we're not getting invited to the parties. Nacho's getting invited to, okay?
Yeah, that's fair. I am interested to see Greenwood's response here. Soiza opening min from the button off of 24-ish. Start the hand.
Goes with flat.
I like the flat here. I think that this combo plays really well in a defensive range. Allows you to play check raises on ace-high board textures. This will kind of be the top of Greenwood's range in the ace-x hand class. Two red fives here, definitely a decision from Soiza. This isn't like an auto c-bet board. Button to big blind. See the check back.
2 pair now for Greenwood. Brings another flush draw.
Another sizing decision here for Greenwood. When it goes check-check, he now has the polarity advantage. So I think both a small and a big sizing are available to him.
$190.
That's a huge bet. 190K.
Yep, as I was referencing before, when it goes check-check on the flop, Greenwood will now be able to kind of claim the best parts of range. He'll have the straights, he'll have the 2 pairs, even some of the 2-pair ace-x combos. And so the big sizing is available with one of his best combos, decides to use it there.
3, 5. Over or under? Under.
550. Under 5, yeah.
Oh, you said 10.
Over under 10, yeah.
Yeah, I would say under 10, assuming that people don't remarry again that already married? Yeah. Okay.
Didn't hear the question.
I know, I'm curious.
I'm really curious.
Hey.
Come on, repeat it for us once.
But it feels low morale. You're like, oh, over 10, you know, all the, you know, second marriages, widows.
400, right? 500, 485.
Widowers.
With this 400.
Also, are you counting people who are currently like less than 5 years old?
80. What did you say?
Are you counting people who are currently less than 5 years old, like your son or your nephew?
No.
Okay. Moving on. Pocket queens now for Greenwood. It seems like a mandatory 3-bet. Likely fold from Yen.
Yeah, we do get flatting ranges here, but the queens don't go in it. 3.5x to 4x will be the sizing. Uses a 3.5x. The ace-8 offsuit combo, not going to be one of our re-steals most likely. We don't really like having the 8 as our re-raise combo. You know, people like using the ace-x's at a frequency to play 4-bet, but the 8 is not the card that we want to have there.
Like, let's say
2 of your best friends are a couple. Are you counting 2 towards the total?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
Switching on over to the blue feature. Not as chatty over here, chaps.
The vibes are different.
They are.
They feel there's more of a solemn, maybe focused is another word we could use. People here are focused, or at the other table you kind of have Nachito and Ike and Sam. That's a recipe for just a lot of banter. Whereas this table, also shorter, the different table dynamic in terms of stacks as well, right? Other table, a lot of people kind of have bigger stacks. This table, a couple larger stacks, but mostly just chip leader doing chip leader things. Everyone else kind of in a trepidatious chips back.
Yeah, the verbal jousting on the red table is rife right now. Here, the chaps are just enjoying a cash 11 days in this main event. See how Danchev proceeds here. 15 bigs in the big blind facing an under the gun open.
It does feel like we're 15 days into a Triton series. The energy is that, like, even walking into the booth, having Randy be so cheery and just happy to see me, you can tell that he needed a spark of energy in his life.
Exactly. Just like the 6-5 offsuit did take the lead against Ace-King.
Yeah, curious to see how Shilko plays the Ace-King, no heart.
disconnected enough board that the big blind isn't going to have a lot of a check raising frequency. Not as many gutters or open enders. Like the 3-4 suited and the 6-4 suited of the world are really the only straight draws that exist. Or 6-4 offsuit probably gets in there. Right. Kind of a safe board to play a small bet at a high frequency, or not even that small, like B33 was a choice.
To a turn we go. 380 out there. Front door flush does complete. Is an overcard to the flop, so hands like ace queen, king queen, some queen jacks that Shilko was stabbing flop with have now improved.
This is where not having a heart starts to become an issue for Shilko. The sizing here will be small if he does take it, like probably like 130K would be my assumption. 110. On the flush completing turns, we want to go small, kind of allow our opponent to continue wide when we do have this big range advantage from under the gun. Now we're in a really tough spot here as Danchev.
Could just be cooked, right?
Yeah, that's why this is such a tough bet sizing to face as the big blind. We have a very strong hand. We have pair and flush draw, 85% equity against one of the more popular, like ace king offsuit is one of the hands that are like very often going to show up at UTG, and we're still just got to be out of there. And so really well executed here by Shilko.
Love to see it. Love to see it. The man is just dialed in, correctly recognizing the situation at hand, finds the turn barrel in a spot that perhaps, you know, I personally, hey, listen, I'm in the booth, okay, but these guys are out there, but I'm not finding that bet.
Yeah, it's a very good card for the under the gun player's range. Yes, we are maybe not as dense in the suited combinations as the big blind defense once they check call the flop, but we just are doing really well. And the small sizing just puts a ton of pressure on all these one pair combinations. Even a 10 doesn't feel very good there that we check call the flop with.
Heath, sub 10, under the gun, king, queen of spades.
Are you shoving this one, Randy, or are you playing min?
I see a lot of players kind of mix it. They're more likely to min raise like
395.
I'm just thinking, wouldn't you be more likely to min raise the suited variety and jam the offsuit because of more playability against the big blind flats?
Yes. That's why I was interested. Like I actually didn't know the answer to this one either for pretty much exactly 10. I'm sure Ben knows this cold would be my assumption. He's just going to know these ranges very, very well.
Want to get it in?
Yeah, cards on their backs. All in brought to you by BetACR. Shilko's ace-10 exposed as he did show it to Danchev. Show one, show all. 890 in the middle for Ben Heath's tournament life. Murdy just looking to hold. How about that for a flop?
Very interesting board.
Little queen 8-4, 2 clubs. Top pair for Heath. Does take the lead, but now has to fade clubs as well as the ace, which he does on the turn.
It's a pretty looking turn card for Ben Heath.
I would have preferred the 6 of spades, but hey.
Too greedy, Henry.
Fades the outs of the Malaysian. And Ben Heath, who's just been nursing a short stack for the last 3 hours, now playing a healthy 22 big blinds.
Ben, another one of those players who just shows up, does his job well.
He's such a grinder, man.
He grinds.
He's such a grinder.
He's a grinder, and he has a fantastic table presence, kind person, and just incredibly sharp poker player. Like he really knows his spots well.
Yeah, very kind. He's one of those guys, always one to say hello to staff, you know, see how everyone's doing. Yeah, got a lot of love for Heath.
Yeah, don't forget Heath got second over in Paradise against Alejandro Lococo. He did cash for 8.16 million. Obviously a huge score for Heath.
Love that.
Biggest ever.
I'm taking like 30% credit for that score because we flew on the same flight together.
Did you talk on the flight?
We said hello as we got off the plane. He didn't realize we were on the same flight. But
one-word conversation.
It was just like, hey man, how's it going? We waited for our luggage together, but I am taking some credit for that.
No, butterfly effect is real. Like there was many probability trees that didn't have Ben Heath willing $8 million, and the one where you said hi to him is how he got there.
100%.
Yeah, that makes so much sense.
Thanks.
It's a great way. But if he had lost, it definitely wasn't your fault.
I should probably invoice him.
Yeah, did you invoice him yet?
Not yet.
Hit him with like the 5% commission fee on the fist bump.
I'm going to start doing that.
It was funny. We can talk about it afterwards. Interesting, very actually interesting spot here with the jacks.
I would assume this hand is over and done with, although having said that, Hopkins not one to back down easily from a sword fight, but ace-10 against the +1 open and small blind 3-bet does just hit the mark. Go ahead, Dylan.
Oh no, I was hanging out with Sean Winters, I think it was 2023 WSOP. I gave him a fist bump, and he said he went on the biggest downswing of his life after I fist bumped him. And then I tried to fist bump him again, like 2 months later, and he literally wouldn't touch my hand. And then like a year and a half later, I fist bumped him again. He just won a Triton tournament, so I think we undid the fist bump jinx, and I'm going to take full credit for his most recent win here.
It's really funny if he presents the story this way, and it's like,
Oh my. Soy's a cold deck. Asking for a count. 11.5 bigs.
So this is one I would have maybe gotten into min if I was Samuel Zhu.
Okay.
I think this many big blinds, you can probably get the min raise range from +1.
King.
Great spot for him against the ace-queen.
Million out there. Getting to that stage of the tournament where we're in the money, the short stacks are playing pots. Happy to spin the wheel. None of these people interested in these small pay jumps. They want the 5.5 million that's up top. Easy to say, of course, with ace-king against ace-queen. Safe flop for Jew.
Stand up equity.
Oh no! You don't do that when you're ahead.
Also,
dude.
way too early in the tournament. I guess he's.
You don't announce it either, dude.
Make it the jack.
I don't know how I feel about this. I mean,
I think it's a little too much. I mean, I don't think he's going to lose this hand. I don't think it's going to be a right now thing. But in the future, I think that he really wasted the stand-up. You know what I'm saying? He didn't need to use it here. It's like, yeah, you're going to win the hand. Use it when you need it.
So you feel the poker gods are going to get him later.
I mean, it's not even that the poker gods are going to get him, but maybe he would have gotten the favor of the poker gods in another spot had he used this stand-up in that context. But now he used it in a situation where he was going to win like 90% of the time.
yeah, I'm not sure about that. I mean, we need to give Steve O'Dwyer a call and see what his opinion is on it.
Notice Henry and I immediately had the same response. We've seen enough over the years to know when is the right time to kind of use the juju and when it isn't.
Full degens over there, huh?
Even Greenwood. Greenwood pointed out.
Sam is like, for someone who plays so much poker, he really is all up on every trick in the book, and he loves the sweat too. Like he loves like. I was surprised to know how much of like a low-key degen Sam Greenwood is. Like I've learned that about him in the last year, having played with him more. It's so funny because he doesn't. On the surface, you kind of just expect him to be one of the consummate grinder, solver professionals, and he's not in his personality at all. His brother is Lucas, but Sam is not.
So we do play these cards. It's not a misdeal? Okay.
But we wait. Fuck. Not that I'm watching you.
What is Kia doing? Why is he so active?
Who?
I just saw in the Whoop group he has like an average. Oh, it's up. Sorry.
I thought we were not playing. No, we're not playing. We're not playing.
No, we're not playing.
We wait. Yeah.
You say wait, but it's the same because we're gonna play the hand.
I mean, whatever.
Okay.
We'll have 2-4.
We're gonna play the hand.
She said we should wait, right?
Oh, we can wait. So yeah.
No.
She said wait.
Yeah.
She said the hand stands, but don't start playing.
Yeah, so the hand stands is the same.
That's right, guys. There's enough cameras on the table. We'll figure it out.
What the?
I don't know what Kid does. I don't know. Jim maybe,
like,
I guess.
Yes, like 15, 16. Every week I saw that every week Kia.
Really? That was really good.
Like yes, like 17.6.
Strain.
Yeah.
Wow.
So hang on, there's a Triton Whoop group that I'm unaware of.
What's mine?
Not rarely.
Oh, I can't
Apparently,
see
Kiat Lee's been crushing it.
Like a Whoop band?
Yeah.
17.6.
And you like
post your
Might be
stats.
wrong. Might be in the
you just
crowd.
create a group and add your friends in. Okay, well, we will be watching. What, is Aram talking again? Aram's been on one.
I just want to say, if I was in Paradise against it's Ding Biao, right? If
Yeah.
I remember correctly. We get down. It's like the 10K at the end of Paradise. He's super tilted. I'm like not as tilted, but slightly tilted. And he says, "Let's shove blind pre-flop. We're in the blinds in like this 10K turbo." I say, "Sure." I look down at pocket nines after he shoves blind, and then he just has aces.
Oh my god.
And he loves shoving blind, and so
He does.
just be aware that this man has the vibes for when to shove blind. Same thing. You just gotta. I didn't know I was gonna get got like that. It was crazy.
In that very event, sorry, not in the 10K, but in Paradise, he joined the feature table, jammed first hand. I think he had like a fresh stack of around 18 bigs. He had 8-3 offsuit.
I was there, yeah.
Was has woken up with. Sorry, I say Was has woken up. Was has called him off with Queen 9 from like the cutoff or something. So they're both just like, yeah, sure, let's just go. You know, we're in.
No, there's definitely many layers to Ding Biao as a player, because when we get deep in the tournament, he's out there trying really hard, plays very well. But early in the tournament, he will definitely do some flipping.
Big fan. I was saying earlier on in the last frame with Kevin that he's one of the players that I just really enjoy having at the feature table, because you just never know when he's just going to play like an insane pot.
Yeah. No, he will choose any time if he feels it to create a lot of action.
So blinds have gone up, 25K, 50K. It's been a lot slower inside the money than it was going into the money. I mean, we dropped down from 55 to 47 in the blink of an eye.
Ace 10 suited off 20. Hijack versus small blind. Seems like a shoving candidate. Don't think we play flats in ICM.
Should be
or that many
8-10.
flats in ICM.
So Heath crossing the million chip mark now.
Back out here. See a payout.
We got Seth. Oh, we've got a three-way all-in. Hang on.
Yeah,
So
it is three-way all-in.
Seth with jacks. Is that aces? That looks like aces. It looks like a three-way all-in.
That's right.
Calvin Lee open jam 465,000. Seth Davies rejam with the jacks 820, and then Nakai's called off out the small. Calvin Lee, the shortest stack.
Yeah, he looks like he's done.
He's out of there. Pocket eights, and that looks like blades.
Yeah, black aces.
Black aces for Nakai. And Seth just down to half a big blind. So he had Nakai covered, only just. Wow, I mean, what a time. You just look down, two aces, call. Now I have a 2.2 million chip stack. GG's to Calvin Lee. We head into the payout desk. Picking up 163,000 for his efforts.
When's our next pay jump? Feels like it would be soon.
We do get a pay jump when 39 players remain.
39. So not a ton to think about currently.
And it's so, you know, flat until like final 20-ish, right?
Yeah, these Triton payout structures really incentivize you to build at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, good for gold.
Yeah, make the money and then really try to build a stack. Which I think is honestly a great way to build a payout structure. It's like, let people make the money, cash some dollars, and then create some blood to have the increasing stakes really be felt.
Be high on my list.
He's addicted to gambling. Chronic gambling problems.
I mean, it's not that high. Like ace, it's like what, top 8%, you know? It's like, it's not, it has to be top of it. It's top 8% or whatever.
Who would you choose as an ace, or like, you know?
Me?
Yeah.
Well?
No, let's say poker players.
Poker players.
I'm the ace.
I think that's too big of a compliment. I'm not sure I'm prepared to do it.
I mean, it's all relative, right?
They might think I want to, suck their cock.
12 bigs for Soiza, +1 to hijack, ace-10 offsuit.
Raise it down.
For 12. Yeah, that's kind of surprising, but maybe he has a read that Santoshi's not opening quite as wide, even though he is the overwhelming chip leader at the table.
He is,
So
yeah.
that's a bit of a surprising fold from me.
What about this one? King, queen suited.
Another really tough one versus +1. We're not folding. Yeah, shove seems like the clear choice.
Oh, ho, ho. Bad timing. Barbaro's got it.
Wow, what a time to look down at the Django's.
I think Santosh will be able to get away from this one pretty cleanly when it gets back to him. Nacho's overcalling range, +1 to small blind jam. It's going to be incredibly narrow. Like, he might even be folding. Probably like tens might be the bottom. Definitely getting in there with jacks.
Well, like Bob Marley and the Wailers, Barbaro's jamming with the kings, and now action back on Savannah with the nines.
We have the same.
Good lay down.
Great fold. I just think that's great awareness by Santosh. Nacho's range is crushing 2 nines on average here. Like, a lot of the times there'll be a flip, but the pocket pairs all worse than nines are going to be out of there.
Now you stand up. Perfectly timed, by the way.
What you have, Santosh?
But it's too, you know what I'm saying? Like, this was it.
Easy fold.
He already used this.
Oh, see, I'm liking this. Okay, shades off. No, listen, dude, he's picked up some equity here. He's playing it well. Just switch the mic off. There we go. You know, 10 of clubs.
It is a very good card.
Little grimace, you know, act like you're drawing dead. Jack of clubs on the turn. Not this time.
Yeah. GG.
GG's indeed.
Oh, he's still got a little bit of chips.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, wow.
Call, heads up.
Pocket nines would have scooped the pot.
Thank you so much. You. I love you, bro.
Dude, come on.
Wow.
He just got
Bust
stacked.
to double. That's an insane swing.
Seriously, Nacho?
Nachito has very little social awareness when it comes to these things. I'm going to say it straight.
I'm glad you said it and
Yeah.
I didn't have to, but yeah.
I mean, he's a friend of mine. I will say it out loud. And he would say it too. He'd be like, I just don't care, bro. Like, he just does it.
That was brutal, though.
Yeah. The thing is, if you say it to, like, there's a little bit of a dynamic going on there. Speaking of, it's a great hand to look at when you have 280K.
Blind v blind as well.
Is it too suspicious to limp off of this stack?
No. Limping is a thing. I don't know how much of a thing it is. But
keeping it simple.
Yep.
Oh, and
Standard.
card yet. Oh. How much?
There we go.
Wow.
I was waiting for the play now.
Can assume Shoko saw the king first.
Mm-hmm.
All in brought to you by WPT Global. Shoko with an overcard to the queens. Does have running diamonds, running straight draws available. Oh, hello.
Fun one.
King 5 diamond needed for the Belarusian to do the dirty on Danchev's queens as he finds it.
Straight flush.
Straight flush?
That's brutal. That's a straight flush.
I guess that's one way to go.
There's no high hand.
No high.
Who said that? Was that
sure.
Poseidon? I think that was Poseidon.
I think it was.
Shilko. Runner, straight flush. Queens out of there for the Bulgarian. We're down to 41. These guys know it's all part of the process. Variance is something we all sign up for the moment we click the reg button. Once we've made the decision, it's up to the poker gods to decide our fate. Shilko chipping up nicely, up to 1.8 million. Dude, this pop girl music in the background is it's something else. I feel like
Can you hear this while you're playing?
I think so.
That's wild.
I think so. I mean, I feel my shoulders moving a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's, you know, it's 1 a.m., we're trying to get to day 3, you need a little bit of, you need something to keep the energy going.
Yeah, bring me some Billie Eilish, some Britney Spears, you know, why not? Playing for 5.5.
Choice here for Ben Heath. Button to big blind. 18 bigs.
I've seen players flat this spot,
Yeah,
actually.
this is a good enough hand to click flat with, and I like seeing it. You get the majority of the worst king X's to fold. You don't really get called off by worst king X. You do get called off by ace X's that beat you. You do the positive is you get a hand like a7 off to fold when we shove here, but it just plays so well post, and you keep a lot of those king X's that you dominate, jack X's that you dominate in. Ben considering a lead for a second here, but let's go with check against the wider button opening range.
What is over to Rizai, contemplating a c-bet. Check it back.
I really like this check back. It's a very protected hand that can absorb aggression well. Having the 7 allows you to kind of click call on a lot of turns when Ben does find bet. And we need to find combinations that have showdown value to be able to absorb aggression with, that also don't get to generate a lot of value by c-betting. You also don't get to deny a ton of equity because you have that card in your hand that you'd be denying equity from with the 7. So overall, just very sharp check back here by Rizai, understanding which hands need to go in which range. Would not be surprised to see check again.
Right, it's not like he's going to be able to fold a better hand at this point after checking flop.
He could elect to put this in like a big sizing, for example, to get a 3 or a 4 to fold, or at least to be forced into indifference. Like a bigger sizing is, and that looks like is what he's choosing. So Rizai electing to kind of use the ace-7 as a bluff candidate to force indifference on a 3 or a 4, knowing that he's very unlikely to get check raised. So for value, this combo doesn't want to be in bet, but we do get these flop check back, turn larger sizings a lot of the time. And this combo makes sense to be put into that range.
Looks like we're waiting for hands on the other tables to finish. Quick time to just give a massive shout out to all of the viewers. Let us know whereabouts in the world you are joining us from. It's coming up to 10 p.m. local time, so well, I'm trying to think. Stateside, doubt we have many unless we've got some of you that are pulling a night shift. 3, 4 a.m. out on the West Coast, Europe, waking up. If you are joining from Europe, let us know. Let us know if you are grinding along on the stream. It's Saturday, so Yeah, perhaps some of you are firing up a session, easing into your weekend grind, or maybe some of you are on the back end of a long week's grind. Got Randy Lou, aka Nanonoko, in the booth alongside Dylan Wiseman, who showed up today just in time for the PLO events that start tomorrow, this 100K main being the penultimate Hold'em event of the series. Of course, we will be bringing you coverage from the PLO main, that one starting in a few days' time. And of course, wrapping up the series with some short deck. I'm looking forward to the 50K short deck pot limit pre-flop, no limit post-flop. Go on.
They actually changed the short deck, all of them now, so that it's before the registration period is over, it's no limit, and then after the registration period is over, it is pot limit. Is what I got a message from the player from Tahana saying that all of them now have that format where it's before the rebuy period is over, it's no limit post, and then it's pot limit post after the rebuy period is over for the short deck events.
So sorry, so pot limit, no limit post.
It's before the rebuy period is over, it's no limit pre-flop.
Okay.
And then after the rebuy period is over, it's pot limit pre-flop.
Wow, that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
you
that's
could have some really weird dynamics there.
I think that I actually like it because they're trying to. I think they're trying to give the people who are more used to short deck the experience that they're looking for, especially at the deeper stacks. And then short deck does become an objectively worse game as you get shorter because shoving is such a strong strategy because equities run so close. It's like the reason why why Omaha is not played as no limit, is played as pot limit because equities run so close. And so short deck has become a worse tournament game over time because equities run so close and all in is such an overpowered mechanic. And so having the pot limit play after the rebuy period is over makes short deck, I think what they're trying to do, a better tournament game, given that after the rebuy period is over, the stack should be getting shorter. And it also gives the people who are used to short deck being played as no limit that time at the beginning to get used to what's happening and then have it transition.
You could have some really weird spots where, I mean, if it's no limit before the rebuy period is over, you just have some overwhelming chip leader who wins like a massive all-in pre kind of thing, and then it becomes pot limit, and that guy is just like almost impossible to catch because, yeah, it's like pot limit now.
But remember, it's an anti-format, and so pot limit still allows you to make it 8x pre-flop.
Yeah, that is.
And
true,
so it's different than PLO. You still can get those. It mostly just is taking away the like 30 big blind, 40 big blind shoving ranges that show up everywhere in short deck, or ante, excuse me. But yeah, I'm very interested to see. It made me want to. I already have my flight back. It kind of made me want to stay and play a couple of them because I think that it's going to become a better tournament game now.
Please do.
I know.
I want to see it.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the PLOs go.
All right, if you win one,
you might get
maybe
me.
you dabble one or two.
You honestly might get me because I think short deck's a great game. I just didn't want to put a lot of time into it. One, because it was so well played by the best players, like the Jason Koons of the world, the Daniel Cates of the world. They're just so good at it.
Michael Zhang.
Yeah. But with this new pot limit dynamic post flop, I don't even think that the solvers have caught up to that yet. Right, so this might be like the series where you kind of are going to get emerging dynamics in this game that haven't been solved yet. And then I have an assumption that if this happened once, it's going to, someone's going to fix it in a computer. So this will be like maybe the series to come play short deck in before it gets solved again, kind of a thing.
That makes sense. I'm curious to kind of segue into the solving conversation. I know Squid Game has become incredibly popular. Over, I want to say, the last year and a half?
Yeah, 2 years.
Has that been solved yet?
I'm not going to talk about how that works, but let's just say that you can solve most things.
Okay.
If you have a good enough team. I think that Squid is really, really hard to solve in a lot of specifically for 4-card. If you play like 4-card Squid, which shows up on the app games now. 2-card Squid, if you get a strong enough machine and a couple smart dudes, you can build some really strong approximations, even if they aren't perfect. Let's put it that way.
I'll tell you my approximation. It's I'm all in first hand of Squid Game.
You just want to guarantee you got one
most of the time, and it's not been working out well for me so far. I'll be honest with you.
Okay, I'll give you a small tip for how that works in Squid Game. Just little taste for the people. Think about
however many people are left in the squid game as if there's antes in the middle. That's the only tip that I'll give.
Okay.
Right? If there's more people in, there's more antes. If there's less people in, there's less antes. And that's kind of a way you can think about fighting for the squids, given how deep you are.
More people, more antes, less people, less antes. All right, I'll start shoving the second hand the squid game. I've solved it.
No offense to you.
Yeah. No, not at all. I mean, I have 10 big blinds, so, you know.
6.5 hours of art on your left is
exciting. No?
Yeah, it's
too exciting.
Sounds like Redraw enjoyed the table change, saying 6.5 hours of Arthur on his left. Hasn't been the most thrilling dynamic for him.
Arthur is a poker player, no matter how many cards he has dealt, that loves to find the aggressive action. It's just tenacious.
Art took care of most.
We are on a pay jump here, worth noting, small one. But Jeju going to take a bit of time, as we can see. He's not going anywhere, but it is a 19k pay jump. And he knows that Seth is also down to 2 bigs.
Well, I'm not sure. If you pay what your honey gets.
Does put it in, as expected.
Good luck, someone.
Thank you, Nacho.
Dwyer likely to get out of there. Don't see him attacking this +1 open. There is a dead side pot, but just taking a bit of time before finding the fold. Interesting spot here for Soiser. Potentially defend. C3.
Queen 9 offsuit is in kind of the uncanny valley where it's probably just good enough to click call, even though your cards are dominated at a high frequency.
Jeju with all the tricks.
Yeah, he's got pocket tens and he's fully packed.
Back in his bag, stood up. 165 out there for him. Side pot brewing, of course. Between Soiser and Greenwood. It is Soiser that flops best on the King, King, Queen.
I suspect we see a c-bet from Greenwood here. There's a significant side pot, and he has a very significant range advantage versus the big blind defense.
Yeah, just clear out 6 outs, right?
Yeah, exactly. You just want to be betting here. Almost like I'd be surprised if this wasn't a range bet versus big blind defense, even though it's a 3-way dynamic. Just such a good board texture for the +1 range versus big blind.
So a little 50k bet from Greenwood. Soiz, of course, will continue with his pair of queens.
Note Soiz is also very short, so this is kind of a dicey spot. Has to tread very lightly.
So outs have been acquired for Samuel Jeju.
Deceptively not great card here for Soiza, making 3 pair. If Greenwood were to have the Jack-10 suited variants, now gets there. Still losing to the Queen X combos that he was behind, losing to the King X combos that he was behind.
Stand up.
Not deceptively good river for Michael Soiza now.
Does he get a bonus for having multiple full houses?
Unclear. I don't even know if he's going to play bet. Having the queen is now a not good card to have because you block Sam's combos that can click call. And Sam will check back King X here on the turn to play river shove. Looks like he's going for an incredible, yeah, just the block sizing here. Also a good choice. But yeah, the queen is not the side card that we want to have here as Soiza.
Seems like a pretty tough spot for Greenwood. I mean, can he really call here for just ace high?
No, I think he's out.
Of the chips.
The combos that he beats are the low pocket pairs that decided not to rejam, which there aren't that many of, I don't think, with Soy's stack size. Like Green was trying to beat, like, or even, I don't know, because it's king, king, queen on the flop, so he doesn't have the, like, 8-9 suited, the 7-8 suited of the world, the 6-7 suited of the world. It has to be a pocket pair or a, I can't even think, like, ace 10 combo?
And are they betting?
Yeah. Yeah, this is a very, very hard to find combos. I think Green was giving him credit for having the pocket pairs and then clicking call because of those.
9.
That'd be my assumption.
Great sizing by Soiza.
Yeah, the block is really, really clean choice.
GG's to Samuel Ju. Got in his 0.6 of a big blind with the 10s. Unable to hold. But picking up another cash here in South Korea. 163,000 for his efforts. Oh, he might. Sorry, I do apologize. I think he got the pay jump actually. So 182,000 for him. Got a classic flip.
It's a big pot.
Over on the blue table.
Wow.
Spice.
Oh, we can't make a well flush though.
Wow.
See? Oh.
It's okay, I still take it.
The jack is there.
You
Okay.
block like straight flush.
Okay. The royal flush is not there.
Removes 2 outs. Sorry, removes 3 outs. 1.8 out there. Can Hopkins hold?
Oh, wow.
He can.
GG.
Boats up as Lun Lun
Some TV
makes the
Some
flush.
TV runoffs.
James Hopkins up to 2 million, good for 40 bigs, and Lun Lun, who
That's almost. Yeah, but I
was
guess
on quite the spin
fake flush into full house.
earlier on in the day, managing to pick up a cash, 182,000 for his efforts, ping-ponging back over to the red feature table. Oh, a little flurry of bust outs there. See if there's more action over here.
Santosh passing the queen 9 offsuit, definitely a choice as the big stack. We saw Soiza fold the ace 10-0 earlier to an early position open from Santosh. This might be kind of a reason why Santosh playing, I mean, queen 9-0 is not a great hand to open from the cutoff, but as the big chip stack could be in there. Obviously, kind of has a murderer's row to his left in Soiza, Steve O'Dwyer, and I believe David Yan, all of whom will find aggression, so can't blame the choice. Now for Soiza, yeah, pretty straightforward shove here. Button versus small blind.
Oh, what is going on today, dude?
Jacks, of course, will be in, and is O'Dwyer in as well with 2 10s, or is this close?
If you're in this, it's button, small blind, big blind, I don't think 10s can be out, because David can call 9s, 8s, 7s here for the 18 big blind rejam. Right, Soiza's going to be shoving with the suited King X combo, like, you know, big suited King X combos, lower pocket pairs as well, which means that Steve needs to also call those combinations. Sorry, which means that David has to call his like 8s and 9s because Michael is going to be shoving the 5s and 6s. Yeah, and so Steve just has to call it off.
Snapped it so fast, so there we go. You're right.
Okay.
Soiza's in not bad shape.
Dude, we've had multiple three-way all-ins today, like, and in this exact setup, button, small blind, big blind, we've had it a couple of times as well.
It's just one of those specific configurations where if all players are playing correctly and you have a good hand, the money just has to go in because ranges are, on average, going to be way wider than the early position opens.
Yeah, and 55% favorite to become one of the tournament chip leaders and eliminate 2 very tough opponents in the process. Just needs to hold with the jacks. But an ace-high flop for Michael Soiza. Now, there is a side pot between O'Dwyer and Yan, but it is a relatively small one considered the size of the main pot. Yan drawing to 1 out for the scoop. O'Dwyer looking for 2 outs to stay alive. There's nothing short of a cold deck
5 of spades completes the run out. So O'Dwyer eliminated.
Sorry? No, really.
Soiser with the triple up to 2.7 million.
Very tough one for David Yan. High equity spot. And those are the ones that like you don't lose all your stack. You don't lose too much even in the hand because you had that overlay from Steve O'Dwyer. But it's still worth a lot, right? And these are kind of the spots that if you want to make big runs in these Triton events, that holding just, it feels so imperative to do.
Dude, I mean, instead of being 4th in chips, he's now one of, you know, the shorter stacks. So yeah, couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
O'Dwyer, GG's my man. Sure he'll be jumping into that 125k. Be seeing more of him in the PLO. Does he play short deck, Randy?
I do not believe he does.
I don't think Steve plays 4-card either.
No?
I haven't seen him in any of the 4-card events, at Triton at least. It's funny. I talk to every time I go play these events, I try to gently get the 2-card guys to come play some 4-card, and the answer that I get from the majority of the very good 2-card players are that they're still trying to learn 2-card, and so trying to learn it 4 cards feels maybe overwhelming, and I always try to agree to disagree so that we can get more people playing the 4-card game. But it's also like, do we really want these crushers to be the ones to learn the 4-card game? So it's a little bit of a double-sided sword here.
So Dwyer did not play any short deck events, but he has played a couple PLOs, 25k and 30ks over in Monte Carlo in 2023. So,
so
he is willing to play.
So so it probably just depends on the field composition.
He dabbles.
Yeah. So as here as I like flatting a lot. And we're gonna get a shove here from David Yan almost every time. Ace Queen offsuit, if you look in the computer, tends to be the combo that plays shove at the highest frequency. It's a really good hand to get called by worse with, to fold out hands with lots of equity.
I wonder if Soiser calls this off when Savannah folds. It's close.
This is a different dynamic than, so it might not seem like a big change, cutoff button small blind versus button small blind big blind, but just that one shift over in ranges tightens up everything a lot by the time you get to the squeezing range in David Yan's position. Like, I don't know if David Yan is shoving his pocket 2s and pocket 3s here, for example. And those are combinations that Soiser really wants to be in David Yan's shoving range when clicking call with pocket 7s. And so Soiser now has to decide, okay, is Yan shoving enough of his like suited wheel aces as well as his pocket pairs below 7s in order to make this call efficient for 22? He deems he does.
Here we go. Another big spot. I mean, can Soiser go for the 1-2 KO here and just hold with the 7s? If he does, he's going to be up to 4 million. He's going to move up to 3rd in chips.
Justifiably uncomfortable here for David Yan. Not as much on this flop, though. That was a good spot for a stand-up, in my opinion.
Great timing.
Yeah, I really like that. Like, you know, he needed this one.
Black 7 needed on the river. The Asian Poker Tour co-founder doesn't find it. Yan's going to double.
Wow.
Easy come, easy go.
He did it. He did it there.
Nacho's always got something to say.
He's so funny. Nachito is an acquired taste. I think that a lot of players can sometimes be a little off-put with the timing of the Nachito comments, but once you can learn to appreciate it, it's a beautiful spice.
Don't trust him. He lied to many girls.
A little jungle vibe beats going on.
This reminds me of where I just left in Ubud. Just kind of that deep jungle beat, you know?
I was going to say Burning Man.
Burning Man. This is a Burning Man beat. You can tell that production has been on playa.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, you know. Those guys, they know how to party, the Share Hands crew. Blue table, story remains the same. Poseidon, Ho, chip leading over there.
I believe we got Aramoganyan as a new player here. Shorter stacked, 13 big blinds coming in.
Could be very chatty then, if that is the case.
Good, good, good. Please.
Standard raise. So is it now queen 10 suited?
Very interested in Soiza's decision here. I don't believe folding is on the table. Hijack to cutoff. Could be wrong, but I think that this combo,
11.7.
yeah, this combo plays really nicely as a 3-bet, the queen 10 suited.
I don't know if you picked up on that. It was hilarious. Jan was asking Aram how much he's playing. And Aram said, well, there's a raise over there from Savannah before answering. Kind of just saying, hey, listen, pal, F off, yeah? It's not me you got to worry about. Santosh has already raised.
Look at Santosh. He's in there with the dominating queen.
He's fighting.
I thought we were over this already. I thought that was like old. That was like 2 years ago. Huh?
Ace, king, deuce.
I'm sorry.
Savannah's still with the best of it, but that pesky ace on board in this 3-bet pot. No diamond on board either for Soiza.
We will probably see a small c-bet from Soiza here. We block the better ace-queen combos that Santosh will call with, the ace-10 suiteds, the ace-queen offsuits of the world. Santosh should be folding a lot of his bad ace-x combinations, the non-suited variants, and so the ace-high board will, on average, just be very good for Soiza as the 3-better versus Santosh as the caller, specifically when Soiza has the queen and the 10 in his hand. So, makes sense here. Quick call here from Santosh. Doesn't feel great from Soiza.
Well, the ace pairing on the turn, does that make it now less likely for Soiza to continue barreling?
Honestly, given the flop
I like selling the client or whatever.
range dynamic,
I actually saw a phase.
I mean,
Right? I saw a phase.
having the queen and the 10 in hand blocks those king-queen suited, like the king-suited combos as well. Look at this here from Santosh, though.
Wow.
Playing lead. Small lead, too, on the ace pair. What he's saying is that when I check call flop, I'm dense enough in ace-x, and you're just going to have 3-bet steals. With that being said, the 3-bet steals that Soiza does have do contain an ace a lot of the time, and so I'm not sure if this is going to be a thing that the solver will say yes to. With that being said, it's super spicy, and look at this. Soiza, the sense, like, this just feels really sharp by Soiza, just understanding how his 2 cards kind of make it unlikely. Oh my god. I think he was going to win this hand anyways, even before hitting the jack on the river. I just want to give Soiza credit for that before we see this river whatever is happening. But you really have to give credit kind of to understanding pre-flop how when Santosh clicks call that quickly and you have the queen and the 10 in your hand, there's just not a lot of ace-x that exists anymore. And so I really think that Soiza was keyed in to exactly where Santoshi was in terms of his range. And now we're going to have a really tough spot from Santosh when Soiza decides to put the money in on the river here.
And his middle name's not GTO Labs.
I'm sad that the jack happened just because I wanted to see the outcome of what I perceive as Soiza really understanding where he is in this hand.
They did online too. One side, I think. Did Pouty do it, maybe?
So I guess we just ask for it all against ace-x?
I think we just ask for it all against ace-x, yes.
Do you know?
Spades miss as well.
What? You ever know?
Look at Santosh staring Soiza down.
I can Google it maybe.
Soiza's giving nothing away.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to get like the chip behind here when the spades miss as well. So all in minus like 1 chip. Yep. For those of you at home, we've probably talked about this before. You leave the chip behind in the context where, or in the situations where you are bluffing, so you get to kind of fight for that big blind ante for that 5K chip. Got to do it with your bluffs, got to do it with your value bets, keep it balanced.
I wanted to see the jam from Savannah, forcing Soys to fold with 5k back. Obviously never going to happen. But
Yeah. That is how I think it was Chance Cornuth folded for the 5k back with the winning hand in WSOP and got shown the bluff. Or like for the one chip back.
Wow, that's brutal.
Yeah. I love that. Yeah. I mean, respect doing it. You know, it's good to do sometimes.
Well, big decision for Santosh and Queen.
This is a really hard one to call with. Yes, spades miss. You're pretty much hoping that Soiza has Jack 10 suited. Like Jack 10 of spades.
Nice little pickup there from Soiza, who's been involved the last few hands. Pretty swingy. Won that 3-way all in. Then lost the flip against Yan. Now playing a very fun 3-bet pot against Santosh.
It's not fair. I went to cheap school. You know, I didn't go to. Where'd you go to? Fucking Brown. Yes. I knew it. You see? I knew it. I knew.
Like a Brown kind of guy, yeah.
Brown, I mean.
Got a new chip leader, by the way. It's Paulie V. Swaggy P, as we like to call him. Of Ponokov's crew.
That's another man who likes to put chips in the middle of the pot. I don't know what this is. Yeah, his aggression factor is very, very high.
I feel I
mean, that whole Ponokov's crew kind of lives on that sword, dies on that sword, though. Very aggressive players, very good players on average in that group.
Right, if you're tight, you can't be part of the crew.
Yeah, that is literally the only prerequisite on the application. It's like, are you in it? Yes or no?
Yeah.
10 Columbia.
To be fair, that's pretty much every crew at Triton that shows up. It's like, if you're in it, you're not going to survive here.
What's going on at this table, man? Are we going to, what's this, 28 bigs?
This will be, this is 28 bigs effective. Green mode will probably play slightly less than 3x here.
I mean, it's also considered like a very top school, but similar to Stanford.
Plays 275.
And it's not one of the Ivies. Top 15?
Soiza now has a decision here. I mean, even min click is an option here at this stack depth, because Greenwood will have some like ace-x combinations that will play here. I believe that min click exists in this particular node, but just decides to go with shove. Greenwood will be calling really quickly.
Huge pot once again.
Big flips.
It's always Soiza in there.
Dude, it's four hands in a row. Look at his graph over on the Triton Poker Pass app. It's insane.
It's just mirroring his heart rate. Spiking up and down.
I don't think any have been added in a really.
Yeah, I wonder what your heart rate is right now.
Fair fight.
92. That's pretty high.
3 million chip pot. Oh, well.
Oh, my God.
Spice again.
Never easy.
Dealer is really just, from an entertainment point of view, doing their best. Well, that's going to be a tough one for Soiza to win now. As Greenwood turns the straight.
1 out of 20.
You cover me or I cover you? I think I cover you, yeah?
You cover me.
Soiza still has 18 bigs back. Greenwood up to 3 million.
I thought he was just drawing to the chop. I didn't even consider that he had the Broadway draw, and I was, as soon as I realized the 10 would have knocked me out of the tournament, I was like, I'm fucking cooked.
86.
I did not. I took my eye off the prize, you know.
4, yeah?
Oh, you thought you were super
It
safe.
did.
You're like, wait, I could have touched that.
35, yeah?
I just love how superstitious everyone gets after being on Triton for like half a decade. It's just so hard not to, myself included. You know, you can just, our brains, we're silly monkeys, and we see these weird patterns happen over and over and over again, and we're in it for the vibes after so long. It's so funny.
Dude, even us in the booth, man. You know, we've been calling people out like Samuel Jew, like standing up, like prematurely.
It's so funny too, because all of these poker players are, by definition, incredibly successful probability theorists. Like that's literally their thing, is they play games with probability as the main idea, and then we still have all these very intricate like superstitions. Anyways.
Hang on, WTF is going on here because it feels like Artur's potentially found a way to win this hand.
Yeah, it appears to be Artur open, got called in 2 spots. I'm going to assume a check through on the flop and now a heavy stab on the turn.
B50 sizing as well for the turn stab. Leveraging his 7 of clubs is what this seems like to me, or just leveraging the fact that he likes to bet a lot. Just Artur.
He's a betting machine.
He really is. He just has his foot on the gas pedal.
Well, he's down to 2 9s.
Yeah, is this going to be one of those weird ones where the 9s fold, Murley gets sticky with a 6-5, and one of the worst hands ends up winning it?
We've seen on previous hands that Murley is not prone to folding. He floated that ace-7 offsuit in the limped pot right before the bubble. We're post-bubble now. I think he's aware that Martirosian's an incredibly aggressive player. This isn't the worst combo to call with. I'm blocking literally every draw on the deck, right? This 5 of spades doesn't interact with any bluffs that Artur has. Artur actually has very good suits to bluff with the ace of diamonds and the 7 of clubs, right?
He's giving him the stare down, dude. I love this.
I love it too. I love the non-professional, I'm assuming because I haven't seen Murley around as often, non-professional players who just show up and are tough. And they know that the pros are really out here just trying to play aggressively and take advantage of that. And they're willing to just put their, dig their heels into the sand and defend. Doesn't find it in this spot, but you can really feel that he did not want to be pushed around in that spot. With that being said, Artur takes it down.
Yeah, Murley gives me this kind of just intense vibe, you know?
Yeah. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Hossein Ensan.
Yeah,
sitting up straight. Hossein really also, and he plays this way too, does not like to be pushed around at the poker table. He will fight back if he ever feels like you're even remotely out of line.
Yeah, so Murley, he actually flew out just for this event.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is his very first Triton and his first event of the series.
First cash.
Oh, nice, man. That's cool.
That's always great. First ever Triton event. Get a deep run in the main. Get the blood pumping. Probably get you hooked a little bit too, going deep in your first one like this.
Of course.
Oh, you get a taste for it, man. That's it. You're hooked for life.
Nachito gonna click call here for 10 bigs with King Queen O called off to button.
That shows up to 1.7, byproduct of that King's hand earlier on.
Wow, finds fold. That's surprising to me.
Big fold?
I think so. For 10, cut off to button, because Aram's going to be shoving King 10 suited, King Queen suited, Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, all the lower pocket pairs. He will be shoving the ace X's as well, but I think that Nachito is performing well enough against the shoving range, specifically from the cutoff. From the hijack, I could definitely see a fold, but that seems a little bit on the tighter side to me. Could have a read though. Aram is not a tight player either. He's a very well dialed.
I was playing single draw high and I was playing single draw low. I just 3-bet and called a shove with 2 pair.
How much was it for?
40K.
Fuck it.
Did you?
Just another Ike Jackson story.
Did you realize what the game was when it came time to draw? So
No, Ivy tabled a straight, and I just thought he had a good low hand. Or Ivy tabled a good low hand. I just thought he had a straight, and I was like, I've got 4 outs, so I run it twice and showed my 2 pair.
So you drained it? Was it drained?
Well, no, I mean, he wouldn't be drawing that.
Going back to the previous hand, if he's shoving ace-9 off from the hijack, King Queen O fold from the button versus cutoff becomes even worse.
Oh, yes.
Great result here for Aram, though. 2 shove and folds back to back.
Yeah.
Gonna be good for 15 bigs now.
I had one in the World Series where I opened, some guy shoved, and I called and tabled ace king.
Did he just snap through, or did he just
And the dealer
I didn't even ask.
took
He was
my
just like, you
card
shouldn't
and
get your
flipped
call
it back over and threw him in the muck.
Huh?
And the whole table was like, he
No, I didn't
called,
expect you
what
to
the
ask. I was
fuck?
just curious
And
if he just
then
snapped game.
they called the floor and everything, and they're
Oh,
like,
that's correct.
they almost killed my hand, but the whole table was like, he had ace king,
like ace of diamonds, king of spades. It was table.
Did you
So they
spend
pulled it
next
back
set?
out of the muck,
Yeah.
and then they ran it out. And I
In
lost
that
the
game,
king
it was
jack.
pretty standard.
I was never gonna win this. Good so, buddy. That you like. It was like there was no shot after the dealer mucked my hand that I was, even if anything good happened, I was gonna win this hand.
And it was like a weird situation. It was the literal first hand of the night, and like they had rearranged the blacks while I was in the bathroom or something.
Suited King X could be in the min-raising range here.
Looks like it's crossing his mind.
Yep.
He agrees.
How much equity do I have? I have nines, everything. Lost in space.
No defense from Soiza. From small over to David Yan.
That's such a disappointing hand to look down on the big.
Yeah, especially against the min-raise.
Aram.
Maybe if I win this
Up
tournament,
to 900K.
Maybe if
I
win
think
this
that
whole
one of
tournament,
the things
In like
that
25
modern
days or something.
two-card players have gotten very good at
Only fair.
is kind of understanding these min-raising
Do you ever
ranges,
even
sub
sell?
15 big blinds.
Like if you play at
You know, you
25K
go
on
back
Jeju, would you sell?
even 5+ years ago,
enough.
sub 15 bigs, you were just kind of getting
That was,
open
like,
shove
big
or
enough to
fold. There
sell.
wasn't a lot of small sizings happening. And
online,
I think that we've really started to
I mean, like,
understand
I
more
don't
and
think you
more
sell for
that
10K if you
you have
play, right?
20 big blinds or less. In an ICM dynamic, it plays like 40 a lot of the time.
don't
So
sell for
learning how to build these min-raising ranges that are maybe a little more polar, fold to 3-bet, things like that. It's a
That
new
guy's a
evolution
good
of the
buy.
game that if you aren't up to date with, I'd highly
Yeah,
recommend
he's
trying
gonna
to
be the
learn a
best
little
player
bit
on
of
the
because
site,
it's
right?
worth so much at the end of tournaments.
The guy that
Being
you
able to
always buy
steal
like
with a King 7
90%?
suited is worth a lot for Aram here.
Yeah, I also think
Yeah.
because you mentioned the time frame where it's become more and more
But it seems
popular
like-
over the last 5 years, and I do think it is a byproduct,
He
kind of
chops, like, we all
post-COVID.
chop. Me, him.
The amount of live streams that we've now become spoiled with as poker fans.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Where we just see someone like Makita doing something or Chidwick, and then people get curious, they ask questions. Here we go. Action on one of the outer tables. It looks like, is that Makita with 10s against 9s?
That's
10s
right.
against 9s for 1 million apiece.
Oh, he's
Hey,
sending chips
that
over.
was a 2-outer on the river. 7-8-3 board, 8 on the turn, 9 of spades, corner pocket for Huang Wenji to 2-outer Makita, 5-time champion in a 2.2 million chip pot. Good luck calculating the equity in that one.
Very disappointing for Budsy Akuski. Phenomenal player.
In the main event, please continue.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had a 2-outer. I guess we were due. 34 players left, dropping like flies. I mean, I'm surprised that we're here. There was a bit of a stalemate once we got inside the money. If you guys recall, we were hanging around the 44, 45 player mark. And now in the last, I want to say, half hour, 45 minutes or so, we've dropped down to 34 players. Everyone currently guaranteed $182,000 for their efforts. Plan of action tonight is to play down to final 16.
Makes a lot of sense, as you were mentioning earlier, in the context of the payout structure, right? The blinds are going up, the payout structure is very flat. These players are playing for those top spots.
Yeah.
Speaking of playing for the top spots, ace-8 offsuit for Artur Martirosyan.
That's actually hilarious.
Yeah.
I love this guy.
From UTG.
Yeah, he's just like, you know what, guys?
It's spice.
I don't care, I've got an ace. Open. Daniel has flopped best on the 7-4-4. Board texture that Artur's going to continue on.
Small sizing, probably with range, knowing Artur. Just going to heavily attack here.
We normally see a check call. Is there any merit to check raising the 7 in spot?
There are merits to check raising the 7 in the spot, particularly to clean out equity from a hand like 2 overcards. You also get check raise check a decent amount.
180?
Yep, this is going to be it. Specifically on these paired boards, UTG versus big blind on the low cards, the big blind is going to be winning in polarity, which just means that they're going to have the most 4x by definition. They also will have more 5-6 suited, 5-3 suited, 5-8 suited. So there are combinations that can kind of populate a check raise bluff range as well. And you're also
I beg to differ. Dylan, I'm
okay,
sorry.
yeah, sorry.
He's got the ace-8-0 here, and he's calling the check raise. I mean,
I am speaking as if it's two computers playing against each
I
other,
know,
not
I
as
know.
if Artur is the worst in opening ace-8-0. Note the float, by the way. Ace-8, like, gets check raised, has maybe the worst combo that he will have here. Also a bad combo to have because he blocks the bluffs.
Yeah.
He blocks 8-6 suited, 8-5 suited as well, which Razai will use. He'll check call it sometimes, check raise it sometimes. My assumption, he'll mix it. So having that 8 is bad. And now Razai, I think, once he gets called after check raising, is going to click check here at a pretty high frequency. In theory, but he probably knows his man. He probably knows Artur is going to be an aggressive human here. Hence, the check, we'll see.
well, I'm assuming that Artur hasn't floated with ace of hearts, 8 of clubs on the 7-4-4 to check this one back. I mean,
I think he'd use a big sizing too. Like, when I say big, I mean like B60 would be his choice. B60, like B60 to B70, like somewhere in the 350 to 450 range if he is betting.
really just trying to sell the story.
Even bigger. Yeah, that's what, yeah. This is so the reason why he's using this sizing. It's a GO2 sizing for all the nerds out there, or maybe even slightly. He's pretty much just using a sizing so that if he bets the same amount on the turn in the river, he'll get all in. So like 75% on the turn creates about it'll be B50 on the river. So this is even bigger than I was trying to choose GO2. He's using an even bigger sizing here, applying maximum pressure to Razai, particularly to this specific combo, the 7x. I don't know if Razai is going to fold, though. He's another very tough customer.
Call.
Whoa.
To be fair, that's a very big difference.
That is a big difference, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of expected his call. He didn't really check raise to so small to check fold this turn, right? Like, he's going to expect Martirosian to have some floats and stab.
Oh, yeah.
Did he just get there?
Yeah, he did.
That's disgusting.
That is super nasty.
I mean, I guess, you know, we got an overcard, right? Like, got some overcards.
Look at Artur's smile in his player photo.
That's him inside.
That's literally, he's going to check back and win and be so happy.
Hey.
And Razai is going to see the bad news.
What do you think about that, Razai? He was.
That's a very reasonable response.
Of course, a 1.6 million chip pot at this stage of the tournament going Artur's way after doing everything he possibly could. You know, check raising flop, check calling the turn.
He got the maximum amount of chips in the middle with his hand. He literally played it as well as he possibly could to get the maximum amount of chips and then just have Artur get bailed out. It's really challenging.
Or Artur also got the maximum tilt out of Razai.
He really did.
God.
I would probably laugh and be confused more than anything else. But with that, like, this is really just how Artur plays. He's out here being incredibly sticky. It's not a misdeal. Being incredibly sticky, finding a ton of aggression. It's what makes him so challenging to play against. But also, you can tell that players like Razai, who've been playing with him for so long now, they're making that adjustment. Like the check raise, check call was such a clean line to take against the wide range of Artur, and so can just see the adjustments being made. But it doesn't matter how well you adjust if he just gets there.
Listen, it's a lot safer in here, boys. I honestly think you put either myself or Ahlinejad in that spot, mate, you know, a table or two might be getting flipped.
Ali more than you. Also, the Murley just folded the 9-8 suited from the button off of 12. That right there, just a quick note, probably going to be a shove in theory land, but
we are on a pay jump. I say soft pay jump, I should say. We're a couple of spots away from a $26,000 ladder win. You know, it's his first event. We don't know much about him. It doesn't strike me as the money kind of thing. This guy, I think he's looking to go the distance.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe playing into that there.
This will be an interesting one between these two players, especially given the last hand that just happened. I can see Razai playing stab here with the Jack-6 suited. He's going to have more traps. Artur should be attacking pre-flop more, but I'll actually go with check. If Artur checks this, I'll be confused.
Well, he does check.
Wow. That's surprising to me.
Both players still Unpaired, gut shot versus gut shot. Are they just going to take these hard cards to showdown?
It's very possible.
I feel like a bet has to go in from somewhere. Whether it's on the turn or on the river. Well, it's interesting now because obviously Arthur makes 4th pair with a very decent kicker as well.
Rosario with an interesting choice here because even though he's checked twice, is still more uncapped than Artur is because he has check raises in his range. And so a big sizing isn't off the table, especially blocking the straight. But elects to try to get to showdown. Doesn't want to put any more money in the pot.
Feels like fake showdown though, no, right? Like Artur's never checking back a worse hand.
I agree, especially Artur. This might just be a give up more than anything else.
Right.
Archer's thinking of value betting? Yep.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Kicker plays, dude.
He's sick. He's so annoying to play against.
This hand isn't over yet either. As I said, the check raise has been available on every street.
Daniel's just really thinking, is this guy really trying to value bet a 4 against me now?
He is actually thinking that, and hence why he wants to check raise, but just gets out of there.
Well, one of the signs of a truly elite player, of course, as we all know, is just moving on from the previous hand, regardless of the size of the pot, and just managing to stay cool, calm, and collected, not blowing up. Going into a break, obviously, it's easy to play the victim in poker, right? Where, oh, it could have been going into break with 3 million chips, but look, Daniel has 10 minutes to just go and, you know, go for a little walk, blow off some steam, come back, look to spin up his 11 big blinds. Side and Ho going to be coming back and looking to continue as we welcome back to the break desk. Randy, Lou, Dylan, alongside myself, Henry. Really fun frame that. I mean, for a few reasons. One, I enjoy having the 3 of us in here, just bouncing, you know, chirping away at some of the plays. But also, there was just a period there where it was just blood in the water.
Oh, yeah.
There was a lot of all-ins and collisions. Paulie V going into break as chip leader. Dylan, I wanted to thank you as always. You're always so generous when it comes to your time, whenever you're here to just step in and kind of, well, yeah, join both myself, Randy, Ali in the past and give your insights. Tomorrow you're jumping into
25K PLO.
25K PLO. We're going to be sweating along over on the Triton Poker Plus app, hopefully seeing you do some good stuff over there, my man.
Good stuff, yeah.
Yep. Thank you as always for having me. This is super fun, getting to watch these elite players, learn from them, hang out with you guys. It's one of my favorite things to do when I come to Triton.
Thanks, man, and best of luck tomorrow. Viewers, 10 minutes. Dylan and I are going to be stepping out. Arlene Lajar is going to be jumping in alongside Randy. Do not go anywhere. We're working our way down to the final 2 tables here in the 100K main. We'll see you very shortly.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Both with shorter stacks as well.
Here is Punsri off of 16. We are 7-handed.
Don't tend to find a ton of shoves for 16 from UTG 7. I think that if this hand is V-pipped, it will go into min, but I could be wrong.
I think I'd be pretty shocked if he was to open jam.
Yeah.
Comes with min. Daniel going to get out of there. As will Danchev, one would assume.
Are we
Threes
for
to
hand or not?
No,
hit the
that's
mark.
because we have the red timings.
Yeah.
Just goes to one.
Just in case, okay. Thank you. Because they announced, you know, the...
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I thought maybe for the main event something different.
Don't think Shilko even looked at his cards there. Gets rid of the ace-9. Well, defendable one for the chip leader.
Quick defense as well. If we are paying attention to things like timing tells, things of that nature. Wasn't a lot of thought put into 3-bet. Just very quick call.
Oh no, Punsri, you're in trouble.
Okay, dealer. Where'd you find that flop? King 9 deuce, top 2 for the chip leader, but more importantly, a value hand for Punat, who's going to be more than happy to play for stacks here, especially on a 2-tone texture. Unblocking hearts.
This is a very standard B25. Punat will be taking this with the majority of his range. Poseidon should have check raises on this texture, even against UTG. Like, they do exist, and so such a good hand here that he decides to put it into check call. The issue with putting this combo into check call is, you know, when there is a board texture change, you aren't going to stack the ace-king, the king-queen, the king-jack suiteds of the world. Even king-10 suited would be in Punat's UTG range, I believe.
Do we bet the turn of king-queen with no heart in hand?
In ICM, I could see a check back. This also would be a spot where Poseidon, in theory land, will probably get some leads as well, because the big blind defense range will have a lot of suited combinations versus the UTG range. So, I mean, I believe, at least, especially as a chip leader, you might even see it. The King 9 deuce is a little more disconnected, so there's not as many other draws that exist. As we see here, though, the check back does come in the ICM dynamic. And here, I would like to see, because we're going to have Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10, combos that do brick this river. And so you probably will get 2 sizings here. You'll get a block, and you'll get a bigger sizing. The check is very interesting here. I would have taken the betting lead into my own hands.
How does Punat not bet king queen now with the action?
This would be very sharp. But I think it would also just be probably incorrect to not bet this combo. Especially having the queen in your hand, so you are blocking those missed draws. You're corralling Poseidon into having the 9x combos that should call a river bet here. So the queen specifically is a combo, is a card that with the king that we want to bet, both because we outkick other kings as well as blocking those draws that I was mentioning.
He's come with half pot. Well, checked back on the turn, facing a check jam on the river from Ho, and has Punsri perhaps found a way to not go broke here.
Another very fast check raise here from Ho. Something that Punat's going to be incredibly aware of.
Clicks he's made the call.
Wow. Bye-bye, Punat.
GG, sir.
You didn't believe.
Yeah, and that was a relatively quick call from Punat as well, perhaps a byproduct of the speed in which he faced the jam. Sometimes just throwing players off, right? When you face such a quick check jam, can really throw people off.
Big, so lots of heart in this player. Newer to the circuit. This is his first Triton, but plays well. This is a quick look at him right here.
22 years old, eh?
Yeah, graduated computer science, I believe, and then was planning on getting a job and then just banked a tournament in the PGT studio and has been playing for the last year since doing that.
All right, I don't like this guy already, okay?
you don't like him.
22 years old. Listen.
Sweet person too, just like very soft-spoken, humble, everything you don't like about somebody.
The disdain right now, the contempt over here. Unbelievable. We're going to have to start picking on him, Randy.
Well, this is David Chen's first full schedule. Did play the Paradise main event. Other than that, this is the full schedule for him here.
What is it about Jeju? It seems like the Americans don't mind the travel, even though there's a 14, 15, 16-hour time zone difference.
I think it's not that hard to get here from Las Vegas specifically, or from the West Coast. You can so there's a large crew of people that came from kind of that Poker Go studio, like the Joey Weissmans of the world as well were out here, all like Clement Dang, a lot of the really strong American regs. I think they came out as a crew to this this Triton stop.
Yeah, glad to see some of them finding success here.
To see Nacho calling King Jack against the 5 big blind jam of Nimith.
Ooh.
He's providing liquidity once more. This time in the form of 205K.
Ike and Nacho have maybe one of my favorite table dynamics of any two humans ever. Like, Nacho will just say something, and then Ike will meme it at a super high frequency, and it actually creates a very aggressive dynamic in their poker as well when they play hands against each other. Nacho really likes to get after Ike. This is an obvious, he finds a snap fold here, which is just good.
Wow, I almost shot free. Well played, Nachito.
Oh man, I love this guy.
He's so funny.
What's not funny is Nemeth has 3 outs.
Maybe.
Queen 10-10. Couple of diamonds. Running diamonds an option for Nemeth. No longer the case on the 8 of hearts turn. Some opportunities, 5 for the win. Is he going to be the first man heading to the cash desk for 163K payout? He is.
I wanted to see the 9, not so that Andras would bust, but so now we get to hear Nachito be upset for not reshoving pre and getting the full double. We're going to hear this for the next like 2 to 3 minutes.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like I wasn't beating Nachito on that board.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the $100,000 main event from here in Jeju. Ali Najad back at the booth. Randy Liu still alongside. And one Leon Sturm, 6-time Triton final tableist, $2.8 million in career earnings. Going to be joining us for this frame, Leon. And I don't know whether or not you've been keeping a finger on the pulse of what's going on in this main event. But if not, of course, the Triton Poker Plus app is where we direct everyone's attention for a glimpse. And as you look at the top of the leaderboard out there, Paulie V and Eastern Europe occupying the top 2 slots, with Boyka from Belarus in second, Wang Wenji of China in third. Not exactly the names that we're accustomed to seeing up toward the top of a Triton leaderboard. In particular, I'm looking at Taiwan's Poseidon Ho, Leon.
I mean, a few of the names are definitely recognized. And Poseidon has been playing all the events, many bullets, and his playing style is kind of aggressive. Makes sense that he has big stack or nothing, kind of.
Yep.
Kind of like the dynamic that he adds. But yeah, Eastern Europe definitely up there. We see also Artur and Anatoly, very feared opponents along this field.
The Russians back-to-back there. Filatov already with a title out here. How has this Jeju Festival been going for you? Not to cast a spotlight on it if it hasn't been going too well, but maybe just kind of reminding everybody that even someone who has tremendous talent can find a hiccup or two along the way?
Sure, yeah. I mean, the beginning of the series was kind of nice. I had some momentum, cashed 3 events, even though I had many bullets. And after that, lost that momentum, didn't really get anything going, which was definitely frustrating. And buy-ins add up quickly. I guess that's definitely something people don't see behind the curtains, right? They may look at a hand mob and see caches and whatnot, and yeah, bullets add up quickly, and these are fast structures. You end up re-entering a lot. On some events, they also discount on the re-entry, a little bit less rake, makes you want to re-enter even more.
Randy, anything you wanted to... sorry, I'm sitting here
it's okay.
commandeering Leon all to myself.
Yeah, you know, we got the main event action continuing. Let's go.
All right, you're on it. Send us back down to the arena then, as Jeju Shinhwa World returns to fill your screen.
Also right there, an Eastern Europe fan favorite, Vladimir Minko. Love that guy.
There he is in the black new Triton hoodie. 34 remaining. The money bubble burst at 47. The min cash was collected initially by Andras Nemeth. See Barbero, Oganyan, and company. They spent some time at the feature. There's James Hopkins, Ben Heath, I believe Shilko, Martirosian, Daniel Razai. But not every table in the room right now is associated with the main event. Deep into day 2, the plan is to play down to 2 tables remaining and then come back and pick it up tomorrow. As we give you a look at the chip counts at the 2 features, Wai Liang Chan, he is best at the red table, 3.8 million in change in front of him. Sam Muller, by the way, he's got work to do. Just 3 big blind spins needed. Wang Wenji, one of the biggest stacks in the room, along with Boyka. Unfortunate for the 2 of them currently to be seated at one another's table. Obviously, pull them off of there and put them anywhere else. They rate to be the chip leader at a different spot. So we'll see how the dynamics play out with respect to those 2, if they'll stay out of one another's way or they'll go hard. Chidwick, 23 bigs. Tough to call him a short stack that deep, as the blinds are 30, 60, and 60, 150,000 per orbit, the price of poker. And that glimpse brought to you by WPT Global.
You know who I spot, Ali?
Getting back in the air. Talk to me.
J&T. Is he going to make another heads up in the main event?
He has a remarkable Triton main event record. Don't sleep on J&T.
He should have won one of those when he got it in with the bigger pair against Timothy Adams, and
right.
he did not.
In London,
hold.
Adams got tremendously lucky to dethrone J&T, who's back, perhaps this time to reclaim main event glory. But there are a lot of combatants standing in the way, and there have been a lot of new combatants out there as well. Leon, I ask you, because we've surmised that the lesser-known opponents maybe have a competitive advantage initially because you don't have baselines, you don't really know what to make of their ranges and whatnot. Have you experienced some challenges having to navigate waters replete with lesser-known competition?
I feel like I've had this before where I struggled for sure, and this stop not particularly. I feel like most new players are also online players usually, if they're pros, and then you kind of know what sort of family they're coming from and what sort of play style they may be prone to learning and whatnot. So yeah, I feel like less problematic, but it can definitely be challenging for sure.
Nothing problematic about ace-3 suited. Sam Muller in the cutoff. Rips it in there. Very straightforward situation. Theologus with chips to provide the spin. And they'll play for a little north of 400,000. Alex almost preemptively apologizing to Sam because the hand is so dusty.
He did say blind call.
He likes his chances though. Alex always makes comments when stuff is happening at the table. It's he always looks to interact. It's quite fun.
Yeah.
That
He's a
looked like
very
a net for
entertaining
me.
presence.
I know, I know.
King 9-7, Ace 3. Doing well for itself. Board pairing turn.
Samuel used to have a lot of chips in this tournament, right? Do you guys recall what happened?
Well,
I guess you can see it in history.
Oh, you're gone, Samuel.
You know,
Thanks, Leon.
you think I jinxed him?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite possible. I mean, I sort of knew the outcome already, but...
Painful departure there for Mueller. And you can see some downward blips if you scan back in his hand history in the Triton Poker Plus app in this one.
It seemed like he just took a lot of 400K blows.
Yeah.
Death by a handful of 300 and 400K cuts, it would seem, for Sam Mueller, as a really merciless 8 on the end showers him. He will, of course, collect a payout. Would have been a lot worse on the outside of the bubble. 182,000 will go to Mueller. 434th as 33 remain now. Chidwick, King Jack offsuit, and one of your countrymen, Tobias Schwecht, suited one gapper in the small blind. What's the scouting report on Schwecht?
I'm very good friends with him, and what the scouting reported you were asking? Like, what exactly are you asking for?
I mean, in terms of his background, where he came up, what sort of play style, if any, he embraces?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been around as long as he was. People can probably tell a lot of tales around him, but online legend. German community loves him. He's very well connected, and yeah, very close in my friend circle. We have a lot of common friends. High morale guy, really lovely.
Nakai, not so lovely queen 6 of spades, but took the price and now finds himself top pair. Just look how wet this board is, though, in terms of the opposition. Schwecht with a pair and a flush draw. Chidwick, the party starter, with the open-ender. Brace yourself.
Yeah, everyone has a piece here. Even Chidwick has both suits of the board. It might make him want to get it in a little bit more.
They're all sitting between 1.2 and 1.6 million. Nakai, the covering stack.
Fun fact about Nakai, he did like a 9 deuce off, 20 big blind off call in the 52K turbo bounty. I feel like he thought the bounties were live early on. That might make people think that he's a little splashy. Definitely adds a dynamic here.
There have been more than a few misclicks out here in Jeju. Chidwick, nothing mistaken about this click. 105,000 into the 420. Now Schwecht has so much hand, Leon, but with another player behind and the stacks where they are, and obviously the prospects of one of these massive 7-figure scores, he is not looking to inflate, it would seem, for the time being.
Yeah, as you say, so much hand, he has so much equity against everything, but that being said, at the stack depth, you don't really get to fold out much queen X. Maybe if you raise, Nakai has like the big blind specifically will have a very tough spot, but Steven is gonna get in every top pair that he c-bets here, so there's not much.
Look at this turn, Leon. Not to interrupt you, but this is queens and sixes for Nakai. The card that gives Schwecht not only the flush draw, but a redraw to a straight flush. Chidwick, of course, with a king-high flush draw. He's got 2 checks in front of him.
Yeah, this is absurd. High morale turn for Germany, though. Love that.
If you're Stevie, do you favor a check back and realize, or?
Very tough decision. I think that the concept exists of realizing your equity and making sure you don't get jammed on. It's questionable how often you do face a jammy. I think Schwecht will continue a lot with call if Stevie bets here, but yeah, the big blind can jam a lot of flushes on you. Maybe he even turns 9-8. The straight will look lucrative for him to jam. So yeah, I do think he will find a check back here, but it's not a no-brainer. Wouldn't be surprised if he thinks that he can bet and doesn't expect many check jams, but...
Well, part of the issue with the bet sizing is he's got to be a little bit careful about the SPR on the end if he did want to preserve the ability to blast out on a river where he didn't improve. He does come with the check back. 5 of clubs on the end is uncomplicated for Schwecht. And Nakaya's got to think these queens and sixes are quite durable as played. Let's see if Tobias does his own bidding.
This is incredibly complicated to figure out with two ranges behind. I do think that Chidwick won't bet one pair. Like if he has kings, aces, ace, queen, king, queen, I don't think he will find a bet here into two ranges that might be uncapped. So you might be looking to bet yourself, not imagining too many bets and from your opponents. Big blind could bluff a number of hands though. Jack 9, king 9, king jack himself if he didn't squeeze pre.
280 the sizing from Schwecht. Queens and sixes are not muck bound at this figure, but with all of the moisture on board, I don't think Nakai's going to be having a raise on his mind. Sure enough, he comes with call.
Dangerous timing in my opinion. He called relatively quickly. That might make Chidwick think that he almost never has a... I mean, I guess there's low flushes that can just call quickly.
And Schwecht will surge here.
Doesn't even wait for trash to table. He was confident his two pair might be good. But nope.
Yeah, normal circumstances, those queens and six are going to perform a little bit better than they did in that particular exchange as Schwecht ascends up the leaderboard. Walk us through how Jeju's been going for Tobias, Randy.
Yeah, it does seem that he's played every single event here in Jeju. Did get a cash in a 20K, a small one for 34,000. His only other cash was the mystery bounty where he got 39K and
I pulled a bounty for him, I remember.
Oh, you pulled the 80K for him?
No, we sadly pulled 2 min bounties of 40K.
Oh. Well, Randy said 80. 2 min bounties was 40 plus 40.
I had a very good bounty mystery history, so I had high hopes, but I guess I can only do it for myself, not for other people, sadly.
Well, Alex Boyka wouldn't be blamed for having high hopes about his finish in this one, just given how deep stacked he is among the leaders. Ace 10 suited, and I heard a little reaction out of you there, Leon. Schwecht with this baby suited ace on the button. We like to call this kit solver bait.
I like that name, yeah. I mean, he was definitely going to VP. I think, given that we see Nakai in the small blind, that will influence his decision towards 3-betting less, I think. You'd expect less squeezes from Nakai, maybe.
So the flat from Tobias so far, sparing himself. Oxen can close the action for another 65 and take a price.
Yeah, he loves those. Doesn't think about folding. I saw him continue a spot like 4-3 offsuit multi-ray where some people would maybe muck. I think it's reasonable to call, but yeah, he definitely loves to play.
If it's the same hand I'm thinking of, he actually would have had a winner on the river with 3s and 4s, but ended up folding on the turn as Boyka will be having dinner with a party of 3, 9-7-5 board. Foxen's got middle pair, plus the gut shot, out flopping this crew. Checking over to the opener.
Yeah, it seems like the best piece is in Foxen's hands.
Yeah, Boyka has a nice backdoor properties, but usually people don't find c-bets here because they shouldn't really with their range and big blind connecting a lot more, but there will be some c-bets, and I think ace-10 with backdoors is nice. You get continued by jack 10, 10-8, fold out ace-jack, ace-queen for the button. It's definitely a consideration.
So a round of knuckles, and promptly the gutter arrives for Foxen. Note that Boyka now picks up a path.
Certainly does, and I would assume that Foxen somehow finds a way to overbluff this spot, given his player profile, so Boyka will usually continue here if Foxen doesn't bet too big, I would imagine, but it's tough in the sandwich with a player behind.
Well, sizing will have a lot to do with Boyka's sentiments, and 190 is what Foxen dials up. Would have much preferred for this to have been a spade, but we don't always have it our way.
Is this price okay to call with ace-10?
It's right on the cusp, I would say. I think against the third, you always call. Against half pot, you're struggling, and against this, struggling as well. But yeah, calls. It's obviously nicer to have like queen 10, be able to make the nuts, have a flush draw, have a set, just be able to beat more hands by the river.
Do you need to be able to suggest to yourself that if a jack or a 6 were to roll off, you will get paid from time to time by your opponent to allow you to get over the hump of making that call on the turn? The implied odds?
Yeah, you definitely want to take that into consideration, and I feel like in general these spots will end up being overbluffed on a river like a 6 or a jack, just because people also learned how to turn pairs into a bluff, for example, right? And there's still missed flush draws.
Now, this is not a dream on the end for Foxen. Any Jack X he now falls to. He does block diamonds, but the combos that one would think Boyka would open with don't require a 6 of diamonds. And so Foxen checks over to Alex. Top pair, top kicker. Think he just takes the showdown?
It's tough to say. I think it's very close to bottom of range. I mean, if Boyka had anything like a king 8 or ace 8 on the turn, I don't think he continues. He can have ace 9, sure, but even that is such a cuspy continue on the turn. I think this is a bit of a lazy check back, and you should definitely consider more to be bluffing on the flush completer.
Well, he does end up shutting it down. So Foxen not put to a decision. And by the way, you know, Alex is on the stickier side in terms of somebody that you're trying to get off of a hand. Not afraid to make a big call. Perhaps that factoring in.
Yeah, it really depends a lot on how much credit he will give you for turning pairs into a bluff. If he thinks you're not capable of turning any top pairs over pairs into a bluff, then he will probably just not be interested to catch, right? Because then there aren't many bluffs available. Once he thinks you do turn those into a bluff, it's easy to overdo it. So it's tough to find the sweet spot there and figure it out.
No, I think she said one person busted, but. And
He might just think that he can have jacks plus, jacks is a straight, I guess, but queens plus with a diamond that blocks flushes. That may be more attractive.
Still haven't figured out all of their pausing rules.
Can't always be thinking in blockers.
Do you ever get decision fatigue when you're out there late in a long day, Leon? I mean, at the end of the day, even though we do look upon all of you as superheroes, you know, there is a human element. Stamina can be called in from time to time, especially deeper into a festival where you've strung together so many days of poker. Does that ever plague you or others out there in your observations?
Yeah, there's definitely elements to it. Decision fatigue refers to a certain tiredness, right?
Right. Like you said, a little bit of a lazy check back from Boyka, and I'm wondering if maybe it's one of those where I don't really want to unpack every aspect of this spot. I've got a big stack. I've got a 10. Let me just peek, you know, with that check back.
Yeah, I think for me it's less about tiredness, and sometimes it's just my own biases, or maybe I don't want to lose a big pot here, maybe I like the stack the way it is right now, and I don't want to look like a fool bluffing, it feels wrong or something like that, and I'm more at war with my emotions, more so the thought process for the actual decision. But it would definitely play a role for a lot of players. We do play long days, and I've been noticing how the series has been tiring for sure. It's tough to stay concentrated and dialed in.
Yeah. Perhaps not for these two guys, however.
Yeah.
Some of the more intense characters on tour. Blind versus blind, limp pot pre. They both checked the King 7-6 board, unimproved. That reality remains on the Deuce of Hearts turn.
Yeah, Chidwick is my favorite example for someone who at least appears like he can keep his energy on a very elevated level and is always dialed in, focused.
Yeah, and that can actually be a bit frustrating to have to contend with throughout a long day's play. Feeling like somebody is right there 10 out of 10 in the same way they were at hand 1. At 2 or 3 in the morning local time as you're trying to find a bag.
Yeah, priorities, man. He has his routines at check.
Very, very disciplined, and one of those who are very thoughtful about their diet, an exercise, deep believer in his performance on the felt, having a lot more to do with the decisions that he makes away from it. Queen high holds on all the way down. Front door flush completes.
It seems like the queen high has enough showdown value to not need a stab.
I agree.
Obviously for Chidwick, 8 high would never win at showdown, but can he get a better hand to fold?
Well, he's going to have the opportunity if he wants it.
Yeah, there's some people who might expect not many ace-x in the big blinds range here, given that we started the hand at less than 20 big blinds, but he can have a lot of the suited variety. It's not that many combos though, given that it's suited, so it's not only going to be 3 respectively of each hand, but he kind of has an out low. He also has a spade. I think he will always end up bluffing probably for pot, is what I say, but I guess he expects Foxen to be a little bit too sticky. I don't know.
It's the sticky Foxen factor, you know?
Oh.
It's a good reputation to have because people bluff you a little bit less.
Sure, yeah. There's a few players out here on the circuit that have that image. Still, they get bluffed into reasonably often. I feel like I see it all the time.
Right. It's almost like you relish the opportunity, the challenge of trying to run one through somebody that you know is more tough and more sticky.
Yeah, I did it yesterday to Arthur, who really likes to call, and he used 8 timings actually. 8 timings into a fold, which I've never seen from him. It felt it's quite the relief.
And you got one through, huh?
Got one through somehow.
Oh my, when that 7th and 8th time bank starts coming through, you really feel like the call is imminent.
Oh, for sure. And then the dealer was, or he was asking how many did I use. The dealer was like 8, and he's like, what? 8? There's no way. And like just folds, and it was like annoyed at the way that the amount of time that he took.
Oh man.
But yeah, that tank was also tiresome. I thought afterwards the hand I was like, whoa, that this cost a lot of energy, even though I was just sitting there. But just like the process of you trying to stay concealed, and I don't think I was giving much away, but like your thoughts are going kind of at a higher speed than usual, I suppose, and it's very tense. This is also something I feel like Chidwick is, or at least it appears this way, that he is more at peace with these sort of environments, but who knows, maybe he's also, fighting his demons inside.
Calm and centered, though, I think, more so than perhaps the average mortal in situations is Chidwick. Limps the Jack-9 offsuit. Wang Wenji won't allow it.
Can we come along with Jack-9 off in this spot?
The solver certainly does, I think also with Jack-8. If you reduce a lot of the big blind bluff ISOs that he's supposed to have, then you can find arguments for folding, but that needs to happen a lot. I think Jack-9 is a very good hand at this stack depth. So
might be anticipating also, just given how deep Wang Wenji is, that he's going to be doing a little bit of leaning. Ace-8 tray with 2 diamonds. Wenji smashes top pair. Nothing cooking for Chidwick.
Yeah, I think if he had a diamond, then he would kind of have to continue against the normal range. But once again, if you reduce the bluffs, it gets tricky. Also, you're not supposed to be dominated that often, because the big blind can't really isolate a hand like King-Jack offsuit, just because you don't want to isolate fold, while a recreational might not be thinking about it this way. You might be more, let's raise and see if we get jammed on, figure it out then. They don't really think about it like that preemptively, so.
Straightforward exercise there for the Ace-10. Bet of 75 and take it. Taking a peek at Wang Wenji's Jeju Festival thus far. It's been a modest one, his first ever. $26,500 collected, courtesy of 46th in the 15K, but 0 for 4 since then. So second cash of the festival, TBD. But it rates to be a very tidy one for the man second in chips behind Paulius Vaitiekunas, or Paulie V, as we like to call him, at the blue table.
That does make things more simple.
Sure.
Chips are stacked over on the blue table.
Yeah. That's a tough spot to find yourself, regardless of which of those stacks you're presiding over. When you look over at the red table, feels like you've got a little bit more of a fighting chance, maybe the cluster in midfield. A little more narrow. See the jump between Boyka and Foxen is really the chasm over there at the blue table. Ding Biao, by the way, he was the chip leader last time I called his name in this event. Now sitting just 14 bigs down toward the unenviable part of the leaderboard.
J&T, he's moving up in chips.
Mm-hmm. Second now with 45 bigs, just 9 back of the leader. Overall shortest stack in the room is Ben Heath. Murli Manokaran keeping him company down there, along with Rizai, and then Ding Biao, 4th shortest in the field, which has now been whittled down to 32 as we have lost the boss, Randy. Paul Pua out in 33rd. Do you maybe have the particulars of how it went down for Paul on one of those outer tables?
It seems that he did get the ultimate cooler, Pocket Kings versus Pocket Aces of Raul Lozano, and he loses 925,000 chips. Just brutal.
Goodness. They just piled it all in pre?
Now the funny thing is, Lozano slow played the aces on the button with a flat, and Paul bet the flop on Queen 8-5, felt like he was good, jammed a turn, and ran into the blades.
Oopsie. Credit to Lozano, by the way. Obviously, the deck doing him a big favor. Wenji having a pleasant relationship with the deck himself here. After the ace-10, he goes to 2 10s and takes us to 200,000. Sizing up appropriately, blind versus blind, Boyka stepping aside. You know, once upon a time, Leon, it was Germany that took the high-stakes community by storm, looking back about a decade, when Fedor and company really made their mark. And obviously there are markets that have begun to emerge internationally, and I'm curious what your thoughts are about the Chinese opposition that you have faced. If you see patterns, if you see things that maybe are commonalities amongst those players from that part of the world?
Yeah, for the people who, or the Chinese population in poker that tries to play professional or does play professional, I feel like they have very good intuition for the game. They tend to really be quite selective about spots they take, and then in some scenarios they are very out of line, but from what I've gathered, it's like a very high success rate, so it seems like they are working with some information that may be a little bit more directed towards the live and live tell part of the game, maybe. Or maybe it's more of a game flow type thing, but definitely see some commonalities, yeah, between the people who seem to be working together.
Well, we are directing our attention here to what looks like an all-in situation. Murli, the man, I'm guessing, is covered. Unclear who's on the other side. No, it was Rezai versus Murli. So a couple of shorter stacks in the room colliding there. Efforting the particulars, it looks like an ace-9 ultimately was the winner on an ace-high board, as Rezai forced to wrap the table and pay a visit to the payouts desk, where $182,000 awaits him, and the remainder of the field will be pleased by that development as they pick up an extra $26,000, now $208K. The next payout band for the next 4 bust outs.
It's always
31
brutal.
remaining.
Busting on that payout jump bubble, not fun.
Picking this one up in progress. It was Huang Wenji on the button who took us to 130. Paulie V, another big stack here. These aren't the two that are looking for altercations. Paulie V did defend, finds the gut shot along with backdoor diamonds. Little does he know that the backdoor diamonds are covered by the ace-king, which also has a gut shot. Check call of 100,000 brought us here.
First instinct, this seems like a strong spot to double barrel the ace-king.
With that diamond in particular, I would think.
Yeah, perhaps people could assume that you have enough showdown value having your best ace high, but you do get to fold out some pairs. Especially the pockets. that don't contain a diamond.
He's gone very big.
Yeah, 450,000 into 550. And Paulie V quite comfortably able to release the Queen 8 at that price.
It looked like he was contemplating leading. I mean, might just tank for balancing reasons, but I think it's at least worth a contemplation, so you make sure you realize all of your equity. You can go very small there as well. Don't expect to get raised super often.
And you tend to see that more, like, not only on paired boards, but kind of straight or flush completing cards.
Yeah, I think the most common is the like low to mid board and then four liner straight, or like, you know, when there's 4 to the straight on the board. On flush completers, the solver likes to do it more from the big blind when there's high cards of that suit on the board. Like say in this instance there would have been the ace and the king of diamonds, because that's usually the most flush combos that the in position player is going to open with, because most suited hands will be ace x suited and king x suited.
Right.
So that's when you can start donking, and then you actually use big sizes as well, which is something that will work very well. It's tough to defend against it. But yeah, in this instance we didn't see high cards as the suits on the board, so didn't go for it.
Boyka going for it from the button, suited one gapper. 125 the size here, Paulie V with king 7 of diamonds.
He seems interested.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna put chips in the middle. Does go for 3-bet.
Yeah, black chips incoming.
Third floor.
Making sure Minko can't squeeze jam.
$500,000. The number.
In Chippy V you would love this hand for the stacked up 6-4 suited. I think here he will fold, but
This is number 1 on the leaderboard, 3-betting number 3 on the overall leaderboard.
And some of the luxuries of having the big boss stack, perhaps aiding Paulie V in that spot, and for that matter, aiding Boyka right out of it.
yeah, I think there's definitely players who will want to see a flop there with 6-4 suited, not being pushed around by tournament stage. It's also still far away from the final table, you know. People don't adjust necessarily once it gets into the money. And the bubble is burst.
Well, Queen 6 suited hasn't done right by Nakai so far. Under the gun. It's way too early for him to get involved. Wenji will take this one off. Ace on the button for Paulie V.
The fake blades.
The fake blades, I like that.
$125 nevertheless. Ace deuce for Tobias in the big, granted offsuit.
This will end up being a high frequency 3-bet, I would assume. Not sure if Tobias does it here against Paulie specifically, who's... Yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah, undaunted. Leon knows his man.
Also know that Paulius doesn't like to fold. Maybe he... Does he have space to click it back? What's the min? 975?
That's right.
Doesn't like it.
Yeah. Doesn't really take too much time stepping away from it either, so credit to Schwecht for not taking the passive line, which oftentimes you stare over at that big stack. You might feel compelled to do, especially when we're talking about how precious every one of these chips are in the quest for one of our 6-7 figure payouts up top, $5.5 million plus to the eventual champion. This, the largest ever field in a 6-figure buy-in event. 289. We were all shocked when we broke 200 players last time around in Jeju, 216 to be exact, and yet we blew that number right out of the water in terms of entries 1 year later.
This is also the highest first prize recorded for six-figure buy-ins.
Well, I mean, we have had the Triton Million,
Yeah.
which, you know, was a 7-figure, so I don't know if that doesn't qualify.
Yeah, I was thinking of that one.
You know, so there's...
It's big, though.
It's big.
You're not going to complain.
No. No one's feeling shorted when this one's all said and done, that's for sure.
Feels like a big pay jump from second to first. 3.3 or whatever it is. To 5.5.
Oh, yeah, these things are very, very top-heavy.
Yeah.
And you know there's sickos that are unwilling to deal and just play for it all.
Like in the 150K, they did not go for it.
That was remarkable that
and he
poor
got
Alex
yeah.
Potapom's hand number 1 takes ace-queen up against ace-jack, no deal made, and gets showered not long after losing that one.
Yeah, I believe he got busted in the 125K that's running right now by Vieira as well. They've been going at it.
Well, not going at it are Schwecht and Nakai. Limp pot pre. Queen, queen 7. Nakai with perhaps more interest, interacting with the 7 of diamonds and having position no less.
He should, and nevertheless most people don't find the continues, which is why Tobias might be more interested in betting here, and yeah, 4 high does not get continued.
Yeah, nice activation there from Schwecht. Able to speak first and take it. Would you like to see a flat from Nakai? A float, rather, with the 3-4 diamonds?
Yeah, at least a float. I think you can raise as well. Theoretically speaking, you probably want to have a little bit more equity to raise, maybe an overcard to the 7 or something. But given that you can assume for Tobias to be c-betting more, you should probably raise every time and just bank on the image that you are perceived to be too tight in that spot. But, I mean, tough to assume all that, I suppose. It's interesting, though, because Nakai was definitely on the... You know, he was very happy to put chips in, a little bit splashy in the earlier stages, and now we see him tighten up once
Sure.
we're deep in the tournament. It's how it will go quite often for non-pros, I feel like.
Who's in here?
Looks like Poseidon Ho on his feet. Shilko perhaps involved as well. Ace-Jack is what I spied. A wrap of the table. Poseidon reseated. This was a raise to 120 from Shilko. Flats in the blinds from Hopkins and Ho. 2 checks. Shilko c-bet 250. Got checkman raised by Poseidon after the Jack 7-5 board. He then put in a full 1.1 and Poseidon called it. Jack on the turn, 10 on the river. And my suspicion is that the ace-jack, which Shilko held, yes, confirmed.
Yeah, Poseidon had a bluff with 8-6 offsuit.
Yeah. So he takes a very high variance situation and sinks his teeth into it. Meanwhile, Nakai digging in with 10-9 offsuit after Foxen wagged a finger in the face of the small blind limp. 3x. And second pair outperforming the ace-king after Nakai made the extra 120K investment. Pot at 420. Foxen, of course, ace of diamonds working. 2 overs, Broadway gutter, and a check in front of him.
Is there a way back for food service so I don't need to run?
Foxen with the check back.
Doing all right for himself thus far. Board pairing Jack on the turn. Nakai doesn't mind it.
Potential unintuitive check back, but I really like this just to be able to have Nakai bet, and you get so much information out of seeing what sizes are being deployed there. While if you bet yourself, you obviously don't gain that information.
You surprised at Ryuta's unwillingness to lead at this turn?
Not surprised, I don't think, but I do think your hand is worth a bet, and you could comfortably go for bet here if your kicker still plays on the river, even if it doesn't. Foxen's gonna have a fair amount of deuce X and pocket 9s, 8s, 7s.
Well, with the perception that Ryuta isn't interested in this board, Foxen now asking a polite question. 125.
It seems like he's trying to clear out 6 outs, expecting 10x to bet a lot from Nakai.
No.
But
Well,
let's
we're going
take
to
a
interrupt
look.
that one. It looks like something else is brewing elsewhere in the field.
Ace-9 for Heath.
Yeah, this was Hopkins, I guess, on the other side of it. An all-in of 350,000 that James called on the button. 8-10-10 board. Queen on the turn. And now a deuce on the river. Looks like Hopkins with the ace-9. Heath with the queen-10 filled up on the turn. So
that's right.
James was drawn dead. Nice double there for Ben. Well, it would appear that after Ryuta check called on the turn, he ended up filling up with a 10 on the river, but then still didn't bet it. And Foxen was happy to take a showdown.
I'd really like to see a check raise here from Nakai on the turn. It's very tough to find, but for him the same. Like once he sees Foxen sizing, he can kind of tell that it's exactly what Randy was saying. He's just trying to clear 6 outs. He clearly has showdown value, but not enough to get stacks in. If you can detect that your hand is good enough all the time, then, or like good at showdown every time, then you clearly have to raise. And I think you always get looked up there by Foxen as well. At least on the turn, that is.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people can miss that, right? Just he's allowed Foxen to showdown very cheaply, right, by not raising that turn.
Yeah. Can't blame him though. His hand doesn't look like much, but blind v blind it certainly is.
Well, Vladimir Minko apparently paid a visit over to the teddy bear store at some point here on the island.
So did I.
And he is paying a visit to this pot with Queen Jack of clubs, another suited connector. This one a little bit leaner. 9-8 on the button for Nakai. And he just takes a pass on it. Would this be objectively considered a little bit too snug?
I think it might end up being correct if you look at a solution for this spot, because for this depth, suited connectors don't perform that well anymore, and you want to be more high card oriented, but definitely don't expect his player profile to be folding a hand like this, but this is exactly what I mean. They play a bit more snug, big buy-in, big cash out.
Very well served to have ducked out of the spot, however, considering that Chidwick awakens to a couple of 10s, and he takes a stack of white and delivers it forward. A 3-bet to 560.
This is annoying.
Yeah. Actually, you do get a better price calling now, though. I mean, there's not many flops you get to fold for Minko, but
well, it looks like he wants to think this one over.
it's actually funny now that people started jamming half their stack on final tables, for example, or in general, people, once there's some risk premium ICM going on, they started doing it for the big blind. That's an invitation just to call suited connectors and stuff wider than you usually would.
All in.
You get to see the flop, and makes quite a difference, of course.
Yeah, Minko asking for the rest of it, and his is a hand that performs rather well against these two 10s. As you can see, 47% equity. Chidwick with tense moments.
Yeah, close spot for Minko, but also felt like call was the correct one.
Deuce 5-6, and it isn't close anymore. The two 10s hopping way in front, and now locking it up as a set on the turn leaves Chidwick not having to sweat the river. And for Vladimir Minko, that is going to be a painful blow.
775.
Losing well over half of his chips in that exchange. seems you you know Vladimir quite well, or just from playing at these Tritons, Leon?
Played with him online quite a bit and started talking to him around a year ago maybe, but only very occasionally. He's a funny guy and like his spirit. He's good, very good player as well. Hardworking, puts in a lot of hours, mostly playing, but yeah. Resides in Mexico most of the time, if I recall correctly.
Really?
Didn't expect that.
Yeah, Russian roots, grew up in the UK, I think, and at least for most of his life.
And then decided that he wanted a little bit more sunshine than the UK affords one.
That and also more libertation to be playing online poker, I guess. It's
Sure.
not that easy anymore in the UK. But yeah, the sun part will be, and the time zone probably as well, will be a deciding factor.
Well, ace and a queen offsuit are going to be the deciding factor for Tobias, as understandably he clicks. Suited one gapper in the cutoff for Nakai.
Might pass this one as well.
Yeah. At least it's a consistent decision making that he is exhibiting here.
It's so important to know that when you play pots against him. It's very easy to have this idea in your head that, oh my god, he's this recreational, you can do anything, and yeah, it's very easy to be thinking that any hand could be in his range, but once you see this, you can define it way more easily.
Yeah.
You see Chitwick flatting from the small blind. Seems like a candidate that could potentially 3-bet.
Yeah, I think this will be common when someone who's in the big blind who's not expected to squeeze as much as you quote-unquote should. You start to call the small blind a lot more as opposed to 3-betting because you get to realize your equity.
So Wang Wenji joins the mix. Ace Jack 10, top pair for Chidwick, but outkicked by Schwecht, who also has that Broadway gutty, blocked by Wenji's king. E2 with a gut shot, couple of checks in front of the opener.
Just wondering if we see half pot here as a bigger size sometimes, but I think from the hijack, Schwecht just bets a lot, and then he goes for the smaller sizing.
Oh, he
just
checks
check
it back.
which is
surprising for you.
It is, but he knows those spots, like he knows the theory behind that better than I do. So I guess I'm just, or maybe he has other ideas, who knows.
Well, obviously his hand is very strong, but maybe the type of holding that he doesn't want to be asked for more on the flop with, and then be left playing a guessing game potentially with one pair further down the streets in an inflated one. Chidwick still not speaking up with his ace. King high also knuckling, and now for Tobias. I would imagine the chips are going to flow a little more freely.
I'd imagine so. I feel like it's tough to get a lot of value on the delayed line because it's just a little harder for you to have bluffs. Most of the stuff that has equity is usually looking to put in chips on the flop on this board that supposedly favors you a lot.
260.
260, the declaration.
Well, Chidwick is still sitting on top pair, no kicker at the moment. Turn bet is sizable.
He could somehow find a fold here.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
First kicker, blocks. I mean, pocket threes is definitely c-betting the flop for Schwecht, I guess. But he certainly has a catcher, and he's hoping to chop against the other value. Does call.
Here's the thing about Stevie, just because he's decided to call, it doesn't mean that if a dry one rolls off on the end, he's incapable of getting away from this spot. I think obviously the benefit is maybe he gets free showdown, and that card is relatively dry.
Yeah, there shouldn't really be any two-pair combos for Chidwick besides like ace-8 suited. So Schwecht should feel very comfy value betting the ace-queen again.
I would think even 10-8 of hearts would probably choose a different line for Chidwick on the turn, but might end up check calling. Just go for all in even.
Wow. Max pressure application. Obviously something else is lurking in the room. We will come back to that one. Poseidon Ho on his feet. This was a David Jan button open to 123 bet from Adam Oganyan. Jan made the call. I don't believe Poseidon Ho was involved, but he's got chips forward, so forgive us because the hand history we were provided on that one doesn't appear to be consistent with what developed. See if we can get maybe a little bit better intel as we return to the one in progress where Chidwick is pure bluff catching and would be doing so for his tournament life. As we can see, he would be marched right out of the building if he clicks call here.
He's really wrong on those though. Don't expect him to call here, and this what seems to be like a very underbluffed line.
This is what, 1.3x pot effective?
Yeah,
somewhere in that neighborhood.
I do not mind that Tobias did that, because if you did have a bluff, it's very attractive to go all in and maximize fold equity, while it may look like a hand like ace queen, like the marginal value you could have, might be more interested in going 60% or something like this, so this could be lucrative, but again,
it's got to be so hard to find bluffs from Tobias.
yeah, I'm struggling to see what doesn't see, but it's just a frequency thing. I guess you can have suited king X with no backdoor or something, maybe with the backdoor, not wanting to phase a raise, which you're not going to anyhow, and could have pocket nines maybe, but...
Well, pocket aces, it would appear, are what Oganyan put to work. This is the hand, in fact, that I believe we were referring to moments ago. David Jan going to be left with fewer tokens than he had before squaring off there with Oganyan. Well, if you find yourself out in the U.S. and you've been craving online poker, guess what? It's back. Club WPT Gold has opened their doors to all eligible players in the U.S., packed with non-stop action from ring games to MTTs and massive guarantees. Sign up today at Club WPT Gold. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. So a nice fold there from Chidwick, who fights on a little north of 20 bigs. Stepping away from that ace tray. Tobias stepping away from Jack 6 quite easily. Wearing that Asian Poker Tour hoodie, by the way, obviously supporting the APT, which Triton regular Michael Soiza is now on the ownership crew, along with Victor Chong.
We also saw it here. He's been mentioned as someone who's very high-spirited and
Yes.
very good vibes at the table.
Super good vibes. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. The hoodie is, by the way, also very comfortable. I have that same hoodie and I've been wearing it a lot.
Yeah, but do you have a Triton hoodie? Because that's...
I actually don't.
You don't? Oh my god. Seriously?
Now, hang on. As much as I'd love to talk about Huang Wenji's limp with the aces, Leon, and the poker, you've really taken us in a different direction with this revelation that you've yet to procure a Triton hoodie. Have you not looked around the room and seen the delightful merchandise part of the new collection?
I guess I'm a sucker for free stuff, and it's you have to pay. So the only thing I've been wearing is the jersey that I got for playing the Invitational, which is great.
I respect it, Leon.
I should be getting a hoodie, yeah. Sadly, I'm stocked up on space for my travel bag, but...
You can throw something out, you know?
Or you can do what a lot of the people that fly ultra-low-cost carriers do and just wear most of your clothes on the flight, so as not to have
it's
that
a long
issue.
flight, though. It's not where you want to be too warm, you know?
We have solutions.
Well, I don't know that Boyka's going to have a solution here. This 9-5 of diamonds is performing horrendously versus two aces. Jack 8 tray, though, and he perceives maybe Huang Wenji is far further down in range than we can see. He finds himself. 60K massaged.
This would be annoying to face a raise with, because Boyka has... But yeah, it's what aces like to do when they trap. They keep trapping.
So staying the course is Huang. Queen on the turn, a little sliver of equity in the form of the gutter for Boyka. Feels like it could very easily be a one and done.
Yeah, lots of things going on here. I think the small blind is perceived to be overfolding the turn with the 8x and 3x he has, but he might be under defending the flop, which makes him have more equity on the turn here to continue with. It's tricky to figure out what to do, I think.
Does check through on the turn. I suppose there's value to be sought for Wenji rather than checking to induce.
Yeah, on the flush completer he might also not expect the jack to be betting, so I guess he doesn't want to miss out on that value now. This also seems like the size that a jack happily pays off.
Yeah, just 120k, bet into 300. Something small to note is that last time in this blind versus blind spot, Wenji Huang actually opened pocket tens, but here he opts to trap the aces against Boyka.
Yeah, 10's a lot more vulnerable, it seems.
Sure. By the way, a number of people in the chat have been inquiring as to who it is that is that third voice, pardon me, in the booth.
Who is
it?
that?
It is none other than Germany's Leon Sturm. If you have questions for Leon, by all means, feel free to jot them down in the YouTube chat. We are monitoring, and opportunities permitting, we will pass them along to Leon.
Yeah, I love to interact with chat.
Minko's going to love to interact with Ace-Jack of Hearts. Under the gun, 435. Sub 10 big blind stack. We go sailing. Now Nakai, who chat is suggesting is actually a Japanese horse racing YouTuber. I would love that if he were, by the way. You know, maybe we're getting trolled. It's not impossible, but I'm just saying.
I mean, the guy that said that also said he won 4 Triton titles.
I did see the 4 Triton titles thing. I'm just going to presume that he was off because this is actually his 4th cash.
Okay.
So maybe there's a little bit of lost in translation there.
Okay.
King 8 of diamonds now for Paulie V. Already a couple of blinds invested. Is 435 too rich for this kit?
Probably not. It's very close. The thing is here that Minko will be a little bit wider than you usually expect, just so he doesn't have to pay the ante
Makes the
next
call.
hand.
So Minko is spinning. 960. Paulie V will be largely unaffected regardless of which direction this one goes, as he sits still 5 million in his stack at minimum. A far more important exchange for Vladimir, who holds pre-flop, but then the 8 ruins things.
The Capybara might re-ruin things here, though.
It is boring.
Well, the rodent underperforming on the turn.
Ten of
6
hearts.
outs for Vladimir. Can he find it?
Good luck.
No. And Minko gets showered by one of the big boss stacks in the room.
He's
Took
the
best
biggest
of it.
boss, actually.
He does also look the part.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Like, if Paulie V just joylessly directed me to do something without any P's and Q's, just, you know, even impolitely, I would have to consider compliance, just based on the image there. What's that, Paulie? I've never really had a long chat with you, but you wanted a black coffee, 2 sugars? I'm on that. No problem, sir.
Imagine you bring him 1 sugar.
I don't want to think about it. I'm going to bring him 3 just to be safe. Minko, by the way, will be collecting one of the $208,000 payouts. His elimination in 31st leaves us with 30.
Quite paradoxically to his appearance, Paulie V is actually quite the lovely guy to interact with. Very.
Don't ruin it, Leon. We're trying to paint a picture out here.
Come on.
We had everybody believing it. They were drinking the Kool-Aid. They were thinking Paulie V, you know, cuts off pinkies in his spare time. And then here you are, dispelling all of the sorcery.
Yeah, I gotta cut me some slack, I guess. Don't know the drill just yet.
Hey, Zach.
Take some creative liberties. I often like to come up with a fake backstory for those that we're not that familiar with.
I just didn't see that. I was curious. More about him than you.
Raise and take it there for Chidwick. By the way, a lot of love being shown for you, Mr. Sturm, and your commentary. Some asking, would you ever consider doing more, perhaps even going full-time with the commentary?
Seems like a stretch to me, but it is fun. I do feel like, I mean, I used to stream back in the day, which also had me talking in monologues a lot because I was doing it alone. It's definitely a draining thing. I pay homage to you guys doing this day in and day out.
Dead Money asking whether or not your family were supportive of your career choice to be a professional poker player. I'm always fascinated by this.
Yeah, it's a question you get a lot for sure on this career path. For me personally, it took a moment. For my mom, more so than my dad. My dad was more interested in the numbers and stuff and understood a bit more that it had a future, I guess. But yeah, once I had a bit more bigger success, they were definitely approving, but took a while. Yeah.
Once you secured Mom's first Birkin bag from Hermes, is that when you won her over? I'm only teasing, of course. Chidwick, by the way, has company as his King 9 of Hearts under the gun +1. Min raised it. Paulie V playing the suited ace on the button as a flat. Nakai steps out of the way. $520 in the middle. Jack 5-4 board. No pair anywhere. No spade either.
Which also paradoxically is usually a good sign to be betting because you don't give up much equity here at this shallow stack depth, so kind of expect Paulie V to find a bet here quite often. I did always expect him to 3-bet pre though, and he did not do that, so who knows.
Well, let's see. It is checked over to him.
Also tough for Chidwick. Seems like he has an okay hand to put in a check raise. Check call does seem like you don't quite have the hand strength to do it with. But also check raise seems a little ambitious.
It's a little small 140K bet from Paulie V as we take a look on the outside. Poseidon, once again, he's got chips in there.
And is Artur on the other side of this one? It would appear so. An all-in, we're being told, of $835,000 from Poseidon. This happened pre-flop. Martirosian made the call. Board reads 8 deuce deuce jack 4 with 3 diamonds. Martirosian had ace king suited, but Poseidon with number one. AA.
AA confirmed.
Martirosian absorbing the blow better than most, but he sits now 26 bigs. After that,
So, Ollie,
23 bigs. Talk to me, Randall.
You know how you asked Leon about his parents wanting, about poker? How
Yeah.
did they feel about that?
Yeah, yeah.
For me, it was really easy, actually. I just never told them.
Do
Seriously,
they
I didn't-
even know you work for Triton, Randy? Do they think you're still at the Del Taco in Davis?
I told him I work on the internet for a very long time. I was very successful at poker at that point too.
They're at the dinner party saying my son works in tech. He works in the internet. I love it.
Sounds like the way easier route. It's a lot simpler to explain.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot less shame involved.
I remember way back in the day, the first time I had a 6-figure losing session online in a day. And I was in a really bad mood, and my mom asked me what was wrong, and I finally couldn't take it anymore, and I told her what had happened. I almost killed Mom that day. She really, her heart wasn't healthy enough for my response. I had to reevaluate. Boyka with a healthy enough stack and hand to bring forward 160. Another question in the chat for you, Leon, from Will B. He says, where did the Remuculus name come from? Does this ring a bell?
Your screen name.
That is my screen name.
Okay.
Yeah, I wish I had a better origin story, but I actually stole that name from a family friend when I was like 6 years old, in like a browser game that we both played, and he had like a similar name that was, his name was Remuculus Rex.
Okay.
And I just named
So
myself
you
Remuculus and went from there.
You steal big blinds and you steal screen names.
That's my life, yeah, sums it up pretty accurately.
The larcenous Leon Sturm.
We're learning a lot about Leon.
Well, Alex Foxen learning a little something about Boyka's holding as the 90K C bet on the Queen 4-4 board leaves him binning it. Does seem like we have a submission in German as well. I'll leave this one to you, Leon.
Yeah, I guess the German question is referring to, or asking how much I've won this Triton series, and of course it should rather be how much I have lost, which I shall not disclose. I haven't won anything, sadly, this series, but that's not what you're expecting necessarily. You have hopes, of course, but you do anticipate to be not in the winning ranks for most series, and then every now and then you shall get lucky.
Well, the shorter German answer could simply have been Scheiße.
Scheiße is it's been a little Scheiße for sure.
A7 of hearts here, far from Scheiße for Paulie V. Up we go. Out we go. Participation from Nakai would be deeply unexpected, and sure enough, he does fold. Uh-oh. More stacks are on the move. This time it looks like Michael Soiza's. Who is he squaring off against, and with what? Two paint from the angle here, and it would appear his chips are being counted for replication.
Who's paying out? Is it Daniel Cates?
It is.
It is the jungle.
Who's wearing the Chinese college jacket, by the way.
Yeah.
Kind of love. It's a very cool jacket.
Now, this was a Kate's limp call of the 1 million jam. Efforting what it was that Jungle had, I believe was a pair of queens. Queen Jack suited for Soiza, and for Kate's it was Ace Jack. Wow. He had Soiza in a bad way there. Caught him in the trap. Dominating, and then
interesting decision for Soiza to go all in pre. I think both other options, check or raise non-all-in, are more appropriate there.
Taking the high variance line, and even though he took the worst of it, he is rewarded. Paulie V, by the way, ended up c-betting 175 on a Jack 10-5 rainbow board. As ace high, shedding Chidwick, who had defended from the big. Now, we talked a little bit, Leon, about the Chinese delegation, but there are other fairly robust crews that encircle the Triton Super High Roller Series. I often talk about the Bulgarians. You know, a few festivals back, they were really out here. The Dutchies, They roll somewhat deep. The Lithuanians of late have caught my attention. Of course, Germany and Austria kind of have a little bit of overlap. Is there kind of a part of the world that has caught your attention here at this festival or others before it as being a kind of up-and-coming, very strong player base?
Yeah, Eastern European, I think you were mentioning Lithuania is part of that, I guess, and then we have some of a Belarusian crew of 3 or 4 people who has entered the pool who are definitely to be feared, in my opinion. And then Germans, yeah, we have a lot more this trip than we ever had, because a bunch of the crew surrounding, or like kind of stemming from Fedor, have entered this field and the Triton, so we will see them more often now, I guess. And maybe go back to the days you were referring to earlier, the days where Germany was ruling the high roller scene, I guess. Now there's so many different countrymen competing here that it can never be a supremacy like this to be seen again, but at least we see some more German competition out here, which is nice.
I confess in the booth, Leon, anytime we see that flag, if it's a player that's lesser known to us, we just automatically make the presumption that there is going to be a tactician presiding over the stack. Meanwhile, one of those aforementioned impressions that have been left upon you, I would imagine, have come courtesy of this man here, Rokas Asipauskas.
He's
Vincent
leading.
Wong. Yeah, Vincent Wong was the pre-flop raiser from the button. The big blind is swinging with 9 high. Of course, Vincent with the open-ender and backdoor hearts is not going to have departure on his mind.
5 seconds. 400.
In fact, he's going to take us north, and very straightforward release for Rokas. He managed to 3-barrel bluff Stephen Chidwick earlier today, if I'm not mistaken, in a spot where Chidwick pushed off the nut no pair. He had a hunch, by the way, that something was off about the spot, which is why he made a big call on the turn, did Chidwick, but ultimately Rokas barreled at him once more, and that's what made a believer out of Stevie.
I did think the same, but then he kind of let go of his hand on the river, which, I mean, usually you would at least contemplate calling if you did have that hunch on the turn, right? Not sure if he thought something changed, if he thought the run-out was not lucrative to be calling with, but then again, the river was a 10, if I remember correctly. You wouldn't... Rokas wouldn't have bluffed a 10, so it doesn't really change that much, I guess, but does reduce the number of bluffs he will have, certainly.
You know, it's true that those plays work out and you manage to make a deep run, a big score. Everybody hails the lines that you took and the pots that you played as, you know, being wonderful and impressive. And then the occasions on which, even if they are still sound decisions, they don't work out oftentimes. You will hear the critics, especially in chat land.
Chat, they know how to, that's their job.
It really is. It takes a village to be as to beat chat.
It takes an ace-6 for the Filatov cocktail.
Okay, 9s for J&T. He's going to play his style, and it looks like he's going to reach for re-raising chips.
Yeah, you know, J&T is somewhat unbothered by some of the considerations that others might be weighing in certain situations. He's just looking at this 2 9s and thinking, I'm doing better on average than whatever Filatov's hijack open involves.
Tolle usually comes to play, though. It wouldn't surprise me if he reads into his medium sizing as also him having a medium strength hand, and he might go for a 4-bet here. Problem is, J&T likes to get his money in pre-flop sometimes as well, which he might decide to do with his pocket 9s. I think if you 4-bet here, you want to go really small, just kind of lure him in to the idea that you are nutted. He's not going to fold anyhow to any size.
Does Filatov ever walk away for 220 more?
Don't think so. I mean, it's not possible now. He at least has to call.
750.
Oh, and you sensed it, Leon. In comes $750,000. J&T scoots in.
Snap call or what's going on here? No, he's trying to figure out how much more.
Yeah, I think it seems like he's calling. Just getting the total first.
Now, just the speed with which it would appear that JNT is going to be making this flat call, does this do anything from Filatov's perspective to the range?
Certainly should. I mean, you're thinking that he gets in his top range quite happily, or at least contemplates it. So you can probably narrow it down to a lot of these medium strength hands, maybe like an ace-10 suited, ace-jack.
Yeah, it's not the nutted stuff, but it is. Bottom set on the king-jack-9 board. Filatov without a paddle, although the 6 of diamonds could play spoiler. Did JNT just open rip?
Yeah. Yes, he did. He tried to get it all against, like, a king.
If he only knew that Filatov came to play, could have gotten a lot more, but at least he got some protection.
JNT looking to simplify things, and I know the fewer decision points that those in the field who aren't professional poker players by trade make against a professional poker player, the better served they typically are. Because the professional player is expected to outperform.
JNT, he's moved up to 5th in chips. Man, he's on pace for another main event final table.
This guy.
I don't know how he does it.
Main event beast. He just has the patience.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of feels like the pros haven't really figured him out.
It's tough to do so, because I don't think... I want to say he sometimes hasn't himself figured out, and he's just, you know, depends on what sort of mood he's in on the day, but maybe he's more planned to his game than people assume.
16.
Certainly tough to read, because, yeah, as I'm saying, it comes in waves the way he plays.
Vincent Huang gonna open up the suited 1-gapper in the hijack over to Wai Leong Chan of Malaysia. Not gonna defend.
Long takes it.
Ali, pardon me for not knowing this, but you were mentioning earlier the 6-figure losing session. I don't know what your poker background is actually.
Yeah, no, I used
What's
to
this
play
referring to?
quite a bit of high stakes, exclusively limit hold'em.
Full tilt?
I played on full tilt. I was one of the red accounts on there. I played on ultimate bet back before then, and that's where Patrick and I did a lot of battling. And for that matter, I'm almost positive Nano and I.
Okay,
freaking
freaking donk, right? That's you?
That's me, friggin' donk.
Confirmed.
Yeah, it's
But you didn't just find that out, right?
No, he knew from, but he found out when we started working together here.
I was like, oh, that's where my paycheck was coming from.
Believe it or not, Leon, Randy and I both played our first hands of poker in a casino at the exact same Native American casino in Northern California called Cash Creek, in $1 to $5 spread limit game. And we couldn't have been over 18. We might have been under it. But
I try to forget that place, okay?
Yeah. And we both used to play all night and then go to work the next day, or class in Randy's case.
There were some dark times over there.
They
for
really
me.
were, man. We've turned it around.
Finally.
It's funny though, right? You have these screen names that you see all day. Seeing or finding out what the face to that screen name looks like is always such a eye-opening moment for some reason, because you've envisioned so much about this character.
Yeah, right. You've pictured their bedroom. You've pictured the computer that they're using, the clothing.
Sometimes it's the avatar. You're like, oh man, that tilting avatar. Ugh.
I like when you can put up a custom avatar as opposed to like the pre-selected stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Schweik, by the way, took it to 220 from the small blind here. Nakai
Diamond
has
domination.
called, and he's in pretty good shape. Jack 3 deuce, though, and Tobias wrestling away the advantage with second pair.
Very over-average board, considering that the door card was the deuce of diamonds.
What's the logic to this check from Tobias?
I'm not sure. I would have liked to see a bet. I think in theory we bet a decent amount because the 3 and deuce doesn't quite connect to the big blind's range that well. And we usually have the stronger range, but with some ICM considerations, big blind isn't supposed to jam that much, so he also has decent amount of strong hands and a lot of strong jack X, I guess.
So we come to the turn free of charge. Gut shot straight draw acquisition for Nakai.
Let's see if we find some aggression from him, finally.
Oh, he's fully covered up.
Yeah.
Yeah, either Nakai is looking to conceal any potential live tells, or someone on either side of him overindulged in the beans at this evening's buffet. Unclear which of the two.
He did make an active motion to look at Tobias twice, which
Suggests he thinks it's Tobias that had the beans?
Yes. Tobias is vegan, after all. Might have had the beans, yeah.
Did not know that, yeah.
Actually,
Legume-rich
there's a German word that fits better, but he's Segan.
Segan?
So he
So
eats
fish.
But he's vegan.
I like that. Story checks out.
Which is Segan in how he says it in German, which I find a lot more ringful, but Segan works.
And so does two pair.
Oh, I did not even notice that.
Yeah. Yep. Near full pot.
Well, nowhere to go for Ryuta. But into the bin, you would imagine.
Maybe this is the moment to take a stack. Ooh, what's going on there?
We're just counting his stack. Don't worry.
10 high might be good. Who knows? He's been folding for too long. He feels like he needs to make a move, but can't do it.
Boy, I almost had a little heart attack there. I felt like Mom on the other end of that phone call that day. If Nakai would have activated there, I just would have had to reevaluate everything that we've come to observe from him thus far in the frame, where largely passive posture has been assumed, and you can't necessarily fault him as he is trying to work his way into the final two tables, which is where we're going to press the pause button here tonight, but a good bit of runway between now and then, and it could take a while. Currently 30 remain, 14 away from the end of play. We did have a flurry of all-ins at those outer tables. Of course, stack dynamics here at this table don't really afford us such things.
Yeah, there's so much variance in the table draw as well. There was even more so in the mystery and events where bounties are live.
Thank you.
So Schwecht has chipped up quite nicely. He's now sitting on 3.2 million, good for 41 big blinds. Over to Nakai.
Suited king.
Nakai plays an 18 big blind stack. King 4 suited.
Nakai brings a massive fan base is what he does. I mean, if you scroll through the chat right now, it is just bubbling over with hiragana and katakana from the Japanese fans.
So the horse race thing does appear to be true.
Probably real.
They might be looking for a hot take in the 6th, race down at Tokyo Downs. I'm not sure what the story is. I am sure, however, that a king-eye flush draw after limping the small blind is an above-average development for Ryuta-san.
That might explain his conservativeness with how he puts his chips in. He has a big fan base to make proud of.
Could be a real thing.
I know.
Concerned about a public misstep or perceptions of.
You think he's the one that bet on Santa's Little Helper?
Was that the Simpsons horse?
Yeah.
Randy, you're a sick pup. I think that was season 1.
That one got last place.
Well, Foxen trying to send Nakai's hand to the glue factory. Not going to happen, though. As he's in the starting gate, and maybe he is ready to break away. No, just a flat. I think Foxen immediately, as we see both parties picking up straight draws, is going to get the sense that there are few floats in Nakai's range as played here. He's actually got some form of interaction. Most often we expect it to be one of the smaller pairs on the board, the deuce or the trey. Leon, you with me there?
Yeah, very much so on this spot. Usually you're supposed to float any overcards that you may have here, but given that he limped off of 17, 16 big blinds, whatever it was, maybe even 18, he's gonna jam a lot of the high cards. King Queen off, King Jack off, maybe even King 10 off if he plays it like that, so should be connected with the board more often than not.
A double barrel of 315,000 from Foxen.
You surprised at this?
I guess he's trying to shake out better high cards, some ace highs that went for a limp. The deuce 3, maybe he doesn't put that much in Nakai's range because he's just been playing a little bit snug pre-flop.
Apparently also bet 0.1% of the pot as he...
Don't worry about that. Graphical error. Let's take a look outside real fast.
Can only do it in the old WSOP days.
Heath is in with ace queen suited.
Now, we've already seen him double once before. He is dominating Shilko and performing well on this flop where he's got the joint. 10 Jack King. Of course, Shilko could chop. He holds ace-4 offsuit, it would appear, and cannot find the necessary queen to carve it up. Flesh wound, it would seem, as Heath only has 12 bigs. Shilko with heaps.
Very comfortable.
Slightly less when the dust settles than he had prior to that exchange, of course.
More action. David Yan. He's getting pushed to pot.
Yes, he is.
Love to see that.
Resiliency.
There's no shots at
Aram and David, both very high morale people to be on the table with.
Well,
Extremely good vibes.
Quite some time ago in the chat, I confess I didn't feel like we had an opportunity to get to it. Someone had posed the question to you, Liana, who you enjoy playing with the most out here at Triton. Who are your favorites to be seated with?
David is up there for sure, but another one that pops into mind is Renlin, just because he's so interactive. There's times when I'm not in the headspace to interact with it, especially during hands and stuff.
Sure,
but
sure.
you don't have to. He doesn't mind if you don't.
He's a court jester of sorts out there.
Yeah.
Bit of a goof, but we embrace it.
Other than that, I like Kayan, who's not here this series.
Yeah,
but
Kaihan Mokri has been notably absent, as has one of your countrymen, Ole Shemian.
Ole, Leonard Mauer is also a usual candidate who didn't come. Yeah, both didn't want to travel this far, this stops.
Well, I would imagine when they were undoubtedly watching or maybe getting some updates from their friends, a little bit of FOMO would have set in because we blew the lid off of things at the front end of this festival and even here in this main.
Yeah, funnily enough, David didn't plan to come here and then he ended up booking last minute and he missed a few first events. FOMO is a real thing in the poker world, that's for sure.
You know, as it was explained to me, David had obligations for dog sitting.
Yeah, he got a second puppy.
That were preventing him from coming out here. Now, I love dogs, but I also love the cold hard cash and plus EV. And if you feel like you're a favorite in these bad boys, puppy's going to have to go ahead and fend for itself for a little bit. Daddy's got to go win some dog food.
That appears to have been his equation as well. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so
what's the equation
Martin
here,
Rogers
Randy?
is in there with 355,000, called by Raul Lozano.
Do we have the holdings? It appears to be a king 10
Yes.
for Raul, I would imagine. And what have we? Pocket sevens for Martirosian.
And he's staying seated.
Yeah. holds on the 3-3 ace-ace deuce board.
I think this is the most favored way for me to make a final table if you're short the whole way, just grinding your way through, and of course you're always on the cusp of dying, but if you know you aren't, it feels amazing.
What kind of dreams are you having?
Yeah, this is the brink of death is a good way to feel alive, I guess.
I can also explain it another way, where if you have a big stack, you have big hopes, big expectations, you're just a lock to be disappointed, because usually you don't finish first, right?
Right.
If you have a short stack, you don't have high expectations, so it feels quite liberating to me. Not
Well,
sure
if you have 2 9s against ace 9, you might have some high expectations as well that would involve not getting out flopped. Unfortunately for Wai Liang Chan, the pre-flop opener, he finds himself on the wrong end of Rokas, who's got top pair facing the 100K c-bet with the 2 overs out there. Is this c-bet one that you can get behind?
Yeah, I think you just bet everything that you have here against the short stack big blind, and to be fair, this is Rokas' one of his Rokas' strongest hands. I think he should always raise.
Well, he does end up flatting. Jack of Hearts rolls off. Quick second check from Rokas, who does respect that upfront opening range for Chan. Can very well include hands that have ace 9 in a way.
I mean, on this turn card, he's pretty much never good with 2 9s, but he's going to turn into a bluff and try to shake out like Jack X, like Jack 10, maybe?
That's a nice find. I think every queen is struggling to continue as well. Goes very small though.
I guess the intention is to jam rivers that don't bring in straights.
Yeah. Straight completer would not be ideal, but also tough to bluff on those, so maybe he goes for it. But
150. The second barrel, Rokas calls again.
He's in the best shape he could possibly be, little does he know.
Yeah, just 1 out for Chanda. Produce a winner. As the river is clean.
Let's see. Was it intentions of 3 barrels or just 2?
I mean, 375 back, 940 in the middle.
I think he finds it though. He seems like someone who understands big blind doesn't have many good ace-X, and I think he, yeah, it's. But also don't invest that much to get a cool bluff through. Does
Yo,
snap it off,
Rokas
which
took no
was-
time whatsoever there, Leon. Mine was made up. If you got it, you got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's nice and important. You can easily convince yourself that, yes, you have one of the strongest hands you can ever have, but you do kind of just have a catcher.
It was a really nice check call there on the turn. You know, he had so few chips remaining and, you know, retained the hand that was drawing practically dead.
Yeah, probably helped that there was no flush draw out there on the Badugi board, but he might have done it nonetheless, if there was one.
Well, Leon, you're speaking my language, the word Badugi. You know, for a mixed game player like myself. When are we going to see some of that at Triton, perhaps?
I must convince I have no idea how that game works. I just know the term for it.
Yeah, yeah.
What, you going to jump in, Ali, if we have it at Triton?
I
or
mean,
you just
it
want to
depends.
commentate on
You
it?
know, if we have a $150 prelim, super duper satellite or something, maybe I'll hop in. You know, Badugi does have its roots in Korea, by the way. That's where the game originated.
So Badugi is a Korean word?
Yes, I believe it is a Korean word.
What does it mean?
Padugi. It means spot of the dog, or spots on the dog, something like that.
There's no way you made that up.
No.
It's just such an
I can't
absurd thing
troll
to
that
say,
well.
you know? Yeah.
I was also just hoping for the chat pros to enlighten us, but
Yeah, there could be
surprisingly.
someone who has the etymology locked up. Nakai, ace jack, facing a jam from Chidwick, who's got the same hand.
我们看见那个枪口 open，
770.
它 open 了。
770.
枪口。
Let's fucking get those pigeons.
Decent enough outcome for Chidwick. I mean, after the tank, I guess you expect to be at least flipping.
Yeah, Ryuta ultimately does engage. Clean suits for both parties if something dirty wants to go down.
Yeah, Tom Fox busted his round of feature today, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, he sure did.
Took it like a champ, though.
Okay.
Free roll for Nakai.
Oh.
Hearts onegaishimasu.
I was thinking the same thing. Please.
King Queen on the board too, is that a sign? Let's see.
Oh. Nervy
Denied.
moments there for Chidwick. But ultimately, no domo arigato gozaimashita for Nakai-san, as he will chop it up. Also, no need for sumimasen, in case that heart had rolled off, which certainly Chidwick would be deserving of.
The Japanese are very polite. I believe a sumimasen was in play.
Oh, hang on. I thought we had something in play over here, but instead it's just a glimpse at our upcoming featured table. And you're going to get a chance to see that crew doing their thing, and I guess this one as well. Yes, indeed. Boy, the remaining field really is a pretty wide spectrum in terms of Triton experience and maybe even super high roller experience for that matter. This will be a very exciting one as we get down the streets toward the final 16 before calling it quits for the evening. Pocket sevens engaging. Ace-9 offsuit for Chidwick. Sitting 11 bigs, let's call it. Rip City, Leon.
Definitely a decision to take note of. I think in general your hand is supposed to fold, but he expects Foxen to extend range by quite a bit, I suppose.
How durable are the sevens at this price?
I mean, it's a snap call.
Yep. Didn't chew on it very long. And he's off to the races against a couple of overs, which is, generally speaking, I think, the better case scenario, as opposed to being up against the overpair. You don't expect sixes through deuces to be a part of Chidwick's jamming range here, right?
I think sixes might make it in there.
Okay.
Maybe in theory, yeah. I think if he jams ace-9 off, he definitely takes sixes. But in general, I do agree it's close.
Well, it's no longer close on a Jack-Jack-9 board. All Chidwick.
Even as the diamond's covered.
Oh my goodness!
My God.
That's the jinx.
The commentator's curse, without question. It isn't over just yet, as a Jack or 9 would provide Chidwick with an escape. He barely even flinched, but not because the deck had relief in store. A nasty sevens full as Chidwick outflopped and then got outturned and is vanquished by Alex Foxen.
German's favorite way to do it, 7 on the turn.
Well, the path to victory has just been softened irrefutably by the departure of that man, one of poker's all-time winningest. Chidwick will haul in another one of those 208K payouts.
Relax.
Boy, what is it about the 2-ball in the corner pocket? You know, when you get... That one stings. You don't even give me the 9, right? Don't tease me, make me think. There's a ray of hope. Only to dash those hopes so quickly thereafter.
Yeah, that's quite brutal. On the flip side, though, feels very rewarding to Fox, and it must be.
Sure. He did take the best of it.
More
In
outer
progress.
table stuff.
Talk to us.
Love me some Nacho.
Seems like Nacho's Little chips out in front of him.
Has he been a bit more subdued in your observations, Leon, or experience here at this particular festival than maybe on average?
What does subdued mean?
Subdued, just a little quieter, a little less
I guess.
rambunctious.
I suppose so. Why do you have that expression as well? I guess you do if you ask.
You know, I do feel like he hasn't been his usual self, but a quick check of Bitcoin usually will kind of help you understand why that's the case.
Yeah, I guess not only Bitcoin, but he likes to interfere with altcoin adventures, I think.
Yeah, the adventures of Nacho in the altcoin streets is a real thing.
And we had this Ethereum debacle, which probably didn't help most altcoin.
No, he danced with that Luna devil.
He did. I did as well a little bit, but not as much as he did.
That was a painful experience. By the way, Soiza the opener to 160 here. Greenwood flatted the button. Nacho came along. 2 hearts, 2 jacks, and a 4. Follow through from the opener as Greenwood steps aside. Back over to Nacho.
So Nacho's got 770,000 remaining in this stack as he faces this decision.
He's probably going to continue a lot by raising, almost exclusively. Might make it like 350, maybe he goes all in.
Are these board textures where you have the flush draw and the pair on there very inviting for such behavior?
Yeah, they usually are. Your continue range is a bit more vulnerable or strong.
375 though, and that isn't a sizing that is designed to serve Soiza a meaningful eviction notice. Nevertheless, effective is the extra 225. So Barbero flashing a smile there, paying off the time bank marker.
Nacho's for sure capable of finding like the queen 10, the queen of hearts there or something like that.
He's a little bit less conventional than your average Triton regular. Takes you down into some dark alleys from time to time, and for that matter takes himself into those alleys as well on occasion.
Appears to be his comfort zone. That's the battle.
You know, nobody embraces the drag a pot and then chirp quite like Nacho.
Yeah, he doesn't seem subdued to me.
Well, you also just want a pot. It makes a big difference in Nacho's world, I think.
Of course.
Like it does in most.
Action on David Yan. Lots of chips in there. David Yan, 625, 125 back.
Yeah, most of his stack invested. You're never going to get him off of whatever he's got. Oh, and Oganyan is asking for the remains.
Good.
Santosh doesn't appear done with things in the big.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
Just put it in.
So this is a 625 of 750 open. Oganyan jammed 2.4. Suvarna has 2.1. He didn't even go through a time bank here. Bottom of range for Suvarna going to be something like 10s, jacks, ace, kings. It's got to be the goods, doesn't it?
He's definitely crushing both of these players in terms of ranges, just given the speed that he called.
Not to mention, this is effective jam, rejam that he is calling off into. Now, of course, David, looking over at the tournament clock, there isn't a pay ladder available to him, so he's just using a bank to get his bearings, apologizing. Have you ever found a fold in this spot, Leon, where you've committed so much of your stack? And in part, the logic behind keeping the 125 is, in case of emergency, stepping aside with the weaker part of your range.
Yeah, I think in this instance it was more about the timing that he can stall and
There's
see
the
if there's...
It's queens. And for David Jan,
Jack
looked
10.
like a jack. Was it Jack 10 suited?
TBD.
Jack 10
What's
suited.
O'Ganian got, by the way? That's a couple of paint cards there for him, and there's paint on the board.
GG
Looks like
David.
whatever it is, GG's for David Jan, who turns his hand face down. A set of queens, I believe. On the end, was it quad queens even?
No, it's 6, 7, king, king, queen.
So O'Ganian had pocket jacks, Suvarna pocket queens,
Yeah.
and Yan had jack 9 of clubs.
Wow.
Board right now, king 7, 6, king, queen.
So what? A seismic registration at the outer table. Suvarna.
A bad outcome for David. If you just had an ace there, you would have so much hope.
Also, if you just would have stayed with the puppy, you'd have at least 100,000 more. In the roll, perhaps even more.
I mean, this instance he cashed, but
he did cash. You're
it
right.
probably ends up being still the right sentiment because he played a lot of other tournaments.
If he was on one bullet, though, 208 puts him in the black. 2 bullets, you're still technically in the black. 3 bullet territory, and you're a net loser.
Let's think positive, Ollie. The
I know.
doggy got a little shelter upgrade.
New collar. I feel like David runs a tight dog ship. You know what I mean? Like that dog, you know, he's not peeing on the sofa. You know what I mean? That dog is, he looks up, he knows, you go outside for these things.
Knows
He's
his
not
place.
testing David.
Yep.
Right?
It's possible. I kind of feel like his wife might be doing the heavy lifting there, but not sure.
You know that pod's going to move Santosh Suvarna up to 2nd in chips.
My goodness.
Behind Paulie V.
Remarkable that one exchange could hurdle him so far forward, displacing Huang Wenji. Boyka placing 200 into the middle with this ace-9.
Yeah, it appears to be an adjustment towards X stack, raising bigger to avoid him calling a lot of the marginal hands that he would be able to call with if it was just a min raise.
Still, though, of course, going to call Queen Jack off suit.
Boyka bundles up. When we talk about Haxton Leon, often we regard him as perhaps the best remaining player without a Triton title. I know Ponikov's is brought up in that conversation after having been denied by João Vieira in the 150K. Would you agree with that?
First of all, I was not aware Ponikov's did not have a trophy. That's kind of brutal after the 150. Yeah, Ike is definitely a very highly renowned player, and I really respect his game. It's always quite intimidating to be playing against him. It always feels like he's thinking about things that you might not be aware of.
Yeah. The calculations go far deeper than they might in other opponents. We see Boyka's ace high, following through for 80.
Any speculation with Queen Jack offsuit in this spot?
I do feel like you have to continue to some capacity. And on this board, I think you do continue by raising a bunch.
The Jack of Diamonds in particular is obviously helpful in that regard, but even Haxton, who isn't afraid to be adhesive, surveys the landscape and decides to step away.
It's a tricky stack size. I think with the Queen of Diamonds, he always indulges, but Jack of Diamonds might end up being too weak. However, if it is that fringe of a difference, then you should probably end up raising anyhow, because it's tough to play that spot correctly in position, even though it's for a very shallow stack size, but...
Well, if you want to make optimal decisions in high-pressure spots, GTO Wizard AI has you covered. You can study any situation using any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to help prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. The #1 learning app for poker players, helping you beat the best and crush the rest, is GTO Wizard. Check them out today at gtowizard.com. What quotient of your career, Leon, did you spend playing poker pre-solver era, if any? Or from the moment that you got involved, computing power was a part of the process?
When did computing power begin to be part of the process?
I mean, there's some debate. Nano was telling a story earlier about squaring off with Timofey Kuznetsov. He was one of the very early people to kind of...
They had like private solvers.
Put it to
then.
work, yeah, exactly. Like the public apps and stuff like that is a little bit later on. But, I mean, from day one, were you utilizing, some of the solver stuff when you were out there cutting your teeth?
I would say no. Started with Raise Your Edge, I think, as a course, which was definitely helpful as a beginner back then. And yeah, they typically didn't use many solver things. Like they were just working a lot with Equilab, I think it's called there, and a bit more practical exploits and stuff, just practically explaining ranges and whatnot. If that already counts as a solver, then sure, but my first Pyrosim I must have seen a little bit later.
Do you have any feelings about the game and its evolution in the post-solver era? Do you yearn for or get nostalgic about a time where this stuff wasn't really what delineated players as we flip back over to an outer for one in progress?
I don't think I get particularly nostalgic because the main part of the beginning of my career was brought up in that era, for sure. But I can definitely see how it's a thing for people who've been around for a long time. Joao Vieira was talking about it today at the beginning of the main event, right before we were starting, how back then everyone was solving themselves, everyone was their own solver. And that's a different skill set than it is now. You're kind of learning things and copy-pasting methods that you don't have to figure out yourself. It's just a different ball game.
I miss the good old days.
Can imagine.
So do I.
What do we have here? Practically an all-in for Oganyan.
I think he's just holding us up here, not
Is it
in
a
any
page
sort
up
of
bubble? Maybe?
disrespectful fashion, efforting right now to see if we have crept up on the ladder. We have not. 29 remain.
Yeah, they actually do track hands here, so if you did bust out and your table was quicker than the other ones and there's other hands happening, then you actually do get to share pay jumps. But yeah, it might make a difference if you skip on a hand and they might not see it, yada yada, but usually there's no need to be doing this because they have it in check.
Oganyan put 250 of 255 out there as an open. Suvarna flatted on the button. King 8-7 with 2 hearts on the board. Oganyan ripping through his time banks here.
Of course, when it got checked over to Suvarna, he quickly put a bet in there. He's like, I don't want to deal with this.
Well, Santosh could potentially be finishing what he started as Oganyan's jacks fell to the queens. He had over 2 million before that exchange.
Yeah, and I feel like Jungle Man's reaction here is the reason for not doing this potentially. I mean, I've done it before myself. I understand where people are doing it, but if they're already looking out for these sort of differences and you are protected in a way where they track hands anyhow, then it feels like you're just taking time off the clock that you should not necessarily be doing, but it's a lot of money at stake, so you can definitely understand why it's happening.
So seems like we're gonna have to wait for max time bank from Oganyan.
Guess so.
1 more minute.
Also not sure if it's worth it. You know, if you do spin your stack, timings are quite important in my opinion. You don't get any more until you reach the FT, if I'm informed correctly on that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a tipping point, obviously, for Oganyan. Just in case there's cause for optimism. Well, this segment brought to you by Time Bank. Time Bank. When you want to tilt everyone at your table and maybe grease your way into a modest pay jump, Time Bank.
Ace deuce against Jack. Ace Jack. Yeah.
7-7.
So eventually the money does get in, and you see Oganyan wrapping the table.
GG's.
As his time in the main event comes to an end. Back over to another one in progress. This one is Ding Biao with an ace-7. He is out of here despite taking modestly the best of it. Not one pair, but trips for the ace-5.
So 2 eliminations.
Yeah.
Different tables.
Happening in a hurry. And I believe that brings us to the pay jump, does it not, Randy?
It does. And we might have more because look at those hands. It's
wow.
Oh my God. That
How did we arrive at this point? Efforting, by the way, 3 diamonds on the flop as it was nut flush versus second nut flush. Note that the 9 of diamonds gets it done for Paulie V. That would be savagery. This was a jam from Haxton with the king 8. A call from Boyka. Paulie V called as well. They're both in the blinds. Neither of them have fired at this flop or turn. 1.7 in the middle. And they've got a lot of chips in a dry side, guys. Haxton's day is done, but this pot is not. Now, the board has paired, but as played, I don't think people are worried about boats.
I mean, we see both players checking flushes, which I think is a nice find from both of them. There's no point in putting money into a dead sideboard, so it's very cool to see that they're both aware of this, and there's no protection to be seeked out. So it makes sense that we arrive at the river here with no bets going. And it's brutal for Ike, though, because he has to witness such a long hand now, hoping to be good somehow.
Yeah,
which
with
he
that
will be.
I mean, yeah, some percentage of the time, you're right, Leon, the 8 of diamonds is working. But once he sees some of this action, I think he's going to figure it out rather quickly.
I don't think Paulie V will get to raise. It's a very small bet, of course.
Man.
Yeah, he doesn't get to raise.
300,000.
So lucky.
Wake up.
How do you all have flushes? Is a good question. So many diamonds out there already.
What a cooler.
Brutal.
So that was 3 eliminations on 3 different tables.
They are dropping like flies here in Jeju as the main event logjam is broken. Now, I believe that Haxton, along with Ding Biao, both going to be recipients of a 236K payout, of which 2 will still remain. But just like that, we're down to 25, gentlemen. Here on day 2 of this record-breaking 100K main event at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. There is a last glimpse at the 2 features. Note that JNT 34 bigs deep is your chip leader as we bring you back to the desk. Randy Ali and, of course, Leon Sturm here. That was a delightful little frame that gave us a little something for everyone. I mean, everything you could ask for. That last pot, though, that one was nasty. Walk me through, was there ever a world in which Boyka is able to get a raise out of Paulie V?
I don't think so. Just given the fact that there's no sideboard to be won, there's kind of no reason to put any chips in with bluffs, and therefore your value doesn't get to generate anything. And when the board pairs, I don't think there's a... I mean, he could have bet bigger and probably gotten the snap call anyhow. He could have bet maybe like 500k, but it's very capped. And yeah, not much to be won anyhow.
Well, listen, Uncapped was the opportunity that we had to have you here at the desk. Everybody really enjoyed it. Plenty of people took a moment to share their thoughts. And obviously, I know I'm speaking on behalf of Randy as well when we thank you for putting the time forward when you could be studying, you could be out there rumbling in something. But we'll look forward to having you back again, if not here at this particular festival, somewhere down the line.
Yeah, I'd be glad to do that. Thanks for having me.
And best wishes, obviously, the rest of the festival. So then, I'm going to step away from the booth. Henry and Kevin Rabichow are going to be replacing Randy and I, and we will continue into the evening hours here in Jeju in just about 10 minutes' time with more coverage of Day 2 of the 100K Main. Keep it close.
Like this.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Artur is a poker player, no matter how many cards he has dealt, that loves to find the aggressive action. It's just tenacious.
We are on a pay jump here, worth noting, small one. But Jeju going to take a bit of time, as we can see. He's not going anywhere, but it is a 19k pay jump. And he knows that Seth is also down to 2 bigs.
Well, I'm not sure. If you pay where your honey is.
Does put it in, as expected.
Good luck, someone. Thank you, Nacho.
Dwyer likely to get out of there. Don't see him attacking this +1 open. There is a dead side pot, but just taking a bit of time before finding the fold. Interesting spot here for Soiser. Potentially defend. C3.
Queen 9 offsuit is in kind of the uncanny valley where it's probably just good enough to click call, even though your cards are dominated at a high frequency.
With all the tricks.
Yeah, he's got pocket tens and he's fully packed.
Back in his bag. Stood up. 165 out there for him. Side pot brewing, of course. Between Soiser and Greenwood. It is Soiser that flops best on the king, king, queen.
I suspect we see a c-bet from Greenwood here. There's a significant side pot, and he has a very significant range advantage versus the big blind defense.
Yeah, just clear out 6 outs, right?
Yeah, exactly. You just want to be betting here. Almost like I'd be surprised if this wasn't a range bet versus big blind defense, even though it's a three-way dynamic. Just such a good board texture for the +1 range versus big blind.
So a little 50K bet from Greenwood. Soiz, of course, will continue with his pair of queens.
Note Soiz is also very short, so this is kind of a dicey spot. Has to tread very lightly.
So outs have been acquired for Samuel Jeju.
Deceptively not great card here for Soiza, making 3 pair. If Greenwood were to have the Jack-10 suited variants, now gets there. Still losing to the Queen X combos that he was behind, losing to the King X combos that he was behind.
Stand up.
Not deceptively good river for Michael Soiza now.
Does he get a bonus for having multiple full houses?
Unclear. I don't even know if he's going to play bet. Having the queen is now a not good card to have because you block Sam's combos that can click call. And Sam will check back King X here on the turn to play river shove. Looks like he's going for an incredible, yeah, just the block sizing here. Also a good choice. But yeah, the queen is not the side card that we want to have here as Soiza.
Seems like a pretty tough spot for Greenwood. I mean, can he really call here for just ace high?
No, I think he's out. The combos that he beats are the low pocket pairs that decided not to rejam, which there aren't that many of, I don't think, with Soiza's stack size. Like Greenwood's trying to beat, like, or even, I don't know, because it's king, king, queen on the flop, so he doesn't have the, like, 8-9 suited, the 7-8 suited of the world, the 6-7 suited of the world. It has to be a pocket pair or a, I can't even think, like, ace 10 combo?
And are they betting?
Yeah. Yeah, this is a very, very hard to find combos. I think Green was giving him credit for having the pocket pairs and then clicking call because of those.
9.
That'd be my assumption.
Great sizing by Soiza.
Yeah, the block is really, really clean choice.
GG's to Samuel Jeju. Got in his 0.6 of a big blind with the 10s. Unable to hold. But picking up another cash here in South Korea. 163,000 for his efforts. Oh, he might. Sorry, I do apologize. I think he got the pay jump actually. So 182,000 for him. Got a classic flip.
It's a big pot.
Over on the blue table.
Wow.
Spice.
Oh, we can't make a well flush though.
Wow. See? Oh.
It's okay, I still take it.
The jack is there.
You
Okay.
block like straight flush.
Okay. The royal flush is not there.
Removes 2 outs. Sorry, removes 3 outs. 1.8 out there. Can Hopkins hold?
Oh, wow.
He can.
GG.
Boats up as Lun Lun
That's some TV
makes the flush.
Some TV runoff.
James Hopkins up to 2 million, good for 40 bigs, and Lunlun, who
That's almost, yeah, but I
was on quite the spin
fake flush into full house.
earlier on in the day, managing to pick up a cash, 182,000 for his efforts, ping-ponging back over to the red feature table. Oh, a little flurry of bust-outs there. See if there's more action over here.
Santosh passing the queen 9 offsuit, definitely a choice as the big stack. We saw Soiza fold the ace 10-0 earlier to an early position open from Santosh. This might be kind of a reason why Santosh playing, I mean, queen 9-0 is not a great hand to open from the cutoff, but as the big chip stack could be in there. Obviously, kind of has a murderer's row to his left in Soiza, Steve O'Dwyer, and I believe David Yan, all of whom will find aggression, so can't blame the choice. Now for Soiza, yeah, pretty straightforward shove here. Button versus small blind.
Oh, what is going on today, dude?
Jacks, of course, will be in, and is O'Dwyer in as well with 2 10s, or is this close?
If you're in this, it's button, small blind, big blind, I don't think 10s can be out, because David can call 9s, 8s, 7s here for the 18 big blind rejam. Right, Soiza is going to be shoving with the suited King X combo, like, you know, big suited King X combos, lower pocket pairs as well, which means that Steve needs to also call those combinations. Sorry, which means that David has to call his like 8s and 9s because Michael is going to be shoving the 5s and 6s. Yeah, and so Steve just has to call it off.
Snapped it so fast, so there we go. You're right.
Okay.
Soiza's in not bad shape.
Dude, we've had multiple three-way all-ins today, like, and in this exact setup, button, small blind, big blind, we've had it a couple of times as well.
It's just one of those specific configurations where if all players are playing correctly and you have a good hand, the money just has to go in because ranges are, on average, going to be way wider than the early position opens.
Yeah, and 55% favorite to become one of the tournament chip leaders and eliminate 2 very tough opponents in the process. Just needs to hold with the jacks. But an ace-high flop for Michael Soiza. Now, there is a side pot between O'Dwyer and Yan, but it is a relatively small one considered the size of the main pot. Yan drawing to 1 out for the scoop. O'Dwyer looking for 2 outs to stay alive. There's nothing short of a cold deck. 5 of spades completes the run out. So O'Dwyer eliminated.
Sorry? No, really.
Soiza with the triple up to 2.7 million.
Very tough one for David Yan. High equity spot. And those are the ones that, like, you don't lose all your stack. You don't lose too much even in the hand because you have that overlay from Steve O'Dwyer. But it's still worth a lot, right? And these are kind of the spots that if you want to make big runs in these Triton events, that holding just, it feels so imperative to do.
Dude, I mean, instead of being 4th in chips, he's now one of, you know, the shorter stacks. So yeah, couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
O'Dwyer, GG's my man. Sure, he'll be jumping into that 125k. Be seeing more of him.
And I think you always get looked up there by Foxen as well. At least on the turn, that is.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people can miss that, right? Just he's allowed Foxen to showdown very cheaply, right, by not raising that turn.
Yeah. Can't blame him though. His hand doesn't look like much, but blind v blind, it certainly is.
Well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of this 100K main event here on Jeju Island. Kevin Rabichow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, stepping in for Leon Sturm, Nanonoko, and Ali Najad. And I do feel like you and I are, you know, favorites of the producers that we get this frame. 25 left, playing down to 16, and I don't want to like overhype this, but I am pretty excited for this frame, man. I mean, I'm looking at the field. You've got Paulie V, chip lead. You've got Boyka second in chips, Santosh third. All three of these guys capable of playing huge pots. But then you scroll through the field and, you know, you have the likes of JNT who can out of nowhere decide to play a 70 big blind pot against you. You have people like Foxton in the mix. Wai Leong Chan, who came second in an event in Monte Carlo, losing to Bryn Kenny. He's also known for playing big hands. And I just think, yes, we're in a stage of the tournament that we'd expect the pace of play to be slow. But you pick any 5, 6, 7 players from, you know, this 25-player field, and you're like, okay, it could be fireworks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm excited about the red table in particular, though obviously both tables that you were referring to, Henry, have great lineups. There's a couple of first-timers at this table that we haven't seen a lot of detailed play, at least I haven't since I've left the booth. Monikaran and Poseidon side by side there, and Hopkins, I don't know that this is actually his first event, but we've seen him. He cashed the first 3 events here at Jeju in this series, and bricked since then, now in a position, chip leading this table, to take down an enormous score at the end of the no-limit section.
Yeah, this is the table that Kevin's referring to. I mean, you have Heath, obviously fresh off that $8 million score in Paradise. You've got Martha Ocean, who with chips is a force to be reckoned with. But yeah, some of these newcomers who we haven't seen all too much of, I guess we get to kind of play the role of Railbird and try and put ourselves in the spot of some of the Triton OGs who perhaps aren't as familiar with some of these newcomers, because it can be tough to navigate against people you haven't played against before. So I'm very excited. Let's go. 25 left, playing down to the final 2 tables, so we'll get down to 16 tonight. At least that's the plan, or 2 more levels of play. In terms of payouts, everyone currently guaranteed $236,000. We are 2 off of a $29,000 pay jump. And when we do bag and tag for the evening, if there are 16 remaining, everyone will be guaranteed $336,000 coming back tomorrow to play for the 5.5 million and change. Welcome back to the stream, ladies and gents. Hope you've been enjoying the show, not just for today, but for the last, well, what is it, 11 days, guys? 12 days you guys have been here grinding. Been a fun series so far. What have we got over there? See JNT, bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Red table, the Aussie, James Hopkins, with only 40 big blinds, so not a huge chip lead. I mean, Shilko on his tail, but then a bit of a drop off to the rest of the pack. A lot of re-jammable stacks, so it would not surprise me if we get down to final 3 tables sooner rather than later. Then over on the blue table, slightly more chips. Savannah with 55, Vincent with 37, Greenwood with 37. I don't know, chat. Put,
How do
you know,
you
make it BLT.
Who was the
Get the kettle on.
With what?
Ace Jack? It's the anti-super
Enjoy the
pro.
show.
What he had?
Ace deuce suited pro killer. You're saying Aram, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. He had 3 big blinds.
Yeah, I know.
If
They look too
Jungle,
tough. I'm out.
Jungle
Get me the
makes
fuck out of there.
final 16. Jesus. What outfit do you think he's going to show up with tomorrow?
Oh, that's a good question. I didn't even think about the plan he might have come with for a deep run in this main.
I mean, we're in Asia.
Nacho, are you going to be playing really good?
What?
You're going to play really good?
It's a dragon-themed
I think I
casino.
should have against you.
Could show up as some, you know, famous
I had a really good hand to go with.
Asian general or
A
something
really
like
good
that.
hand to
He
go
does love the kind of thematic, yeah,
No, okay. Well,
superhero kind of
I think you
theme.
are like
We'll see.
in a complete error.
maybe.
We'd love to see him come as the
Could have
Joker.
it too, you know. Could just,
I think he
I
could
mean,
really
yeah,
pull
you're
that
gonna
off.
have 2, you're gonna have 10, you're gonna have.
He would.
2-4 suited.
Has
you
he
know?
not done that bit yet? Because he's kind of perfect for it.
He is. I don't think I've seen him do it, but I could see him really pull that off for sure. So here, blind v blind. Sois is completed from the small. He's turned trips. Vincent has an interesting one. Ace high performing relatively well, I'd have to assume, Kevin here.
Yeah, above average hand. Vincent checked behind and checked behind the flop. So a bit under-repped. Depending on what size Sois it comes with, though, ace high could shrink up pretty quick. 2/3 is probably small enough to keep the ace 7 interested in this pot. We're often going to have worse than just the ace high, even though we don't have a redraw. Definitely reason to think about calling this bet.
Guess having a 7 isn't great, right? I guess you'd rather call like ace 5 or something. Wow, Sois just boats up. 700 in the middle. See what size he comes with here.
If he even bets, no guarantee. I would say some bluffs in Soisa's range here. Hands like 8-7 or 8-9 would arrive here, see this 8 and start checking. So occasionally when we cover all these cards, you know, we block the 10, we block that 8. Maybe we try to represent. So similar idea here from Soisa, kind of saying if I had 8-9 right now, or if I had like Jack 3 suited right now, this is what I would do. So under-repping his hand pretty massively and inviting the potential bluff raise from something like the a7.
How are you being crashing on the...
See if Vincent takes the bait. I mean, ace high has decent showdown. Not sure if it needs to turn itself into a bluff. Instead, he just gets away from it. Well done, sir.
Yeah, every chip so important at this stage of the tournament. Even getting 8-1 on the river. It's hard to make those folds. It's hard for me, anyways.
Wow, have we got Jungle and Barbera at the same table, by the way? We're going to have our work cut out. Talking of Barbero, the man on your screen right now, holding the Triton trophy in 4 cards from a PLO event he won. If you want to bet on him taking down this event, you can head on over to Bet ACR. You can bet on all of the Triton Poker Series. Sign up today. Bet on your favorite poker players. I don't know, at the moment, I'm looking through the field. I mean, what's the line on Paulie V? Check it out. And also let me know over on the YouTube chat if you do have any bets on any of these players. Who are you guys rooting for?
I like the nickname Paulie V for Paulius.
Yeah, or Swaggy P. Depends.
Oh, it's a good one.
Depends what kind of... If he's got his famous bucket hat on, then it's Swaggy P. Isn't Paulie V, like, I'm ashamed that I know this, a character from Jersey Shore?
5 seconds?
Maybe some other... That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, this is like pre-internet days. I was like 12 with my brothers watching MTV or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah.
This is 5, no? 30.
Time now? Time? 30 seconds now.
Yeah.
That's just such a character.
I'm using that one.
He's got a time bank here from under the gun.
Yeah, a little bit of redraw hunting.
Yes.
Right? We're
precisely
not trying to make some pay jump with that move, but Nacho knows he's posting the big blind and the big blind ante next hand. That's not ideal. So he's hoping that redraw comes pretty quick.
Ben has done a fantastic job at just bobbing and weaving all day. For the most part, has been on a short stack.
Yeah, I have 1575 now, so.
But still alive. 25 left. 16 bigs. Had the better of Martirosha in pre-flop. Still does on the flop.
But if we see Artur bet at this pot, no interaction for Heath's hand.
Yeah.
Naked overcard, not good enough to stick around.
What a fascinating game.
we all play and love. It's just crazy how, I mean, I sound like I've only just discovered poker, but it's crazy how, you know, just these small nuances can make the difference between, you know, a pot going your way and a pot not going your way. Just variance, dude.
Sounds like you've rediscovered poker.
Maybe I have.
Not for the first time. This is, you know.
I've retired and unretired.
It's a simple but advanced viewpoint you're putting forward.
My love-hate relationship with the game is, you know, it's toxic over the years. I must say, I'm very in love with poker at the moment. Haven't been playing much, but the FOMO was real. Just tuning in every other day to catch up with you guys. Seeing the updates over on the Triton Poker Series Instagram. Also, our photographer, Drew, I don't know if you've seen, he's got these like Ray-Ban glasses. So he's been doing these like live stream kind of updates on his Instagram. That's also pretty dope, giving you a bit of a behind the scenes kind of stuff. He's also been like showing people how he captures some of the elite shots that he captures for Triton. Shilko with the rejam.
Looks like 20 big blinds effective with the remaining players in this hand. Not all 3.7 in play there. Pretty straightforward one with the offsuit ace-queen.
Read or die.
Very excited to see Shilko here for his first Triton Series. Cashed 3 of the first 4 events he's played. Making a run here in this 100K main. Currently 4th in chips.
we come back to the BetACR promo from 4 minutes ago. Nacho still on your screen, in the same position. Didn't want to burn all his time banks, I guess. At some point, the trade-off for the chance at not posting your blind.
5 seconds.
Don't think they get those time banks replenished until final table, so
200,000.
gotta hang on to some of them.
I feel like everyone behind snap folded out of spite. Like Vincent's cards just hit the muck before the dealer even announced Soy's raise.
It does feel that way.
That's hilarious.
You know, it brings to mind, I think,
Beautiful.
of course you can't take this kind of stuff out of the game, but
5 for nothing.
I've learned from playing I've learned from playing in these events that the format does a good job of making time banks quite valuable. So like this is no small price we pay to stall, right? Like that's valuable time that's getting thrown away.
Well, let's see if Nacho has secured this pay ladder. No, it looks like the 8's holding. So it went effective jam from the cutoff from Alex, who covered all of the players behind. He raised to 1.5 million. Clement Deng called it off with pocket 8 and held against Alex's 4s.
I look at myself in the mirror doing that.
Theologist down to 1.5 big blinds.
This is why I don't like tournaments. To do this bullshit.
Part of the game.
There's got to be like some way of like fixing this nonsense.
6. Yeah.
Raise 600,000.
Can you not do hand for hand?
Jungle Man, now the first person to ever think about how to fix the time problem in tournaments.
Oh, he's got 2 big blinds.
And Vincent Huang, 3-betting the ace-king offsuit on the button.
They're getting real cute these days. They got all the fucking bullshit.
all the chicks.
You stole my spot.
And patient fold from Savarna.
I was going all in though.
He's got a lot of chips, covering this table with 53 big blinds. But just gets away from the suited ace when it's no good.
10, 15K, you know?
More than that, but
See, in cash games, you just like 3-bet and 4-bet. No one gives a fuck. It's like the total opposite situation in TV cash games.
That should just be clipped and pinned to Jungle's Instagram and Twitter profile.
If I make the final table, I will do crazy shit. Crazy shit will happen. That's a
guarantee.
That's either a plus or a minus depending on how you look at it.
5 seconds.
Potentially a threat, potentially a boon. It is what it is. I'll do a dance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll hold you to it if you both. I mean, if you make the final table, you gotta dance.
I got a
Okay,
dance ready
dance.
for it. I got some in-sync moves.
The okay dance.
Whatever dance you want. Yeah.
I'll do a dance to make the final table.
They're gonna announce you and you're gonna walk out the stage so you can dance on the way out. You know, you do the entry.
I got a move for the walking actually. How much is it?
100 plus 100.
Well, we're supposed to remain impartial in the booth, but given the promise of seeing Jungle Man dance, kind of hoping he makes the FT now.
I got heat. Fucking heat, dog.
15 bigs.
Just give me some ace jack again. Let's run that one back. Let's run it back. Let's see if we win again. Give me some ace jack. I just want some ace jack. Ace jack for some queen jack.
Oh.
All right, Sam.
We don't want ace jack now.
Good time to get queens every hand. Not look.
Oh.
Great time to get queens every hand. Santosh with a playable one. Can come into this pot in several forms.
Yeah, covering Greenwood, but 3.5 million, one of the stacks at this table that can do some real damage.
Oh my word. How has Jungle just, you know, called for cards here?
Well.
He really has just willed this premium in the big blind.
Wait, do we use the red ones first?
No.
When do we raise the red ones?
Red one's quickly forward, first action, free fall.
Well, this is the first action for me.
No, this action.
Sam over.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, which ones do I use?
One blue one.
One blue one so far.
And you have 20 seconds left.
All right, wait. Okay, you know what? This man stays in and I die.
5 seconds.
Fuck this. All right, I put this much in.
Raise.
25 left in 100k with 5.5 million.
How do you do this?
You've got Jungle just grabbing a fistful of chips and telling the dealer, I put this much in.
I'm doing it right. I'm doing the stupid tournament thing right.
Proud of himself for
Being-
keeping the
being
25k
such
chip
a-
behind.
1,000,000.
Such a whatever.
25,000.
Claiming to not exactly
1.6
understand why he's
times.
doing it. And I mean, Sam's gonna put the chips in. We've got ace queen suited facing 16 big blinds.
On.
Playable in.
It's not like Kate's isn't comfortable enough
Wait,
to do this.
Wait.
You can fold if you want.
Wait, but I can use my time bank, right?
Yep.
But there is no patience.
Huh? Oh, then, all right.
Four.
It helps for me though. Hopefully,
God.
you know, it helps for me. I was hoping you use the time bank. Help me out.
Dude, how do you just have ace queen?
No, because the table break, right? Big blind coming next.
I know,
Huh?
but
How do I have jacks?
you do 60.
You might bust, yeah.
Oh, we break anyway.
Dude, what else do you want? I like
But at
missed
least
you for
confirm.
500k. Don't
I
be
see
like,
you have
don't get greedy, dog.
Greenwood's furious. He's like, how do you just have jacks in this spot? How do you just flop top set?
Hard prospect, no?
It's either going to be a good run out or a really fucked up one.
10 of hearts. Easy.
10 of hearts.
All right, I'll take it.
Greenwood is just dead
Thank you,
on the
poker
turn.
gods. I owe you. If final table dance is happening, I'm taking you all, I'm serving you all on the dance floor.
I gotta say, Henry, I have
That's jacked up right there.
the way that Kates is delivering this statement about the dance,
Jungle, you're such an idiot.
I have no faith that there's a
I'm
dance
such a what?
prepared as of current.
There's not, but if there's anyone that can just improvise something on the spot, hold on, because we got a little ace king on ace king violence. Would be a brutal way to lose someone. Yeah, I'm gonna chop this one 86% of the time. 3.8 million out there. Any free rolls about? Yeah, there is. Arthur only. Takes back his chips. Club for a sweat. Doesn't find it.
Little sweat.
Yeah.
2% free rolls.
Arthur literally took his money after the flop.
Fair enough.
I have a pair.
Back on over here. GG's to Poondiddy, Alex Theologus. Out in 25th. Obviously, majority of his chips being lost in that previous hand. Pocket fours, cut off V button for 15 bigs. And now having to bow out in 25th. So that does bring us down to the final 3 tables. We are just going to play catch up on the other tables. Well, we might be down to 23. Hold on. Although Barbero in great shape here. All in brought to you by BetACR. So far, so good for the Argentinian. Okay, Soiser goes from 3 to 4 outs. Doesn't find it.
Faint card. Well, at least he came
So,
the ace.
Yeah.
Nacho, 2.6 million. Now a threat with 26 big blinds.
You didn't lose 170-30 today. I say I'm fucked. When I saw your king queen, I said like I'm drawing dead. My heart was beating so hard. Bro.
Do we redraw now or? Yeah, Alex busted.
You thought you were winning it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like 100% I'm.
Redraw? Good hand.
Imagine getting in with ace queen against king queen and just assuming you're going to lose the hand.
Ace queen, man. It's unfair.
And actually getting empathy from Soiser, who's on the other side of it like, oh yeah, I feel you, Nacho.
Yeah, I mean,
I was scared for you too, buddy.
That is very Soiser-esque. So waiting for this hand to play out over here. This is blind v blind. Paulie V against Tobias Schwecht. Game 8, 3 deuce, 1 heart, 2 clubs. Ace of diamonds on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river as Paulie V has bet turn, bet river, 275 half pot on request. There is a 4-liner out there. Any 4 would make a will. And Tobias Schwecht going to let it go as the chip leader extends. So, the elimination of Alex Theologus out in 25th means a final 3-table redraw, one of the most exciting stages of the tournament, of course, as we look to play down from 24 to 16. Final 16 will bag and tag, come back tomorrow and battle it out for 5.5 million. Don't go too far. Kevin and I back in about 3.5 minutes time. We'll see you very shortly.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Welcome back from break. We're down to the final 3 tables. 24 players remain. The plan tonight is to play down to 16. Straight off the bat, I'm going to ask you, Kevin, looking over at the app after the redraw, who's got the worst of this? If you could pick one player looking around the tables, who has the worst seat and why? Which table do you not want to be on right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking basically for stacks that had an opportunity to be the chip leader or one of the chip leaders at their table, and they just find themselves, you know, with a couple of tough customers to their left. So if I'm looking at the blue table, that might be Hopkins or Savarna, who are dealing with Pauly V to their left with 6.2 million, right? So these are a couple of players who could have had the opportunity to open things up and take advantage of some medium stacks. Going to be a little bit handcuffed in that seat.
Yeah.
Over at the red table, same sort of situation for someone like Tobias Schwecht or Clemendang, right? They got Shilko on their left with 45 blinds and just 2 seats over Boyka on 57.
Yeah, it certainly feels like that for Shilko as well, like the fact that he's got, I mean, Foxen, who, by the way, even though he isn't one of the table chip leaders, he's one of those guys who always wags the finger in the face of chip leaders and kind of just doesn't let them do what chip leaders are supposed to do. So for Shilko, obviously having Foxen, having Boyka on his left, couldn't agree more. Looking over on table 3, you got Barbero fresh off that double up, Soizer with 21 bigs, Huang with 39. I'm excited, man. I mean, let's go. 100K, 3 tables left. It is Pauly V, chip leader, but
you know, compared to other tournaments from this series where we've just had overwhelming runaway chip leader, that really isn't the case here. I mean, you can go all the way down to Clement Deng in 11th, where should he double up, he becomes chip leader. You know, Paulie V, if he loses like a 3-bet pot that doesn't go his way, he's then down there in that kind of 40, 45 big blind cluster. So it feels like anyone's game. I mean, shortest stack, side and hoe with 10 bigs on the outside looking in, but still playable.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of it this series. It's just too early to be counting your chip lead as if it's going to coast you to that final table. 24 players left right now. And this just goes in right away.
What?
Wow. Okay.
So I think Greenwood announced 1.8.
Approved.
And Paulie's thrown out perhaps a call, stack of orange chips. Not sure if it's a raise, depending on the exact number of chips that went in there. But these two are trying to get their 20 big blind stacks into the middle in this blind versus blind battle.
We were just literally just saying this. I mean, Paulie V loses one of these pots. He's down to
3.3.
This is disgusting, by the way. I mean, good luck calculating the EV of this pot with 24 left.
Yeah.
Put all orange.
We need to keep winning these all-ins.
Now he put in
Down to final 2.
He put 2.8. He put 2.8.
He put 2.8, so I make it 1.5 more. So then the mid-major will be 3.3.
It's close to raise.
So then
Bit of a weird spot here.
7.5. So
yeah, it's closer to raise.
half a raise will be 2.55. So 2.55 is a raise, okay? Okay, got it.
So, confirmed. Sahi P did raise, put in Greenwood, all in.
Even 3 bets, 4 bets, etc.
Massive, massive flip.
5 seconds.
If Paulie V gets there, it's going to be running away with it a little bit. If Sam can just hold,
Not bad. Not that
which
bad,
he
huh?
will, 53% of the time, it's going to move up to the top 5 stack. 5 massive cards to come. Jesus, I mean. Okay, Greenwood.
Yeah, can't hope for much better, can you?
Wow. One of them is yours.
Paulie V drawing to a chop. Sam Greenwood, ladies and gentlemen, up to 4 million chips. Back from the redraw break, blind v blind. Standard spot all round in your mind, Kevin?
I think once Paulie starts with the non-all-in open raise, that's how it has to go. Alternative maybe is that he just open rips 20 blinds or whatever it is with the king-queen offsuit and tries to fold out a couple of, ace-rag type hands, but either way, these 6s are going to get the money in the middle.
And the variance this stage of the tournament is brutal. Talking of brutal, playing any hand against Alex Foxen is just the hurt locker. It's gone raised from Foxen, from the hijack with the Jack 10-0. Heath's defended the Queen 4 of spades. King, Queen 5 rainbow. Check, bet 100k, call. Turn 8 of clubs. Check, bet 250, call. And now Foxen has jammed pot size on the river, although Heath has just 8-7-5 back.
And Ben really thinking this one through. He knows how wide Foxen can go for value here. When he hasn't check raised the flop, a lot of kings will. So any queen worth consideration. That 4 side card maybe even doing him some favors if he thinks that ace-4 suited doesn't run this bluff, but Jack-10, 10-9, Jack-9 are running this
Oh,
bluff.
what a great call.
Yeah, nice find.
Ben Heath, take a bow. Correctly calling down the triple barrel of Alex Foxen. Now playing 3 million, Foxen down to 1.3. Just showcasing why he is so tough to play against. I mean, you get the time banks there from Heath. You know you're one of the best in the world when it comes to putting people in the cage. But Heath finding the call. Back on over to the blue table. Greenwood with his newly found chips in a rather precarious spot here, flatting the queen 10-0 out the small blind against the cutoff open.
Yeah, Sam knows these pre-flop spots perhaps better than anyone, and this is a late position open from a chip leader at the table. He's got enough chips that the top of Sam's range, let's say pocket 10s, ace queen, these kind of hands might also just play as flat. So with such a strong segment, let's say, of his flatting range, maybe we can get away with some marginal stuff as well. We're getting a good price also, you know, min raise, defending the small blind for just 150.
So you think he's in there flatting hands like 10s, ace, queen, so
yeah,
by proxy mixing in hands like queen 10 just to balance out that flatting range.
Yeah, these marginal hands, they're just not going to get punished maybe like they would in a higher imbalance kind of scenario where it's like Survarna has all the good hands and Sam doesn't. That's more of a spot where it's like, oh, you have to respect that I could have some pretty good hands right now, so I'll realize some equity with this one.
So if you haven't already, you can download the Triton Poker Plus app. You can see the leaderboard over there. It's the Belarusian Alex Boyka, currently chip leading 57 bigs. Savannah's in second with 53. Then another Belarusian, Alexander Shilko, in third with 45. Just a quick update from the final Hold'em event of the series, the 125K, 69 runners in that. 31 remain with Masashi Oya chip leading, Fedor Holtz in second, Ren Lin in third. So again, you can sweat along that one. And tomorrow, of course, PLO events will be kicking off here. Our focus will be on this main event, playing down to a winner.
5 seconds. Hold.
Sam finds himself in kind of the same spot as we just talked about last hand, Henry. Marginal hand on the button, facing an under-the-gun raise from a dangerous player with 40 big blinds. But we like our price.
See if Filatov likes his price. Under the gun open. Does come with defend. So a little three-way affair here. Clubs smothered by Filatov. These hands could connect on certain board textures. I mean, that is one of them. Top pair for J&T. That's more than enough reason for him to put chips in the middle. Greenwood, the jack high flush draw and gut shot. Facing the small bet. Options on the table.
Yeah, these two have played a lot of hands together. I'm sure Sam has his impressions of what this 100K means better than I could interpret. He decides to just call. If he were to raise, it would have to be to clear out some pretty, you know, disconnected hands.
950 out there. Greenwood with the 100% check mark next to his name on this deuce of hearts turn, and J&T is not slowing down, and it is a sizable bet. 400 into 950.
And I would love to see Greenwood just extend the rope as much as possible in position. Should he just come with call, there'll be 1-7 in the middle. Action will be on JNT.
Yeah, I think if Sam could see these cards, he would just call, because Queen 10 with no heart, not going to feel great if we get raised on the 3 to a flush texture. And when we get a safe card like this now, maybe a third barrel is going to come. Oh, he does just check.
JNT just correctly recognizing that his hand isn't strong enough to bet 3 streets, especially given the size that he bet on the turn, facing the call. Puts his foot on the brakes. What about Greenwood in terms of sizing?
5 seconds. Yeah, I think if he opens the action here, it's always a set or better for value. I have a hard time thinking of just a top pair hand that would want to bet in this position. So I like that Sam's just gone for something huge, right?
Is that a call?
That sure looks like a call to me. Oh yeah, those